Chapter 1 Forced Immigration. I'm back. DD. The fingerprint reader sounded a crisp tone, and the anti-theft door with a small advertisement slid open. Zhou Jing returned home. Zhu Wenshou's face was tired, and he was carrying a small cake box in his hand. The full-length mirror next to the door showed his appearance, with simple short hair, a delicate appearance, gentle, white clothes, black pants and leather shoes, and a serious job search attire. Today is another day of job interviews. As a fresh graduate of a secondary institution, his GPA has not passed the excellent line, so he can only apply for a place in an institution of higher learning. In the past 3 months, Zhou Jing has been looking for a job in addition to reviewing. The competition for employment in Shihai City is becoming more and more fierce, and it is not easy to find a job with a standard academic degree. Today, I received a bunch of "go back and wait for the news" that my ears are numb. Zhou Jing's mood is not disturbed. Skillfully put on slippers, Zhou Jing suddenly realized that the house was a little too quiet. At this point in time, the house should be filled with the slapsticks of younger siblings, and the TV sound that my mother used to turn up when she was watching dramas in the afternoon, but at this moment, the usually noisy house was unbelievably quiet. Is nobody home? Zhou Jing whispered and walked around the door cabinet, only to find that his parents and siblings were all sitting quietly at the dining table, turning their heads in unison. There is no food on the minimalist dining table, only a bunch of daffodils and a glass vase on the table, swaying gently. Zhou Jing was stunned by this scene. What's the situation, the family court? Could it be that I secretly played cards with my brother yesterday and won all his pocket money, and the incident happened? However, the two brothers who moved out came back. It's only been 8 days since the last family gathering. Everyone usually gets together once a month or two. At this moment, Mother Zhao Jing spoke. Her tone seemed to be the same as usual, but her voice trembled faintly. Third, how was your interview today? Hearing this, Zhou Jing suppressed the doubts in his heart and shook his head. It's still like that. You know, many basic jobs are now occupied by mechanical workers. I am a new graduate with no work experience. It's too hard to find a job. Then what are your plans? This kind of thing seems to have been said before, did you forget? Zhou Jing was a little strange, but he mentioned it again. It's not easy to find a job with a standard degree. I have already applied for an institution of higher learning and want to get a higher degree. If I can't find a job during this period, I can only borrow tuition from you. But don't worry, I will work in the future. I'll be back later. Zhou Jing explained in a low voice, while taking off his tie and pulling off his collar. He sat down to the only vacant seat left at the dining table. He put the cake box in his hand on the table and pushed it towards his 3 underage younger siblings. Here, I bought the cake for you. Wow. Thank you, third brother. Third brother is the best. I bought it with my pocket money. Only I can eat it. The 3 younger brothers and sisters cheered, mixed with a discordant voice, and hurriedly opened the box together and competed for the cake. Zhou Jing smiled, then turned to look at his father, mother and 2 brothers, and found that the 4 of them looked very serious. Well, the atmosphere is weird. Why are you staring at me? Even if I'm pretty handsome, don't keep staring at me. Zhou Jing couldn't help but wonder, why are all the people here today? You guys still look like this. What happened? Father Zhou Weian exhaled a long breath from his nose and said in a low voice, have you seen the news? The newly developed livable planet by the community government has started a new round of immigration, because the number of active applicants is not enough this time, so it started randomly. Forced immigration by lottery. I know about this. Zhou Jing nodded, his heart suddenly thumping. Zhou Weian said solemnly, our family was selected, and we have to pay for a compulsory immigration quota. Your future plan needs to be changed. After the voice fell, Zhou Jing's expression froze and his eyes slowly widened. He finally understood why the family members were so abnormal today. Forced immigration, I didn't expect such a low probability thing to fall on my own head. Since the era of interstellar navigation, dozens of countries that have emerged from the parent star have formed the Interstellar Union Community, which has become the supreme ruling government of human civilization, coordinated the development of the entire human civilization, and began to fanatical interstellar expansion. As the spacecraft of human civilization cruises through the star system, more and more habitable planets are incorporated into the territory of civilization. People and leaks have many things in common, and they are endlessly growing and cutting, but the premise is that the seeds are planted. And each new colonized planet requires a lot of manpower to develop and multiply, so under the decision of the Interstellar Union Community, leaks were transplanted, the interstellar immigration system was established. One of the options is forced immigration. If the interstellar immigrants that are actively applied for are not as expected, countries may randomly select objects that meet the criteria from the nearest surrounding planets and implement forced immigration. When the target of the lottery is a family, then the family will discuss and decide which member will take the compulsory immigration quota. About half a month ago, the authoritative media of this planet broadcast relevant news, reporting that the number of active immigrants in this new planet has not yet reached the standard, and the planet where I live is just within the scope of this forced immigration. Zhou Jing didn't take it to heart at the time, because compared to the population of the entire planet, the number of forced immigrants was limited, and the chance of winning was slim. He thought it had nothing to do with him. But I didn't expect this kind of thing to be hit by my own. It's not so bad. Zhou Jing's mood sank. He is very clear that although human civilization has left the home planet, the current glorious civilization is created by interstellar immigrants. The residents of all the colonized planets have been counted for generations, and they were all immigrants at first. But this is the glory of civilization, and it may not necessarily be the case for the individual interstellar immigrants. What a good thing! Interstellar immigrants are not allowed to leave the new planet at will within the specified number of years, and the communication and transportation technology of human civilization has not improved by leaps and bounds for many years. Therefore, to ordinary people, colonizing planets is like an isolated island isolated from information. At present, only high-end technology can communicate across planets, and it is not easy to open to ordinary people. Civil base stations can only be networked within the planet, which is equivalent to a local area network with planets as a unit. Ordinary people on the two planets can hardly communicate. In addition, due to the limitations of spaceship technology and transportation technology, the cost of traveling across planets is extremely high, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. As a result, although human civilization has entered the interstellar era for many years, the interstellar population circulation rate is still extremely low. Generally, only when new planets are developed, there will be large-scale immigrants organized by various countries. Therefore, in the life of ordinary people, interstellar immigration is like being cut off from the past life, having to leave the familiar planet and come to a strange world, isolated from friends, relatives, and news, and from then on alone and without support. The vast majority of people will only live on one planet in their entire lives. My family was selected for forced immigration, which means that one of the people here will leave this planet, and it may be difficult to meet other family members for half a lifetime. And listening to Zhou Weiyan's meaning, this candidate is obviously himself. Zhou Jing took a deep breath. So, I was drawn. Zhou Weiyan knocked on the table and said solemnly, "It doesn't matter. The problem now is that our family must send someone to accept forced immigration. We have already discussed it, and only you are the most suitable for this quota. But didn't discuss it with me." Zhou Jing pursed his lips, feeling indescribably complicated. He has lived on this planet for 20 years and never thought of leaving. Even his family should not make decisions for him on such a major event in the future. But besides you, who else is suitable? Zhou Weiyan's voice grew louder. Zhou Jing heard the words and turned to look at his elder brother. Big brother has an elite temperament in the workplace. He pushed the gold wire glasses, and his tone was calm. Young third, you know me. I worked in Inhao Group for several years, and led a team to develop several new projects in the financial products department. It's not my turn to have a certain degree on this planet. The person in the position is forced to emigrate. I can't give up the career at hand to do it for you. You understand? I see. Zhou Jing nodded and turned to look at his second brother. Second brother suddenly seemed to be caught by fire. He almost jumped up and quickly waved his hands, incoherent. Young third, you know me. I took the exam for 3 years before I was admitted to a national-level institution of higher learning. Next year, I will go to the capital for further studies. After graduating, I can find a high-paying job in the local area, and then I can settle down and live in the capital. Yeah. The government must have made a mistake. Forced immigration should never be my turn. How can I give up my hard-earned bright future? Zhou Jing pursed his lips and looked away from his second brother. He turned his head and glanced at the other 3 underage siblings. The oldest was only 10 years old and the youngest was 5 years old. These 3 bare children obviously did not meet the standards for forced immigration. Yes, everyone has a suitable reason, and the best candidate is me. In the families of the interstellar society, the adult children are basically separated. The eldest and second brothers have their own futures, only they are stuck in a position where they can't get down. Not long after graduation, I can't find a job. What the Interstellar Immigration Bureau likes the most is him who has no stable career or job in the local area. Tender youth workforce. Zhou Jing fell silent for a while. He was originally unhappy that his family hadn't discussed it with him, but after looking around, he didn't know who to be angry with. Tear apart the parents and convince one of them to go? Turtle, this is too filial. Besides, my father also has a business and connections in the local area. If he is willing to go, he will not allow himself to be placed on the compulsory immigration quota. Then the whole family immigrated together and lived on another planet? It is also unlikely. Everyone has already expressed their position, and they are not willing to give up the future of this planet, and it is impossible to accompany them to leave. So, it seems that he can only take up this position and sacrifice for the family? Zhou Jing suddenly remembered something, and immediately gave birth to expectations, and hurriedly asked his father. By the way, you are a public official and have special treatment. Can you submit an application to the Interstellar Immigration Bureau to cancel our family's compulsory immigration quota? Although there are many children in the family, they are not the common mealworm family in the interstellar society. Father Zhou Weian has a job and is a small grassroots cadre in the Chidu Republic. With little power, but he is an official staff member. According to the regulations on forced immigration, if the family is selected for forced immigration, a person serving in the government of a member state of the Interstellar United Community can submit an exemption application to the Interstellar Immigration Bureau. As long as certain conditions and standards are met, the quota of compulsory immigration can be exempted legally. In Zhou Jing's opinion, the best result is to directly waive the quota, so that no one has to leave. And only Zhou Weian has such a right in the family. However, upon hearing these words, Zhou Weian's expression changed, and he scolded. Nonsense, as a public official, I have to take the lead in answering the call. How can I contradict the immigration policy? But this is your legal right, why not if you can use it? Maybe it will be successful if you try it, then I don't have to immigrate to leave. Zhou Jing's tone was a little anxious, it was related to his future life, he couldn't ignore it. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Weian interrupted him and frowned. It's only theoretically that the immigration quota can be exempted. I won't say that you also understand that whether the application is passed depends not only on the actual family situation, but also on the job level. Those who are eligible to pass the exemption application will not be drawn, but being able to draw for forced immigration means basically failing to pass the audit. Do you understand the situation here? Zhou Jing understood this truth, but he did not want to give up, so he said, "But even if the probability is low, give it a try." Enough! Zhou Weian slammed the table and shouted in a deep voice, "Young third, you've always been very sensible, so I'll tell you straight. Recently my department is going to change, and I was brushed off the first 2 times. My resume is finally enough, and I have a good chance to take a step forward. At this time, my family won the lottery, but I did not take the lead in responding to the immigration policy. What do my leaders and colleagues think of me? I have waited for many years and cannot take risks at this time. Zhou Jing's expression suddenly froze, looking at his father, as if he knew each other for the first time. The interstellar Commonwealth government needs interstellar expansion, so responding to immigration policy has long been politically correct. If there are immigrant members in a family, in addition to the official immigration welfare subsidies, there are many unwritten rules to support, and some potential care and compensation will be given to those who have interstellar immigrants in the family, especially public officials. It's no longer a secret. And try to shirk the responsibility of forced immigration. Although he will not be targeted, some good things will not take him into account. This thing varies from person to person. He understood Zhou Weian was worried about affecting his career, and would rather sit back and watch him be forcibly immigrated than try to exercise his legal rights to protect his family. If he immigrated by himself, then his father's promotion would not only be a chance, it might become a certainty. Zhou Jing understood his father's subtext, and an indescribable loss welled up in his heart. Maybe Zhou Weian didn't think it was bad luck, but thought it was a blessing from heaven. There are 6 children in the family, and one of the children's long-distance travel has been exchanged for years of career advancement, and in the name of official policies, he can convince himself that he can accept the gift. So obviously he could submit an application and try not to separate his family, but Zhou Weian was reluctant to do so. This is the real reason. The two looked at each other, the air seemed to freeze, and they fell into a tense silence. The mother next to opened her mouth several times, but she didn't know how to interrupt. Seemed to sense the rigidity of the atmosphere, and the 3 brothers and sisters' tumultuous energy gradually stopped, and their curious eyes turned back and forth on Zhou Jing and his father Zhou Weian. The 5-year-old brother had cake cream on his lips, widened his eyes, looked at Zhou Jing ignorantly, and asked, "Third brother, did Dad make you unhappy? Eat your cake. I bought it with your pocket money. If you don't eat it, I'll eat it. Wow, dreaming. I won't give you a piece." The younger brother hurriedly buried his face in the cake. Zhou Jing twisted the back of little brother Pan's head and forced a smile. The younger brothers and sisters were still at an ignorant age and did not understand what happened. Zhou Jing did not intend to explain it. It was enough for adults like them to worry about this kind of thing. Zhou Weian coughed and broke the silence. This is a compulsory policy. Even if you don't want to go, the official people will take coercive measures. Besides, it's not a bad thing for young people to go out and try, so don't resist. Think about it, you haven't found a job now. As long as you go immigrants, the government's welfare will directly assign you a job, and save you the trouble of applying for higher education institutions. Isn't it good? You don't have to worry about your livelihood in this life. Zhou Jing was silent for a while, then whispered, "I know that immigration benefits are good, but I still want to stay. But it's not up to you to decide. You have to immigrate, and you can only immigrate. I'm not discussing it with you." Zhou Weian banged on the table, his tone a little irritable. "Aren't you a little guilty?" Zhou Jing couldn't help asking. Zhou Weian's voice became louder. "Joke, what am I sorry for? I raised you so much, yet I owe you. Who will go if you don't go? The boss and the second have a stable future. Go, or let me go." "Oh, you mean to force me to submit a waiver application to the immigration office, asking me not to care about my career, to give up the promotion that I have been waiting for so many years? Don't be too selfish." Zhou Jing silently looked at his father. "I don't know whether to feel sorry for myself or for the other person." Mother Zhao Jing hurriedly rounded up the situation. "It's alright, all your dad's words are angry words." Zhou Jing turned his head and looked over. "Then what do you think?" Ugh. Zhao Jing twisted her fingers together entangled, Third, if you want to open up, at least one of your dad's words is right. It's not that we want you to immigrate, it's the official policy. And mother, I know that you are the most caring family, and now is the time when the family needs you, so. Yeah, the family needs your contribution, brother, you should do him a favor. The second brother couldn't wait to interrupt. His expression was a little awkward, and his tone was awkward. Also, you promised to immigrate. Maybe the list of scholarships for higher education institutions has my name. I'm back in my room. Zhou Jing suddenly stood up, strode back to his room, and slammed the door. The family members at the dining table looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. After a while of silence, they communicated in a low voice. The third child will agree, right? I don't want to be dragged to immigrate, and my bursary has not been settled yet. Can you speak? So straightforward, it's easy for the third child to misunderstand. But he is the most suitable, help me, what's wrong? The third child has always been very family friendly, he just can't accept this shock temporarily, give him a little time and he will agree. In the deliberately low voice of conversation, the narcissus on the table shook gently, and a piece of withered yellow petals fell. Chapter 2 Astral Shuttle. In the room. Zhou Jing threw himself on the bed with a thud, turned his back to the sky, and stared at the ceiling in a trance. Originally, his plan for his future life was like this: to obtain a degree from an institution of higher learning. It would be easier to find a job, and the job did not require a high salary, as long as he stayed in the local area, preferably closer to home. Because the eldest brother and the second brother separated and went their separate ways, they all went out to live and rarely came back. The parents in the family are getting older, and the remaining 3 younger siblings are all minors. The oldest is only 10 years old and needs to be taken care of. Always have to leave an adult child to stay at home, and the 2 older brothers are unwilling to delay the future, so they have to take over the burden themselves. Zhou Jing's plan after graduation is to work nearby to take care of his family. As for his career and future, he can take it slowly. He can wait until his younger brother and sister are adults. He doesn't have such a great professionalism. He feels that he is still young and can afford to wait. Only. The sudden forced immigration disrupted his life plan. He has nothing to say about the official policy, but the attitude of the family is really heartwarming. In the interstellar era, due to various factors, the concept of family has gradually weakened, but even if the relationship between the family members is somewhat indifferent, Zhou Jing has always been careful to maintain it, feeling that it is family no matter what. It's just that he cherishes his family. The family doesn't seem to cherish him very much. Rather than retaining it, the father and brother seem to want an extra interstellar immigrant in the family to bring them career benefits. Or, everyone resists the mandatory immigration quota, so they can't wait to push him. Sacrificing one of me to benefit the whole family? Zhou Jing stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, then turned his head and looked around the room. The edge of the table is missing a corner, and there is a circle of tape on it, which was damaged when I was 9 years old. The curtain rod is missing 2 hooks. They were used as earrings in the 2nd year of middle school, and they were accidentally lost. It was probably 12.5 years old. There are 7 posters around the Super League on the wall. He has been a loyal audience since he was 13 years old. These posters are different star players he likes. And here, and there. Zhou Jing's eyes swept slowly and carefully over every corner of this 12-square-meter room. He has lived in this house for more than 10 years, and there are traces of his life everywhere. Outside the window is the familiar scenery that I have watched for more than 10 years. The setting sun hangs on the horizon, putting a golden coat on the steel forest. The speed-limited hovering car walked leisurely among the high-rise buildings. The signboards on the top floors of the buildings in the distance lit up and began to emit colorful neon lights, as if announcing that night was coming. There are familiar family members and friends, familiar streets and buildings, and I spent my green time here. No matter how far apart the city is, it is under the same blue sky, and the distance between planets is so far away that it seems impossible to touch. Interstellar immigration is a besieged city. Some people want to leave, some people want to stay. Some people want to abandon their past and pursue immigration benefits, while others are unwilling to leave the land where they have lived for a long time, and it is difficult to get together with their relatives and friends. Zhou Jing has never thought about the possibility of leaving since he was a child. He doesn't want to leave yet, but no one can help him, and he can only rely on himself. As long as you are selected for forced immigration, unless there are special circumstances, you must obey official arrangements for immigration. Special circumstances? Zhou Jing muttered to himself, suddenly focusing on the poster of the Super League. He turned over suddenly and sat up, took out his mobile phone, searched for the policy support clauses of power users, glanced at the large and cumbersome policy clauses, and finally stopped on one of them, and read it out softly. Individuals who meet the definition of power person are not within the scope of compulsory recruitment of interstellar immigrants. If the compulsory immigration quota is randomly selected, they can be exempted unconditionally without approval, and immediate family members can enjoy this right. Superpower. If I become a superpower, I can be exempted from forced immigration. Zhou Jing whispered, his eyes slightly brightened. Is there such a possibility? When I wake up tomorrow, I will become a power user? Raise your hands and the sky falls, stomping to the ground. No matter how big the world is, I can go wherever I want? He couldn't help daydreaming for a while, but finally stopped the momentum of his fantasy, slapped himself lightly, and sighed. There are several ways to become a power user: genetic medicine, superpower knowledge, mutation, etc. But these are not accessible to an ordinary person. Genetic medicine is a product strictly controlled by the government. It cannot be found on the shelves, and online shopping is not supported. Ordinary people have no way to buy it. The dissemination of superpower knowledge is also strictly controlled, and civilians cannot access it. As for mutation, where can I find an environment or experimental project that allows me to mutate? And can you ensure mutation if you find it? There is a high probability that he will leave this world in a shocking manner in various strange poses. Under the control of the community government that prohibits the illegal spread of superpower knowledge and superpower items, the only way for ordinary people to become superpowers is to awaken. But talent is the biggest barrier between people, almost at the moment of birth, who is destined to have the aptitude of superpowers. I haven't awakened my superpowers for so many years, and it's a bit unrealistic to expect to wake up suddenly now. Putting hope on such a low probability thing is different from hoping that toilet paper will fall from the sky when there is no paper in the toilet. Do it yourself a little more confident. Superpower. Zhou Jing stared at the poster of the Super League with complicated eyes. When he was a child, like many children, he also fantasized about becoming a superpower, but as he got older, he gradually lost his extravagant hopes and accepted the reality that he may only be an ordinary person in this life. If you say that you have any advantages, maybe your self-awareness is sober enough. He knows that he has no extraordinary intelligence, no outstanding family background, and no amazing perseverance. Although he looks good, he is not to the point where God is rushing to feed him. All in all, he is a mediocre person. In the future, I will probably do a job that I don't like or hate, and live a routine life day after day. Like countless ordinary people, I will act as a part of the society's operation. The biggest credit is to give birth to offspring. Civilization's cause of interstellar expansion contributes to the population. Occasionally live leisurely, take a look at the superpowers in the Super League, and witness the colorful lives of these superhumans with longing. But no matter how much I yearn, it is not a world that belongs to him after all. Oh, let's think of another way. Zhou Jing rubbed his temples, sighed, and crossed out the plan of becoming a superpower from his mind. Although he was heartbroken by the attitude of his family, he tried his best not to think about it, knowing that it would not help the current situation. He forced himself to cheer up and find a way to solve the predicament of forced immigration by himself. But one method emerged, and one by one was rejected by him. If forced immigration was so easy to get rid of, it would not bring the word forced. The determination of the interstellar united community to ensure that there is a sufficient immigrant population for interstellar expansion is very firm. The more he racked his brains to find a solution, the more Zhou Jing felt that there was nothing he could do, and the future that suddenly lost his mind made people confused. Before you know it, the sunset falls and the night hangs in the air. The door was never knocked. He was lying on the bed tossing and turning, thinking about where he was going. I don't know when sleepiness surfaced quietly, his eyelids gradually darkened, and his thoughts sank into a half-dream and half-awake chaos. Time seems to be stretched into filaments, and various hazy emotions flashed like a marquee. The nostalgic childhood, the future derailed, the long-buried fantasy, the doomed mediocre life, the reality that is difficult to escape. All this ups and downs in my mind, turning into inexplicable dreams, like the scale of time has become a picture scroll, the past and the future are spread out in front of my eyes, as if standing in a higher dimension, silently overlooking own mediocre life. And in this daze, half dream and half awake. Thunder suddenly exploded in my mind. Boom! Electrical tremors traveled through every nerve, Zhou Jing's body shivered violently, and the drowsiness dissipated instantly. He subconsciously opened his eyes. At this moment, the world has changed. The room in front of you is no longer a familiar room. Instead, there is a universe full of stars, surrounded by slowly rotating bright nebulae. The stars surround each other. You feel like you are in the middle of the galaxy. What is the situation? I have a problem with my sleeping position? Zhou Jing's head was buzzing, and his face was full of question marks. Suddenly, strands of starlight condensed in front of him, turning into a huge fluorescent panel with waterfall-like subtitles painted on it. Just then, a lot of information flooded into my mind. Detected the disturbance of the star world, the coordinates are being calibrated. Found a new star world, and is checking the gravitational strength and intersection. The detection is completed, the current status can be placed. Creating the astral link port, connecting the astral time stream. Connected. The astral plane file has been entered, the number of currently recorded planes, 1. Currently connectable plane, unnamed, number 001. Map overview mode is loading done. Creating a new astral apostle. Template generation. Current template trait file. Name, Will Wood, subject to change. Racial appearance, Terran, can be changed. Identity, none. Personality, suspicious, cautious. Style, conservative. Stance, lawful, moral. Pursuit, strength, honor. Sync difficulty rating, easy. Life goals, become a hunter of alien beasts, become a warrior of alien blood, edit an encyclopedia of alien beasts. Apostle constant standard, 0/80, click to view detailed explanation. Current template ability file. Attributes, physical 3, tier 1, resistance 5, tier 1, perception 7, tier 1, spirit 4, tier 1, energy 0, tier 0. Qualifications, survival dash, green, physical fitness dash, light green, writing dash, white, spear dash, white, expand the detailed list. Talent, agility, slightly improved perception. Free allocation points, 4. Extraordinary power system, empty slot, X1. Skill, none. Accessibility, unlocked. Rarity rating, mediocre. Full template free reset times, 0. Number of free resets for specified parameters, 2. Whether to adjust the current astral apostle template? Weather. Chapter 3 Pinch People. What is this stuff? The huge fluorescent panel was quietly suspended in front of him. Zhou Jing's attention was attracted, and his face was full of surprise. The panel is light blue as a whole, and seems to have fine lines like electronic circuits, but it is invisible when you look closely. Zhou Jing suddenly had a strong sense of sight. This thing, how is it so similar to the game panel of various immersive virtual games on the market? Did I accidentally play a virtual game? But I don't wear a gaming headset when I sleep, and it doesn't feel like entering a virtual game. I'm not really dreaming, am I? Zhou Jing stared at the fluorescent panel in front of him with a question mark on his forehead. At this moment, a large amount of information suddenly poured out of his mind, which almost made his thinking stagnate. It took about 10 minutes of digestion before Zhou Jing finished sorting out the content of this wave of information, and only then did he know the current situation and what was the use of the panel in front of him. This thing has the ability to travel between planes? Zhou Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, only to be sure that he seemed to have encountered some unimaginable situation. This panel seems to allow him to enter different planes. To be precise, in the received information, the plane is called astral world. It is not the entry of the body, but the need to create different astral apostles, project them in with consciousness, and use the astral apostle as his body and carrier to walk in the plane. The astral apostle is an independent body, not related to the main body, and even death has no effect on the main body. If an astral apostle dies, the panel will generate a new astral apostle template, but with an indeterminate cooldown. And when the astral apostle walks on the plane, 2 special resources will be collected, which are displayed in the upper right corner of the panel. Astral Point 0. Interpretation: when the astral apostle performs various activities in the astral world, it will automatically absorb the free plane energy, and after special treatment, it will be converted into usable astral point resources. Information Particle 0. Interpretation: this resource will be generated when the behavior of the astral apostle in the current astral world causes a certain degree of influence effect, including but not limited to completing template life goals, achieving specific achievements, having a certain impact on the current world evolution, etc. These 2 resources have many functions. From the information he received, he understood that astral points are like universal currency, and most functions consume astral points. And the information state particles are more rare special currency, which are only consumed by some special functions. The template of the astral apostle is divided into 2 sections, trait file and ability file. The former is the personality of this template. When you use the astral apostle to walk on another plane, the more your behavior is in line with the characteristics of this template, the more the synchronization rate of the carrier can be improved, and it seems that it can increase the efficiency of its own acquisition of astral points and information state particles. The ability file reflects the attributes and abilities of this astral apostle. Because it is not related to the ontology, the ability of the astral apostle belongs to the carrier itself, and will not be given to the ontology. Only knowledge and memory are not restricted. Only the astral apostles who complete the clearance will undergo a qualitative change, so that the training results of the astral apostles can be selectively transformed into the body. Clearance is Zhou Jing's own understanding. On the template at this time, it is displayed as Apostle Constant Standard 0/80, and this value corresponds to the information state particle. Means that this astral apostle needs to collect 80 points of information state particles in order to be constant, and only then can the ability be transferred to the main body, and then it can be considered clearance. Complete the template life goal of an astral apostle, which can collect a large number of information state particles, and is also the most important way to clear. If the normal astral apostle burps, it needs to generate the next new template. And the astral apostle who cleared the customs is farting, and the state and accumulation before death are completely preserved, and this body can still be used to continue to enter the astral world. This is the use of constancy. So, if the astral apostle gains extraordinary power in some way, and then completes the level, I can inherit the power of the astral apostle myself? Zhou Jing probably understood the function of the panel, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart was pounding. How would you encounter such a thing yourself? Which way is this fairy appearing? Isn't this a dream to be a chance to become a power user? He has seen many strange abilities in Super League programs, such as fire breathing, water spitting, snake playing. But he has never heard of anyone who has the ability to travel between planes. So Zhou Jing was not sure whether this astral shuttle panel was his own awakening ability or some other unknown extraordinary phenomenon. But no matter what the origin or cause of this panel itself, it seems to be an opportunity for oneself to choose another life. Even if the water is deep, hold on to it. He was full of numbers in his heart, and he didn't think that a mighty force that could allow people to travel between planes would be a conspiracy against him as an ordinary person. Even plane travel can be done. If you want to be detrimental to him, I am afraid you don't need to do this. Big circle. In such a situation, it seems pointless to worry too much. Zhou Jing took a deep breath. At this moment, he seemed to see his life like a one-way line, and suddenly there was a fork in the road, leading to a mysterious and unknown direction. The power user you want to become, the forced immigration you want to get rid of. The road is in it. There may be risks, but Zhou Jing can clearly understand that no matter what the situation of this plane shuttle panel is, it is a hard-won opportunity to change his life. Anyway, you have to try it first. Zhou Jing made up his mind, explored the control method of the panel, found that it was controlled by consciousness, and immediately selected yes on the panel. The next moment, the panel interface changes. The trait file and ability file of the Star Sea Apostle are listed on both sides, and most of the parameters are displayed with adjustable. In the middle of the two files, there is a projection of a three-dimensional mannequin, which is the physical appearance of the Shanghai Apostle. It looks like a tall man with deep eye sockets and a high nose. Although the race column shows Terra, which is not a race he knows, there is not much difference in appearance from human beings in interstellar society. The parameters such as height and weight are also marked next to the projection, which are displayed as adjustable. It's really like the pinch interface of a virtual game. Zhou Jing's eyes lit up, and he was a little ready to move. According to his habit of playing games in the past, he felt uncomfortable when he was not looking like an ancient god. But now you can't make a fool of yourself, control it. He settled down, groped for a while, and found that only the name and appearance could be changed arbitrarily, while other parameters all displayed the same prompt. Currently there are not enough astral points to adjust the template parameters. Zhou Jing saw this, combined with the information he received, and thought about it. It seems that most of the parameters of the template can be adjusted before Astral Apostle is generated, whether it is personality or ability. Just like pinching people, the operation space is very large, but most of them need to consume astral points. I don't have it now. This point, so basically can't be adjusted. The freedom of pinching people seems to be very high, but because of the lack of astral points, the only pinching operations that can be performed at present are free operations that do not cost money. One is the distribution of free points, and the other is the free reset of templates chance. Template reset opportunities are divided into two types. One is full template reset, which directly overturns all parameters and re-randomizes. The other is to not change the entire template, but only specify the reset of a single parameter. According to the information on the panel, there are a certain number of free reset opportunities when generating Shanghai Apostles. If you want to continue to reset, you will also consume astral points. At this point the panel is displayed. This time there are only two free resets of the specified parameters. It seems that the extraordinary power system cannot be reset. Zhou Jing thought about it and planned to focus on experimentation, once for attributes and once for aptitude. The current template properties are being reset. The reset is complete. The changes are as follows. Physical 3-5, Resistance 5-4, Perception 7-8, Spirit 4-5, Energy 0-0. The current template qualification is being reset. The reset is completed. The changes are as follows. Physical, light green, green, survival, green, light green. The rest of the results remain unchanged. The 5 attributes of physical fitness, resistance, perception, spirit, and energy show the basic qualities of a person in all aspects, and these 5 attributes are general in nature, and there are also subdivisions in them. For example, physical attributes represent physical fitness and strength, agility, endurance, coordination, flexibility, etc. are all included. The same physical attributes may be good at different directions. Qualification represents the learning speed, bottleneck degree, innovation ability of this astral apostle carrier in a skill, and determines the level limit that can be achieved in this field. In the template, the qualifications are judged by color, from low to high. They are gray, white, green, blue, purple, etc. In the same color grade, there are also distinctions between shades. Generally, the darker the color, the better the qualifications. For example, green is a small grade higher than light green. Only free points are left unallocated. Zhou Jing looked over. Free points can be allocated to attributes, and can also be used to improve the effect of aptitude and talent. After thinking about it, he simply threw all 4 free points into his physical fitness. I don't know the specific situation of the astral shuttle. The benefits of focusing on adding an attribute should be higher. Physical fitness has the widest application range. In most routine situations, the body is the biggest capital. Complete distribution of free points. Physical 5-9. 9 points of physical fitness. I don't know what the specific level is, and I don't have a reference, but according to the initial strength of other attributes, the value is almost doubled, and the real level represented should not be too bad. That's almost it, there shouldn't be much to do. Zhou Jing thought about it and didn't plan to change the template default name of Woolwood, and finally fine-tuned the appearance of this astral apostle. He deliberately added a tiny bird-shaped tattoo on the inside of his forearm, which ended the pinching. Astral apostle template adjustment is over. Enter the pre-launch stage. Currently placed in the astral world, untitled, number 001. Astral time velocity difference, 4.2131.7. The shuttle timing, 6 hours on the body, default. Map overview mode enabled. Tips: the map overview mode only includes known areas, including but not limited to areas explored by the astral apostles personally, related maps that have been read, etc. The unlisted areas cannot be displayed. As the information is refreshed, the pinching interface shrinks and disappears, and it is replaced by a black interface where nothing can be seen. This is the current map overview of the astral world. I haven't explored this astral world, so the whole map is black? Zhou Jing understood. The panel does not pause, and new information emerges. Please select the delivery mode, random area delivery, or specified area delivery. Hint: there is no known area in the current star world, only random area delivery is open. Do you want to start serving? At this point, it's the official shuttle. Seeing the last line of information, Zhou Jing took a deep breath, feeling a little nervous and looking forward to it. It's not clear what the situation is, it's a real illusion. Although I have just received the basic capabilities of the panel, many of the information is only half understood and can only be understood by personal experience. Now is the time to experiment with specific effects. Yes. Scoff. Is like a thunderous explosion. In the next instant, the bottom of this starry space suddenly cracked, turning into a brilliant crack. It's like the starry sky opened its mouth, and there is an unparalleled suction. Zhou Jing didn't have time to react. He lost weight in an instant, fell into this crack, rolled, and fell in the air, as if he had been thrown into a front-load washing machine, and he was dizzy. The fissures are filled with colorful colors, but under the effect of the terrifying falling speed, all the colors are pulled into streaks of light in the field of vision, which seems to be transformed into a colorful streamer channel. Down, it seems like it's falling endlessly. In the swirling field of vision, he could hardly see the scene at the bottom of the fissure. It was a dark green forest overlooked from a high altitude. As it continued to fall, the scene quickly became larger in sight. Chapter 4 First Entry. Chapter 4 Getting Started. At dawn, the cold morning wind swept through the forest, and the air seemed to see floating light blue cold fog, and the thick and dense canopies of the black-shirred trees rubbed the sound of rustling, as if the forest was slowly waking up. In the seldom-traveled forest, a piece of rotten wood that had been dead for an unknown period of time lay across the thick humus and was almost hollowed out. In the silence, a faint light spot appeared out of thin air and landed on this rotten tree. The rotten wood suddenly and silently turned into fly ash, but the dust did not drift away with the wind, but converged toward the spot of light, gradually transforming into a human shape. At first, it was just a human-shaped outline composed of a mass of ash, but soon, the ash became solid and gradually turned into the color of the skin. The facial features and hair quickly emerged, and finally turned into a man with deep eye sockets and a high-nose bridge. There is also a bird-shaped tattoo on his arm, and he is dressed like a homeless in rough cloth clothes. Zhou Jing was in a trance. His consciousness had already descended on this body. He staggered suddenly, and almost lost his balance. He quickly supported the tree next to him and swallowed quietly, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Is this material reorganization? Zhou Jing's consciousness remained awake all the time. On the way, he saw the whole process of the formation of the astral apostle, as if he had decomposed a piece of dead wood and turned into a human body. Glanced at the bird-shaped tattoo on his arm, Zhou Jing's expression changed, and he suddenly bit the inner wall of his mouth with a ruthless pain. It seems to be still flesh and blood, not a wooden man. Zhou Jing smacked his lips, his mouth full of blood. Matter reorganization stuff, well, he didn't get it, but he was shocked. It seems that this body is the astral apostle I created, the carrier used to walk in this world. Suppressed the surprise in his heart, Zhou Jing took a deep breath, and the cold air was immediately poured into his lungs, and all the senses were very fresh. Controlling the body of the astral apostle, there is no stagnation, and it is no different from his own body. It can't be said that there is no difference. This Star Sea apostle's senses are sharper, and he feels an unprecedented sense of power, as if his whole body is full of energy. This should be an agility talent, and the effect of 9 points of physical strength. Really strong. Zhou Jing's hands and feet are not only free of stagnation, but he can even feel and mobilize some muscles that he has not exercised on his body. He twitched the chest muscles he had never had before, and quickly remembered the panel, trying to call it in his consciousness. The panel emerges, constantly in a certain area of the line of sight, as if engraved on the retina. He turned his head, and the translucent panel followed. Even if it came into contact with the trees, it would pass through, as if it were a virtual projection. It's a bit like augmented reality, so people shouldn't be able to see it. Zhou Jing blinked and tried to operate it, so that the panel disappeared from the retina and only appeared in his mind. It feels better this way, lest people watch me operate against the air. Zhou Jing breathed a sigh of relief. After came to the astral apostle, he found that the panel interface had changed. The previous pinching interface, delivery interface, and map interface could not be opened. At this time, only all the information of the Star Sea Apostle Woolwood was displayed. Compared with the original file, there are 2 new items. Estimated length of stay, 5-7 days. Current sync rate, 10%. Does the sync rate start at 10%, not 0? Zhou Jing took another look at the trait profile of Woolwood. The personality is suspicious and cautious, the style is conservative, the position is lawful, moral, and the pursuit of power and honor. As long as your behavior conforms to these characteristics, try to act as this Woolwood, you can improve the synchronization rate. It seems that I have to use these traits as my code of conduct for the time being. Although I am not exactly this kind of character, but acting as another character and seeing things in a different way, it feels quite special. I am just not sure if I can do it. Zhou Jing carefully observed the surrounding environment. Each of the nearby trees is a dozen or 20 meters tall, quite tall, and with luxuriant branches and leaves. Only weak sunlight can penetrate, making the forest a little dark. The grass is full of grass on the ground, and the terrain is relatively gentle, so it should not be a continuous hilly area. The line of sight stretched out, except for the woods, I couldn't tell the direction. Zhou Jing suddenly found a big problem. Where is I? He didn't know where he was, and he didn't know which way to go. The panel showed that he would stay for 5 to 7 days. Who knew if he would be able to get out of this forest? No, it was not certain whether he could survive in the woods. The physical senses of the astral apostle are exactly the same as the main body. They also need to eat and rest, and consider the problem of survival. A gust of cold wind blew past, freezing to the bone. Zhou Jing shivered slightly. According to the current situation, death of cold defeated death of starvation and death of thirst with an overwhelming advantage, and it is not bad to be the most likely way to die at present. The most important thing is to find the traces first. It is said that the race of this astral apostle is displayed as a Terran, which should mean that there are living people in this world. The problem is that I don't understand the language here, how to communicate with each other. Zhou Jing was pondering, and suddenly noticed that a light spot was flickering in the lower right corner of the panel. He focused his consciousness there, and suddenly several messages popped up from the lower right corner. Trigger achievement, first time shuttle. Get 300 astral points. Trigger achievement, first time here. Get 100 astral points. Auxiliary tools, quick language analysis, skill addition, X1. Auxiliary tools language quick analysis, skill addition. Function, parse a language quickly. How to use, when you learn a language from a book, or when you communicate with an object, you can consume this tool to quickly parse the relevant language, perform language conversion in daily use, and generate skills. Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. He learned from the panel information that when the astral apostle walks on the plane, certain actions may trigger achievements and gain benefits. Most of the time, it is the astral point, and occasionally he will get different types of achievement rewards. The completion conditions of these two achievements, first time shuttle, is the first time to travel between planes, which is a unique achievement. The definition of the entry for a new arrival is a repeatable achievement that will be triggered every time you enter a new star realm. Achievement types are divided into uniqueness and repetition. The panel can open the achievement list to query the completion conditions of many achievements, and complete them in a targeted manner. At the same time, there are also some hidden achievements, which cannot be directly inquired about the completion method. Only when the requirements are unexpectedly met, the trigger will be prompted. And the different types of achievement rewards outside the astral point cannot take effect immediately, but are stored in the achievement warehouse, waiting to be used. It seems that the panel does not directly solve all communication problems. Fortunately, there is this achievement reward. By the way, this achievement says that each new plane can be triggered once. Should it be the benefit of solving communication problems in each new world? Zhou Jing secretly speculated. He was worried just now that if he didn't speak the language, others would be able to understand his fancy sign language, but now he is relieved. I am unfamiliar with my life and have no information on the current astral world. It is the top priority to find someone to communicate with and understand the situation. Zhou Jing calmed down, picked on the ground, found a dead stick that weighed his hand as a crutch, chose a direction, and moved forward cautiously. He has no experience in the wild, so he has no idea, so he can only believe in himself and a little luck. Fortunately, this body has 9 physical attributes, it is very strong, and it has abundant physical strength. If it encounters danger, it also has a stronger ability to deal with it. I am an ordinary interstellar society civilian, and I was suddenly pulled to the field for survival. Although the death of the astral apostle will not affect the main body, but to be on the safe side, it is better to keep yourself alive as much as possible before returning. Zhou Jing rubbed his arms vigorously, as if he could rub off the biting cold. After walking on and off for about 3 or 4 hours, the temperature in the forest gradually warmed up, not as cold as it was at dawn. When Zhou Jing was walking in the woods for a long time, his nose was red from the cold, and he kept breathing white mist. Fortunately, I have a set of underwear, otherwise I'd be frozen. The style of the clothes I carry with me is very simple, only a single shirt and a single trousers. The fabric is very rough. After a long journey, the shoulders and neck are rubbed with red marks, itchy and prickly, and then the cold wind blows. It feels really good, extremely sour. He lives in the interstellar era. Although he is not pampered, the living materials he uses are all modern industrial products, and he has no experience of surviving in the wild wearing a single coat, and he has never suffered this crime. Zhou Jing gritted his teeth and endured it, trying not to think about modern comforts and trying to adapt. He was mentally prepared before entering, and now retreating is not a consideration at all. Come here, just do it. Stop and go all the way. Zhou Jing tried to identify the traces in the wild and look for the traces of people. He has never learned field reconnaissance, so he can only judge by his senses, but it seems that the talent of agility is playing a role, and occasionally he can notice some unnoticeable traces. It's just that these discoveries made him nervous. On some trees, old paw prints were found. Obviously, there are unknown beasts in this forest, and his situation is even more dangerous. But what surprised him was that the physical quality of this body was better than he expected. After walking for 3 or 4 hours, he was only slightly tired and still maintained sufficient physical strength. And after staying in the cold environment for so long, the body joints are slightly stiff, which is already very resistant to freezing. Turning around a big tree, Zhou Jing suddenly stopped, his eyes locked on the ground not far away, and there were a few human footprints extending all the way. I finally saw the human footprints. Zhou Jing was overjoyed at first, but quickly calmed down. The owner of these series of footprints, I don't know whether it is good or bad. It's just that only humans can communicate in the wild forest, and you need to contact as appropriate, otherwise you will not know anything without information, and it will be difficult to get out of the forest. Zhou Jing experienced this for the first time, but after weighing the pros and cons on the road, he encountered either beasts or people in the forest, and the latter was better than the former. He raised his guard secretly, and followed the footprints, carefully groping forward. The spirit is highly tense. Pay attention to the surrounding wind and grass, and be ready to deal with possible accidents at any time. After walking for about half an hour, suddenly a sharp sound of breaking wind sounded. Zhou Jing reacted quickly, and quickly ducked behind the nearest tree. Da! An arrow stuck on the ground a few steps ahead. At the same time, a man's roar suddenly sounded in the forest ahead. %*%#%. Unsurprisingly, I didn't understand. Zhou Jing clenched the dead branches in his hands and looked from behind the tree to follow the sound. In the forest ahead, 5 figures emerged from behind the tree, all holding bows and arrows, aiming at the tree where he was hiding. These people are different in height, short, fat and thin, but their clothes are almost the same. Their heads are shawls and hoods, they are dressed in thick cloth, and they are covered with simple leather armor. At the waist, with hunting knives and daggers, and long boots on his feet, he looked either a ranger or a hunter. This dress style and weapon. Medieval period? Or is the world at a similar stage of development? Zhou Jing's heart moved. From the clothing styles of these people, he thought of a certain historical stage of the Mother Star era recorded in the history books, but the surface was calm. At the same time, the panel flashes once and a new message pops up. When an unknown language is discovered, do you need to consume 50 astral points to activate Auxiliary Tools Language Quick Analysis, Temporary Version? Auxiliary Tool Language Quick Analysis, Temporary Version. When someone communicates with you in this language, you will understand the meaning of the other party's expression. The meaning you want to express will be automatically converted into that language when you export it. Note, but it does not mean that the language has been mastered. Hint, only applicable to one language. When encountering a new unknown language, you need to activate the temporary auxiliary tool again. Each time consumes 50 astral points, and so on. Hint, temporary assistance cannot form skills and cannot be inherited. After switching astral apostles, it needs to be activated repeatedly. If you don't have the skill version to parse the language, you can only spend points to activate the temporary communication function. Repeating it would be a waste. There's no need for that. Use the previous achievement rewards first. Zhou Jing was enlightened. He did not hesitate, opened the achievement warehouse in the panel in his mind, and used up the previous special achievement reward. Discover unknown languages, use auxiliary tools language quick analysis, skill edition. You get the skill, Terra Empire, Northern Dialect. Current mastery level, LV2-, proficient. The name of this skill can be customized. Do you want to change it? No. Zhou Jing refused in his mind. At this time, the 5 hunters saw that Zhou Jing did not answer. Among them, the burly hunter who seemed to be the leader asked again, but this time they could understand. Who are you? Zhou Jing did not feel any language knowledge emerging in his mind, so he dared to speak, and found that he almost instinctively spoke a language he had never learned, fluently and naturally. I'm just a lost person. Be lost? The burly hunter frowned and shouted, "Come out from behind the tree." Zhou Jing opened his hands to signal that he had no weapons, walked out from behind the tree, and stood still a meter away. The burly hunter looked up and down Zhou Jing carefully. Seeing that he was dressed like a homeless man, he couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you here? What are you doing?" "I got lost in the forest. I finally saw the footprints, so I followed the footprints." "Who are you?" Zhou Jing tried carefully. When he was on his way before, he had guessed several possibilities of encounters, and thought about how others would question him. "I don't know anything about the world. I'm sure I can't make up a calendar, and it's easy to tell nonsense, so I just say I'm lost and try to ask for help." Hearing this, a tall and thin hunter next to him said in a vigilant tone, "If you have no problem with your eyes, you should see that we are hunters." Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes, and without waiting for the other party to continue his questioning, he quickly took over the conversation and slowed down his tone. "I'm just confirming. Dear hunters, I'm lost in this forest. I hope to find someone to take me away. Can you be kind and take me with you? We're not interested. You'd better leave immediately." The tall and thin hunter said nothing. Zhou Jing gritted his teeth, but instead of retreating, he advanced and took another step forward. "Look at me. I'm so thinly dressed, I don't have anything to eat or drink. I have no other choice but to seek your help. Everyone has times when they are in trouble, so we finally meet in the wild, support each other, and be kind. There will be good rewards." On the way, he made up his mind that if others did not attack at all disagreements and showed room for negotiation, then he would follow others. There is no way to do this. After finally catching a group of people who can communicate, I can't let them escape. In the main world, Zhou Jing felt that he couldn't do such a thing. He was a little socially apprehensive and rarely met strangers on his own initiative. But in the current situation, it seems that thin skin cannot be tolerated, and he has to make a change. He decided to grit his teeth to overcome the discomfort in his heart and put aside all his face and everything. Speaking of which, he changed his face and came to another world. No one knew him, as if his face suddenly thickened, as if he suddenly lost his burden and psychological burden. Hearing these words, the leading burly hunter hesitated for a moment, put down his bow and arrow, and hesitated. Seeing this, the tall and thin hunter couldn't help reminding his companions, "Hey, this person is too suspicious. Who would run into the black-shirt forest wearing only a single shirt? Let him follow the risk, drive him away." The burly hunter shook his head and said, "I think he may really be in trouble. It will take 2 or 3 days to get out of the forest from here. If we chase him away, then he is almost dead, so we can't help him." The tall and thin hunter looked at the burly hunter, and his tone was a little anxious. "Put away your overflowing kindness. Don't forget that we don't have so much time to spend here." The burly hunter turned to look at the tall and thin hunter. Just as he was about to respond, his expression suddenly changed. "Coming." Suddenly, a dense rustling sound suddenly sounded in the grass not far away, as if a group of creatures were walking through the grass, approaching rapidly. Brush, brush, brush. A dozen black-gray beasts suddenly sprang out from the grass. They landed on all fours and looked like wolf dogs. They were about the height of human knees. They had sparse fur, and their muscles were knotted. The mouth is still dragging sticky saliva, very vicious. Withdraw, lead them to the trap. Several hunters whistled and immediately fled in the other direction, trying to attract the beasts. The burly hunter was about to follow, but when he caught a glimpse of Zhou Jing's figure, he clenched his teeth sharply. The escape route immediately turned a corner, and went straight to Zhou Jing, grabbing his arm. "Follow me." The burly hunter grabbed Zhou Jing's arm and ran away. He didn't forget to take the lost guy with him. If the guy who suddenly popped out was left here, the plan to attract the beast to the trap would fail, and he would also kill the stranger. Although carrying a fuel bottle will slow down his speed and fall to the end of the team, it is difficult for him to die. However, after only running a few steps, the burly hunter realized that something was wrong. Zhou Jing, who was dragged by him to run, actually jumped ahead of him in 2 or 3 steps, running faster than him. Not only that, but this guy also grabbed his arm in turn, and dragged him to the front of the team under the bewildered eyes of several other hunter companions. One ride to the dust, let others eat the exhaust. The scene in his line of sight quickly regressed, and the burly hunter was a little stunned. What happened? Didn't I pull him to run? Why did he suddenly reverse? Zhou Jing walked like flying, and his 9-point physical fitness was fully exerted, like a gallop. He even glanced back and urged, "Don't be stunned, I don't know the way. Where is your trap? Show me the way." The burly hunter subconsciously pointed in a direction, and a burst of force suddenly came from his arm, and was dragged by Zhou Jing and rushed over. He hurriedly staggered to keep up, almost being dragged to the ground, his face full of surprise. This person's body is too strong. Shouldn't he be a different blood warrior like the captain? Chapter 5 Beast Hunter. Chapter 5 Alien Hunter. Go over there. Slow down, slow down. You've run over your head, turn down the dirt in front of you. Zhou Jing dragged the burly hunter and ran at the front of the team, but instead became the leader. The other 4 hunters followed closely, and more than a dozen wolf dog-like beasts were chasing after them. During the rush, the cold wind was blowing like a knife, the center of gravity was constantly fluctuating, but the line of sight remained quite stable. His legs were spinning like flying, striding across the humus, and he could feel the soles of his feet sinking deep into the soil when he stepped on the ground. Every time he stepped on the ground, the muscles of his legs twitched and tightened, pumping amazing strength, providing a strong and stable body to his body. The reverse thrust made him walk through the forest like a gust of wind, rolling up layers of fallen leaves. Running with all his strength, Zhou Jing realized that he was running so fast. Good guy, 9 points of physical strength is so fierce. If you go back to ancient times, this physique will be the embryo of a fierce general. Zhou Jing thought about it while the pig made rapid progress. Just ran into an open woodland with sparse grass, and suddenly there was a sound of bowstrings among the dense tree canopies above. Boom, boom, boom. Between the treetops, a few arrows shot out, and with a few consecutive squeaks, several wolf dog-shaped beasts were thrown to the ground. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud clatter, and at the place where Zhou Jing and the others had just run by, a large rattan net covered by leaves suddenly rose up, grabbed 6 or 7 beasts and hung them in the forest. The beast group disappeared at once, and the remaining few fish that slipped through the net turned their heads and fled. Fight back! Several hunters stopped to shoot arrows, and the burly hunter also broke free from Zhou Jing's hand, took off the longbow on his back, and turned back to shoot. The arrows were continuous, but they were blocked by trees. The 5 people and their companions who were ambushed among the treetops shot arrows, and only 3 were killed. The last remaining beast fled around the tree, constantly using the tree as a shield, and was about to run out of the killing range of the bow and arrow. At this moment, the sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. Hoo hoo! A cold light flashed, and the 2-axe swirled and flew past Zhou Jing, heading straight for the beast, drawing 2 spirals of cold light in his peripheral vision. Flew halfway, the hand axes collided with each other in the air, and the sparks exploded. Clanging sound. The flight trajectories of the 2 axes changed at the same time. The first handle was deeply embedded in another tree trunk, while the second handle ejected an angled trajectory, which happened to bypass the occlusion of the tree trunk and hit the area behind the tree. A miserable animal howl suddenly sounded from behind the tree, and the last beast stumbled out, thumping to the ground, kicking on all fours, with an axe deeply embedded in its neck. Zhou Jing stared. I would recognize it if it were a dart, but can an axe with an unbalanced center of gravity be able to do this? At this time, 4 more hunters jumped down from the treetops, and they were almost the same as the previous 5. As soon as they landed, they took out the daggers from their waists and made up for the beasts all over the ground one by one. Zhou Jing turned his head to look at the place where the hand axe came from, and saw a man walking out from behind the tree. His attire was obviously different from that of the other 9 hunters. This is a tall and strong bald man with a few tiny scars on his face. The lower half of his face is buried in a thick reddish-brown beard. Wearing a dark green animal skin robe, the hem hangs down to the knees. The upper body wears a black animal mane shawl, several ties bind the animal pattern leather shoulder armor on both sides, and the waist is tied with armed leather belts to close the waist. There are 4 loop buckles on the belt, 2 of which are empty at this time, and the rest have a throwing axe, and a metal iron gray armguard is worn on the hand. The most striking thing about is that the bald-headed man is carrying a long-handled single-edged axe. The silver-gray axe face is almost like a door panel. It is very heavy just by looking at it. There seems to be a few lines of inscriptions on the face of the axe. The bald-headed man noticed Zhou Jing's unfamiliar face and looked puzzled. Who is this person? The burly hunter before heard the words, hurried over and explained to the bald man. Captain Baron, he is the lost person we happened to meet in the forest and wants us to take him out of the forest. His name is, what's your name? Will Wood. Zhou Jing blurted out. The default name of the Astral Apostle template should at least conform to the naming format of this world. He figured it out on the way. If someone asks, he will use this name. As soon as the voice fell, the panel moved. Sync rate plus 5%. Current carrier synchronization rate, 15%. Zhou Jing's eyes moved slightly. Using the carrier's name to walk in the world, it turned out to be in line with synchronous behavior. He wrote it down. Balan, the bald man, heard the words, his expression slightly solemn. Wood? Never heard of it. But you have a post-surname, so it seems that you are a blood relative of a certain tribe. What the heck, clan blood relatives? Doesn't everyone have a surname? Zhou Jing was startled for a moment. He lacked understanding of the current world. For fear of being questioned, he hurriedly asked, "Then who are you?" Baron did not hide it, and directly stated their origins. "My name is Baron, the alien hunter of Frostwood Village, and the captain of this hunter team." They are the hunters of the village. Zhou Jing's heart moved. Alien hunter? This is something mentioned in one of the life goals of the current template. At this moment, the burly hunter next to him interjected, with a warm tone. "I'm Griff, you ran too fast just now, I feel like I'm about to fly, your body is awesome, are you a different blood warrior?" "I'm not." Zhou Jing shook his head cautiously, not daring to agree at will. Alien blood warrior. This is also the word mentioned in the template's life goal. Looking at this person's reaction, this may be some kind of extraordinary power or occupation, characterized by a strong body. He secretly analyzed. Griff seemed a little surprised. "Really, I don't believe it. It's not a different blood warrior, then your body is too good, but you don't look too strong." "Okay, I can see that he is indeed not a different blood warrior." Baron interrupts Griff. Then, he turned his head and asked Zhou Jing, "Do you want us to take you out of the forest?" "Ah yes, I'm lost, I have no supplies, I can't survive alone in the forest, I hope to get help from all kind people." Seeing that the other party was good to talk, Zhou Jing repeated his words again. While the 3 of them were talking, the other hunters had already finished making up their swords, and they came up one after another. Hearing Zhou Jing's request, the tall and thin hunter who had expressed his opposition before, shook his head repeatedly. "I still think this person is suspicious, and it is risky to let him follow." I have never heard of the surname Wood, who knows if it is made up, pretending to be a tribal blood relative. Griff retorted, Dean, you're thinking too much. Is he an Earth skeleton, an alien beast? He's a Terran, our compatriot. In this black forest, what can be compared to our compatriots more trustworthy? Tall and thin hunter Dean, we are going to the forest to hunt alien beasts that threaten the village, and bring a person who doesn't know the details. If he messes up at the critical moment of hunting, then we are all in danger. Hearing this, a few hunters nodded in agreement. One careless hunting of alien beasts would lose their lives, so there is nothing wrong with reducing unstable factors. Griff, then let's just him out first, or split 1 or 2 people to take him out of the forest. Did you forget the nearby skeleton man's lair? Going alone, what if you happen to encounter a group of skeleton man looters? And we finally locked the whereabouts of the alien beast halfway through. Give up. What if this alien beast runs out and hurts the villagers? Then you mean to die? Griff akimbo. Dean squinted at Zhou Jing. He's not from the village, we have no duty to protect him. Give him some food and water, and show him a way to leave by himself, that's enough. Live or die, see him own luck. Black Shirt Forest. Earth Skeleton. Zhou Jing listened and couldn't interrupt, pretended to be eager, and secretly wrote down some information revealed in the quarrel between the two. Baron listened for a while, and interrupted the quarrel impatiently. Stop arguing, I'm the captain, I have the final say. The two immediately shut up, obviously Baron is very prestigious. Balong took a careful look at Zhou Jing, scratched his bald head, and did not hesitate, he waved his hand. Then take him with him. He looks so unlucky, and he is probably a victim. Besides, he is just an ordinary person, just pay attention. If he has other thoughts, I can also solve it. I still feel risky. Dean murmured, but didn't continue to object. Baron ignored him, raised his chin towards Zhou Jing, and said solemnly, Whether you are a tribal blood relative or not, we have to hunt alien beasts first, and we don't have time to take you out of the forest, so you have to follow us temporarily. If you affect our actions, then we can only drive you away, accepted Bar? No problem. Zhou Jing nodded immediately, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally got rid of the existential crisis for a while and found someone to communicate with. Next, I need to inquire about the information and find out what is going on in this world. With Balong's order, the hunter team temporarily accepted Zhou Jing's existence. Everyone packed up the traps, recovered arrows and throwing axes, processed the prey, rested in place for a while, and then continued on their way. Zhou Jing took some dried meat and water shared by hunters, and borrowed an animal skin jacket to keep out the cold, which made him feel much more comfortable. He followed the team through the forest, chatting with the hunters from time to time. In the previous communication, Zhou Jing found that Griff was better at speaking, so he took the initiative to approach him to communicate, carefully concealing his lack of common sense in this world, all kinds of sideshots, and inquired about information. Griff has a straightforward temperament, and most of them know everything. From what he said, Zhou Jing gradually had a vague understanding of the current world situation. This world is still in the era of farming and hunting, and the only known main intelligent group is humans. The living environment is harsh, and they face a huge threat: alien beasts. People in the current world divide beasts into beasts and alien beasts. Beasts are ordinary non-intelligent creatures, like the dozen snakes and wolves that the team hunted before, they are pure beasts. Alien beasts are quite different. They generally have a huge body size, and some have special talents. Some can breathe fire, some can discharge electricity. Powerful alien beasts can alone fight against an army of hundreds or thousands of people, which is extremely dangerous. And there are many kinds, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, all-encompassing, and new species appear from time to time. Until today, no one has counted how many kinds of alien beasts there are in the world. Since the barbaric era, human beings have united into tribes to fight against alien beasts in order to survive. However, due to the huge gap in strength, the living space of human beings in various places was once compressed and approached the brink of extinction many times. In this situation, it was not until the appearance of the alien blood warrior that a turning point came. In the long dark history, some people believe that the reason why alien beasts are powerful is because there is power in their flesh. As long as the power of alien beasts is extracted in some way and given to human warriors, they can capture the power of alien beasts. A very original idea, but it doesn't seem strange. After countless attempts, someone finally realized this possibility, extracting the flesh and blood essence of different alien beasts in a special way to form a potion, allowing humans to gain amazing physical strength, enabling individuals to fight against alien beasts. And this kind of medicine is called different blood medicine, which opened the extraordinary door for the human beings in this world. However, there is a risk of death with the use of alien blood medicine. If you can't bear it, your body will slowly collapse even if it is strengthened. Therefore, in order to obtain a powerful force to protect the tribe, the warriors of the tribe regarded it as an honor to risk their lives to take the medicine of alien blood, and the warriors who successfully obtained the enhancement were also called alien blood warriors. These alien blood warriors used the extraordinary power they obtained, combined with their tempered fighting skills, to hunt alien beasts everywhere. The profession of alien beast hunter was born. The ancient glory has been handed down from the barbaric era to the present, giving this profession a special meaning to human beings. Becoming a blood warrior is to be a beast hunter. This has almost become the consensus of everyone. There are more and more alien beast hunters, and they have gradually become the guardians recognized by mankind. Each tribe no longer fears most alien beasts, the living space has expanded, and gradually a stable territory has formed, forming alliances and conflicts with each other. Finally, after a long period of friction, a new chapter in the history of civilization was opened, and the human beings in this world established the first human country, the current Terra Empire. It turned out to be like this. There is only one state power, and it has only been established for about 40 years. It is not long before the tribal era has entered the state era. But because of the accumulation of the long tribal era, the technical level is not too backward, at least it is the Iron Age. Judging from their weapons, the smelting technology is quite mature. Zhou Jing sat by the fire. The light of the fire made his face flicker and darken. He nibbled on the jerky while recalling the information gathered along the way, and built up his understanding of the world in his mind. It really is a new world that he has never heard of, not any period in the history of the main world. He was a little excited. It was night, and the forest was getting darker and darker, and it was almost impossible to reach out, and it was cold. The dense tree canopy covers the top of the head, and it is difficult to look up to observe the astronomical phenomena of this world, but there are also stars and moons. The hunter team hurried for a day, found this slightly flat woodland to build a temporary camp, built a bonfire, and decided to rest here for the night. Everyone basically lay down and rested, except Griff and Dean awake vigil. The camp was quiet, only the occasional crackling of the fire and the rustling of the leaves in the wind. Dean sat in the farthest place, with his back against the big tree, and occasionally glanced at Zhou Jing with distrust and suspicion, while Griff sat not far from Zhou Jing, playing with a dagger. Zhou Jing secretly sorted out the information, thought about it, moved his to sit next to Griff, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know how to be a blood warrior?" He didn't forget the main goal of his astral travel, to acquire superpower and make his own body a power user. There is indeed extraordinary power in the current world, but he has only heard about the path of alien blood warriors. These hunters are not scholars after all, and they know limited things. Then you have to ask Captain Baron. He is the official alien hunter. He has taken the alien blood potion once. We are just ordinary hunters. Griff shrugged. I asked, but he didn't tell me. Zhou Jing shook his head, looked at Baron, who was resting with his eyes closed, and silently called out the basic attributes of Baron that he had previously queried with the panel function. Attribute: Physical 18, Resistance 15, Perception 6, Spirit 5, Energy 0. He discovered this feature on the road. As long as 10 astral points are consumed, he can view the properties of an object, provided that the target interacts with himself, chat, physical contact, etc. But currently, only basic attributes are queried, and items such as talents, qualifications, skills, etc., do not seem to be displayed. A total of 20 astral points were spent on Zhou Road, and the basic attributes of Baron and Griff were inquired to determine the level of his carrier. Griff's physical fitness is 7 points, which is about the level of a healthy average person who has exercised. On the other hand, Baron is completely different. His physical fitness reaches 18 points, which is much higher than his own 9 points. The difference in performance is very large. It's not a real heavy weapon, but a plastic mold. Zhou Jing was also on the road when he saw Baron easily lift a stone plate with one hand and put it on the creek to build a bridge, so that everyone would not get wet shoes, and then he threw the stone aside, with ease. He tried it quietly at the time, but he could hardly move the stone, and he only moved it with all his strength to the milk, feeling that the weight of the stone seemed to be more than half a ton. The strength of his own body is still in the category of normal people, but the real performance of Baron's physical fitness value is a bit extraordinary. As for resistance, it is the comprehensive attribute of various defensive powers, such as physical, energy, element, disease, etc. resistance. Baron's resistance is as high as 15 points. In this regard, Zhou Jing cannot intuitively judge for the time being. By comparing the difference between basic attributes and actual performance, Zhou Jing has a rough estimate of the current power level of the world. Using the classification of the main world, the alien blood warrior should be regarded as a physical enhancement type superpower system. In the main world, there are many ways and systems to strengthen the body, each with its own merits, and the body strengthening type is the most common type of superpower. Although it has a single function, it can't compare to those fancy abilities, secrets, and mechanical equipment in terms of application scope, but it is better than the pure basics. The powerful body brings a high degree of freedom of learning direction, firearms, fighting, driving, etc., with rich skills, not necessarily a reckless man. Zhou Jing has only been in contact with Ba Long, a different blood warrior for the time being. Judging from his years of experience in watching Super Leagues, Ba Long's performance is only a first-level power user. In the 7-level standard for evaluating the power of a power user in the main world, it is only just entering the extraordinary level. But he is not qualified to choose the fat or the thin. It would be good to have the chance to gain extraordinary power. Zhou Jing is still sober in this regard. Besides, according to what the hunters said, the alien blood potion can be strengthened by taking it multiple times. Baron has only been strengthened once, which only represents the lower limit. Perhaps the upper limit of the alien blood warrior system is quite impressive. These hunters don't trust me very much. When they get out of the Blackshirt Forest and arrive at the Frostwood village where they are located, they will find out how to get the alien blood potion. Zhou Jing's eyes reflected a beating fire. Until now, he has no intention to savor his wonderful experience today, and he still can't believe it. Looking at the crackling firewood in these living hunters, Zhou Jingkai seemed to be startled that he was really here. As if he had regained his senses, he left the familiar environment and came to an unknown world, and the main world different planes. Astral shuttle, I don't know what will happen in the future. Zhou Jing's mood was complicated, and it was more of an inexplicable expectation. Swish! At this moment, he suddenly moved his ears, vaguely capturing the unusual movement hidden under the shaking of the leaves. It was like someone deliberately lowered their footsteps and was walking lightly among the leafy woodlands. The sound came from all directions, gradually approaching, and seemed to be surrounded. A sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart. Zhou Jing's face changed, and he slapped Griff. There is movement! Griff and Dean were taken aback and stood up without hesitation. If there are enemies, get up! The two shouted in a low voice and quickly kicked the others to wake up. Everyone woke up with a start, got up in a hurry, picked up their weapons, skillfully leaned against the surrounding trees as cover, and glanced around alertly. However, looking around, there was only the whirring of the wind in the dimly lit forest around, and no enemy was found. What's the situation? Is there really anyone? Who discovered it? The crowd lowered their voices and talked in surprise. Will said that. Dean pointed at Zhou Jing without looking back. Couldn't be a false positive. Everyone couldn't help but think of this. This outsider is not their trusted partner, nor is he an experienced hunter, and his warning is unbelievable. Actually, Dean, who woke everyone up just now, didn't believe it either. But even though he doesn't like Zhou Jing, an outsider of unknown origin, he doesn't take it easy. Even if he thinks it is a false alarm, he still warns everyone. An old hunter like him understands the truth and is careful not to make a big mistake. Of course, the more real reason is. Anyway, he was the night watchman, and it wasn't him who was woken up from a sound sleep. Griff saw that the surrounding woods were silent, so he couldn't help but stab Zhou Jing with his elbow. Aren't you shouting blindly? I feel something approaching, and there are quite a few. Zhou Jing replied in a low voice. The sense of danger still remained in his heart, and he suddenly became enlightened. Sudden sense of crisis. I am afraid that this body's agility talent has taken effect. Just when everyone was suspicious, Dean's expression changed, his surprise flashed, and he suddenly shouted. There is indeed something, come out. Said, he raised the angle and shot an arrow into the forest as a warning. Not long after, the rustling in the forest gradually became clear, and shadowy figures flashed through the forest. The fire radiated from the bonfire roughly illuminated more than a dozen figures, and in the darkness farther away, there seemed to be more people. The dim light of the fire illuminated the appearance of these figures, about 1.6 meters in height, thin and bony, with a slightly hunched body and a hunchback. The cheeks are thin, the skin is gray, and the body is covered with white lines. He only wears a short skirt woven with grass blades to cover his lower body. He holds a broken bone knife and bone spear. Like a ghost in a nightmare, he moves like a ghost in the jungle. Earthbone Man. The expressions of everyone changed, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense and chilling. This is what the hunters mentioned, the branch of the humans in this world, the Earth skeletons? Zhou Jing's heart moved slightly, and he squinted to observe carefully. At this moment, he suddenly felt something stuck in his palm. Zhou Jing looked down and found that Griff had quietly stuffed the dagger into his hand. Take it and protect yourself. Griff winked, clasped the arrow in his hand on the string, and whispered. If there's a fight, I guess you don't want your fists to be the only ones you can use. Thank you Deep Blue Ocean, One Night Achievement, Epsilon Irina, Kanzhang Feiyu, I am a banished immortal, I show you so much, Wushang Zhonglin, Love of Love, Sharu, Vera 0205, Flying Fish the Deity, the leader of the Fat Man Zhaoruru. Chapter 6 Study Acceleration. Chapter 6 Acceleration of Practice. According to these hunters, this forest is called the Black Shirt Forest, and it covers a vast area. Frostwood Village is located on the edge of the Black Shirt Forest, and in the outer forest not far from the village, there is an earth skeleton den. In the barbaric era, alien beasts were rampant, and human beings were divided into two groups. One group of people lingered on the ground, while the other group began to dig underground caves to live in order to avoid alien beasts. This is the origin of the earth skeleton people. Different from terrestrial humans, Digu people live in crypts and burrows. Due to geographical divisions, they are very closed and lack communication, resulting in uneven levels of ethnic intelligence. Some can build underground cities and trade with human tribes, while others are still in the stage of blood drinking, no different from wildlings. This nearby skeleton man's lair is the latter. It is savage and backward, like bandits who gather in the mountains and forests. There are often hordes of skeleton people wandering in the forest, and sometimes they will go out of the forest to rob passers-by. According to the hunters, Frostwood Village had always wanted to remove the den of the skeletons that threatened the security, but there was a shortage of manpower, and many petitions to the Lord did not follow up. These skeletons are probably from the nearby skeleton's lair. Zhou Jing was vigilant and looked at the surrounding enemies. Well, those hunters said that the Earth skeletons are weak, and if it is a one-on-one fight, they can easily take care of each other. But the Earth skeletons usually act in groups, and they are also good at sneaking in the jungle, which is a deadly danger in the forest. Just as Zhou Jing's thoughts turned sharply, the group of Earth skeletons slowly approached with the help of trees to cover them. The number of people displayed quickly increased from more than 10 people to nearly 50 people, and they surrounded the camp faintly. There are a lot of people, I'm feeling cold. Stop it, I haven't even fully understood the situation in this world. Seeing that the group of Earth skeletons were about to move, as if they were about to pounce at any time, Zhou Jing's heart skipped a beat. I'm a newcomer to the whiteboard, but I don't have the ability to deal with this situation. This wave is a lot of good fortune. I hope the information given by the panel is correct, and the death of the astral apostle will not affect the main body. But it's impossible to wait for death. Zhou Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, he clenched his dagger tightly, and was always ready to strike. Although the spirit of was on high alert, it did not mean to panic and retreat at all. Instead, the thinking became faster and the mind became clearer. As a good citizen of the interstellar era, living in a society ruled by law where personal safety is guaranteed, Zhou Jing has never faced such a life-threatening situation. Zhou Jing thought he would be nervous or timid, but when he really encountered it, he realized that he did not seem to have these emotions. Even vaguely excited about the battle that might break out next, and can't wait? It's so strange, what kind of attitude do I have? I'm more excited than seeing beautiful women. Zhou Jing was secretly surprised. At this moment, Baron suddenly groaned, the sound was like muffled thunder and buzzing. I saw Baron take 2 steps forward, holding the long-handled axe in his backhand, and suddenly swung in the air. Hum. The strong force drives the giant axe, sweeping out a gust of wind, like a shockwave bursting out. The fallen leaves all over the ground were lifted up in an instant, and they were swaying. The wind pressure was strong, and the few Earth skeletons who were closest to him took a step back in fear. Roll! Baron exhaled and snarled like a giant bear. The group of Earth skeletons stirred up, as if shocked by the enormous power displayed by Balan. After hesitating for a while, they suddenly slowly retreated into the dark woods and disappeared into the range illuminated by the fire. The dense rustling gradually faded away, and the group of Earth skeletons withdrew quickly, just as quietly as when they approached sneakily. Okay, it's safe for now, they shouldn't come again. Baron was expressionless, and put the giant axe on his back again. The hunters also breathed a sigh of relief, their tense bodies relaxed, and the chilling atmosphere dissipated. Zhou Jing blinked, a little confused. This runaway? Is here, let's shoot it. I was just a little excited, and you left suddenly, making me unable to get up and down. Seemed to sense Zhou Jing's surprise, Griff patted his shoulder and said, Earthbone people survive in the forest and need to preserve their strength, so they have always bullied the soft and fear the hard, and are very cunning. Once they feel that the enemy is too strong, they will avoid fighting. Moreover, the skeletons of this lair know the existence of Frostwood Village. We hunters have met them many times in the woods, and he knows our fighting power. As long as there are enough of us, they don't dare to really do it, unless someone is alone, they will swarm. I see. Then why did you suggest that 1 or 2 people should send me out of the forest? Zhou Jing nodded, suddenly thinking of this. You can't wait until you die. Fortunately, Captain Baron decided to bring you, so you don't have to take chances. Griff winked successfully, apparently saying that on purpose. While the two were chatting, Baron came over, looked at Zhou Jing with slight surprise, and said, You were the first to discover the Earth skeleton? Yes, I vaguely sensed that something was approaching, and to be cautious, I called everyone up. Zhou Jing answered with consideration. He didn't forget the rules of action for this astral apostle, and tried to be as close to this personality as possible. You've done a great job, the forest is the home of the skeletons, they are good at sneaking in the shadows. Everyone is old hunters, but you found out before us and didn't let them sneak up. Anyway, this proved that you are very observant. Baron nodded in praise and gave a rude laugh. I'm really flattered by your compliment. If you were on vigil, they must have been discovered by you long ago. After all, you are an alien hunter who has officially taken alien blood medicine, and your senses are much sharper than mine. Zhou Jing knew that he would be flattering and not wearing it, so he raised his hand without changing his face. He usually doesn't say such compliments, but at this moment in a world where no one knows him, and wearing a woolwood vest, he feels that his face also thickens, and he opens his mouth to come. As soon as the voice fell, many hunters looked strange, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. Cough, it's because I'm sleeping. Baron coughed to hide his embarrassment. He was too embarrassed to explain to outsiders that his perception was actually not as good as that of several old hunters who were ordinary people. Different alien beasts extracted from the alien blood potion have different strengthening directions. If the quality of the potion is average, the weakness of alien beasts may also be inherited by alien blood warriors. The alien blood potion that Balong took greatly enhanced his strength, stamina, and defense, but it also brought a side effect, that is, a decline in perception, especially in the forest at night. He was almost deaf and blind. His position in the hunter team is only a heavy warrior who confronts alien beasts. The person in charge of the reconnaissance position is actually Dean. Obviously, Dean's observation skills are not as good as Will Wood, the strange man who was picked up halfway, and he discovered the Earth skeleton later. Dean's eyes twitched, and he felt a little ashamed that his job was being compared by an outsider. But he didn't say anything. Although he still thought Zhou Jing was suspicious, he also knew that someone had prevented a sneak attack, which was a good thing for the team. He had no other thoughts. At this moment, Balong patted Zhou Jing's arm and said with a smile, "With such a keen perception, you are very suitable to be a scout. If you are willing to stay in Frostwood Village, we welcome talents like you to join the hunter team, and your body is very strong, and you will have a good fighting ability with a little training." But it's too early to tell. Let's talk about it when we get out of the forest. This invites me a stranger from unknown origin? Zhou Jing was a little surprised. But after thinking about it, he kind of understood. It may be that the living environment in this world is difficult, so human beings are accustomed to sticking together to help each other. In contrast, it is easy to trust their compatriots, but it is much simpler than the interstellar era. Zhou Jing rolled his eyes and followed the stick on the stick. Since this is the case, can you teach me a little knowledge of survival in the wild, or simple fighting skills? Balong was taken aback. Seeing this, Zhou Jing didn't wait for him to answer, and quickly added, "I don't know how to survive in the wild, so I want to take advantage of the gaps on the road to learn as much as possible, so that I can have more self-protection in the mountains and forests. And if you encounter an accident, you may not be able to take care of me. You don't need a burden." Baron didn't say anything, just wiped his bald head. Griff noticed Baron's embarrassment, thought about it, and said at the right time, "It's fine, I'll just watch him, it won't take much effort." "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Baron was used to flying big bricks and didn't want to worry about this problem, so he agreed. After all, Zhou Jing had just helped out, and it was a bit impersonal to directly refuse. People have no sense of security in the forest. For self-protection, it is quite normal. And teach him a little simple field knowledge. It is better than ignorant to make mistakes and create unnecessary trouble. As for learning combat skills, it will become dangerous. It's not that Baron looks down on people. Which of the hunters present has not been able to master the use of bows and arrows, hunting knives, daggers, short whips and other weapons after years of training, and has good combat skills? It only takes a few days, and we still have to hurry. Can you practice it? It is good to be able to master the 4 grips of a dagger. After chatting for a while, everyone did not dare to delay any longer, and divided the labor to dismantle the camp. Although the Earth skeletons retreated, the location of their camp was exposed, and everyone decided to travel overnight. A few firelights floated in the forest. The crowd walked quietly in the woods at night. because they were worried that the torches would be too bright to attract attention, so the group used simple candles made of animal fat to illuminate with weak candlelight. Zhou Jing and Griff landed at the back of the team and chatted in a low voice. "By the way, I forgot to return this to you." Zhou Jing took out the dagger and handed it to Griff. Griff shook his head. "No, you take it. Anyway, I will teach you how to use it." "Okay." Zhou Jing nodded, but didn't take back the dagger and said cheekily, "Then why don't you tell me how to fight with the dagger now?" "Now." Griff was a little confused. "I'm still on the road at night, you are too anxious, my wife and I are not as active as you when sleeping. Efficiency is life if you practice early and meet early. Maybe the point of learning more is the distance between life and death." "What you said makes sense." Griff thought for a while, but did not refuse. "Anyway, while rushing and pointing, it won't delay anything, and it can relieve boredom." He whispered about the technique, and gave pointers from time to time. Although his vision was blurry at night, Zhou Jing still took Griff's pointers seriously. The main world mostly uses firearms, cold weapons are already backward, only some superpowers use them. But there are no firearms in this world, and cold weapons are the only way to protect oneself. It can only be used for what? Zhou Jing thinks clearly, and naturally he will not be picky or disgusted. In addition, although the main world is civilized and developed, and summarizes many cold weapon skills, most people rarely check this kind of information, and if they want to learn, they need to ask teachers for guidance. If they do not choose special occupations such as soldiers and police, it is difficult for ordinary people to get professional training, up to the level of a hobbyist. And the human beings in this world are still relying on cold weapons to protect their ethnic groups, and they have rich actual combat. Even if there is no scientific training system, their skills should be unique. Zhou Jing thought clearly, not arrogant just because he had knowledge of the interstellar age, so he worked up his spirits and carefully followed the instructions. At the same time, information emerges from the panel. Learning, Weapon Mastery Dagger. Skill level, LV0, not entry. Astral points can be consumed to activate the training acceleration function. Calculating, Weapon Mastery Dagger, Rarity, Mastery, Template-related qualifications, calculation completed. Minimum cost of learning acceleration, 25 astral points. Hint, practicing the acceleration function will greatly increase the improvement rate of this ability. The increase effect and the minimum cost are all affected by the relevant qualifications. When the ability is upgraded, the acceleration function ends, and the star can be turned on again by reconsuming astral points. Zhou Jing was overjoyed. When explored the panel, he knew some uses of the astral point, such as adjusting the values of the template when pinching people. But when the astral apostle is actually generated, the role of the astral point changes. It is impossible to directly change the template parameters like pinching a person, but instead it becomes to speed up the growth and increase the growth rate of this body training skill. According to the level, rarity, power and other factors of an ability, the minimum activation cost of the acceleration function is different, but there is no upper limit. The more astral points consumed, the stronger the acceleration effect. However, no matter how many astral points are consumed, the training acceleration will only take effect before the next level. Once the skill is upgraded, the acceleration will end and need to be renewed. Equivalent to each level of the skill, the cost of learning the acceleration function is calculated separately. It just reaches the next level of mastery of the skill faster, not continuously. The language skills acquired before, Terra Imperial Language Northern Dialect Edition, actually also has a training acceleration function, but the minimum activation fee is 50 astral points. Zhou Jing has few points in his hand. Difficulty to acquire, so no investment. After all, improving the level of language skills is of limited help in the current situation. He wants some ability to help himself protect himself to test this function. 25 astral points consumed. Weapon Mastery Dagger has enabled the training acceleration function. Zhou Jing was instantly refreshed, as if a clear spring was flowing through his limbs, cool, refreshing, and full of vitality. Originally, because of the exhaustion of traveling all day, my concentration has been a little slack. At this moment, I suddenly became highly focused, as if I had entered a state of flow. All the surrounding disturbances seemed to be separated by a screen, like the noisy background sound reducing the volume. Only Griff's voice explaining the technique of using the dagger was clearer, as if he could not forget it, and it became easy to understand. My own comprehension and learning ability seem to have improved several steps. But the most important thing is the physical changes. He originally gestured the dagger clumsily, but the unfamiliar hand was quickly fading away, and his body was quickly getting acquainted with this weapon. Originally, the muscle habit required many years of exercise to form. At this time, this process was condensed. In a short period of time, his body was rapidly generating the muscle memory of using a dagger. This feeling, hiss. Zhou Jing was so cool that he had goosebumps all over his body. I don't know what words to use to describe this feeling, but I can only say, comfortable. Good chicken is comfortable. It's like being constipated for many days and the waterway is suddenly dredged up. For the first time in his life, Zhou Jing experienced the exhilaration of learning God, and he couldn't stop. Chapter 7 Today I know that I am who I am. Chapter 7 Today I only know I am who I am. In the next few days, Zhou Jing followed the hunter team in the forest looking for hunting targets. Zhou Jing practiced while rushing on the road. He seemed tireless. Whenever he had time, he would ask Griff for all kinds of knowledge. When other hunters were free, they would come to give pointers from time to time in order to relieve boredom. In addition to the skills of using daggers, Griff also briefly pointed out the skills of hunting knives and some wild survival skills, which are displayed on the panel as Weapon Mastery, Hunting Knife, and Wild Survival. Zhou Jing also turned on the Training Acceleration function, and the cost is 30 astral points and 20 astral points respectively. As for bow and arrow skills, the hunter did not intend to teach him. Zhou Jing didn't mind either. Accelerating practice is not multitasking and energy is limited. In just a few days, he learned 3 skills in a crammed manner, and his knowledge was full. The level of these skills is LV0, which means that they have not been learned yet and will not be counted in the skill column. He tried his best to spend as much time as possible to practice the 3 abilities on the way, and on the 4th day, he finally got rid of the whiteboard attribute, Weapon Mastery Dagger, Weapon Mastery Hunting Knife, and Wild Survival, one after another. Reached the level of LV1, the suffix is displayed as beginner. The accelerated effect of practice ended. Zhou Jing thought about it, and did not choose to renew. On the one hand, when you reach a higher skill level, the cost of training acceleration has increased, and you only have 305 astral points left in your hand, so you need to save some points. Another reason is that the panel's expected stay is 5 to 7 days, and it has been 4 days since its arrival. Speaking of which, I don't know how to calculate the number of days to stay, and how to determine the standard of 1 day. Even the length of a day on different planets is different, not to mention the main world and the current plane. I don't know what formula it is. Maybe it is based on the time spent by the body? After the consciousness is cast, convert the time spent in the main world body with the time flow difference, and finally get the stay time in the astral world, and then convert it into the number of days? Zhou Jing lacked information in this regard, so he could only guess at random, but in the past few days, he roughly estimated the length of a day in this world, which was similar to the planet where the main world itself lived. In contrast, he was more curious about what form the return would take after his stay expired. Whether his body suddenly disappeared, or something else. He did not receive this information. I knew it when I returned, and Zhou Jing didn't get too entangled. After the 3 skills were upgraded, he did not show it out of caution. The level of a beginner is nothing to a hunter, but he feels that in the cognition of these people, it is impossible for a person to make such a big improvement in such a short period of time, so I am afraid he suspects that he has concealed something before. Was suspected by others. Because before, in order to inquire about information, I had to slap on the side. Now I am quite suspicious, and it is better to have less than one thing. Zhou Jing himself is used to keeping a low profile, which is similar to the prudent trait of this astral apostle. Along the way, apart from having to talk, he maintained a cautious attitude in most cases. The synchronization rate of this astral apostle gradually increased to 26%, but he did not feel any change for the time being. All the way last week, Jing had a safe and fulfilling life, and on the afternoon of the fourth day, the hunter team finally approached the hunting target of this trip. We are very close, the white spider is not far ahead. Balan squatted on the ground, picked up a branch, stirred a pool of white marks on the ground, and stirred up the brushed mucus. There was more white mucus on the forest floor ahead, intermittently, forming a meandering trail that extended into the woods. Baron threw away the branches, stood up, and ordered in a deep voice. All the weapons, prepare the bait, we have to set up traps and ambush circles in front. The other hunters looked serious, took off the quiver to check the status of each arrow inside, and then took out pieces of tightly wrapped beast viscera from their luggage. These were all taken out from the bodies of the dozen snakes and wolves 4 days ago, and they were all rotten at this time. The hunting at that time was to obtain these baits. The white spider monster is a scavenger and likes animal viscera the most. As long as we can use these lures to lure it into the trap, we can get a head start, and maybe we can easily solve this goal. Griff stood beside Zhou Jing and explained casually, rummaging through the soft and rotten animal entrails in his hands. His face was as usual, as if the pungent stench did not exist. Zhou Jing tried his best to resist the urge to cover his nose, and asked in a muffled voice, "What does the white spider monster you're talking about look like?" The goal of this hunter team is to kill this alien beast. He has heard hunters say that alien beasts are dangerous all the way, but he has never actually seen it, and there is no intuitive concept in his mind. The whole body is white, it will secrete white mucus, and the key is in the abdomen. Well, I have never seen it before. It is also the first time I hunted this species of alien beast. The information was all told by Captain Baron. Before he came to Frostwood Village, is a free hunter, hunting exotic beasts everywhere, is well informed, and is a senior exotic beast hunter. Baron heard the conversation between the two, looked back and waved his hand to deny. I'm not a senior. I may have enough experience, but my strength is far behind, and I don't have the guts to take the second medicine of different blood. Alien blood medicine can be taken multiple times to strengthen, but each time you take it, the chance of surviving is lower. Zhou Jing had already heard Griff say it on the way. As for you, Balan looked at Zhou Jing and said, you don't have to hunt with us, you can find a hidden place nearby to hide, or you can climb up a tree and come back to you after we finish hunting. I'll go with you guys to help set up traps, and when there's a fight, I'll go up a tree to hide. Zhou Jing didn't plan to stay, it was too passive. If this group of hunters fails, they will not be able to walk out of the forest even if they hide themselves. With their lips and teeth cold, they might as well follow the big army and don't fall behind. And he also wanted to collect information and see what the beasts were like, so that he could have a clear understanding of the dangers of this world, so that he could arrange actions in the future. Dean heard the words and shook his head in disapproval. I don't think so, it's fine to take him along the way, but we don't have the energy to take care of him when we are officially hunting. This is not a problem. You don't need to worry about me when you fight, I will hide on the side. And maybe I can help, such as guarding the edge of the battlefield, and if there are other beasts entering by mistake, I can also notify you. Zhou Jing strives. Dean wanted to say something, and Baron raised his hand to signal him to shut up. Balan stroked his beard, considered for a few seconds, and nodded, that's fine, it's already evening, we will most likely hunt in the middle of the night, your observation skills are really good, then you will be hiding in a tree farther away. When we fight, just help us pay attention to the situation around us, and don't have to do other superfluous things. Good. Zhou Jing immediately agreed. During these days, he has discovered that the values of these hunters are subtly different from those of the interstellar age, and at least they are more likely to trust others. This is also the main reason why a guy of unknown origin can be accepted. If you change to modern, it will not be so easy. Seeing this, many hunters did not express any more opinions, and started preparations in silence. Baron took the team forward for a while, found an area suitable for ambush, arranged it as a trap, and then dropped the rotten animal entrails to make an induction route, and the end pointed here. It was not until it was dark that everything was ready, and everyone climbed the tree and waited quietly for the prey to come to the door. The night was dark, and the forest became quiet, except for the rubbing of leaves swaying in the breeze. Everyone hid in different trees, no one talked or chatted, tried not to move, and the breath almost disappeared. If it wasn't for knowing where they were hiding, it would have been difficult for Zhou Jing to distinguish them. He also hid in the tree, hiding in the farthest position, from time to time to watch the wind and grass around him, and kept silently estimating the time in his heart. We've been waiting for almost 3 hours, shouldn't they plan to stay here all night, and they'll freeze up? After an unknown amount of time, a strange crawling sound sounded, gradually approaching. Rustling. A huge silhouette emerged in the darkness, shuttled quickly through the forest, and headed towards the side, stopping and stopping on the road, as if it was swallowing the bait arranged by the hunters. It didn't take long for this creature to step into this woodland. Zhou Jing saw its appearance clearly and took a breath. The torso of this monster is divided into upper and lower parts. The lower body is like a spider abdomen, and 8 furry limbs are extended to support the body and walk. The upper body is an upright and slender torso with a ferocious beast head on top, and its mouth is chewing rotten internal organs that serve as bait. There are slender human-like arms on the left and right sides, but the ends are huge and asymmetrical in proportion. Claws. The body is 5 or 6 meters long and about 4.5 meters tall. The upper body is covered with pale skin, like a layer of thin film. Occasionally, blue blood vessels can be seen bulging under the skin. The lower body is covered with black carapace. When walking, white mucus is left from time to time on the tail. The overall look is very ferocious, and it belongs to the style of painting that can scare children to tears at a glance. Is this the white spider monster they are hunting, the so-called alien beast? Zhou Jing was shocked. Small Sheik, looks really exciting. Is only a little worse than me playing games. The white spider picked up the animal entrails and stuffed it into its mouth, walked into the center of the trap, picked up the last piece of bait, and the ground collapsed suddenly. Boom! The white nebula was short and fell straight into the crypt trap. Intensive rattling sounds suddenly sounded, and the spikes hidden in the crypt trap were crushed by the tough lower carapace of the white spider monster. But there is still a part of the thorns, inserted into the key point of the lower abdomen of the white spider, which is its soft belly. Zia dash. A mournful howl suddenly pierced the silence of the night forest. This was like a signal, and the many hunters hiding in the tree immediately polished their flints and threw them into the crypt. Not only did they put spikes in the crypt traps, but they also smeared them with animal grease and set them on fire. Who? In the crypt, the fire burst into flames. The flames engulfed the howling white spider monster, making the dark forest suddenly brighten up. Like a huge bonfire. Shoot the arrow. With a loud shout, a rain of arrows poured out, instantly shooting the struggling figure in the crypt into a hedgehog. An arrow follows an arrow, as if the quiver won't stop until the quiver is shot in the air. It's hard to miss such a big target. On the other side, Zhou Jing hid in the treetops and observed in secret. He knew what traps the hunters had prepared, so he was not surprised at this time, his eyes fixed on the figure that gradually stopped struggling in the firelight, and he muttered in his heart. Even if this battle didn't burn to death, it was shot into a hedgehog. Should it be killed? While thinking so, Zhou Jing suddenly saw Baron jump off the tree and walk towards the crypt. Baron had a small bottle full of green liquid in his hand at some point, bit off the cork, raised his head and gulped. Blue veins quickly appeared on his bare forehead, and Baron's expression became hideous, as if he was in great pain, but the muscles all over his body seemed to swell in a circle. The empty bottle rolled from his hand, and Baron took off the giant axe on his back, held it in both hands, and dragged it diagonally to the ground, gradually changing from walking to trotting, and finally to sprinting. Man-bear. At this moment, the flames in the crypt exploded. Countless sparks scattered out, and the white spider monster bounced into the sky and flew out of the crypt. It was covered with burn marks, exuding a pungent burnt smell, and dozens of arrows were stuck in its upper body, which were also burning together. Balan was looking for this opportunity, and before the white spider monster landed, he approached. The sprinting momentum suddenly stopped, and the strong strength and the kinetic energy accumulated in the charge drove the giant axe across a round of meniscus. The wind howled and the momentum was heavy. The white spider monster was still in the air, and two slender arms slammed to meet the axe blade. Clang! The iron axe collided with flesh and blood, but the sound was like metal. The white spider monster had nowhere to burrow. Its huge body flew out 7 or 8 meters, rolling on the ground, leaving a trail of burning. But it climbed up in a hurry, looking horribly injured, but there was no sign of dying at all. Instead, it roared in anger, sharp and ear-piercing, and the air shook. At this moment, Zhou Jing's pupils shrank slightly. He found that the two seemingly slender and fragile arms of the white spider monster received Baron's heavy slash, leaving a not-so-deep wound, which did not affect the movement at all, and was unusually tough. On the other hand, Balong staggered back, endured the same shock force, a large number of capillaries were ruptured, and nosebleeds sprayed out. Ha, ha! Baron wiped his nosebleed indiscriminately, his round eyes roared angrily, dragged the giant axe and rushed up again, fighting the white spider monster head-on. The other hunters still stayed in the trees, shooting arrows with bows and protecting Balan. They were all ordinary people who had never used alien blood medicine before, and they were hit by the terrifying force of the white spider monster, and they were not killed or seriously injured. Only official alien hunters can face alien beasts. The tonnage of the alien beast brings enormous power. Baron's physical strength is already strong enough, and it seems that he has drunk some kind of enhancer, but he is still rolled around by the white spider monster. But his axe skills are superb. The giant axe is both a weapon and a shield. In addition to slashing and stabbing, he also has skillful blocking and evasion. Baron kept rolling and unloading, spinning around the white spider monster like a whirlwind, waiting for an opportunity to leave axe wounds on the opponent's body. As a seasoned alien hunter, his hunting experience was fully revealed, and some actions seemed simple and unpretentious. But it is very practical, and it can contain the white spider monster for a while. Zia dash. The white spider monster screamed angrily, but because of its body structure, it was not flexible enough. A pair of giant claws kept waving in the air, just like slapping a gopher, digging out claw marks and dirt grooves on the ground. Zhou Jing could see it clearly from the tree. More than once, Baron wanted to find an opportunity to get under the crotch of the white spider monster and attack the opponent's belly, but the white spider monster paid great attention to protecting the vital points that had been injured. Its abdomen was injured when it fell into the crypt, leaving a pool of white mucus and blood on the ground from time to time, as well as some fragmented organ tissue. Just then, the arrow rain stopped suddenly. Quiver, empty. 9 hunters jumped from the tree, took out hunting knives and walked up and down, rolling like Baron, and turned into 9 skilled pedicure masters. Continuously attacked the 8 arthropod legs that supported the body of the white spider monster, slashing out sparks. They came up to share the pressure on Baron, and were looking for an opportunity to shovel the white nebula. It's just that these ordinary hunters have limited physical fitness, and the opportunity is fleeting. The white spider monster focused most of his attention on Balan, apparently feeling that Balan was the most threatening. Other hunters couldn't even cut off its lower limb carapace, which was like a nasty fly to him. Is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Is this going well or not? Zhou Jing watched the hunt with concentration. It seems that everyone can't help the white spider monster, but the white spider monster has been trapped and accumulated a lot of injuries. As long as it keeps delaying, it will become weak sooner or later. After a stalemate, the white spider monster suddenly swayed, and his movements finally tended to slow down. Flaws emerge. A hunter seized the opportunity, resolutely slipped a shovel, swiped the ground and drilled through the gap between the two arthropod legs to the bottom of the white spider monster. The hunting knife stabbed into the soft abdomen, pulled the handle of the knife horizontally, and the blood spurted out. Immediately it covered his face. Sigh. The white Nerubian howled miserably. Pretty. Very slippery shovel. Others were instantly overjoyed. However, before they could finish being happy, the white spider monster suddenly folded its 8 legs and sat down. Boom! The amazing weight of the white spider monster shook the ground, and the hunter who got under it instantly lost his voice and sat directly to death. This has to be a cake, right? Zhou Jing felt a sudden shock. The next moment, the giant claws of the white spider monster suddenly swung out. Because of the injury and stimulation, he went crazy, and his speed was even 3 points faster. Rao is that other hunters are not stunned by the death of their companions, and they cannot escape. Bang! 2 muffled noises, the 2 ordinary hunters were shot by the giant claw head-on, flew more than 10 meters, fell heavily on the ground, and a large amount of blood spilled from their mouths. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Zhou Jing groaned in his heart and couldn't sit still. He hurriedly jumped off the tree and ran quickly to the side of a seriously injured hunter, wanting to see if he could save someone. Hey, can you hold on? Zhou Jing crouched down to hold the seriously injured hunter's head, and after a closer look, he found that it was Dean. Dean's mouth continued to drip with blood, and he was almost speechless, his eyes fixed on the white spider monster that stood up and danced frantically not far away. He picked up the hunting knife in his hand tremblingly, and with the last of his strength, handed it to Zhou Jing's arms. Grab the knife and fill my spot. Dean didn't say it, but Zhou Jing understood what he meant. Zhou Jing subconsciously held the hunting knife that Dean handed him. Dean's palm suddenly loosened and fell powerlessly. I can't feel my breath anymore. Zhou Jing looked down at Dean, who stopped breathing, then turned to look at the crazy white spider monster not far away. His heart was beating violently, and his memory flashed back like a revolving lantern. His life for the past 20 years has followed the life trajectory prescribed by society and lived step by step. Reading, studying, exams, graduation, unemployment. Never like today, facing life and death at close range and experiencing the battle of life on the line. Rough, savage, bloody, but with some kind of inexplicable vitality. As if at this time, I feel that life is alive, not a walking corpse trapped in a gradually numb life. The monster that has the ability to take his own life is just a dozen meters away, so close, he is in danger at any time, and it seems that he should be afraid, timid or shrinking. But he suddenly found that he didn't have such emotions at all. Just like facing the Earth skeleton a few nights ago. Not only is he not timid, but he is even faintly excited. The most difficult thing in the world is to know oneself. No one dares to say that they know oneself completely until they have experienced all the things in the world. After experiencing different things, you may make actions that even you can't believe, and discover your potential to sleep quietly in a certain area. No fear, no cowardice. It's just the simplest, don't be afraid. Without any reason, without any consideration. If you are not afraid, you are not afraid. So this is me. Zhou Jing whispered to himself. The hand holding the knife tightened sharply. The excitement pumped by adrenaline swept through every nerve. Chapter 8 Hidden Fighting Talent. Chapter 8 Hidden Combat Talents. It's going crazy, get out of the way. Avoid avoidance, don't be greedy for knives. Don't let it find a chance to escape. Baron and the remaining 6 still capable hunters continued to circle around the white spider monster, daring not to be distracted at all. As an experienced old hunter, you can't be distracted by the casualties of your companions. Continuing the battle is the best thing you can do for your fallen companions. The seriously injured white spider monster went into a state of madness and became even more dangerous. The giant claws swept out bursts of suffocating wind pressure, forcing everyone to avoid them in embarrassment. Balon's nose and mouth bleed constantly, and even his body that had undergone an alien blood enhancement was still scarred by frequent collisions. If he hadn't drank the hunter's potion that relieved pain and continued excitement before the battle, he would have been exhausted by now. Without 3 people, it is difficult to cooperate and inflict heavy damage on the white spider monster. It seems that we can only endure it and see who will die first. Balon's mind turned sharply and analyzed the battle situation. At this point, they still have the possibility of defeating them all. But hunting alien beasts is not a simple matter. The battle changes rapidly, and a mistake or a failure to respond will lead to serious consequences. There is never a risk-free hunting. Just as everyone made up their minds to delay, a figure suddenly rushed into the battle circle like a gust of wind, ignoring the giant claws swept around, and rushed straight towards the white spider monster. Balong and others were taken aback. Which of the wounded companions returned to the light? So fierce. In the next second, everyone saw that it was Zhou Jing, and their expressions changed. Isn't this guy playing in the tree? When did he jump down? Even if this guy is very strong, he has never practiced. Although he looks very handsome in front of him, are you really not afraid of death? Tap tap. Zhou Jing was holding a hunting knife in his right hand and a dagger in his left hand, and strode towards the mad white spider monster. The vicious aura rushed towards his face. Zhou Jing had no fear in his heart, only the excitement brought by the surge of adrenaline. This life and death situation made his attention highly concentrated. This moment, the world seems to slow down. Even the slightest movement of the white spider monster was caught by the eyes, as if there were ghosts emerging from it, making the next move. All predicted. The wind pressure hit the face, and the giant claws quickly enlarged in sight. Neck, short, roll over. Boom! The giant claws slammed into the original position, splashing a large piece of soil. Get up, run 2 more steps, and flick sideways. Boom! The giant claw failed again, by a tiny margin. Zhou Jing dodged several times in a row. His strong physical strength supported him to complete the operation, and escaped the frantic claws of the white spider monster. His gaze landed on the vital abdomen of the white spider monster, which had been heavily wounded many times, where blood was already pouring out. I rushed up myself, not for scraping and pedicure. The key points are all hurt like this, let's go up and make up. Be a sliding shovel Tianzuan today. Balong's pressure lightened, watching Zhou Jing's unskilled but just right dodging. His eyes widened and his heart jumped. He could see that Zhou Jing's dodging was a little unfamiliar, but he was always able to predict the white spider monster's attack intentions and set aside time for dodging. It's not like you've practiced. Is it relying on instinct to fight? This is not only a matter of physical fitness. Some people may be physically strong and have received certain training, but even so, their minds are still blank in actual combat, and they have forgotten any skills. There are also some people who have a keen insight into the elements of battle even if they haven't practiced it before, and know how to use their advantages to deal with opponents, as if they were born knowing how to fight. This person has such a strong fighting talent? Balan has seen many alien hunters, and has gone through countless training in actual combat before he has the basic fighting skills, but he has never seen a person with such outstanding fighting talent. It works! Because Zhou Jing avoided several attacks while approaching, the white spider monster couldn't help distracting himself and wanted to stop him. There is a play. Balan's eyes lit up, and suddenly he shouted violently, grabbing the handle of the axe in one hand and the face of the axe in the other, and slammed into it. Boom! The white spider monster staggered. Chance! Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. Eat my faith slider. Brush! Zhou Jing seized the opportunity and shoveled from the side. The sliding force brought by his strong physical fitness kept him from stopping halfway. Passed directly under the belly of the white spider monster, and slipped out from the gap of the other arthropod leg. The sliding shovel was picturesque. Gee! The white spider monster suddenly screamed, and the abdominal sac instantly released the flood. The blood was mixed with a lot of strange body tissues, and it was spilled out. A completely open belly is like a torn bag, and it can no longer hold the stuff inside. There was blood hanging from the 2 knives in Zhou Jing's hands. When he slipped his shovel through the belly of the white spider monster, he pulled the 2 knives and opened the white spider monster's belly. In addition to the heavy damage caused by the sacrificial hunter before, this became a fatal injury. Successful sliding shovel. Bingo! Baron was overjoyed, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Get out of the way!" Zhou Jing just got up at this moment, and suddenly the back of his head was violent, and the white spider monster brought mad hatred and returned his hand with one move. The huge arm swept across, zooming in rapidly in Zhou Jing's peripheral vision. His pupils shrank, and he only had time to turn around and fight with 2 swords. Boom! Zhou Jing felt the terrifying force in an instant, and only felt that he was hit by a truck. The next moment, the battlefield in the line of sight was instantly pulled away, and the whole person flew out. On the other side, the white spider monster also seemed to have exhausted his strength. He sat down with a bang, and a pool of blood gathered under him. The white spider monster kept whining, it was the end of a strong arrow, and then suffered a critical blow that made it even worse, and it was also on the verge of death. The 2 huge arms with infinite strength could not be lifted at this time. Balan's eyes flashed when he saw this, he immediately seized the opportunity, threw the giant axe in his hand, and went straight to the head of the white spider monster's unprotected head. Flutter! The axe blade was deeply embedded in the head of the white Nerubian, almost splitting it in half. The white spider monster's arms fell, and there was no movement. This time, he couldn't die any longer. Finally killed. Zhou Jing was about to clench his teeth to get up. When he raised his eyes and saw this scene, he lay back on the ground with a sigh of relief. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, several bones seemed to be broken, and his internal organs also suffered from suffocation and contusion. Unfortunately, the panel does not have any data on health and status, you can only feel it yourself. Although his own resistance attribute is not high, but his physical strength is strong, it will increase some resistance to some extent, and the attack that can kill the ordinary Orion at once, but he is severely injured. Zhou Jing silently lay on the ground looking up at the sky, and suddenly there was a burst of relief in his heart. This is the first time to experience a life and death struggle. I, a law-abiding citizen who has never seen blood, dared to enter the battlefield and fight such a monster. The most important thing is that I have no fear at all. Instead, I feel this desperate feeling, very tempting. There are no distracting thoughts, as if you can put everything aside, all you need to care about is the moment that decides life and death. Fight with all your heart and dance on the tip of your knife. Indescribable pleasure, he liked it. Zhou Jing only learned today that he still has such a side. And for the first time participating in the battle, he was very calm and did not rush. Recalling the feeling of clearly capturing the movements of the white spider monster just now, Zhou Jing had a little enlightenment. In terms of combat, I'm afraid I'm quite talented. If there is no interstellar travel and encounter such a life and death battle, then you may never discover your potential in this regard. Will not know where his true talent lies. At this time, Baron recovered the axe, walked over, plopped down beside Zhou Jing, raised his chin, and asked, "Are you okay? I should ask you this." Zhou Jing turned his head and glanced at him. Balan's appearance was much worse than him. He held the white spider monster head on all the way, his hands were bloody, and his mouth and nose were still bleeding. "Ha, I'm just a little weak after the outbreak. This little injury is nothing. I have suffered more serious injuries than this. Hunting medium dangerous beasts, this blood is normal." Baron laughed valiantly. Zhou Jing's face twitched. "Is it really okay? Your ears are bleeding." At this moment, Baron stopped his laughter and got serious. "Will, you don't have to take the risk to participate in the hunt," and finally helped us. Help us to solve this alien beast faster and avoid more casualties. I have to thank you. Zhou Jing heard the words, supported his body and sat up, and said after deliberation. Needless to say, everyone is in the same situation. If you fail, I can't get out of the forest. You are willing to help me. Although it may be a big effort for you, it is very important to me. I can't hide my peace of mind. On the other hand, watching you suffer heavy casualties. Hearing this, Balong only felt that Zhou Jing was more pleasing to the eye, and Haha sent an invitation. We are fighting side by side today, and we will be brothers in the future. I don't know where your hometown is, but Frostwood Village always welcomes you to stay. Your fighting talent is very good, and you are a good seed to become a hunter of alien beasts. At this time, Griff came over with injuries. He survived the battle just now, and said with a smile, Will, I read you right, you really are a person you can trust. That guy Dean keeps calling you suspicious, Griff suddenly paused, remembering that Dean had died, and fell silent. Although there is usually friction, the opponent is still a comrade who can deliver his back at critical moments, and he can't help feeling a little sad. Zhou Jing shook his head slightly. Has only been with him for a few days, so naturally he can't talk about friendship, but he still felt a little sighed when he remembered how Dean was thinking about returning to the battlefield before he died. At least for these hunters, this is a reliable companion. Balong stood up with an axe, shook it for a while before he stood up, shook his head and said, Bury some dead brothers, don't let the beasts eat their bones. And remember to collect loot, take away the carapace and arm bones of the white spider monster, they are all very good materials, you can send them go to the town workshop and make it into protective gear. Hearing the words, everyone nodded, dragging their tired and injured bodies to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Jing checked the injury and confirmed that he should not burp because of it, so he got up with difficulty, helped dig the pit, and collected the body of the funeral hunter. At this time, he only had time to open the panel and glanced at the information he just brushed out. You triggered the achievement, First Victory in Battle. You get 200 astral points. You trigger the achievement, Participate in a Hunt. You get 100 astral points. You trigger the achievement, First Kill. You get 200 astral points. You trigger the achievement, Kill an alien beast for the first time Middle Danger. You get 500 astral points. Quality Enhancement, Physical Fitness, Small, X1, Attribute Enhancement, Physical Fitness, Micro, X1. I had no time to pay attention during the battle, and now I know that 4 achievements have been triggered in a row, all of which are related to the battle. The astral point income adds up to 1000 points, so the astral point in his hand reaches 1305 points, and the small fat wave is a bit more comfortable. And these specific rewards of Attribute Enhancement and Quality Enhancement do not take effect immediately on this astral apostle, but are also stored in the achievement warehouse, and you can choose when to activate it, or use it for different apostles. Zhou Jing thought that his stay was running out, so he kept it in the warehouse first. I don't know what the return is like now. He feels that it will not be too late to arrange these rewards until he has fully explored the functions of the panel. If he uses it hastily without understanding all the mechanisms, there may be waste. After the prey was settled and the situation was safe, Zhou Jing was relieved and began to plan for the future. These hunters have completed their goals, so they should take me out of the woods and go to the Frostwood village where they are. I mean, this is an exploration of a new area, right? Wait until Frostwood Village, and then think about the next action. I have a friendship with these hunters who fight side by side, so I should be able to integrate into the village and inquire about the situation. Being together for 4 days, through the descriptions of the hunters, I only have a general understanding of the world, and many details are unclear. When you get to a populated village, you can ask questions slowly, and then you can think about what to do next. Zhou Jing was digging a hole, his mind was already drifting away. However, at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared, and the tired mind was shaken. Brush, brush, brush. His footsteps, dense, high-frequency footsteps. Be careful. There is something close. Wipe. Zhou Jing immediately became vigilant, but before he could finish shouting, he heard a series of whizzing sounds. In the next instant, dozens of arrows splashed out from the forest, attacking quickly. Chapter 9 Return. Chapter 9 Return. Someone attacked. Zhou Jing's spirit was instantly highly condensed, the speed of dozens of arrows seemed to slow down, and the flight trajectory of each one became clearly visible. Sharp bone arrow clusters, pitch-black shafts, quivering tail feathers. Damn, I have injuries on my body, and my actions can't keep up with my thoughts. It was too late to escape the coverage of the arrows. Zhou Jing could only drag his wounded and weak body and try his best to hide in the area with the fewest arrows. At the same time, he drew out hunting knives and daggers, trying to block the arrows. Clang! Clang! Puff puff! The arrows that were shot at the neck and the base of the legs were blown away in a thrilling manner, but 3 arrows broke through the perimeter of the knife, and with a sound of flesh, sharp bone arrows penetrated into the body. It was a cold first, followed by severe pain. Zhou Jing almost lost his strength. Although this body has good physical fitness, it is not enough to support him to instantly block the 5 arrows shot at the same time, not to mention that he was injured before. The weapon mastery of hunting knives and daggers is only at the beginner level. Although the hand feels not unfamiliar, it is not enough to complete more difficult operations. With one weapon in one hand, 2 bone arrows are precisely squared, which is already a highly focused performance. At the same time, there were also sounds of arrows hitting the surroundings, mixed with the screams of 2 or 3 hunters. Sneak attack. It's the Earth skeleton. When did they come? I saw in the shadowy forest, groups of Earth skeletons appeared in the night, barely swept away 50 people, holding black short bows in their hands, pouring arrows incessantly. This group of Earth skeletons? It seems that they were the ones who were scared back by them after they failed to attack a few days ago. Everyone recognized the origin of this group of Earth skeletons, and they were shocked and angry. Even at such a time. It must be because the hunting movement just now was too loud. The firelight went out far away, and the roar resounded through the forest, attracting the nearby Earth skeletons. It's also possible that these skeletons have been quietly following and looking for opportunities, keeping a distance from being discovered, and when they realize that we are fighting against alien beasts from a distance, they wait for both sides to be hurt, and then launch an attack brazenly, to take advantage of it. The existence of white spider monsters is also a threat to the Earth skeletons living in the forest. This group of Earth skeletons deliberately wait for us to deal with the white spider monsters and remove the threat before they choose to do it. A bunch of despicable little beasts. The crowd was burning with anger. A few days ago, the hunters were not at all cowardly, but they just hunted the white spider monster and sacrificed 3 companions. And Baron, who was the most seriously injured, said that he was fine, but in fact he was about to lose his strength. Swish! The arrow rain attack was too sudden, and everyone was caught off guard when handling the spoils. Including Baron, a total of 4 hunters were hit by arrows, and the most one was hit by 7 arrows. Only the other 3 survived because they stood farther away. Escape into the woods. Baron shouted violently. In order to dig crypts and traps, and to facilitate the rain of arrows on the alien beasts, they deliberately chose a relatively open space. The trees are not so dense, but now it has become their disadvantage. Only by escaping into the forest, can you use a large number of trees as cover to block the arrow rain of the Earth skeletons. The crowd couldn't even care about the loot and the corpses of their companions, so they ran away. The 2 hunters with the most arrows were too seriously injured to run. They were hit in the back by the next wave of arrows and fell to the ground, drowned by the swarming Earth skeletons. Zhou Jing had 3 arrows inserted into his body, and every step he ran brought piercing pain. He suddenly noticed the arrow whistling behind him, and threw his teeth aside. Da da da. 7 or 8 arrows were immediately inserted into the ground where was originally. During the dodging process, his back and shoulder blades hurt, and he was hit by 2 arrows, which made him gasp for breath. was blocked by the rain of arrows. When Zhou Jing got up from the ground, the skeleton man who was at the forefront was already approaching, and the bone knife stabbed fiercely, cutting his heart. Zhou Jing endured severe pain and loss of strength, fighting with both knives. Dang bang! Hunting knives and daggers intertwined, jamming the bone knives. Then he raised his left hand and waved, and the dagger wiped away the neck of the earth skeleton man without any hesitation. Blood spurts. Even if he is injured, his physical strength is still much stronger than these scrawny people. Although Earth Skeleton Man is a human structure, Zhou Jing has no hesitation. When I was hunting alien beasts just now, it was as if a switch in my heart had been turned on, as if the shackles brought by a stable life had been untied, and a bad breath swayed in my chest. Zhou Jing's right hunting knife was inserted straight into the eye socket of the skeleton man, and the supplementary knife penetrated the enemy's head. Puff! He pulled out his sword, brought out a bloodline mixed with white pulp, and stared blankly at the ground bone man in front of him and fell down with blood spurting. But even if he killed the enemy in an instant, his footsteps stopped for a while. In his field of vision, this earth skeleton fell, revealing 3 or 4 earth skeletons behind him, as well as more chasing earth skeletons. You can't turn around. If you turn around, you'll be stabbed to death. Zhou Jing understood the situation in an instant, and while retreating, he clenched his knives and prepared to face more skeletons head-on. At this moment, a gusty wind whistled past. Who? I saw Baron's giant axe spinning and flying out, smashing into the team of earth skeletons with a mighty force. Bang bang bang. The skeletons at the front couldn't dodge in time, and were smashed right in the face. For a while, stumps and broken arms danced in the sky. It is not obvious when fighting against alien beasts, but when it is shot against mortals, it shows the crushing power of alien blood warriors against mortals. Go! Not far away, Baron shouted at Zhou Jing. The physical strength of the alien blood warrior is far superior to that of ordinary people. Balon was injured the most, but he was still the fastest. He ran to the front, but when he turned his head and saw that his companion was in danger, he stopped and threw his weapon without hesitation. It is a pity that there is only time to resolve Zhou Jing's danger. It was just that Baron threw the weapon with all his strength, which affected his body with injuries. His physical condition deteriorated further, and he almost lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Griff and another hunter, who happened to run to him, grabbed his arms from left and right, and dragged him to run away. The front skeletons were smashed into rotten flesh, and the skeletons behind were frightened. Zhou Jing didn't dare to hesitate a little bit, taking advantage of the opportunity created by Baron, turned around and ran. A few seconds before the next wave of arrows from the earth skeleton man arrived, he finally rushed into the woods with the surviving hunters. Dudujuo, a dense array of arrows was pinned to the tree that just ran by. With the shelter of trees, the threat of the arrow rain of the earth skeletons is greatly reduced. Zhou Jing followed Balon and the others to run wildly in the forest. I don't know how long they ran, and the shouting and shouting behind him gradually faded away. It seemed that the earth skeletons finally gave up their pursuit and went back to search for the spoils. But everyone didn't dare to stop and rest, and after emergency treatment of the wound, they forced their exhausted body and continued to run away with great strides. After running for a while, he confirmed that the earth skeletons were not chasing after him, and then everyone finally stopped. They were all disgraced and embarrassed. Is it safe? Griff gasped violently. Zhou Jing was also panting rapidly. The wounds on his body were painful and itchy, and his physical strength suffered a serious decline. Baron thumped and fell to the ground, coughing violently and spitting out droplets. His weapon has been thrown out and obviously cannot be retrieved, and his hands are empty at this time. These earth skeletons are despicable and shameless. Sooner or later, they will be destroyed and their nests will be burned. Griff thumped the tree trunk bitterly, his face full of grief and indignation. 2 more companions were lost, and only half of the hunter team remained, which was a heavy loss. Cough cough. Let's talk about this later. Baron couldn't stop coughing and was weak, pointed at Zhou Jing, and said intermittently, "Thanks to you this time, you saved us." "Didn't you save me?" Zhou Jing gasped, a little puzzled. If it wasn't for Baron throwing his axe to force the skeleton man back, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Griff took a deep breath and explained, "We originally wanted to use the delaying method to kill the white spider monster, but if the Earth skeletons attacked and we hadn't eliminated the alien beast, we would be pinched back and forth, then it's dead. Fortunately, you killed the white spider monster in advance, otherwise we might not be able to survive alone." From the hunter's point of view, they could see the role played by Zhou Jing. If they didn't bring this wood along the way, according to their original plan, they would fight with alien beasts for a long time, and they would have theirs stolen by the Earth skeletons without being aware of it. That would be a situation of total annihilation. Just thinking about the scene of being attacked by two groups of enemies, everyone was terrified. It can be said that Zhou Jing saved their lives indirectly, although people may not realize how much help he has helped, but the hunters can't be regarded as not happening. "You saved us, this kindness, we will keep in mind." Griff looked serious. It turned out to be this. Zhou Jing let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be the case. If they hadn't met themselves in the middle, the original trajectory of this hunter team might have been wiped out in the forest. Zhou Jing gasped for a while, then shook his head and said, "Don't do this, we are helping each other." After only half a sentence, his eyes turned around, top-heavy, and he fell to the ground. Everyone was startled. Griff hurriedly squatted down, checked Zhou Jing's body, and soon found clues, shocked and angry. The group of Earth skeletons smeared poison on their arrows, and the poison erupted. The other two who were not hit by the arrow were shocked and hurried to check the situation of Baron and the hit arrow hunter. I saw the arrow hunter leaning against the tree without making a sound. He had passed out, his whole body was hot, and his head was covered in cold sweat. Balan waved his hand, his face was pale, and he tried to cheer up. "Take care of them first, don't worry about me, my body is different from yours, I can stand it." The Venus was swarming in front of Zhou Jing's eyes, and everything in his field of vision became blurred. He only felt that the pain in his body had intensified, and a wet, scalding heat filled his chest, as if the lungs were bleeding, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Originally, the toxin didn't strike so quickly, but running all the way to promote blood flow, the poisonous arrow of the arrow erupted like a volcano, which not only deepened the poisoning, but also caused the injury to deteriorate rapidly. "Brother, hold on, don't fall asleep." Griff shouted anxiously, and kept patting Zhou Jing's cheek. Zhou Jing tried to keep his eyes open, trying to stay awake, but after holding on for a while, his consciousness gradually became dizzy and fell into a coma. In the hazy consciousness, Zhou Jing vaguely felt as if he was being carried on his back, and he stopped and walked, ups and downs. Someone seemed to be anxiously shouting the name of Willwood, again and again, sometimes saying "we're almost there" and sometimes "hold on." Everything is inaudible, as if there is a layer of medium, as if hiding under the water, listening to the sound coming from the water. Zhou Jing woke up intermittently, each time he quickly fell back into a coma. He didn't know what happened outside and how much time had passed. Until a certain moment, he suddenly became conscious and became sober again. Base. The angle of view suddenly detached from the body, as if consciousness were lifted into the air. He overlooked that the body of Willwood was being carried by Griff, while Baron, who claimed to be able to withstand it, and another hit arrow hunter were carried by two other hunters who were not injured. The three of them carried one person on their backs, staggered, and marched through the forest. In the next second, the figures of these people quickly became smaller in the field of vision. Zhou Jing's angle of view gradually increased. He crossed the canopy and overlooked the forest from a high altitude. The scene he saw suddenly turned into an endless dark green forest. This is the edge of the forest, and outside the forest, a village with smoke billowing into the eye, too far away, can't see the real, it is the direction Griff and others are heading. Without waiting for Zhou Jing to think about it, a familiar attraction came from above his head. He looked up and saw an ambiguous crack quietly opening above. Was the fissure that sucked him in when he came, appeared on the bottom of his feet when he came, and appeared on the top of his head when he returned. Zhou Jing's body lightened, and with a swish, he was sucked in by the crack. Is the familiar streamer channel, the familiar colorful? The difference is that when you come, you fall, but when you return, it rises. And at the end of the ascending passage, the starry space loomed and gradually became clear. At the same time, a wave of information flooded into my mind. This campaign has ended. The actual length of stay, 6 days. This resource collection situation, 163 astral points, statistical details expand/retract. The experience log has been recorded, and the relevant exploration results have been entered in the illustrated book. The next shuttle cooling time, the main body 12 hours. Please make a placement action plan for the Astral Apostles. Chapter 10 Placement and Determination. Chapter 10 Placement and Determination. Consciousness shocked and returned to the starry space. I'm back? Zhou Jing looked down and confirmed that he was not using the carrier wood at this time, but his original appearance. Ha, I'm finally back. The feeling of being in a coma from poisoning is really uncomfortable. Zhou Jing grinned. When using the Astral Apostle, the consciousness will not be separated from the senses of the body, it is 100% real, and the pain is really painful. The huge fluorescent panel is suspended in front of the eyes, and the information received before is displayed on it synchronously. Actually stayed for 6 days. So after I was poisoned, I was almost in a coma for 2 days. Griff took me, the wounded, for so long in the forest. Zhou Jing pondered. The forest is full of dangers, and the threat of the earth skeletons has not disappeared. They are not the true companions of the hunters. They can abandon themselves as a burden. But now it seems that their so-called kindness is not just words. Went on an adventure briefly, tried another life, but in retrospect it is very profound. Zhou Jing suppressed his emotions and looked at the next column of information. The panel shows that a total of 163 astral points have been collected in this experience, and all of his astral points have accumulated to 1468 points. Many actions of the Astral Apostles, such as fighting, practicing, surviving, and even eating, etc., can collect free astral energy and turn them into astral points. However, unlike the immediate benefits of triggering achievements, the astral points collected by these daily actions will only be counted and settled when the Astral Apostles are released each time and their consciousness returns, and the collection results will be brought back at one time. Zhou Jing opened the statistical details of this item, which listed which behaviors in this experience were collected to the astral point, which looked very trivial. As big as killing alien beasts, as small as what you eat every day, all have astral points in the account, and even simple sleep has very little profit. So as long as the Astral Apostle is alive and breathing, he can continue to collect astral points. Zhou Jing scratched his head. The bulk of the income this time is mainly to kill the white spider monster, and the rest is the sum of all kinds of odds and ends. At the bottom of the collection details, 2 pieces of information caught his attention. Sync rate bonus, 0%. Famousness bonus, 0%. Sync rate and fame can increase the daily total income of regression settlement, which is equivalent to improving the efficiency of the apostles collecting astral points. The synchronization rate of the body of Will had increased to 32% before the return, but there was no bonus. He estimated that the synchronization rate must reach a certain standard in order to get the bonus. And the popularity seems to be related to the influence of the Astral Apostles, what deeds have been left, how many people have received attention, etc. Based on Zhou Jing's not-too-rich experience analysis, this popularity may be equivalent to personal reputation. Things. Close the statistical details. Zhou Jing looked at the next item and wrote the experience log has been recorded, and the relevant exploration results have been entered into the illustrated book. What does it mean? His thoughts moved, and the panel suddenly flashed, and an extension interface suddenly popped up on the left and right. The interface on the left. Astral Apostle Register. Number 001, Will Wood, Survival, you can view detailed attributes and experience logs. Number 002, None. The Right Interface. Record Book. 1. Talent. 2. Skills. 3. Super Energy System Class. 4. Accessibility Class. 5. Trait Personality Class. Zhou Jing became interested, studied it, and roughly understood what these were. Astral Apostle Register records all the astral apostles that have been created, whether dead or alive. Click on a name in the roster, you can query the file of the astral apostle, and you can also query the experience log of the astral apostle. The experience log is in the form of a video, containing all the experiences of this astral apostle as a memorandum. Zhou Jing tried to watch a few paragraphs, all of which are images from the first-person perspective of the carrier, all of which have been personally experienced not long ago. If you forget the details, you can directly query the relevant images without confusing your cognition. The recording book classified and recorded all the abilities of the astral apostle templates that he had used, which could be queried intuitively. Currently, there is only the ability of Will Wood. In addition to the function of recording, the Pokédex is also equivalent to a material library for pinching people. When creating a new astral apostle, you can specify the ability to inherit other astral apostles from the picture book and generate it in the template of the new carrier. Just according to the selected ability, the amount of astral points will be consumed. So the more astral apostles you use, the richer your roster and illustrations will be. But it seems that a new astral apostle can only be created if the previous astral apostle clears or dies. Zhou Jing made a note, closed these two interfaces, and continued to read. The cooling time for the next release is 12 hours. This is understandable, the main body spends at least 12 hours before the consciousness can be reintroduced into the astral apostles as before. Does not seem to be forced. When the time comes, you can shuttle if you want to, or you can choose freely. Zhou Jing looked at the information in the last column. Please make a placement action plan for the astral apostles. The reason why the panel stays in this settlement interface is because the follow-up operation has not been performed. As soon as he chooses to continue, the settlement interface immediately disappears, replaced by a new page. Place object, Will Wood. The highest synchronization rate record, 32%, second stage. The upper limit of placement income, astral point 0/2000, information state particle 0/20. Please set the main action target, secondary action center of gravity, event processing mode, combat mode, interaction mode. Hint, during placement, the sync rate does not grow. The higher the synchronization rate, the better the astral apostles can deal with complex events and act flexibly according to the placement plan. Hint, when the astral apostle executes the placement action plan, the behavior mode still has the template trait personality. Zhou Jing read it again, and was immediately stunned. Place mode. It turned out to be like this after the return. When I don't control the astral apostle, he will act according to the plan I set, just like those robots with standard artificial intelligence in the main world. Making a placement plan is quite it is used to establish the behavior program and logic chain of the robot. He originally guessed that if he returned, the astral apostles would disappear together, or another plane would be suspended in time or something. Now it seems that the time of another world is still flowing continuously, and the astral apostles stay in this world, act according to the placement plan set by themselves, and automatically collect astral energy. However, unlike the personal control, the astral apostle has a limit to collect astral points in the placement mode, which depends on the level of the synchronization rate. Every 25% of the synchronization rate is a dividing line, which is divided into 4 stages. Every time you increase a stage, the upper limit of placement income will increase. The base placement yield cap depends on the rarity of the template. When the synchronization rate is increased by 1 stage, the upper limit of the placement income will at least double, so the upper limit of the placement income of the 4th synchronization rate is at least 8 times that of the 1st stage. When an apostle's cumulative total income in the placement mode reaches the upper limit, it will no longer be able to obtain placement benefits, and it is necessary to personally descend to increase the synchronization rate to expand the upper limit of revenue. Only the astral apostles who have cleared the level and the synchronization rate reaches the 4th stage will not have a revenue cap. Zhou Jing nodded secretly, so improving the synchronization rate is a high priority goal. Compared with personal control, the time spent by the astral apostles in the placement mode should be longer. He carefully looked at the specific details of the placement plan. The placement scheme has many configurable items, covering many aspects. He summed it up and simply divided it into 2 categories. One is the action target and the other is the action mode. The former is to decide the purpose of the astral apostles' placement of actions, whether to explore new areas or stay in place, whether to focus on practice or do things everywhere. If you are more detailed, you can also be specific to a certain detail, such as choosing to focus on practice, setting the level of which skill to improve first, and so on. The latter is a mode of dealing with various events, such as radical, conservative, balanced, etc., but will be affected by the characteristics of this astral apostle, personality, style, position, etc. Try it first and see what the specific results of the placement mode look like. Zhou Jing thought about it, and quickly set up the placement plan this time, all of which were conservative and balanced. Take a look at it first. The placement plan has been saved and will take effect immediately. Do you want to open the map overview mode, additionally specify the activity area during placement, and plan the activity track? Hint: no designation is required. The astral apostles will decide the activity area according to the placement plan according to the situation. The interface of the map overview mode popped up. This time, it was no longer completely black, but a small area was added. It was the area that Zhou Jing walked through in the Blackshirt Forest. You can zoom in and out. In addition, this time the unknown area has also become optional, as the exploration target in the astral apostle placement mode. Does not specify a region? Zhou Jing refused. There is nothing special to explore at the moment. We still wait for Griff and the others to bring the astral apostle Woolwood to Frostwood Village and unlock that area. After completing these operations, the panel flashes, the interface for placing the plan disappears, and new information appears. Setup end. Shuttle reserve space closed. Next countdown, 12 hours. Suddenly, Zhou Jing's vision went dark. And in the next second, the line of sight resumed, and instead of the fluorescent panel and the starry space, he returned to his room. The neon lights were still shining outside the window, illuminating the steel forest-like high-rise buildings and the flying vehicles passing through them. Zhou Jing blinked. This is back? I thought it would me into the crevice like a shuttle in the astral world. By the way, what time is it? Zhou Jing thought of this, sat up from the bed, and turned on the electronic clock on his mobile phone. 5 in the morning. He estimated the time he slept, and more than 6 hours had passed. In the preparatory stage of the shuttle, it shows that the shuttle time can be set by yourself. The default is 6 hours of the main body. The time flow difference between the two worlds is converted into the stay time of one shuttle in the astral world. Zhou Jing was still full of energy at this time, and did not feel any fatigue. I travel through the astral world by throwing consciousness. During this period, is my body in a deep sleep? If someone wakes me up during this process, will I continue to travel, or will I return immediately? It's like falling asleep with a blanket wake up? Zhou Jing was a little curious. Spent 6 days in the astral world and has a deep memory, but during these days, he remembered the main world from time to time, and there was no confusion. I don't know if it was an illusion. Zhou Jing found that his memory had improved a lot, but just a thought, he recalled his own experience on the day before the shuttle. Well, I just came home after the interview, and was informed by my family that I needed to pay for the quota of forced immigration for my family, and my life plan was disrupted. Zhou Jing let out a sigh of relief, but he was not as disappointed and resentful as when he first heard the news. After calming down in the astral shuttle for a few days, and wandering around between life and death, he suddenly thought of a lot of things. Although he didn't get any benefit from changing his body, he found that his mentality had changed. There has never been such a moment, like taking off a layer of invisible burden, light to the bones, like boundless freedom. Zhou Jing's eyes changed. He finally made up his mind and let out a long breath. It seems that a decision has to be made. Outside the Blackshirt forest, there is a meandering river as clear as sapphire, and on the other side of the river is a verdant field. On the field, there is a human village called Frostwood Village, which stands by the river and builds a small stone bridge on the river to connect the forest. The sky is bright and the dawn is faint. In the peaceful village, the farmers yawned out of the house, brought their farming tools, and prepared to go to work in the fields. At this moment, 3 embarrassed figures with people on their backs ran out of the forest on the opposite bank, stepped on the stone bridge, and stumbled into the village, shouting anxiously as they ran, quickly attracting the attention of many villagers. "They are dying, save people. Call the witch doctor over." For a time, the whole village was lively. Chapter 11 If New. Chapter 11 Ruaruashan. The main world. The sky was bright, and Shihai City ushered in another morning. The eldest brother pushed open the door, skillfully tied his tie, and was ready to go to work. Behind him, the sleepy-eyed second brother came out of the same room yawning. There are only 4 rooms in the house, 1 for parents and 1 for Zhou Jing. The 3 younger brothers and sisters are divided into the last 2 rooms, and there is no room for the eldest brother and the second brother. They didn't dare to disturb Zhou Jing, who had just received the bad news last night, so they could only let the youngest brother go to sleep with his parents, make a bed, and the 2 brothers squeezed together. Like countless young people in the interstellar era, the 2 of them separated early and went out to find their own way. It was just yesterday that I received a text message from my father and learned that the family had been selected for forced immigration. Both of them hurried back and tried their best to ensure that the quota would not fall on their heads. I finally have my own business and development in the local area. How can I immigrate? On the contrary, it is the 3rd youngest Zhou Jing, who has not graduated long and has not yet been employed. No one is more suitable to take up the immigration quota than him. Brother belongs to brother, and the account still has to be settled. So yesterday, after Zhou Jing returned to the room, the eldest brother and the second brother discussed with his parents overnight to discuss how to take a calm and dissect the pros and cons and persuade Zhou Jing to accept this arrangement, but the result of the discussion was actually not optimistic. Because of the sudden news yesterday, everyone was unprepared, and it was difficult to control their emotions. The tone of voice probably caused Zhou Jing to have strong resistance, and it would be difficult to persuade him next. Big brother put on his coat, put on his gold-rimmed glasses, glanced at Zhou Jing's closed door, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, "He doesn't seem to have been out all night?" The second brother was stunned for a moment. "You said that? It seems like this. Since last night, his room has been too quiet." The 2 looked at each other and were about to knock on the door. At this moment, with a swipe, the door opened. Zhou Jing walked out with a natural look, glanced at the 2 of them, and said casually, "Ready to go out?" Big brother was taken aback by Zhou Jing's calm tone, and he was a little at a loss. Yeah, are you awake?" "Good observation." Zhou Jing rolled his eyes, pulled the 2 apart, and went to pick up a glass of water. The eldest brother and the second brother exchanged a surprised look. "What is the situation? This state is not right." As discussed last night, the 3rd child is either angry and cold today, or he is confused and autistic. How can he be so calm? It's like what happened yesterday did not happen. Are you okay?" Big brother asked tentatively. "What can I do? I'll be fine if you are fired." Zhou Jing took a sip of water, his tone casual. "What's this called?" "Well, it's about forced immigration." "Okay, you don't have to worry about this matter." Zhou Jing interrupted and waved his hand. "This means the 3rd child accepted it?" The 2 were happy, but a little surprised. It's only been one night, and the third child has completed the psychological construction? Acceptance is too strong. But it's also. The third child is usually quite sensible. If you give him one night, it is estimated that he will understand that this is the best solution. The second brother said with relief, "The third, you are right to think so. Don't contradict the interstellar immigrants, these are already the 11th batch of immigrants from that planet, and it is estimated that all kinds of facilities are perfect. The immigration benefits given by the government, how good days are to come. Anyway, you have no career now, you can stay for a few years, and you will have nothing to worry about. And you can also help me get a grant, a win-win situation." Zhou Jing glanced at him and said quietly, "You speak very nicely, so don't say it again in the future." Second brother looked embarrassed. Big brother looked at Zhou Jing from the side, and suddenly had a strange feeling. "Why do you feel that the temperament of the third child is suddenly different? It used to be gentle, but after one night, it seems to have changed a little." Zhou Jing glanced at it, saw that there was no one in the living room, and asked, "Where's Zhou Weiyan, is he up yet?" The eldest brother and the second brother were taken aback for a moment, but Zhou Jing called his father's name directly. Although they do it in private, the third child has always been gentle, which is not quite like him. "He hasn't gotten up yet." Hearing this, Zhou Jing pointed to Zhou Weiyan's door, "Go and call him, I have something to tell him." "Why don't you?" "Okay?" Second brother was stunned and ran to call the door obediently. He didn't dare to provoke Zhou Jing now, for fear that Zhou Jing would turn his face. After a while, Zhou Weiyan and Zhao Jing came out of the room and found Zhou Jing sitting in the living room, with the eldest and second brothers unnaturally beside them. Seeing that Zhou Jing's eyebrows were calm, both of them were a little stunned. "Yesterday." Zhou Weiyan opened his mouth and was about to say something. Zhou Jing did not give him a chance, and went straight to the point. "I can accept the quota of forced immigration, but I have conditions." Zhou Weiyan was stunned, ready to persuade a belly full of drafts, and suddenly got stuck. He didn't expect that after one night, Zhou Jing's attitude would change 180 degrees. "You said I took this place, and everyone will not owe each other in the future. I will move out and live, from today onwards, don't disturb me." Zhou Jing's expression was calm and he had made up his mind. A person cannot choose his own family of origin, and sometimes he will be blinded by the identity of family and beautify their image. "It wasn't until one day that I could see what my family really looked like from an objective point of view, and suddenly found out that they were too far from what I thought they were. Love for children is never an obligation, nor is it justified. There are 6 children in the family, not an only child, and a bowl of water is uneven, so it is impossible not to have the slightest partiality. He understands the decision of his family, and he is indeed the most suitable from an intellectual point of view. If the immigrant candidate is not him, I am afraid that the family will think why. But it is meaningless to him. The selection of candidates is uncertain, and there will be endless arguments every day, and the family will definitely come to disturb him from time to time. He didn't want to waste time arguing with his family about this, and now he just wanted to devote all his energy to studying the shuttle between the stars. Only when you go out to live alone, you will not be disturbed, and you can concentrate on exploring this sudden ability. Since I have a way to solve the forced immigration, I will give the quota, and I will not owe the 2 in the future." Zhou Jing figured it out clearly. There are still 2 months before the immigration spacecraft set sail. Before that, he became a power user and could be exempted from forced immigration. This is still his goal, just no longer for his family, but for himself. Anyway, the family's original intention was to push the quota to themselves, so after they took it, no matter what method they used to solve the problem, it had nothing to do with them. Since they are ready to never see each other again, it has nothing to do with them what kind of road they take in the future. At this point, don't wait. Looking at Zhou Jing, who was different from the past, Zhou Weiyan was not used to it, he hesitated. "If you need any financial compensation, No need, keep your money." Zhou Jing was expressionless. He needs rent to go out to rent a house. Although he has not found a job, he still has a little savings in his hand, which he has saved little by little from his pocket money on weekdays. I originally wanted to save up tuition fees for higher education institutions, but now it is unnecessary. Watching Zhou Jing suddenly become so indifferent, several people felt unaccustomed to it, but they couldn't blame this change. After all, they made a choice first. Zhou Weian hesitated for a few seconds, then coughed. "I'm afraid you forgot something. It will be 2 months after boarding the immigration spacecraft. During this period, you must complete the immigration personal information declaration process." "I know." Zhou Jing checked the information last night. Forced immigration has a series of procedures such as filling in information, visiting the immigration office, physical examination, etc. Before the boarding date of the immigration spacecraft, the parties need to complete these procedures, and the declaration by others is invalid. Only after completing the declaration, determining which family member will be responsible for the compulsory immigration quota, and then visiting and confirming by the Immigration Bureau and entering it into the database, can the immigration candidate be truly determined. Seeing that Zhou Weian was about to say something, Zhou Jing thought about it, and he probably understood the other party's concerns, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I can declare it now, and then move out." Also, Zhou Weian was speechless. Zhou Jing did not delay. He took out his mobile phone and computer, logged on to the website of the Immigration Bureau, entered his identity information, and completed the information declaration in about 20 minutes. The screen entry successfully popped up. Zhou Jing turned the computer around and showed it to Zhou Weian. "Okay?" Zhou Weian nodded silently. "That's good." Zhou Jing stood up and returned to the room. After a while, he came out with his backpack and suitcase on his back. After returned, he packed up. Nothing to bring: a laptop, some clothes, some books, some posters from the wall. This look of getting ready early made Zhou Weian and several others stunned for a moment. "Are you leaving now? Have you found a good house? Where are you going to live?" Zhou Jing couldn't help asking. There will always be a place to live. Zhou Jing walked to the gate, thought about it, and said, "My home address is here. I can't change it. I can only declare it here, so when the Immigration Bureau visits, I will come back, and at other times we have no connection." Zhou Weian looked at him blankly. Zhou Jing took a last glance at the familiar room, turned his head and walked. The closed door cut off his back, who was walking away quickly. The transformation of a person sometimes takes a lifetime, and sometimes it only takes a moment. The things that I cared about before suddenly don't feel worth it. Once a decision is made, there is no stopping. In the room, only Zhou Weian and the others looked at each other with a look of astonishment. The style of walking and going after saying this is completely different from the Zhou Jing in their impression. Has never seen such a side. For the first time, they discovered that Zhou Jing's gentle temperament would be so decisive. Several people were at a loss. Although I know that I owe it first, in just one night. Can people really make such a big change? Dragged luggage, carried luggage, and walked out of the building. The warm morning sun shines on the shoulders. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and filled his chest with an inexplicable throbbing. Seems to have thrown away the and is looking forward to the future. As if my life really started today. Chapter 12: Current Target and Ontology Properties. Chapter 12: Current Target and Ontology Properties. In this day and age, houses are easy to find no matter which colony star it is on. Because of the incentive of maternity benefits, the population of each colonial star has been growing rapidly, and all countries are engaged in infrastructure construction. In the early stage of interstellar development, with the abundance of products, social development, and changes in ideas, the fertility rate continued to decline. In order to provide population resources for interstellar expansion, the Interstellar Commonwealth has adjusted many systems to adapt to the environment, such as urging countries to implement a maternity welfare system. It is no longer just playing with various concepts and reducing taxes, but giving real money to children. As long as a family has children, they can get money every month. This money is enough for a family to be a rice bug in this era. The core concept of the system is just one: having children is very profitable. Anyway, most of the jobs now have mechanic workers. If you want to enjoy life even if you don't work, then you have to give birth and make some contributions. Each family unit has a quota of 3 children, and can receive up to 3 maternity benefits at the same time. When the children become adults, they can no longer receive them. However, the quota will be vacated, and new children can continue to receive this maternity benefit if they fill up this quota. The interplanetary commonwealth continues to stimulate the population, encouraging a family to have several more rounds. Therefore, many families are now multifamily families. When the 3 children in the previous round are approaching adulthood, 3 new ones will be born to maintain the maternity benefit for the next 10 years and ensure that this income will continue. Like Zhou Jing's family, it's the second round. Many of the traditional concepts of the parent star era are gradually not adapting to the needs of interstellar expansion. In the end, the interstellar union community chose to use stable interests to vigorously promote population growth, utilitarian family formation, which is one of the reasons why the concept of family in the interstellar era has gradually weakened. It has become the norm in this era and meets the population resource needs of the interstellar development of various countries. The rich resources brought about by interstellar expansion have made the economies of various countries rapidly improve. Coupled with the improvement of productivity, there is no shortage of money at all, and a part of it is enough to support many similar high welfare systems. In addition, in order to prevent the dominance of one family, each colonial star is jointly operated by multiple countries, and the interstellar territories of each country are interspersed with each other and distributed on various planets. You have me and I have you. Like the Silver Wind Star where Zhou Jing lives, the interstellar union community has been coordinated and divided into 14 countries for development and management, including 3 members of the 7 summits, which are the Chitta Republic to which they belong, and the United States of West and the Federation of Silver Stars. Yinfengxing has received 25 large-scale immigrants before and after. It has been developed for 216 years so far, and all kinds of facilities are perfect, so at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Jing found a fairly suitable rental room. The house is not big, the furniture is fairly clean, the water and electricity are complete, and the rent is 700 pesos per month. The Interstellar Commonwealth has launched a common currency as a benchmark a long time ago. The unit is NASO. The exchange rate is higher than the currencies of all member states. After years of promotion, it has now become the daily payment currency of more than 100 colonial stars. Zhou Jing's account has a total of 3,720 pesos in savings, plus daily living expenses. There is no problem with renting for 2 months, which is enough to support his plan. To go through the rental procedures, he did not see the landlord. The landlord had already entrusted the agency with full authority, and everything was transferred manually by a machine, which was very efficient. Pay on the same day and check in with your bags on the same day. I've been living here for the past 2 months. Zhou Jing put down his things and looked around the room, with mixed feelings in his heart, sighing and looking forward to it. He cleaned up his complicated mood, went to the mall to buy daily necessities and enough food, came back and tidied up the house briefly, then closed all the curtains and sat in front of the computer. Zhou Jing took some time to search the internet for some relevant policies and clauses about the support and forced immigration system for power users, and made a preliminary plan. Because of the existence of the astral shuttle panel, there is no longer a chance to become a power user, but the premise is to let the astral apostle clear. Zhou Jing pointed at the virtual keyboard and pondered. The astral apostle who has cleared the level can transform the acquired extraordinary ability into the body. He has renamed the world he traveled last time in the file of the panel as World of Alien Beasts. The number is 001, which is the only star world recorded in the current file. How discovered the new star world is still unclear, and he intends to solve the visible problem first. To become a power user in the alien beast world, you have to let an astral apostle take the alien blood potion as soon as possible to obtain the superpower system of the alien blood warrior. And there are only about 2 months left before the departure of this batch of immigrant spaceships. Zhou Jing was thinking about the time. Become a power user before the immigration ship departs. It makes sense to exempt from forced immigration, otherwise people will not turn around and send themselves back halfway when they get on the ship. He doesn't plan to live with his family under the same roof anymore, and he will not owe both of the compulsory immigration quotas, and he will go his own way in the future. But interstellar immigration is a big thing after all, and it still needs to be considered. But whether to move or not, Zhou Jing feels that he must take the initiative. That way, he has the right to choose whether to leave or stay, and not be enforced. So, before the immigrant spaceship sets sail, let at least one astral apostle complete the customs clearance, so that I can gain extraordinary power and have the right to choose whether to board the ship. Zhou Jing knocked on the table and determined the current target. 2 months seems to be plenty, but he is not 100% sure. After all, he has only traveled once, and he has no experience in successfully clearing customs. In addition, he is still concerned about one thing. According to immigration procedures, those who are forced to emigrate need to undergo medical examinations, including hyperactivity tests. Super energy reaction detection can check whether an individual has superpowers. This is the method used by the Interstellar Union to register superpower users, so that it is difficult for self-awakened power users to hide in the public and facilitate management. The test before boarding the ship is to make a statistic to screen whether there are hidden power users among the immigrants. This detection technology is not high-level. In fact, it analyzes various physical indicators of the subject and compares it with the physical standards of ordinary people. Because most superpowers will change some of the owner's apparent characteristics, physical fitness, mental strength, energy response, etc., it is difficult to hide them all. As long as there are deviations in some indicators, the error value can be used to determine whether the person has superpowers and whether he has superpower reactions. Once it is confirmed that the subject has an obvious super reaction, then don't say anything, register with Malu, follow the staff to the test site, at least show an extraordinary power, and open your eyes to everyone. Of course, there will be occasional false positives, so an in-depth medical examination will be carried out, very deep. However, there are limitations in the super reaction detection technology. That is, it can only detect whether a person is a super person, but cannot detect what abilities this person has, so it is required to show their abilities. Therefore, power users with compound abilities or multiple abilities often pass the test by showing one ability, and other abilities can be concealed logically. This kind of example is not rare. Many Super League players whose files are open are like this. It is a legal loophole. As long as they don't get too arrogant later, everyone turns a blind eye. It has become a practice. The astral shuttle panel is too special. He estimates that this simple detection method is basically impossible to detect. In short, you still have to get the system of a different blood warrior and disguise yourself as an ordinary body enhancer. 2 months, 60 days. Zhou Jing thoughtfully glanced at the electronic calendar. Each colony star has a local calendar suitable for residents' life due to different environments, but the Interstellar Commonwealth has set up a universal calendar for civilization to coordinate the date of the entire civilization from an official perspective. According to this calendar, the current date of the main world is July 18, 2351, the universal calendar. The departure date of the immigrant spacecraft is set for September 19, which is the deadline for my completion of the plan. Zhou Jing's eyes flashed and he pondered to himself. Of course, if you have to say, there is a more direct way, that is to run with a bucket. But he thought about it and thought it was okay. Most power users are still part of society, even those 7th level power users who are shattered at every turn are also happy to accept the support of various countries, not to mention myself, who is just starting out. Small sprouts. Still try to abide by the law. Zhou Jing muttered to himself. It is impossible to float, it is impossible to float in this life. He wanted to become a power user, not to be a wanted criminal. He was chased by law enforcement officers to run around, and he might cry from behind bars one day. Traveling through the star realms is already very exciting. We don't want to be in chaos every day. Become a power user first, exempt from forced immigration. As for what to do in the future, consider it later. Finalize the current route. Zhou Jing's heart was clear, and he knew what to do next. After shutting down the computer, Zhou Jing called out the panel and glanced at it, a little interested. Speaking of which, the attributes of my body turned out to be like this. In the main world summoning panel, you can still use some functions, such as viewing the astral plane file, the astral apostle register, and the recording book. The most important thing is that the ability attributes of the ontology can also be reflected in the template format of the astral apostle, from which he intuitively understands his own situation. Attribute: physical 4, resistance 5, perception 5, spirit 7, energy 0. Qualification: combat -blue, spirit -green, physical fitness -green. Talent: battle intuition, sharp fighting instinct. Skill: none. Extraordinary power system: none. So my own panel data is like this? Zhou Jing is very interested. Everyone has areas they are good at and not good at. The hardest person to understand is often themselves, so they often waste time on the wrong path. The attribute format of the panel visually shows what a person has talents in, which is helpful to understand oneself. Zhou Jing estimated that anyone's condition can be displayed in this format, and the ontology is naturally included. If the standard for ordinary people is around 5 o'clock, I am not physically active and a little weaker than ordinary people, but my spirit is higher than ordinary people. Zhou Jing was thoughtful, thinking of the improvement of his memory after his return, and vaguely felt that the period when consciousness descended on the astral apostle was a process of tempering his spiritual power. No wonder I didn't feel confused when I came back. It seems that every time I put in awareness, I'm slowly raising my spirits. Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes and took this guess in his heart. Looking down, his aptitude seems to be pretty good, at least much better than the carrier would. He has roughly analyzed the meaning of the color grades of each aptitude. Gray means no talent, white is normal, and green is slightly talented. And blue should represent outstanding talent. The purple on the top may correspond to the level of talent and genius. The various aptitudes of the main body are mainly green and white, only the battle aptitude has reached blue. Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. Blue is already so fierce, so purple can't take off yet? In terms of talent, he also has a talent related to combat, battle intuition. Looks like I guessed right, I do have a talent for fighting. Zhou Jing was inexplicably excited. But then a new problem came to mind. This is the talent of my body, but when I use the body of Will Wood, it can still take effect. So the talent of the body, even if it is not displayed in the template of the astral apostle, will it still be used to a certain extent? Well, although different carriers were used when the apostles came to the astral world, the controller is still my mind, and the fighting consciousness I have is my own experience and memory, which will not be affected. But on the other hand, the talent of astral apostle doesn't seem to be able to take effect on the body, just like the talent of agility can't be felt now. Therefore, the main body is irreplaceable, and it is the core of the ability to play astral shuttle. Zhou Jing pondered the analysis in his heart, feeling that this speculation was reliable. Speaking of his memory, he couldn't help but think of the skills Will Wood possessed. Although it was not displayed in the skill column of the body, he still remembered many skills in using daggers, hunting knives, and the vocabulary of the Terra Empire language, but only remember what you have learned and used with your apostolic body. For example, when speaking, it is no longer possible to automatically convert the meaning of the expression into the Terran Empire language like when it came. I just remember the words I said when I was in Will Wood. And the skills mastered by weapons can be remembered in the mind, but the body has no muscle memory, just like it has never been practiced. Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. Even if the skills of the astral apostle are not transformed into the body, the relevant knowledge and memory will not disappear. If you remember it, you will remember it, and it will not be lost because of switching bodies. So even if you don't clear the level, you can let the main body learn from scratch. And with experience, you will get twice the result with half the effort. But that is to say, due to the difference in the time flow rate of the two planes, the astral apostles have more time to practice, and the cost-effectiveness of clearing an apostle to obtain abilities is still the highest. Just the main body can also cultivate on its own. Alien Blood Warrior, a system that needs to be strengthened by external objects, has no way of self-learning, but some knowledge-based extraordinary abilities, even if they are not transformed. I am afraid that the body can also self-learn to become a power user. I found another way, and I can focus on the extraordinary ability of knowledge in the future. Zhou Jing wrote down this discovery, and at the same time thought of a new trick. This can actually be a loophole. Some knowledge-based abilities can increase the level when using the carrier, and quickly learn it into memory. Then when I return to the main body or use the next apostle, even if this skill is not displayed, this knowledge is still in my mind. Will not disappear. For example, if I really learned all the vocabulary of the Terra Empire language, then even if the main body does not have the language analysis skills, I can still master this language. Zhou Jing was excited. Wonderful, I feel like I'm gradually figuring out the mechanism of the astral shuttle. Between these mechanisms, there seems to be a lot of tricks to be discovered. Zhou Jing was so excited that he couldn't stop. But he glanced at the time, it was past 5 p.m., and the 12-hour shuttle cooling was over. Let's take a look first. I don't know how my astral apostle is doing now. Suppressed his interest in research, Zhou Jing closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the starry space. Now it's time to call the shuttle preparation space. Thanks to the leader of Sinan. Chapter 13 Death Resolution and Inheritance Slots. Chapter 13 Death Resolution and Succession Slots. OM. Turned his eyes, and his consciousness entered the shuttle preparation space again. The familiar bright starry sky is used as the background, and the huge fluorescent panel suspends the galaxy. As soon as Zhou Jing entered, a waterfall-like message appeared on the panel. Before he could regain his senses, he was caught off guard. Willwood placement ends. You can view this placement income report. Automatically expand. Placement time, 3 days, astral time. This income, astral point plus 9. Cumulative income, astral point September 2000. Ability growth, none. Trigger achievement, first death, unique. Rating of this placement, indescribable. Will Wood, number 001, is dead. Do you want to view death replays? What the heck, how come you burp? Zhou Jing was a little stunned. Good guy, this was unexpected. Let's see what's going on. He fumbled for a moment, activated the death replay, and an image popped up on the panel. Inside the cabin. Willwood was lying on the bed, his face was blue and purple, the poisoning was deep, his eyes were closed, he was in a severe coma, and the arrow wound on his body had festered with pus. Beside the bed, a strangely dressed old man was bouncing up and down, dancing strangely, muttering as he danced, as if he was holding some kind of ceremony. The old man's wrinkled face was painted with oil paint, with 2 feathers on his head, and he was wearing a robe woven with black feathers, which reminded Zhou Jing of primitive religion's sorcerers and sacrifices. There was also a familiar face watching, it was Griff, with a worried look on his face. After dancing like for a while, the old man stopped, sweating profusely, with his hands clasped on his forehead, as if he was praying. After about 10 seconds, the old man took a few steps back and turned to look at Griff. I prayed for him for 3 consecutive days, I have tried my best, and the gods will try to save him. I don't believe in your god. Griff was dissatisfied. You gave Captain Baron and the others potions, why didn't you give him? The potion has been used up. The old man shook his head, he is too poisoned. All I can do is clean up the wound and let blood for treatment. The rest is up to the will of the gods. How is that possible? We went into the mountains to help you pick herbs so many times, and it's so easy to use up? If you run out, you're out of use, and it's too late for a temporary match. The old man lowered his eyes and looked merciful, but it doesn't matter, I have sincerely prayed to the gods, and he will receive the blessings of the gods. If he still dies, then his life is already dead. It's absolutely useless, no medicine is needed. Without waiting for a response, the old man tremblingly picked up his cane and staggered out of the house. Griff stayed to take care. Day turned into night, and Willwood finally didn't get through it, and stopped breathing in a cold late night. Griff took the corpse to the village cemetery, and buried the corpse inside under the silence of the hunters in a circle. The tombstone engraved with the name of Willwood quietly watched the pale face covered by a handful of sand. Death replay ends. When the video ended, Zhou Jing came back to his senses. It turned out to be such a death, or not survived the toxin attack, and died of serious injuries. Before his own return, this carrier had already gone to half-life, and it is not surprising that he didn't get past it. It seems that after my consciousness returns, the damage of the astral apostle will not heal suddenly. So before returning, try not to put the astral apostle in a dangerous situation, otherwise it may die during placement. Zhou Jing frowned slightly. If he uses the medical technology of the main world, he probably won't die. But it is meaningless to say that, although he guessed that the medicine of the alien world may be very backward, he did not expect to use the jumping to heal the patient. This is not a matter of medical skills, are you fooling the ghost? The most outrageous thing is that such a doctor is still qualified to practice medicine in the village, and the villagers haven't stabbed him to death with a pitchfork? Quack doctors hurt people. Zhou Jing's spirit. But he is the most angry now, or the gang of the earth skeletons. Fighting side by side with the hunters and becoming friends, and being able to go to Frostwood Village to inquire about information, is obviously a double happiness, but why does it become like this? If it wasn't for the earth skeletons taking advantage of the fire to rob and attack, this astral apostle would not have been poisoned, and he was finally mourned. Earthbone man, right, get it back sooner or later. Zhou Jing made a note in the small notebook in his heart. Cleaned up his mood, Zhou Jing looked at the panel. The death of Willwood temporarily disrupted his plans, and he wanted to see what happened next. At this time, after the death replay, an interface popped up. Willwood, number 001, death settlement. Total survival time, 9 days. Sync rate, 32%. Strength, not in the extraordinary. Astral point total revenue, 1477. Total revenue of information state particles, 0. Famousness, 0. Career evaluation, premature death. Evaluation reward, none. Free inheritance slot, random, X3, designated, X2. Is there a death settlement? It counts the career earnings of an astral apostle. Zhou Jing read it carefully and thought about it. It seems that there are too many settlement links for the astral shuttle. There is a small settlement for each return, and the collection income of the current shuttle is counted. There is a settlement for each placement, and statistics are collected from the actions of the astral apostles during a placement period. And the settlement of death is the career statistics of an apostle of Shanghai, which visually displays all the achievements of an apostle. If you guess correctly, if the astral apostle clears the level, there will also be a clearance settlement. So there may be 4 different settlement modes: return, placement, death, customs clearance, too small and too big. Zhou Jing thought silently, and roughly understood the process. Death settlement will give rewards based on career evaluation. This time, it seems that we were caught off guard, so there is no reward. However, the function of free inheritance slot surprised Zhou Jing. The usefulness of this thing is that when the last apostle succumbs, you can choose some abilities and inherit it to the next astral apostle for free. Although in the pinching stage, you can also consume astral points, select the abilities of other astral apostles from the recording book, and inherit the abilities of the new astral apostles. But how can you spend money on prostitution? As long as the death evaluation is higher, the more free succession slots will be, which means that the next apostle will immediately have the strength and skills of the predecessors at the beginning. Good stuff. Zhou Jing was immediately excited. He was worried about whether the abilities he possessed should be rebuilt after the death of the astral apostle, but now it seems that it can be passed down from generation to generation. Even if it cannot be converted to the main body, it greatly improves the chances of customs clearance. The key practice achievements will not be wasted. Even if they die, they will be passed down from generation to generation. Until a certain apostle clears the customs, it can still be transformed into himself. That feels like a wave. Zhou Jing was refreshed and quickly studied it carefully. He found that there are two types of free inheritance slots, random and designated. In this evaluation, a total of 5 free inheritance slots are given, and Woolwood only has 4 skills, which is completely enough. The ability inheritance between the astral apostles is affected by their respective qualifications. If the ability does not match the qualifications of the new template, the skill level will also increase or decrease. However, that is something that needs to be considered after the ability level is high. The level of the 4 skills of Woolwood is very low, far from the point of aptitude. Vegetables also have the benefits of vegetables. Free inheritance slot used up. Inherited 4 skills, Terra Empire, Northern Dialect, LV2, Weapon Mastery Hunting Knife, LV1, Weapon Mastery Dagger, LV1, Wild Survival, LV1. When the next Astral Angel template is generated, the selected ability will be inherited. Wonderful! Zhou Jing felt relieved. Although these abilities are nothing, they are of great significance. As long as the newcomer can inherit the important abilities of the predecessors, the hard work of the predecessors will not be in vain. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had a few unused aptitude and attribute improvement rewards. He quickly checked, these rewards were still in the warehouse, and the death of the astral apostle did not affect the accumulated achievement rewards. Except for some special achievements that can only be used by the trigger, most achievement rewards are generic and can be used on other astral apostles. Zhou Jing had a flash of inspiration and quickly thought of a set of operations. In this case, maybe you can save the triggered achievement reward, meet a Star Realm apostle worth investing in, and then activate it again to stack the big brother? Well, it seems that this operation is feasible. Comfortable, I found a trick again. Unfortunately, the achievement rewards for improving aptitude and attributes seem to be only used for astral apostles, not for the main body, otherwise he would also like to experience what it feels like to become a genius overnight. This is not bad. Improving the qualifications of the apostles also increases the chance of customs clearance. Zhou Jing shook his head and noticed an additional achievement in the warehouse. In the Woolwood placement report, the unique achievement was triggered after death, and it became a legacy left to himself. Trigger, first death, unique. Unlock Astral Apostle Template Accessibility Bar? Get, Accessibility, X4. Character Level System, up to 10 levels. Item Analysis Function. Follower Function. Pet Function. Accessibility. Zhou Jing read the interpretation once, and was instantly refreshed and happy. Astral Apostles Attribute File, one item is the Auxiliary Function Bar, and the number of empty slots depends on the rarity of the template. When pinch people, you can equip the auxiliary function in the empty slot for use when the Astral Apostle walks. For different auxiliary functions, different amounts of astral points are consumed when equipping them. The auxiliary functions seem to be of various kinds, and the specific purpose is to give the astral apostles some unconventional special advantages. According to Zhou Jing's simple understanding. Is this not the meaning of paying to open? And can you choose a plug-in for the astral apostle yourself? Good guy, this is a bit fierce. But it's possible to reorganize matter to create astral apostles. It doesn't seem surprising to add a little more material. Zhou Jingping calmly muttered with excitement. The contents of these 4 auxiliary functions, judging from the effects, should be plug-in tools at the basic level. It feels like a quick language parsing as an initial benefit, not too much help, but not too exaggerated. If an astral apostle is equipped with auxiliary functions, then the movement and growth can be much more convenient. And I have saved some astral points, and I have enough money. Next time I create an astral apostle, you can use the paid pinching function. Use these resources to create a new astral apostle, with higher potential and a smoother start. Thinking about this, Willwood died well. If the astral apostle hadn't died, he wouldn't be able to unlock auxiliary functions, and he wouldn't be able to create a new and more powerful template. I only have 2 months, because Willwood left early, so I didn't spend too much time on this mediocre template, and I didn't take detours. Judging from the results, it seems to be a good thing? Wonderful, wonderful to die. Zhou Jing was no longer depressed for a moment. Not only is it not a loss, but it feels like a profit. Willwood, your sacrifice will be remembered by the organization. He was secretly excited when he thought that the next time he would pinch people, he would not need to force the start as hard as last time. Moreover, the time of the alien world and the main world move forward together, and the events and connections experienced last time will not disappear. He discovered the map of Frostwood Village by himself, and Zhou Jing decided to designate it here next time, so he didn't have to randomly land in a dangerous place. Willwood is dead, but the influence he left on the hunters still exists, and he may be able to use this to continue to deal with people like Baron and Griff. I feel like the next apostle will be smooth. Zhou Jing clenched his fist excitedly. However, Willwood is still dead, and it will take time to generate a new template. Zhou Jing looked at the information on the panel below, which showed no astral apostle available, and the new template generation time is 1 day. Just wait for a day, just to sort out the astral shuttle mechanism currently explored. By the way, think about how the new apostle should act. Zhou Jing's eyes flashed, and a vague plan appeared in his mind. Chapter 14 New Apostles. Chapter 14 The New Apostles. The next day, Zhou Jing stayed in the rental house all day, combed through the process of traveling through the astral world, and got a clear concept. He divided the currently known process into 4 stages according to the sequence of the process: pinch, shuttle, cool down, and die. Pinchman is to create the next astral apostle, and customize the body of the walking plane with various attributes by inheriting the slot for free or consuming astral points. During the shuttle phase, one's own consciousness is thrown into the astral apostle, and he walks on the plane himself, with the assistance of training acceleration and achievement rewards. During the cooling stage, the consciousness returns to the main body, and the shuttle will cool down before the next shuttle. During this period, the astral apostle will automatically act in the placement mode. The shuttle and cooldown phases are interspersed with each other as the main link. The time in the main world and the astral world is passing, but due to the poor flow rate, one side is passing fast and the other is slow. So each time you shuttle, you can set the time spent on the main body, and convert it into the stay time of personally controlling the astral apostles. Because during the shuttle, the main body is also spending time, so the timing is generally not too long. Zhou Jing thinks it can be used to replace most of the sleep time. In this way, through the interaction of descent and placement, the career of the astral apostle is continuously extended, allowing it to operate in the plane for a longer time. If the astral apostle dies, then it will enter the final death stage, settle the career, and get the free inheritance slot. Inherit part of this apostle's practice results to the next apostle for free, and then go back to the initial pinching stage and repeat the process. As for the clearance, I haven't achieved it yet, and I still don't know the form. I'll have a look at it later. But according to the information I received, it should be similar to the death stage, but I don't need to re-pinch people, and I can continue to control the astral apostle activities for clearance. Zhou Jing's eyes flickered as he sorted out the general situation. He glanced at the time. 24 hours had passed, and the new Astral Apostle template had been generated. He exhaled and prepared for the shuttle. Enter. OM. Consciousness entered the shuttle preparation space. It was still the same galaxy, and the fluorescent panel was quietly suspended in the center. Zhou Jing raised his eyes and saw the content above. New Astral Apostle template has been generated, no. 002. Current template trait file. Name, Jason Moore, subject to change. Racial appearance, Terran, can be changed. Identity, none. Personality, perseverance. Style, martial arts. Stance, neutral. Pursuit, strength. Sync difficulty rating, easy. Life goals, become a senior alien hunter, at least 2 alien blood enhancements, hunt high-risk alien beasts. Apostle constant standard, 0 out of 110. Current template ability file. Attributes, physical 5, tier 1, resistance 4, tier 1, perception 5, tier 1, spirit 6, tier 1, energy 0, tier 0. Qualifications, physical fitness - green, resistance - light green, swordsmanship - light green. Expand the detailed list. Talent, empty slot, X1. Free allocation points, 5. Extraordinary power system, empty slot, X1. Skills, Terra Empire, Northern Dialect, LV2, Weapon Mastery Hunting Knife, LV1, Weapon Mastery Dagger, LV1, Wild Survival, LV1. Auxiliary function, empty slot, X1. Rarity rating, mediocre. Full template free reset times, 0. Number of free resets for specified parameters, 2. Zhou Jing's eyes flashed, and he looked over the template parameters carefully. The clearance requirement of the second template is 30 points higher than the previous one, and the difficulty of completing the life goal has increased at a glance, but it seems to be still within the acceptable range. By the way, this template doesn't seem to have talent? Zhou Jing noticed this. He opened the book of records. Currently, the talent book only has the cleverness of Woolwood, and it takes 500 astral points to inherit the new template. There are currently 1477 astral points accumulated, and 500 points is not cheap. Zhou Jing simply gave the talent the first designated reset opportunity. The current template talent is being reset. The reset is complete. The changes are as follows. You get the talent, toughness, reduces the impact of injuries on actions. It seems that this is suitable for hard fighting. If you have this talent when you are attacked by the earth skeletons, you can probably escape on your own without Balan's rescue. Zhou Jing analyzed the effect, thought about it, and then threw the second designated reset to qualification. The current template qualification is being reset. The reset is completed. The changes are as follows. Resistance, light green, green, swordsmanship, light green, green, the rest of the results remain unchanged. It's all growth, good luck. Zhou Jing is happy. Physical strength, resistance, swordsmanship, green, all green. There are 3 green items this time, and the qualifications are better than the last apostle. After using the 2 free reset opportunities, Zhou Jing took a look and found that he could continue to reset by spending astral points. But the specified reset needs 200 points once, the overall reset needs 1000 points once, and the cost is progressively increased. He currently has no intention of continuing to reset. Now that he has the astral point in stock, he can further pinch people. He is ready to test the degree of customization. Let me see what kind of money pinch people take. Zhou Jing rubbed his hands excitedly. He operated it, and the panel popped up a message. To improve the 4 parameters of the template's attributes, qualifications, talents, and skills, the astral points need to be converted into free allocation points, and the ratio is 100 to 1. Add point limit for this template, 0/500. Hint, the template adds a limit of points, which means the upper limit of the astral points that can be invested when the current template is converted to free allocation points. The limit depends on the rarity of the template, basic limit, and the energy level of the astral shuttle multiplier bonus. The higher the two, the more astral energy enhancements can be received by the astral apostle generated by this template. Is that so? Different rarities of astral apostles have different strength limits. Zhou Jing scratched his head. It seems that the rarity of the template also means capacity. Once you inject too many astral points, people will be full. The scope of this limit is only to use astral points to strengthen the 4 items of attributes, qualifications, talents, and skills, which is equivalent to the upper limit of a single template. The ability to select the recording book, the characteristics and abilities used to replace the new template, are not affected by this limit, and there is no upper limit. It's just that with each inheritance or adjustment, the fee increases progressively. The conversion limit for adding points depends on 2 factors. The rarity of the template depends on the face, and this astral shuttle energy level. Zhou Jing's mind moved, and the corresponding entry popped up on the panel. Astral shuttle energy level. Current, LV1. Upgrade to the next level, you need to invest 1000 astral points and 20 information state particles. Hint: the astral shuttle energy level affects factors such as the initial strength of the astral apostle template, the conversion limit of free points of the template, the level of the transformable ability of the ontology. This thing. Zhou Jing read it carefully and figured out its use. If the power of astral shuttle is regarded as a superpower system, then the astral shuttle energy level is equivalent to the realm of this system, which is equal to the degree of development of this ability. The deeper the degree of development, the stronger the ability. Basically, some of the key factors of the astral shuttle are linked to the energy level of the astral shuttle, the initial strength of the template, the limit of template points, and so on. Like the point limit, the basic limit of the template rarity this time is 500 points. If the star shuttle energy level is increased to LV2, then the multiplier is 2, and the actual conversion limit becomes 500 times 2 is equal to 1000. If the astral shuttle energy level is LV3, LV4, or even LV10, then the multiplication of the base amount will be more successful, and the room for adding more points will be wider, and you can invest more astral points. Unfortunately, I haven't even seen a single hair of the information state particle, so I definitely won't be able to upgrade, so I don't need to think about it for the time being. Since there is no other way, Zhou Jing just wrote it down and left it behind. He didn't hesitate, just spent the extra amount. 500 astral points have been converted, you get 5 free distribution points. Current free allocation points, 10. Zhou Jing had already thought about the distribution, and this time he added all of them to his attributes. He has tried adding points for aptitude and talent, but it takes a lot of points to improve a little, and the same is true for skills, there is no attribute that is so immediate. Through the last experience, Zhou Jing discovered that when the initial strength of the template is low, improving the attributes can increase the survival guarantee and facilitate follow-up actions. Willwood has proved that 9 points of physical strength is good, but he eventually died of toxins and injuries. It is estimated that the resistance is not high, so he decided to match the physical strength and resistance this time. The success rate of taking alien blood potions seems to be related to both. If you add all physical fitness, although it is close to the extraordinary level, it is still lower than Baron's 18 points. It is better to increase resistance to use alien blood potions. Prepare, that's the goal. Zhou Jing thought about it and immediately started to operate. Complete distribution of free points. Physical 510, resistance 49. The last item is to consider loading an auxiliary function. Zhou Jing pondered. The achievement triggered by the death of Willwood unlocked the auxiliary function bar, and also came with 4 basic auxiliary functions. Today, he has thought about several solutions. Reread the template properties, and compared the assembly costs of each auxiliary function. Zhou Jing hesitated for a few seconds and finally made a decision. 500 astral points consumed. Follower function has been filled in the auxiliary function column. Currently available followers, untitled, primary. The 4 basic auxiliary functions have different assembly costs. Among them, character level system, up to 10 levels, is the most expensive, requiring 800 points. Each level gives 0 attribute points, which is equal to additional growth. Zhou Jing was originally torn about whether to choose this, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it was okay. There was one main reason. One is that the character upgrade function cannot be inherited. Even if the previous astral apostle reaches the full level, the next apostle still has to start from the first level, and the additional attribute points brought by this auxiliary function cannot be inherited. Although he wanted to clear the level as soon as possible, but after analysis, he felt that the second astral apostle should focus on development and have enough strength before trying to clear the level. Because this is only the second time to travel, and he is inexperienced, he thinks it is safe to do both. After trying to clear the customs, he thinks more about whether he can leave more legacy. Therefore, it is not worthwhile to choose an auxiliary function that cannot be inherited. After all, 800 points are really expensive for him now. He checked it just now. In the map overview mode, the designated cost of placing Frostwood Village is 100 points, which is a necessary expense. Then spend another 800 points with the character level system, up to 10 levels, and I only have 77 points left in my hand, and I'm afraid I won't be able to accelerate my practice. Follower function as long as 500 points, you can save 300 points to start the training acceleration. And this function is inheritable. Follower function at present, there is only one empty slot, which is a primary follower template. The effect is that after entering the world, you can summon it and follow your actions. It doesn't matter if the follower dies unfortunately, each astral apostle has a chance to revive the follower. If it is used up, then let the next astral apostle install this function to reset the resurrection chance. And the followers can exercise by themselves, and the files will not be erased, the ability will still be retained when resurrected, and there is no need to start from scratch when assembling them to different astral apostles. It has a certain growth potential and is cost-effective. What is this? It's the perfect cannon fodder. Assistant. The world of alien beasts is more dangerous, and the living environment is harsh. Compared with being a lone wolf, Zhou Jing felt that it was necessary to have a follower who would not complain no matter how he used it. In addition, the use of different blood medicines is dangerous, and a loyal follower must be willing to try the medicine for himself. Zhou Jing coughed and looked at the template of this junior follower, only the ability file. To be honest, the attributes of junior followers are a bit horrible. Except for the energy attribute, which is still 0, the other 4 items are the standard 5 points for ordinary people, but the aptitude is either gray or white, and I can't find the slightest bit of green, and there is no talent, and there is a prompt that the training acceleration function cannot be used. Isn't Jie just stupid? It seems that this is the limitation of the follower function. Although the training results of the follower will be retained and inherited, the problem is that the growth is slow. Zhou Jing nodded secretly. But fortunately, this time he only wanted a tool person, and his requirements were not high. Astral points can add points to followers, and the basic conversion limit is also 500. It also accepts the multiplier bonus of the astral shuttle energy level. However, Zhou Jing doesn't have any extra astral points for his followers, and he has to spend it himself. This thing is really useless. I thought I saved a lot last time. It seems that it is only the level of subsistence allowance consumption. Zhou Jing muttered to himself. The shape and name of the follower template can be customized. Zhou Jing suppressed his urge to pinch his face, and set the appearance for this follower. Medium figure, with an ordinary public face. Steady, extremely soluble in the crowd. The less conspicuous the more convenient it is to do things. As for the name of the follower, just call Ross. Zhou Jing thought of a popular name that conformed to the style of the alien world, and used it directly, without any special meaning. It's almost enough to pinch people. Excluding the 100 points that will be consumed in the designated area, there are still 377 astral points left in the inventory, which can be used as mobile funds. Zhou Jing calmed down. He entered the appearance adjustment interface and found that this time the apostle had thick eyebrows, big eyes, masculine and firmness, and half of his handsomeness, so he did not adjust more, but added a bird shape of the same style as would on the inside of his forearm. Tattoo. Then, he changed the template name from Jason Moore to Jason Wood according to the plan he thought about during the day. Astral Apostle template adjustment is over. Enter the pre-launch stage. Currently placed in the astral world, World of Different Beasts, number 001. Astral time velocity difference, 4.1135.7. The shuttle timing, 6 hours on the body, default. There is a slight change in the time flow rate difference. Well, this time I try to time it for 8 hours. Zhou Jing's heart moved. Change confirmation, the shuttle timing, body 8 hours. Map overview mode enabled. Please select the delivery mode, random area delivery, or specified area delivery. The map interface is expanded, and it is different from the completely black appearance when you first shuttled. Now there are some black-shirted forest areas on the map, as well as the location of Frostwood Village. You can zoom and observe the details. Zhou Jing had already made a decision to operate. Select, specify region delivery. Designated location, Frost Kimura. 100 star boundary points are required to be placed in this area. Consumed. Start serving. Scoff. A familiar voice sounded, and a streamer crack opened in the starry sky below. For the second time, Zhou Jing was already mentally prepared and was sucked in directly. After falling rapidly for an unknown time, a field finally appeared at the end of the fissure, zooming rapidly in the field of vision. Chapter 15 Will? That's my stupid brother. Chapter 15 Will? That's my stupid brother. Alien world. The white clouds are wispy, and the sky is as blue as wash. A sapphire-like river surrounds the black-shirted forest, separating the verdant fields. There is a village by the river, and the smoke is wafting. Somewhere in the river far away from the village, where there is no one around, the gentle and slow-flowing water is washing the pebbles in the river bed day after day. At this moment, a spot of light suddenly lit up at the bottom of the river, and the water flow suddenly converged, forming a transparent human shape, followed by the emergence of different colors, and the matter reorganized into the body of the astral apostle. Whoa! This body suddenly sat up from the bottom of the river, spit out a mouthful of water, and there was a small fry caught in it. Good guy, he really knows where to go. Zhou Jing quickly stood up from the river and climbed to the shore, his wet and rough clothes tightly clinging to his body. The cold wind was blowing so hard that he felt the skin all over his body tensed. Shuddered, Zhou Jing's expression was a little helpless. Last time it was at least a piece of wood, this time it was made of water, and he didn't dare to think about it next time. If you were born in a cesspool and restructured your body with chemical fertilizers accumulated over the years, it would be better to swallow the dung and commit suicide on the spot, turn the original soup into the original food, and quickly restart the next one. In his second birth, Zhou Jing was familiar with the process. He looked at the reflection on the river and confirmed the appearance of this astral apostle. Well, the facial features with tough lines, the neat-inch head, the tall and strong body. We are right, half of the body is handsome. Zhou Jing jumped on the spot twice, feeling light and light, more powerful than the body of Will Wood. This time's physical fitness is 10 points, which is 1 point higher than last time. The actual change in feeling is quite obvious. It's just that my senses seem to be less sharp than last time. No wonder, after all, the talent is different. Zhou Jing tried for a while before calling out the panel and glanced at it. Estimated length of stay, 7-10 days. Current sync rate, 10%. I increased the shuttle time by 2 hours. The duration of stay in the alien world is 2 or 3 days longer than the last time. It seems that the current difference in time flow rate should be 1 hour in the main world, and it is close to a day here. However, the difference in time flow rate will also fluctuate, and it may change in the future. Zhou Jing didn't worry too much about this. He looked at the synchronization rate and at the trait file. Perseverance, style of martial arts, pursuit of strength. Based on his simple experience analysis, this is a little bit of martial arts. If you are persevering, you have a bit of this trait, and it seems that this time it is easy to synchronize. Zhou Jing climbed up the beach, looked up, and soon saw a small group of houses in the distance, braving the smoke of cooking. It was estimated that it was Shuangmu village. Fortunately, it's not too far. Let's get the followers out and see. Zhou Jing looked around, and when no one was around, he activated the auxiliary function in the panel and summoned his followers. Swish! The sand a few meters away suddenly swirled and flew, and in an instant, he turned into a blank-faced man with a public face. It was the follower Ross that he had pinched before. This is the follower? Zhou Jing was very interested and circled around him. Ross stayed where he was, his eyes followed Zhou Jing. Why do you feel dumb? Ross, _ How to operate followers. Can you speak? Ross, _ Will sign language communication be possible? Ross, _ Well, it doesn't seem to work. Saying that you can stop looking at me, it's pretty scary. Ross, _ Fuck. The eyeballs are turning over. Stop. Look at me. Ross, confused face. Zhou Jing wiped his cold sweat. The eyeball finally returned to normal. Why is it big or small? Did it just touch the nerves? He didn't dare to play with this follower again, for fear that there would be some unhuman operation. After a little test, he found that the follower only needs to give verbal commands. Let him lie down, let him drink water, and drink it to the death, except that it is a little rigid. There is no other problem. The junior follower is rather clumsy. Ross looks silly and doesn't have the ability to communicate, but he can save all the images he sees with his own eyes. Zhou Jing can check the other party's experience log through physical contact. And in the dark, he can vaguely sense the direction of his followers to prevent them from getting lost. Think of the good, at least it can be used as a compass or an eye position. Follow me first. Zhou Jing groped for clarity, nodded, and walked towards the village in the distance. Ross followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Frostwood Village was getting closer, and the scene came into view. This is a small and peaceful village built next to the river. There are 3 mills by the river, a small stone bridge over the river, and a black-shirt forest across the river. The surrounding area is a farmland surrounded by fences, and sections of low walls surround the village to plan the boundary. At a glance, there are dozens of houses scattered in the village, made of stone bricks of different sizes, with yellow roofs and gray walls. Zhou Jing took Ross along a dirt road to the village. Farmers working in the farmland by the road noticed the two and looked up curiously. As soon as they entered the village, their 2 unfamiliar faces attracted more passers-by to watch. Who are these 2? It doesn't seem like someone from the village. Gathered on the 2 with curious and vigilant eyes, the villagers whispered and followed carefully, as if they wanted to see what the 2 were doing in the village. Zhou Jing noticed that some young villagers ran away. As if to inform someone, he thought about it, turned his head and walked towards the cemetery. The cemetery is located on the edge of the village, and the tombstones are scattered. Under the fearful and doubtful gazes of the villagers, Zhou Jing walked into the cemetery and searched for a while before finally finding his goal. He stopped in front of a tombstone with 2 paragraphs written on it. Will Wood's tomb. A brave soul sleeps here. This is where my last body was buried. Zhou Jing raised his hand and touched the tombstone. There was no floating dust. It seemed that someone often cleaned it up. Does this count as sweeping your own grave? It feels quite subtle. Not long after, there was a loud noise outside the cemetery. The crowd of onlookers separated, and 3 hunters with bows and knives hurried over. Was headed by Griff. Looking at this stranger who suddenly came to the village, he asked with a cautious tone, "Who are you? What are you doing in Schwanky Village?" Zhou Jing looked back and his eyes lit up. The 3 hunters are all familiar faces. When I controlled the last apostle, I fought side by side with them. Hearing the question, Zhou Jing smiled and did not answer immediately. Instead, he pointed to the tombstone, deliberately made a heavy expression, and asked, "Do you know him?" "Huh?" Griff made a questioning nasal sound. He couldn't help looking up and down Zhou Jing's body this time, secretly curious about the origin of this stranger. Just now, the villagers came to inform him that 2 suspicious men had entered the village and went straight to the cemetery, and Griff immediately brought people over. He didn't know the origin of the 2 outsiders, but only now noticed that the 2 stopped by Willwood's tomb and seemed to be mourning. Could it be that these 2 have something to do with Willwood? Griff was taken aback. Unsure of Zhou Jing's intentions, Griff thought about it and answered truthfully. "No, he's a lost traveler we met in the forest." "Why was he buried here? How did he die?" Zhou Jing asked the question knowingly, and deliberately showed a deep expression. Griff became more and more suspicious of Zhou Jing's identity, worried about causing misunderstanding, and answered honestly. "We happened to be hunting alien beasts in the forest, and happened to meet Will. He asked us for help, we took him, and we planned to take him out of the forest after the hunt. But when we were hunting, we were attacked by the nearby earth skeletons, and Will was unfortunately poisoned. I took him back to the village for treatment, but couldn't save his life, so I buried him here." Having said this, Griff looked a little sad. Although some time has passed, he is still haunted by Will's death. Zhou Jing thought about it and asked, "How long has he been dead?" "About 28 days. 28 days. It's been about a day and a half since the last time I returned to the main world. It seems that the flow of time is still fluctuating, but it is about an hour in the main world, and it is a day close to the alien world." Zhou Jing was thinking in his heart, his face was calm, and he said slowly, "Did he die heroically?" "Of course." Griff did not hesitate. After a pause, he explained, "Although Will is not a hunter, he fought alongside us and helped us kill alien beasts. If it wasn't for him, I might have died, and he saved my life." Having said this, Griff couldn't help but be curious, and said, "You ask me so much about Will, who are you?" "You finally asked." Zhou Jing raised his brows, thought for a while, patted the tombstone, and sighed deeply. "Will. He's my dear brother." Griff and the 2 hunters beside him were stunned at the same time. "What, Will has a brother? And it came to you?" Griff subconsciously said. "Then what is your name?" Zhou Jing raised his eyes, looked directly at Griff, and said every word. "My name is Jason Wood. Sync rate plus 5%. Chapter 16 Act. Chapter 16 Acting. This person turned out to be Will's brother? The 3 of Griff were stunned. "You don't believe it?" Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows. "Well, that's not. It's just that Will didn't tell us about it." Griff suppressed his inner shock and stammered. He really did not expect that Will still has relatives, and relatives have come to the door. Actually, Will Wood has always been quite mysterious. With the surname, it seems that he is a tribal blood relative, but he has never mentioned his family and relatives, and they don't know that this guy has an older brother. However, in the end, everyone only got along for a few days. Although Will left a deep impression on them, it is normal not to disclose the origin. How did you find this place?" Griff was puzzled. The last thing he understood was this. The fact that Will died here is temporarily known only to the people in their Frostwood village. Where did the outsiders know about it? Zhou Jing's face did not change color. There is a feeling between brothers, plus a little bit of intuition. Yes. Griff stayed for a while. He always felt that something was wrong, but he seemed unable to refute it. Griff is more inclined to the person in front of him who has been looking for the whereabouts of his younger brother, and he has finally found it now, but he has not stated it clearly. After all, everyone has come, so I can only believe it. As for doubting whether this person is Will's brother, he can't judge at all, so he can't go down to Will now to verify. Seeing Griff's hesitation, Zhou Jing smiled secretly, but he said solemnly, "I can see that you are doubting me." Well, that's not. Griff was a little at a loss how to express it. "It's okay, I understand your concerns." Zhou Jing rolled up his sleeves, showing the bird-shaped tattoos he had added on purpose, and said slowly, "Will has the same tattoos as mine, this is the mark of our brothers." "I've seen this before." Griff was taken aback. When was taking care of the seriously injured Will, he discovered that Will had this tattoo on his body. Unless you are close to someone, it is impossible to know such a secret thing. This time, Griff's suspicions were dissipated a lot. If he only believed half of what Zhou Jing said just now, then he believed it 80% to 90% now. This Jason Wood is probably Will's brother. Grieve felt a sudden burst of guilt, feeling at a loss, not knowing how to face Zhou Jing. The relatives of the family came to the door and found that the younger brother was unfortunately dead, which is a bit difficult to explain to the relatives of the family. If it were a stranger, it would be fine, but Will indirectly saved the hunters' lives, but in the end he died, and Griff has been brooding about it. It doesn't mean that after only a few days together, the friendship is deeper than that of other companions, but because Will is not a hunter companion, he voluntarily shot at a critical moment, reducing their casualties and being kind to them. Griff originally thought that he had rescued a lost person, but he never thought that he was the one who was rescued, and the other person died because of this. This psychological gap made him feel guilty all the time. Facing Will's brother at this time, Griff felt even more ashamed. He was a little afraid to look directly into Zhou Jing's eyes, and said disappointedly, "My name is Griff and I'm a hunter in this village. Your brother saved our lives, but we couldn't save him. I'm sorry." Zhou Jing waved his hand and said slowly, "It's not your responsibility. I can see that you are a good person. You said that Will got lost and asked you for help. Fortunately, you helped him, or he would have died in the forest. Will owes you the favor first, so you don't have to apologize to me at all." Hearing the words, Griff was stunned, and then a warm current surged in his heart. "As for my brother's death..." Zhou Jing paused, acting like he was very relieved. "He chose to fight like a man and saved your life, then his death was worthwhile, and he didn't waste his life in vain. I'm so proud of him." Griff was instantly moved. "I only met today, he didn't know what kind of person Will's brother was, but now hearing these words, Zhou Jing's image instantly became taller in his heart. Can be so open-minded." Grieve felt a surge of admiration in his heart, and he felt that he must not be able to do this. Zhou Jing smacked his lips, and was still complacent, and added forcefully, "Our family motto is to die well. As long as life burns with value, then there is no regret. Will has implemented our family motto, he is good." Griff was instantly in awe. This sounds like a resolute and noble family. Seeing that several people were being frightened, Zhou Jing stiffened his expression and maintained a calm look, secretly complaining in his heart. "These two are me, can you not be open-minded?" Pretending to be the older brother of Will Wood is a plan he thought of, so that he can use it as an entry point to get acquainted with Griff and others, and benefit from the influence left by the last apostle. Let the new astral apostle connect with the previous vest, so as to inherit some of the contacts made by the previous apostle. This is a plan of action that he thinks is very feasible after thinking. For this reason, Zhou Jingkai deliberately got a tattoo on his body when pinching people, the same style as Will Wood. With this tattoo, coupled with my understanding of Griff and others, and the simplicity of people who are easy to trust in this era, there is no need to go back and forth to try to pay attention to too many details, and it is enough to show your identity directly. He was still thinking about whether to dig out Will for proof, but fortunately Griff saw Will's tattoo while caring for the wounded, so there is no need to make such a desperate of conscience suggestion. Now it seems that the effect of this plan is more than good, it is simply wonderful. When he was secretly happy, Griff glanced at the tombstone, his expression a little embarrassed. Because of love and reason, I should let you take Will's body away. I'm also willing to help, but after all, it's been buried for almost 30 days, maybe a little. No, let my brother rest in peace here. Zhou Jing shook his head. Okay. Then what are you going to do next? Griff was curious. Zhou Jing suddenly came to the spirit. The words I said before were all for this moment. Now that the heat is almost over, it's finally time for a showdown. Zhou Jing turned his head to look at the tombstone, tried his best to make a sad expression, and lowered his voice. I want to stay in the village temporarily, to accompany my brother. No problem. Griff immediately agreed, you can stay at my house these days. Zhou Jing, however, waved his hand to refuse, and said slowly, I plan to live for a long time, and I don't have the habit of being fostered. I can pay the labor and use it as the rent for staying in this village. Are you going to live longer? Griff was taken aback and secretly sighed. Although this man is strong and open-minded, his relationship with his younger brother is really good. Maybe this is Tai-Han tenderness? Griff secretly sighed, and then asked curiously, how long do you want to stay in Frostwood Village? I don't know, it may be a long time. Does your village not welcome outsiders? Zhou Jing raised his brows. Not really, it's just that Shuangmu village is very remote, there are usually no outsiders, and this is something that can only be decided by the village chief. I can't be the master. Griff paused and said sincerely, I can take you to see the village chief. Will is kind to our village. You are Will's brother, and the village chief will definitely agree. Zhou Jing had no objection and nodded. A few people walked out of the cemetery. The villagers watching outside saw that Zhou Jing was not in danger, and immediately dispersed. With the scale of the village, the news could soon spread to everyone. The village chief's longhouse is in the center of the village. Griff took Zhou Jing over there, and they talked while walking on the road. Speaking of which, your surname is Wood. Which clan is your blood relative? Griff curiously asked. Good question, I want to know too, but I want to know what tribal blood relatives really are. Zhou Jing coughed and said ambiguously, it's all in the past, so don't mention it again. Griff was taken aback for a moment, thinking that Zhou Jing didn't want to say it, and he didn't force it. But thinking of Will entering the forest alone, and his brother choosing to stay in this remote village, Griff only felt that they had an unbearable past. Has the identity of Will's brother, but Griff has no doubts. After thinking about it, he asked again. How many brothers and sisters do you have in your family? It depends. What? Cough, I'm not sure, our brothers and sisters are scattered all over the place, and many people have lost contact. Zhou Jing didn't blink his eyes, he was just talking nonsense. How many brothers are there in the family? It depends on how many times I die. Griff nodded in understanding and suddenly pointed at Ross. Then is he also your brother? He wanted to ask just now, this person didn't say a word, just followed Zhou Jing silently. What kind of look is he? Zhou Jing had already prepared the draft and explained. He is my companion, he follows me everywhere, and if I stay, he will stay with me. So that's the case, it seems to be a good friend. Griff was stunned, stretched out his hand to Ross, and said enthusiastically, hello, what's your name? Ross glanced down at his hand, but didn't respond. Griff's expression froze, a little embarrassed. Your friend doesn't seem to like to talk? Zhou Jing's mouth twitched vaguely. Don't worry about him, his name is Ross, he's a mute, and his brain is broken. He can only understand my words, so I take him with me wherever I go. Ross, _. Griff was stunned, as if he understood something. He shook his head, patted Zhou Jing on the shoulder, and sighed, it seems that it is not easy for you. Ross, _. Chapter 17 Please God give me a strong man. Chapter 17 I beg God to give me a strong man. Xuanmu village is not big, and the two soon came to the longhouse in the center of the village and met the village chief of Xuanmu village. The village chief is a middle-aged and elderly person with white temples, wrinkles on his face, and his hands are covered with calluses from the use of agricultural tools all year round. Griff made it clear on behalf of Zhou Jing. The village chief agreed on the spot without saying a word. Will's matter, I heard from Baron and Griff. Your brother is a heroic man who is kind to our village. If all the hunters die, the village will lose its protective power. Across the table, the village chief rubbed the back of his hand and said with emotion, How many hunters are there in the village now? Zhou Jing asked calmly. Hearing this, Griff interjected to explain. There are only 5 left. You have already met me and the other 2 hunters. Captain Baron and another injured hunter are still recovering, so we haven't hunted for a while. Zhou Jing nodded, thinking about it in his heart. There are 5 hunters left. He remembered that there were 6 people who escaped, 3 of them were poisoned, but only his last apostle was seriously injured and killed. Is a bit weird? Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes. It doesn't mean that his thoughts are dark, but according to rational judgment, with the physical quality of his last apostle, he should not have survived as an ordinary hunter, while his own apostle is hiccups. Since ordinary hunters can live, the apostle should also be able to live. It's not surprising that Balong survived. This person has extraordinary resistance, and even if the injury is more serious, he can survive. He couldn't help but think of the picture of the old man saying that the potion was used up in Death Replay, and he felt something was wrong. At this moment, the village chief sighed and shook his head. Baron said that your younger brother is very talented, and he is very sorry, otherwise our village might have another official alien hunter. It's a pity that Will is too badly injured, and the witch doctor can't save it. Zhou Jing moved in his heart. Is the witch doctor the village doctor? Well, he was originally a wandering pharmacist. We invited him to stay a few years ago. He promised to stay in the village to make potions, and the request was to let our hunter team go into the forest to collect herbs for him. This person is probably the doctor who treated me with Diao Dishun. Zhou Jing squinted his eyes and kept it in his mind. My plan is to stay in the village, and I will have time to explore it slowly in the future. As an outsider who has just arrived, it is not suitable to question someone who has been a doctor in the village for several years. At this moment, the village chief shook his head and said back to the topic. Jason, Frostwood Village welcomes you to stay. We are indeed short of manpower in many places. Farmers, blacksmiths, hunters. What exactly do you want to do? Zhou Jing didn't hesitate, and said straightforwardly, being a hunter is more suitable for me. The only alien hunter he knows now is Baron. If he wants to gain extraordinary power, he has to approach Baron as a hunter. This is a plan he has long thought of. Hearing Zhou Jing's choice, the village chief immediately became happy. Now the hunter team in Xuanmu village is seriously damaged and needs manpower the most. Although the Terra Empire has been established for about 40 years, alien beasts are still the main threat, especially in the wild villages like Frostwood Village. Every hunter is very precious. Not only because of the kindness of Zhou Jing's brother, but the outsider himself is also the labor force that the village desperately needs. But Griff was not so happy. Although the contact between the two was short, he respected Zhou Jing's personality and couldn't help reminding. Hunters need years of training. It's not a matter of time. I urge you to think about it again. Not everyone is born as strong as your brother. Zhou Jing raised his brows and laughed. You may not believe it. I'm stronger than my brother. Griff was stunned for a moment, and then looked up and down Zhou Jing suspiciously. It's not that he looks down on people, but Will Wood is the strongest ordinary person he has ever seen. Even the well-informed Captain Baron said that it is extremely rare, and there is no one in 10,000. Although you are Will's brother, it doesn't mean you are so strong, the probability is too low. I'm afraid I'm not bragging, don't think I'm a countryman and just fool me. Seeing Griff's disbelief, Zhou Jing didn't explain, he got up and came behind Griff, holding the chair with both hands, and exerting force violently. In a burst of exclamations, Zhou Jing directly lifted him up with the chair, with a very relaxed expression, and even did a few curls at will, flipping Griff a few times. Jason Wood has a physical fitness of 10 points, which is higher than the previous apostle. It is as light as nothing to lift a person. His body is full of strength, and his energy seems to be inexhaustible. Stop, I believe it. Griff hurriedly landed, his face full of surprise. He couldn't help but reached out and squeezed Zhou Jing's arm. The touch was like fine iron. Really so strong? What did these two brothers eat to grow up? Griff was astonished. Why are you like this too? No way, our Wood family's ability is strong, Jean. Cough, good blood. Griff was a little stunned. Is everyone like this in your family? That's right, our Wood family is born with supernatural powers, all of them are machos. Zhou Jing laughed and patted Griff's back vigorously, making a muffled sound. What? The bones are breaking. Griff was almost staggered and grimaced in pain. But that didn't stop him from getting excited. The stronger this Jason Wood, the better for the village, which means that the hunters have ushered in a powerful companion. Moreover, since the death of Will Wood, Captain Baron has been overwhelmed with food and thought every day that such a good seedling is gone, and now he will be very excited to see an equally strong and sturdy man. Griff rubbed his shoulders and said impatiently, "You are indeed a good hunter. I will take you to see Captain Balan now." Okay. Zhou Jing naturally had no objection. The village chief on the side of was beaming with joy. He was happy for the village to get a powerful man, and said cheerfully, "Then I represent Frostaki village, you are welcome to stay." Said, the village chief turned his head to look at Ross, who didn't say a word, and asked curiously, "What about your companion? Does he want to be a hunter too?" Well, let's talk about this. Zhou Jing is ambiguous. How to arrange Ross, he has not fully considered. The current idea is to let Ross develop first, and he can learn some deputy jobs, such as blacksmith, pharmacist, etc., to provide logistical support. After all, in terms of combat, Ross, the whiteboard, should not be of much help in a short period of time, so he still has to practice first. On the other side of Frostwood Village, Baron's residence. Baron sat at the door of the house, basking lazily in the sun, with some sackcloth bandages wrapped around him. From time to time, villagers pass by and greet him friendly, and he also nods in response. Another sunny day. The injury should recover faster. Balan muttered to himself, touched the wound, and it was almost better. The last time he was attacked by the earth skeletons and was seriously injured, he has been recuperating until now. He is an alien hunter stationed in Frostwood Village. Unlike the local hunters, he has no family here. He is alone. His task is to train hunters and lead a team to hunt. Occasionally, when he finds traces of alien animals, he picks up an axe and goes all out, living a lonely and hard life. Full of danger. Although many daughters of farmers are curious about the alien hunter, and have hinted more than once that they want to drill into the barn with him, Baron is generally not shy, and most of the time uses exercise to develop his strength. In his eyes, a real alien hunter should never pursue power and wealth or priority mating rights, either on the way of hunting aliens or in training. It's just that since the establishment of the Terra Empire, the ancient profession of beast hunter has become more and more impure. Baron sighed secretly. Those who have obtained alien blood enhancement are just called alien blood warriors, not alien beast hunters. The former is only the entry requirement for the latter. Alien beast hunters need to be proficient in combat skills, learn how to fight against alien beasts, receive long-term training, and finally participate in a successful hunt to be considered a master, and only then can they be qualified to call themselves extraordinary beast hunters. In the wild era, each tribe had a set of methods for training alien hunters, basically fighting only for their own tribe. After the establishment of the Terra Empire, it integrated some of the training methods, trained more alien hunters, and then assigned them to solve the threats of alien beasts in various places under its jurisdiction, or to stay in certain territories. But Baron is not this imperial hunter, he is another. When he was young, he happened to meet a wandering alien hunter. He was spotted by the other side and taught him by his side. Finally, he was strengthened by the alien blood potion and became a free hunter. This is also a common situation, just like the Imperial Hunter. It is one of the mainstream alien hunter groups. Freelance hunters or expatriate Imperial hunters occasionally meet ordinary people who are worthy of training, and they are basically not stingy in teaching. This is the tradition of this ancient profession. Alien beasts are always the main threat to survival. For the sake of the entire human race, most alien beast hunters are willing to train new people, which is also cultivating partners who may fight side by side in the future. Balon couldn't help but think of Willwood again, and sighed in his heart. Even after dozens of days, he still regrets it every time he thinks about it. Is really a good seedling. That is the most talented person he has ever seen, absolutely one-of-a-kind genius, and his personality is also very appealing to him. He originally thought that when he left the Blackshirt Forest, he would invite Will to stay in the village, train him to become a beast hunter, and teach him all his experience. It's a pity that fate made people. Well, this genius was just discovered by himself, and he died quietly before he had time to shine in the world. Such excellent seedlings are gone. Where can I find such a good one? I beg God to give me another strong man. Baron sighed in his heart. Just when he was stunned, 3 people came from the street and stopped in front of his house. Among them, Griff is an old acquaintance, but the latter 2 are unfamiliar faces that have never been seen in the village. Captain Baron, how are you recovering? Griff greeted with a smile. Not bad, in a few days, you can go hunting in the forest. Baron responded casually, looking curiously at the 2 strangers behind Griff. A masculine appearance with thick eyebrows and big eyes. One has no features, like a fool. Before he could ask a question, Griff introduced it first. This is Jason Wood, he is going to live in the village and join our hunters, and this Ross is his friend. Balon was taken aback. Wood? Could it be? He's Will's brother. Griff nodded. Balon's eyes widened suddenly. His shocked expression was exactly the same as Griff when he first heard the news. He couldn't help but look at Zhou Jing carefully and compare it with Will's appearance in his memory. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, he feels that the facial features of the 2 are more and more similar. At this moment, Baron suddenly thought of something and stood up quickly, feeling a little embarrassed. Zhou Jing saw that he might have misunderstood his intention, and smiled heartily on purpose, saying, "You're Baron, right? I heard about you. You once saved my brother's life. Although he didn't make it through, it's not your responsibility. You don't have to feel guilty. I'm not here to blame you. Actually, it was your brother who saved our lives." Balong is no longer cramped, and he is sighing. He immediately thought of what Griff had just said, and asked curiously, "You want to join the hunter team of Frostwood Village, why is this?" Zhou Jing heard the words, his face sank, and he said slowly, "I don't hide it from you. I stayed with my younger brother and for revenge. Will saved you, and I am very proud of your death. But the group of skeletons killed my younger brother. Without them, what kind of brother am I?" Yes. Barrington was born with the same hatred, and suddenly had a good impression. Those words came to his heart. Just appreciate it. Has the same temper as me. It seems that it is also a thing that is used to flying big bricks. Balong was still in the mood, slapped his thigh, and his beard trembled with excitement. Will is the most talented person I've ever seen. He's definitely suitable to be a hunter of alien beasts. It's a pity to die. You're right, It's not the end of it unless you kill all the skeletons. Speaking of this, Griff suddenly said, Captain, Jason is stronger than Will, I have tried it. Stronger than Will? Balong was startled and looked Zhou Jing up and down. Real or fake? Will's talent is unique, but his brother is even more powerful? Seeing that Balong didn't quite believe it, Zhou Jing was not surprised. He thought for a while, then took Griff's back collar in one hand and picked it up. Griff, whose feet were off the ground, was full of question marks. Balong was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward in 2 steps, holding Zhou Jing's arm with his big hand, kneading his muscles, feeling something. The more he touched the muscles, the brighter his eyes became. What a strong body! What feed did these brothers eat to grow up? Leave Will, here comes a Jason. Could it be that the naive heard my wish and brought down a macho? Baron took 2 steps back and looked at Zhou Jing in surprise, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. How is it? Zhou Jing raised his brows and put Griff down. I believe it. Baron couldn't help but wonder, you and your brother are both so strong. Then do you have other siblings? Are they all like this? I know this question. Griff immediately raised his hand to answer, the woods are all born with magical powers. Balong was amazed and said to himself, it's amazing. Obviously it's a surname that I haven't heard of before, is it a blood relative of a small clan? Muttered to himself for a while, then he suddenly made up his mind, looked at Zhou Jing, and looked forward to it. Would you like to be an alien hunter? Zhou Jing smiled, this was the purpose of his stay in the village. Of course. Thanks to the leader of Fengling Xiaoyi. Chapter 18 Hunter's Breath. Chapter 18 Hunter's Breath. Alien blood medicine has a high lethality, so even if you know that this is an extraordinary way, not everyone has this kind of courage. Hearing Zhou Jing's willingness, Baron was overjoyed and laughed happily, his thick and fluffy beard twitched, and the corners of his mouth almost reached the back of his ears. Ha ha ha. Then from tomorrow, I will train you myself and pass on all my experience to you. The training may be hard, but I think you will be fine. Balong waved his hand, arrogantly. Okay. Zhou Jing nodded calmly. Having a guide is definitely more convenient than groping yourself. It was agreed to meet at the training ground in the village tomorrow. Zhou Jing said goodbye to Baron and walked around the village with Griff. Shuangmu village is small, but it has all the internal organs, taverns, blacksmith shops, leather armor shops, mills, etc. There are all the necessary items. According to Griff, the Blackshirt Forest is very vast. It stretches down from the Shibert Mountains. Only a part of the forest area crosses the border of the empire, and the rest are outside the border. Those are unknown areas, and the Terra Empire has never the plan to open up, so it is very desolate. Frostwood Village is located in the northern part of the Terra Empire. Because it is next to the Black Shirt Forest, it is very remote. Generally, there are no past traders or travelers. Only some alien hunters who plan to enter the Black Shirt Forest occasionally pass by the village. There is a very prosperous town only a short distance to the south. Frostwood Village is one of the villages under the name of the lord of that town. Zhou Jing walked around, but did not see any facilities similar to a medical hall or a pharmacy, so he couldn't help asking. Why didn't you see the witch doctor in the village? He doesn't live in the village, we built him a house outside the village, some distance away, Griff explained. Zhou Jing was a little puzzled, why does he have to live outside the village, isn't it inconvenient if he needs a doctor urgently? Indeed, but he said that the preparation of the potion needs a quiet environment, otherwise it is easy to make mistakes. Griff said, and couldn't help complaining. But even so, he always fails to make potions. Our hunters often collect herbs for him, but he didn't make a few potions. If it wasn't for the lack of potions, Will might have survived. Zhou Jing thought of the image of Death Replay, his eyes narrowed, and he pretended to be ignorant and asked, he didn't give Will medicine? Hey, he said he ran out of potions, so he could only simply treat the wound and pray for luck. Griff shook his head. Always feel very problematic. Zhou Jing suppressed his doubts, thought about it, and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to drive away such a pharmacist?" Griff shook his head. He is very good at treating some minor ailments, and he often treats injuries to hunters. He stayed in the village for several years, and everyone is familiar with it. Before him, even a serious pharmacist in our village was a pharmacist. No, so that's all there is to it. Understood. Zhou Jing nodded and took it to heart. It seems that we need to find some time to contact this witch doctor. However, development is still the main focus at present, and a little attention to this matter is enough. I am an outsider, and it is not convenient to do anything until I fully integrate into the village. Not long after, Griff took Zhou Jing to an empty room, which was the residence assigned to Zhou Jing by the village. This house used to live in a family, and later moved to a town, so the house was vacant and used to store some sundries, and now it is given to Zhou Jing to temporarily live. The house was cleaned, and there was a basket full of vegetables and rice bags next to the door, which were food supplies from the village chief. The three simply cleaned up, and soon it was evening. Griff took his leave, and went home with his wife and children to heat up on the stove. Zhou Jing closed the door, leaving only him and Ross in the room, staring with big eyes. "Can you cook?" Ross silently picked up the knife, held it in his hand, and looked at the vegetables in the basket, as if facing a great enemy. "Stop. Forget it, I don't dare to eat what you made." Zhou Jing was helpless. "You hold this knife, and those who don't know it think you are going to kill." The living facilities in this era are relatively primitive, but Zhou Jing is not clueless. When he traveled the last time, he found that the development stage of the alien world was similar to the medieval period of the Mother Star era, so during the cooling down period of the shuttle, special investigation, I checked some relevant living habits and made some preparations. All kinds of life tools are not used, but they can still be used by groping. It doesn't matter if you don't know the unique vegetables in the alien world, then make a mess of it, and he can eat it if he feels it. While Zhou Jing was trying to cook, Ross silently stood by and watched, as if he was studying. Zhou Jing glanced at him, hoping he really understood. In this way, Ross can at least play the role of a chef and be a reliable tool person. Instead of standing next to a boss like now, just waiting for the meal to start. "I'm looking for a follower, I'm just looking for a baby to take care of." Zhou Jing was in a complicated mood. That night, moonlight poured in from the window, quiet and lonely. Even though the night was not yet deep, the villagers had all returned to their homes, and Shuangmu village was quiet, with only the occasional barking of dogs and intermittent suppressed moans. In the era of lack of entertainment, the night is long, and there is really nothing else to do except make babies. Do as the locals do, do as the locals do. Zhou Jing sat at the table, muttered twice, and observed the sky outside the window. "I saw two moons, one big and one small, hanging in the night sky, one white and one green, and the distant stars were shining brightly. If you look at it this way, the so-called astral world should also be a complete universe. Then the alien beast world I am in may be just a planet here?" Zhou Jing thought. Lack of intelligence, he didn't make a blind analysis, just kept this conjecture in his mind. Zhou Jing already had an idea about the action plan of the astral apostle, mainly focusing on development. First, find a way to obtain alien blood enhancement, and then live longer to collect enough astral points. When it grows to a certain point, try to pass the customs. Because the ability inheritance slot will be obtained when the death is settled, and the training results can be passed on to the next apostle, so the benefits of cultivation are very high, and the strength of penance will not be wasted and accumulated for the future. Although the goal was to clear the main world within 2 months, Zhou Jing knew that he couldn't make a fat man in one bite. "So I need a novice village that provides a stable environment for development, and the conditions of Frostwood Village are obviously very suitable." On the first night in Frostwood Village, it was a preliminary integration, and everything went more smoothly than I expected. The influence left by the last apostle is indeed very helpful for my start, and Will's sacrifice is very meaningful. Zhou Jing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relaxed and happy. I'm new here, so I'll talk about it tonight. He went to bed and covered the quilt, suddenly thought of something, and said to Ross, who was standing in the corner and thinking. By the way, you go to another bed to sleep, don't stand there stupidly. Remember to call me at dawn tomorrow. Ross heard the words, strode to the other bed, and lay directly on it, with his hands folded in front of his chest, but his head was facing Zhou Jing's direction, staring straight at him. Zhou Jing's mouth twitched. Don't stare at me, and don't hide your pupils in your eye sockets. Ross understood, and withdrew his gaze, stared blankly at the ceiling, and lay the corpse upright. Close your eyes. Cover the quilt. Ross brushed on the quilt, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. But he still left a slit in his eyes, and glanced at Zhou Jing quietly. Zhou Jing took a deep breath, only feeling the nerves bulge. He couldn't bear it any longer, without saying a word, turned over and faced inward. If I can't see it, it doesn't exist. The next morning, Zhou Jing was woken up by the humanoid self-propelled alarm clock Ross, and came to the training ground wearing the light of the sun, and found that Baron was waiting here early. Seeing Zhou Jing, Balong didn't greet him, but straight to the point. Starting today, I will teach you how to become an alien hunter. Do you know the history of alien hunters? Roughly I know. Zhou Jing nodded, and asked about it when he was traveling last time. That's good. In short, the alien hunter was born in the barbaric era and has a long history. It is an ancient and glorious profession to protect human beings from alien threats. A proud look appeared on Baron's face. He paused and continued, the premise of becoming an alien hunter is to use alien blood potions to gain extraordinary power. But alien blood potions are lethal, and rash use may result in sudden death. After generations of exploration, people only then did we find the law to reduce the risk. What's the law? Zhou Jing was curious. With a body that has been tempered and approached the limits of the human body, it is not easy to fail when using potions. In other words, the stronger the body is trained before using potions, the easier it is to survive the enhancement of abnormal blood, and the better the enhancement effect. Zhou Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. The higher the basic physical attribute, the higher the enhancement bonus. This is too beneficial for him. Starting with 10 points of physical fitness, it is already a level that many people find it difficult to achieve. I am afraid that when Baron uses the potion, his physical fitness is not as high as his. At this moment, Baron suddenly took off his shirt, showing a strong body with scars. Under Zhou Jing's surprised gaze, he said in a deep voice, "Your physical talent is amazing, but there is still room for improvement, so my training goal for you is to train your body and try to become stronger. And the regular exercise method is estimated to have limited effect on you, so I will teach you a technique that is only circulated in the hunter's circle." Said, Baron's eyes bulged and he took a deep breath. Hunter's breath forge. His breathing pattern suddenly changed to a strange frequency, and the well-defined muscles of his upper body trembled like water waves. Baron picked up a stone plate from the ground and quickly curled with one hand, but the muscle activity was a little different from ordinary exercise, and the muscle groups used were trembling at a high frequency. Zhou Jing looked at it for a while and was confused about the principle, but he probably understood the effect. This looks like it can improve fitness? Baron raised it dozens of times, then threw the stone plate away. With his physical strength, this should be a very easy exercise, and it would be easy to lift a few hundred times, but at this time, he was sweating all over and breathing heavily, as if he was engaged in intense activity. He wiped his sweat, calmed his breath, and explained. Hey, this technique can greatly improve the effect of exercise, but it consumes a lot of physical strength. Generally, only alien blood warriors can use it. Ordinary people will get tired after a few times, but your physical strength is far superior to ordinary people. Just use this method to quickly squeeze physical strength. Hearing this, Zhou Jing was a little curious. You invented this technique? No, I learned it from my teacher. Balan paused for a while, as if thinking of some not-so-good memories in the past. He was slightly absent-minded. But he quickly restrained his expression, looked at Zhou Jing, and said sternly. In the past, alien beast hunters gradually developed a set of secret skills called Hunter's Breathing Technique in the battle with alien beasts, which were inherited and improved by generations of alien beast hunters, resulting in more types and uses. Different. Unfortunately, some breathing techniques have been passed down, while others have been lost as hunters died in battle. My teacher only has 2 kinds, so I only have 2 kinds. One is just shown, usually used to exercise. I will teach you. The other is to improve your strength in battle and use it to wrestle with alien beasts. Your physique is not enough to learn, so don't think about it for the time being. Listening to Baron's introduction, Zhou Jing's eyes moved slightly. Hunter's breath? Sounds like a bit of an extraordinary skill, at least it's more reliable than rolling iron. Chapter 19 Heterogeneous Potion. Chapter 19 Alien Blood Potion. So far, no one has been able to tell how many types of hunter's breathing techniques there are. Everyone has different skills. If you want to learn other breathing techniques, you can usually exchange them with other alien hunters. Balanmo said with a beard. Has no one integrated all breathing techniques? Zhou Jing couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Baron shook his head and explained. The Terra Empire has been trying, but hunter's breathing is not so easy to learn, and it is even more difficult to master it. Ordinary people can't practice it just by relying on written records, so most of the time, it needs to be taught by hunters who have mastered it. But, a person's energy is limited. Generally, after learning 2 or 3 kinds of breathing techniques, if you learn new ones, you will have no energy to practice. Take me as an example. It took me nearly 14 years to become truly proficient in the 2 breathing techniques and to be able to use them proficiently. Unskilled breathing techniques are not only useless in battle, but may also disrupt their own fighting rhythm. After all, only one breathing technique can be used at a time. Therefore, alien hunters generally choose the breathing technique that suits them according to their strengthening direction, and then go to a hunter who understands to learn, and rely on the 2 or 3 breathing techniques they choose to hunt. Zhou Jing nodded, probably understood. Different blood enhancement brings extraordinary power, and the hunter's breathing technique is a technique for hunters to better exert this power, similar to combat techniques. There are many types of hunter breathing techniques, but due to the limitations of learning ability and aptitude, the hunters of alien beasts all take the route of being more expensive and less expensive. At this time, Baron put on his clothes and said, "Once you learn this breathing technique, you can use it to exercise. When your body is stronger, you can accept the enhancement of different blood. It will take about 2 or 3 years." So long? Zhou Jing was slightly startled. How long? Balan stared and said seriously, "Do you think hunter's breathing is easy to master, and do you think it will take effect immediately?" The training of alien hunters is a matter of years and months, regardless of whether it is windy or bad. Shue, you have to work hard every day, and you can only grow stronger by accumulating less and making more progress. Even with a physical talent like yours. Speaking of this, he suddenly paused, and seemed to feel a little harsh, so he slowed down his tone and said earnestly, "I know that you are eager for revenge against the Earth skeletons. Before accepting the enhancement of the alien blood, you need to be fully prepared, otherwise even a body like yours may die suddenly during the enhancement. You have to be patient." All right. Zhou Jing was non-committal and secretly calculated. Judging from the current difference in time flow, 1 day in the main world is equivalent to about 1 month in the world of alien beasts, and 3 years in the world of alien beasts. That's more than a month in the world of winning. He didn't forget that his goal was to clear an apostle in the main world within 2 months. Although he wanted to grow, he didn't plan to take it that long. However, there is a training acceleration function, which should greatly shorten this time. It won't take so much time. I just don't know how much it can be shortened. Zhou Jing pondered secretly. He didn't bother with this issue either, he'll know when he practiced, and the details of strange blood enhancement are better at this time. When the apostle got along with Balan last time, Balan avoided talking about this question, but now he can ask further. The world of alien beasts is still relatively primitive and ancient. It is not the internet age of information explosion. Maybe some remote villages do not know the name of the king. All Zhou Jing can rest assured to ask for some information. He considered his words and said the question about the alien blood potion. This time, Baron answered and explained the situation of the alien blood potion in detail. When a person drinks a different blood potion, the effect of the potion is released in the body, and the body will rapidly strengthen, which is a painful process. At this time, 3 situations will appear. The first is naturally to strengthen the success, become a different blood warrior, and obtain stable extraordinary power. And the latter 2 are failures, but in different forms. One died violently on the spot, ascended to the sky on the spot, and went directly to the crematorium. The other is fake success, which seems to have been strengthened and gained strength, but in the next few hours or days, there will be a lot of uncomfortable symptoms, similar to rejection and gene breakdown, and the final result is violent. To die is just to live a few more days, giving hope and despair. Because the raw materials of alien blood medicine are different alien beasts, they have different strengthening directions according to the characteristics of the raw materials, such as strength, agility, defense, and so on. However, the effect can only strengthen the body, and cannot obtain special abilities such as discharge and arson of alien beasts. The effect of alien blood medicine made with such alien beasts is only to enhance the resistance of electric shock and flame. In the tribal era, there were many different blood pharmacists trying to see whether the strange abilities of alien beasts could be given to humans through the enhancement of different blood. But to this day, nothing has been heard. Baron's tone was a little regretful. Zhou Jing's eyes flickered, he thought about it, and asked, in this world, besides alien blood medicine, is there any other way to obtain extraordinary power? Then I haven't heard it. Baron scratched his bald head. Zhou Jing exhaled. Well, it seems that the enhancement of different blood is still the only goal at present. After listening to this introduction, it really is a pure physical enhancement type ability. Don't think about what energy you shoot. Zhou Jing thought for a while and asked, how do I get the alien blood potion? Do I need to spend money to buy it? You can spend money or not. Baron's answer was a bit unexpected. Zhou Jing was taken aback. What do you mean, are you planning to take me to 0 yuan shopping? We don't mind, anyway, if you hang up, you can drive the next one, but should you think twice before doing it? At this time, Balong explained in a urn-like voice. Each tribe has its own hunter workshop, which is used to process exotic beast materials and make various weapons or exotic blood potions. After the establishment of the empire, workshops were opened in various towns to recover exotic beast materials, so exotic beasts hunters will sell the exotic beasts they hunt to the workshop in exchange for some money. The products made by the workshop with these materials are all sold, including alien blood potions. But if the alien hunter needs it, the workshop can also give away alien blood potion for free. Zhou Jing blinked, a little puzzled. Direct delivery? Isn't this a loss-making business? And with the efficiency of information exchange in this era, it is easy to take advantage of the loopholes. As long as an alien hunter changes to a different town, wouldn't it be easy to collect a lot of gifted alien blood potions? Seemed to see Zhou Jing's question, Baron laughed and explained. Of course there are conditions. The number of times the workshop can give out potions is the same as the number of times hunters submit and sell exotic beast materials in this workshop. I see. Zhou Jing understood immediately. A hunter submits or sells a hunted alien beast in the workshop of a certain town, then there is a record in the workshop, and he gets an opportunity to donate a potion, which keeps accumulating. And changing a town will not work. The records of workshops in different regions are not interchangeable. Hunters have to start over when they go to another region. Therefore, alien hunters tend to move around a certain town all the time and do not change places easily. This may be a means of competition between towns and workshops. In this way, I try to encourage alien hunters to stay here and bring alien materials to local workshops, similar to sunk costs. Zhou Jing's thoughts flew around. In this age of inefficient information flow, this is indeed a viable solution. Because it is impossible to ignore the distance of space like in the information age, let the database of each workshop be common, and update the records of hunters in real time. So it can only be solved locally. And the workshop is not necessarily a loss. If the processing technology is good, there may be several copies of the alien blood medicine that an alien beast can make, not to mention other body parts are used to make equipment. Balanma with a beard smiled boldly. I have been stationed in Frostwood Village for some years, and I have submitted many hunting results to the workshop in the city, and saved some times to exchange for different blood potions. I have been useless, waiting for you to exercise. When it's almost done, I'll exchange a different blood potion from the workshop for you without spending any money. Then I thank you in advance. Zhou Jing smiled. This is much easier than he expected. At first, he thought how difficult it would be to get the alien blood potion. If you think about it, the main threat facing this world is alien beasts, so countries and tribes definitely hope that there will be more alien hunters and not set too high a threshold for extraordinary power. They are probably afraid that ordinary people will not dare to use alien blood medicine. But to put it this way, although I don't need to spend money, I still owe Baron a favor. It is estimated that it is not only because of my talent, but also the influence of Will Wood, so Baron decided to use this method to compensate? Zhou Jing pondered in his heart. In this case, the current route is clear. As long as the level of hunters' breathing is raised, you can connect to get extraordinary power, and you don't need to worry about anything else. At this moment, Baron suddenly changed the conversation, pointed to the weapon rack on the edge of the training ground, and said, "Let's not talk about the enhancement of different blood, it is still far away from you, now you have to consider what weapon to train." Knife. Zhou Jing did not hesitate. In the aptitude of the astral apostle this time, sword technique is a green level, and among the inherited abilities, there is also a hunting knife mastery. Although Baron is good at axe, Zhou Jing has studied the panel and believes that it is more cost-effective to determine the growth direction according to his own qualifications. Normal people need to themselves to know what they are good at. And through the ability file on the panel, you can directly see what kind of talent this body has, and you can exercise targeted at the beginning, and the efficiency will be improved after going over and over again. Has such an advantage, it is natural to take advantage of it. Alright. I can also do swordsmanship. It's no problem to teach you to master it. Baron's expression was a little regretful. He still wanted to recommend his own weapon, and let everyone be an axe gang together. But then he thought about it, it will take at least 3 years to train this Jason to be effective, and it will be a long time in Japan. Maybe while practicing, people will realize that they are not the material for practicing knives, so they turn their heads and follow him to practice axe, and they will happily perform miracles together? After discussing the training program, the two did not continue chatting, and soon started exercising. Today is mainly to learn hunters' breathing. Zhou Jing listened to Baron's explanation, and the panel also quickly popped up relevant information. Hunter's breath and forging. One of Hunter's breathing techniques, which can enhance physical fitness. Skill level, LV0, not entry. Minimum cost of learning acceleration, 100 astral points. The cost of learning acceleration for entry is so high, and to upgrade it, I don't know how many astral points it will cost. But the higher the initial cost, it may mean that this skill is rarer and has more potential. Zhou Jing did not hesitate and immediately consumed 100 points to activate the training acceleration of Hunter's breath forging. He has found out. Learning the acceleration function may be a bottomless pit that burns money. The astral point in his hand is probably not enough to create by himself. It seems that I have to find a way to earn some resources. Zhou Jing was thoughtful. Chapter 20 Tricky. Chapter 20 Tricky. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Frostwood Village is not big. After a few days, all the villagers knew that there was a new recruit in the hunter team. They accepted the new resident Jason Wood, and occasionally they met with a friendly greeting, with a simple and honest manner. Even Ross was known to the villagers, but he never communicated with others, and was completely Zhou Jing's sidekick, so he didn't have a high sense of existence. Zhou Jing didn't let Ross sit idle, so he had a very full schedule for this toolman. Not only did he conduct combat training, but he also learned to forge with the blacksmiths in the village. The blacksmith was unhappy at first, but after contacting him, he found that although Ross did not communicate with others, he would silently execute whatever he asked him to do. The blacksmith reluctantly accepted Ross as his apprentice. Of course, it was mainly because of Zhou Jing's face. In general, the progress of integrating into the village was smoother than Zhou Jing expected. On this day, Zhou Jing visited the village chief again and expressed his desire to borrow the only map of Shuangmu village. The map overview mode of the panel can include the content of the physical map, unlock the nearby areas, and have achievements for the first time to record the physical map. There are many ways to get astral points, but the daily collection needs to be settled every time you return to get them. During the Advent, the way to get astral points in real time is mainly to trigger achievements. In addition to exercising with Baron, Zhou Jing spent the rest of the time following the completion conditions revealed in the achievement list, looking for achievements that can be easily triggered at present, trying to earn points. However, although there are many achievements in the list, there are currently only limited ones that can be easily accomplished. After screening, he took the time to make 3 daily achievements, namely, Rice Bucket, Thunderer, and Fatigue Driving. One was eating Haisai, and his stomach was about to explode. The other was pulling the hunters to punch and knocking them down 10 times in total. The last was exhausting after a day of exercise, and borrowed a head from an old farmer in the field. Animals used for farming, rushing cattle against the sunset. 3 achievements, a total of 250 astral points will be awarded. The village chief was deeply impressed by Zhou Jing, so he was looking forward to him becoming a hunter of alien beasts and staying in the village, so he naturally agreed to the request to borrow maps. The two came to the back room, and the village took out a yellowed animal skin roll from the cabinet and spread it out on the table. Zhou Jing glanced at the content, and his face twitched slightly. This painting skill has the realm of preschool age. But it's good to have it, at least people know how to make a map. Shook his head, Zhou Jing tried hard to identify it, and roughly understood. This is a map of the nearby area. In the middle is a town called Baiyuan City. There are many affiliated villages including Shuangmu Village. Shuangmu Village is the remotest remote village. According to the information I have heard in the past few days, the Terra Empire is not large, and its administrative divisions are relatively simple. The highest level is the fortress city, and the next level is the town, and finally there are villages like Frostwood Village, which are scattered layer by layer. Baiyuan City is equivalent to the main city of Frostwood Village, and it is also the center of this area. The physical map has been found, whether to include it. Completed, the known area refreshed. Hint, if you get a map of the same area, it will complement the details and improve the area map. Trigger achievement, first physical map included. Get 200 astral points. Get, accessibility, map radar. New accessibility? Zhou Jing's eyes lit up, and he looked over the functions carefully. This map radar function can display a map within a certain range nearby, and display the individuals in the area in real time. Unknown individuals are shown in red, and known individuals are shown in green. It feels similar to a mini-map, and it should be practical for exploration. Zhou Jing nodded secretly. But the auxiliary function can only be switched in the pinching stage, and it is definitely impossible to use now. Starting with a new reward, plus the previous harvest, the astral point at hand reaches 727 points, which is not so tight. Walking out of the village chief's longhouse, Zhou Jing heard a childish voice calling him. Jason! Jason! Zhou Jing turned his head to look. I saw a boy of about 10 years old striding over, his face was flushed red by the cold wind. The child's name is Reiner, Griff's eldest son. Zhou Jing spent a few days in the village, mainly communicating with Griff and Baron, so he also got to know Griff's family. As soon as he saw this kid running over, Zhou Jing didn't say a word and quickened his pace. Wait for me. Reiner rushed up and stopped in front of Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing stopped helplessly. What are you doing? I want to hear stories outside. Reiner was excited. It's a coincidence, I think so too. Zhou Jing was expressionless. This kid has never left Frostwood Village and is full of yearning for the outside world. Because he was a newcomer from outside, Reiner thought he knew a lot, and from time to time he pestered himself to ask questions, which made him a little helpless. If you want to know about the outside world, you should go and pester Baron. I dare not. I ran into the forest alone before, and he beat me hard. Reiner murmured angrily. With the power of Baron, I really want to hit you, you have already fallen apart. Zhou Jing wondered if he should beat the child too. At this moment, Reiner laughed, but you will definitely not hit me. Father said you are a good person, and you will definitely not bully me. Good man? Zhou Jing was a little surprised. Because of his open-mindedness, Griff respects him, but it seems to have nothing to do with good people. I don't know how to evaluate him in private. Reiner raised his chin. Father has often said in recent days that he admires you quite a bit, and everyone in the village knows that you are a good person for your friends who have problems with their brains, and take care of people's daily life every day. What a friend with a brain problem, oh. Zhou Jing's expression stiffened and he looked back. In the shadow of the street corner, there is a familiar figure who is silently peeping. Ross, confused face. Zhou Jing. It seems that in the eyes of the villagers, I have been taking care of this stupid follower. Zhou Jing was speechless and shook his head. Okay, let's go, I still have to go to training. I don't have time to talk to you today, I'll talk about it later. That's fine. Reiner hesitated for a while, but moved out of the way, expecting to ask, can you tell me the story outside next time? Next time, definitely next time. Zhou Jing quickly slipped away. He was about to go to the training ground, but just after turning around a few houses, he saw a familiar figure. It was an oddly dressed old man with oil paint on his face, 2 feathers on his head, a robe woven with black feathers, and a cane in his hand, just what he saw in the Willwood Death Replay Witch Doctor. In the past few days, Zhou Jing has not met each other in the village, nor has he specially visited the pharmacist's hut outside the village. Seeing Zhou Jing, the witch doctor was stunned for a moment, his footsteps stopped, and he hesitated in place. Why, are you afraid that my family will make trouble with the doctor? Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes, went straight to meet him, and said in a deep voice, I'm Jason Wood, the new hunter in the village, and you should be the witch doctor of Frostwood Village. The witch doctor hunched over his body and looked like he was old-fashioned. He spoke like a murmur, it's me. I've heard of you too. It is said that before my brother died, you were treating him? Yes. The witch doctor nodded as if too old, but shook his head slightly. I haven't visited you in the past few days. I'm new here and I'm not familiar with the village. Would you mind taking me to your pharmacist's hut? Zhou Jing was asking, but his tone was firm. The witch doctor paused twice with his cane, seemingly hesitant, and finally nodded. Okay, then come with me. After, he turned around and led the way slowly. The two walked out of the village and walked along a small dirt road that was manually walked out for a while before arriving on a small overlooking the village. There is a sparse grove, and a small house is located in it, which is the witch doctor's pharmacist's hut. Next to the hut is a flower bed with many unknown medicinal herbs. The witch doctor opened the door and walked in. Zhou Jing followed behind and entered the door, looking at the interior of the house. The space inside the house is not small, but there are too many things on display, which makes it seem narrow. There are rows of shelves beside the wall, full of old books and some bottles and jars. There is a workbench inside, which is a set of strange metal utensils, most of which are tools for making medicine. It's a bit messy, you can sit as you like. The witch doctor sat down slowly. Zhou Jing looked around, his eyes locked on the only chair in the room under the witch doctor's ass. If I hadn't seen your old arms and legs, I would sit on your lap now. Zhou Jing shook his head, didn't care, and asked, speaking of which, I don't know your name yet. Gamma. Zhou Jing nodded and continued to ask, I heard that you used to be a wandering pharmacist? I'm a little curious, how many years have you been in Schwanky Village? I'm old, I can't remember, 6 years or 8 years? Jama shook his head, suddenly paused, changed the subject, and sighed. Maybe you heard some rumors from Griff's mouth. When I was treating your brother, I ran out of all the medicines. I could only do my best, but unfortunately I couldn't save him in the end. Zhou Jing moved in his heart. This guy took the initiative to mention this. It seems that he thinks this is my intention, and thinks that I am here to ask for guilt. Zhou Jing remained calm and said slowly. I heard Griff say, you stay in the village as a doctor, on the condition that the hunter team help you gather herbs? Yes. Then you've been in the village for so many years, you can't even come up with the medicine to save one person, right? Hearing the words, the wrinkles on Jama's face seemed to deepen, and she trembled. I know that my level is not good, so I stayed in the small village, and I am old, my hands and feet are not obeying orders, and I always fail to make medicines. Hunters often need to go into the forest to hunt, and occasionally get injured. The medicine I made used to be I'm almost done. Well, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows slightly. The meaning inside and outside the words is that Jama knows that his level is poor, so he stayed in the remote place of Shuangmu village to eat as a pension? Sounds quite sincere, but Zhou Jing always felt a little overwhelmed. It was just that there was no evidence, so he had to hide his suspicions in his heart. Okay, I understand, you don't have to apologize to me. Zhou Jing didn't bother, feeling that he couldn't ask Jama himself anything. Thank you. Jama nodded repeatedly and murmured. Zhou Jing touched his chin and suddenly said, then you are old and inconvenient to operate. Have you thought about finding an apprentice? I have someone here. He wondered if he could pull Ross over to be an apprentice apothecary. Even if Garma claimed to be very poor, he should be able to identify herbs, and it would be no problem to teach others. Jama hesitated for a while, but shook his head. No, I don't have the energy to teach apprentices. Zhou Jing narrowed his eyes. No apprenticeships. Are you lacking energy, or do you want to? Look at the meaning of this old age. Is it worried that you will teach your apprentices your skills and starve to death? Or is there another secret? Zhou Jing had several thoughts running through his mind. Although Garma was very sincere, he always felt a little suspicious, but right now he has no clue. It's going to be long in Japan, and I'll investigate it slowly in the future. At present, there is no need to make extra branches, the most important thing is to develop with peace of mind. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you today, I'll go first. People are unwilling to teach herbal medicine, and they cannot force it. Zhou Jing did not stay any longer and left. Jama sat silently in the seat for a while, and suddenly opened his eyes were bright, and there was no way he looked old. He walked to the window, looked out, and confirmed that Zhou Jing was gone. Gama then withdrew his gaze and paced the room, looking a little guilty and regretful. TSK, I didn't expect that Will to have an older brother, and he still has to stay in the village. I knew I would give him some medicine. Now it's troublesome, his brother is staring at him, and I don't know if he was fooled by me. At this juncture, there is an outsider who does not know the details in the village, which is really a hidden danger. Alas, I hope there will be no accidents in the next delivery. Gamma's face was uncertain. Chapter 21 Stunned Baron. Chapter 21 The Confused Baron. Stay on the 8th day, training ground. The scorching sun was hanging high, Zhou Jing was naked, holding a heavy training knife, and the sweat all over his body reflected light. The breathing rate is special, and the muscles of the whole body vibrate in high frequency during each move. Suddenly, Zhou Jing's eyes flashed, he exhaled, and the heavy knife fell sharply. What? A ditch was smashed into the ground. Hunter's Breath and Forging has been upgraded. Current level, LV1- Beginner. Effect, Stamina +1. Finally upgraded. Zhou Jing let out a long breath and puffed out his arm muscles. He only felt that his strength had increased significantly compared to a few days ago, and his fatigue when using the hunter's breathing technique was greatly reduced. He practiced for several days, from not getting used to it at first, to quickly forming muscle memory, and now he is really getting started. Sure enough, this move is different from other skills. Leveling up also increases attributes, so every time you level up, you should increase your physical fitness. Zhou Jing was secretly happy that he finally got a skill that could significantly strengthen himself. At this moment, Baron, who was supervising on the side, came over with an extremely complicated expression. Have you practiced? It should be like this. I feel that I am stronger again. The breathing technique you taught me is very effective. Zhou Jing clenched his fists and laughed. Baron subconsciously covered his chest. This heart is sour. If he hadn't personally instructed Zhou Jing and confirmed that this person had never learned hunter's breathing, Baron almost wanted to grab Zhou Jing's neck and yell, "Why are you so skilled?" Baron originally thought that it would take more than 10 days for Zhou Jing to remember the secret of this breathing technique. Months. That's how he learned it before. However, after only a few days of guidance, Baron was stunned. Zhou Jing's speed of progress made him stunned for a moment, almost doubting his worldview of the past few decades. Skills are understood quickly, and he also recognizes them. At most, it means smartness, which is still within the scope of his understanding. But after just a few days of exercise, the body will produce the effect of exercise that can be achieved in months, and become strong at an unbelievable speed. Is this something that humans can do? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, if others dared to brag about him like this, he would have been slapped by him long ago. Balan swallowed and looked at Zhou Jing in surprise, a little afraid to speak in his usual loud voice. Don't dare to speak aloud, you may shock the heavens. Genius. Incredible genius. Zhou Jing didn't know that Balan was roaring in his heart. He was happy for a while and asked, "My hunter's breathing technique has started. How far should I practice next before I can use the alien blood potion?" Baron suppressed the shock in his heart and opened his mouth to answer, but suddenly stopped again, a little hesitant. He originally wanted to do the same as before, saying that you have to practice for 2 or 3 years, but Zhou Jing's situation is obviously a bit beyond his understanding. I feel like my previous experience doesn't hold true for this person. After hesitating for a while, Baron spoke carefully, and in a negotiating tone, he said carefully. I have to admit, your performance far exceeded my expectations, and I don't know how long you've been practicing. Why don't you practice for a few months? All right. Zhou Jing nodded, thinking about it in his heart. If the alien world is a few months, that is, a few days in the main world, it is worth it for development, which is much shorter than the original expected time. If each level of Hunter's Breath and Forging has the effect of +1 physical fitness, then you can accumulate more basic physical fitness to enhance the effect of abnormal blood. At least another 2 or 3 levels. And after Hunter's Breath Forging is upgraded to LV1, the training acceleration cost to reach LV2 requires 150 points. By analogy, then from LV2 to LV3, the acceleration cost is 200 points. So at least 350 astral points must be invested in this piece. The mastery of the sword technique also needs to invest some astral points to activate the practice acceleration. Although the cost is lower than that of the breathing technique, it is also an overhead. So it's calculated. Fortunately, the inventory of astral points in hand is enough. Zhou Jing didn't hesitate and directly started the new level of training acceleration of Hunter's Breath Forging, reached out and held the handle of the training heavy knife, and was about to continue training. At this moment, his mind suddenly trembled. It's time. Zhou Jing immediately noticed this, and when he looked up, he saw a streamer crack quietly opening in the sky. OM. In the next moment, the consciousness was directly separated from the body and lifted into the air. Zhou Jing looked down and saw the body of his astral apostle from above. After his consciousness left the body, Jason would just moved for a while, and there was no other abnormality, and then exercised in the same way as before. Zhou Jing withdrew his gaze, his consciousness flew into the air, and entered the streamer crack. The last time I returned when I was in a daze and coma, this time I returned to a normal state of being awake, but there is no need to adjust. Returning to the shuttle preparation space, Zhou Jing looked at the panel, and the return settlement information was displayed. This campaign has ended. The actual length of stay, 8 days. Resource collection status, 124 astral points. The experience log has been archived, and the relevant exploration results have been entered in the illustrated book. The next shuttle cooling time, the main body 15 hours. The astral points collected this time are not as good as last time. After all, I killed a strange beast last time, so I didn't do anything major this time. However, this was within Zhou Jing's expectations. He had planned it. The goal of the second apostle's first shuttle was to find a stable environment and begin to develop. Now Jason Wood has successfully integrated into Frostwood Village, followed Baron's training, and got on the right track. According to this trend, you will be able to accumulate strength and gain extraordinary power soon. Then your first step of planning will be completed. What he is not sure about now is how the astral apostle operates in the placement mode under normal conditions. During the placement period, the actions of the astral apostles are also recorded in the experience log in the form of first-person images, which can be viewed at any time, and can also directly receive relevant memories. And the last time Wood was in a coma for the entire placement period, and acted in bed scenes from beginning to end, which was of no reference value. Zhou Jing casually glanced at the statistical details of the regression settlement and switched to the placement mode interface. Please make a placement action plan for the astral apostles. Place object, Jason Wood. The highest synchronization rate record, 31%, second stage. The upper limit of placement income, astral point 0/2000, information state particle 0/20. Please set the main action target, secondary action focus, handling plan for events, handling plan for combat, interaction plan for characters. The goal is to develop, then practice is the main thing to reduce the possibility of accidents. Zhou Jing thought for a while, and quickly settled on a placement plan. The main and secondary action goals are focusing on practice, and other handling schemes for events, battles, and interactions have chosen a more conservative style. In addition, it is specially set. The main skill to practice is Hunter's Breath and Forging. The placement plan has been saved and will take effect immediately. Do you want to open the map overview mode, additionally specify the activity area during placement, and plan the activity track? Zhou Jing thought for a while, and designated the storage area as Frostwood Village, and chose the plan of don't leave unless necessary. Setup end. Shuttle reserve space closed. Next countdown, 15 hours. Zhou Jing's eyes flashed, and his consciousness returned to his body. Opened his eyes and returned to the rental house. The starry night outside the window was bright and neon flashing. Zhou Jing glanced at the time. When he entered, it was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, and now it is past 1 o'clock in the morning the next day. The shuttle time is exactly 8 hours. He recalled the situation before his shuttle, and his memory was very clear. After staying in the alien world for 8 days, his sense of time was not confused. Is there an improvement in spiritual attributes? Zhou Jing glanced at the attribute of the main body, but it did not change. The mental attribute was still 7 points. The body is not tired from the ascetic practice in the alien world, on the contrary, it is as comfortable as a rest. The next thing is to wait 15 hours. Zhou Jing turned on his phone and watched the video. During this shuttle, he deliberately disconnected his mobile phone from the internet and shot at the corner of the wall, only letting the body lying on the bed appear on the edge of the lens so as to record the body during the shuttle, and found that it was no different from normal sleep. Zhou Jing fast-forwarded after watching the video and confirmed that the main body was normal. He couldn't help but ponder. Although I feel full every time I return, to be on the safe side, it is best to use the shuttle as sleep time, and each time should preferably not exceed 12 hours, unless there is a survival pod. The cooldown of the shuttle seems to increase as the arrival time increases. If the analysis is correct, then according to the current ratio, as long as the main body time of each shuttle is well controlled, the astral shuttle can be roughly performed once a day. Zhou Jing silently calculated. It is July 20th, and there are still some days before September 20th. In this way, there are plenty of shuttle opportunities. Remembering the training method of Hunter's breathing technique in his mind, Zhou Jing thought about it, stood up, and tried it carefully. Although the abilities of the astral apostles who have not cleared the level will not be inherited, their knowledge and memory will not be affected, and they have mastered the trick of Hunter's breath and forging. Finally learned a skill that is a little closer to the extraordinary, he is also very interested. Naturally he will not miss it, let the main body also try to practice it. After tossing for about 10 minutes, Zhou Jing was sore all over, panting and confirming 2 things. First, the Hunter's breath technique is also effective in the main world and can be used normally. Second, the body's physical fitness is too stretched, so I can't practice. Looks like I need to exercise. Zhou Jing rubbed his cramped calf, feeling a little helpless. The current body is still too weak, far less than the initial physical fitness of the astral apostle he pinched, and it does not meet the threshold of training, Hunter's breath and forging. Although clearing the astral apostle is the best way to gain extraordinary power, and it is also the most cost-effective, but the main body cannot be idle, and the time during the cooldown period of the shuttle must be used, and exercise cannot be neglected. Both hands must be grasped, and both hands must be hard. Zhou Jing had unprecedented energy in his heart, his thoughts flew around, thinking about the action plan of his own body in the past 2 months. First of all, you must learn the Terran Empire language by yourself, take advantage of the unaffected knowledge, and try to master it as much as possible. In this case, if there are more valuable skills in the future, there is no need to inherit the language parsing skills, and this free inheritance slot will be reserved for other skills. The second is to search the internet for some historical data that matches the development stage of the alien world, as well as some information on wild survival and cold weapons. Although the world is different, the knowledge accumulated in the interstellar era is also useful, and some of them are more advanced. He also wondered if he should find some ancient technical materials and try to climb the technology tree in the alien world, but after thinking about it, he gave up this idea temporarily. The laws of the 2 planes may be slightly different. It takes time to explore. It is better to consider this issue after obtaining extraordinary power. At present, exploration and development are the main things. Then there is the exercise of the body. Although you can't practice Hunter's breathing, you can do some basic exercises to at least make yourself healthy. Not to mention, 6-pack abs still have to be trained. In the end, I worked hard to travel through the astral world, tried to clear an apostle, and completed the plan as soon as possible. Zhou Jing was certain and quickly made a plan. It's quite fulfilling. Zhou Jing only felt that after he had a head start, his whole body was as motivated as he had been beaten with blood. It was only now that he was free to look at his phone to see if there was any news during the 8 hours of shuttle. Soon, Zhou Jing discovered that there was a group chat called Best Party, and the message record was flashing. Chapter 22 Hair Small. Chapter 22. Zhou Jing's eyes moved, and he brushed the record. This was the chat message at more than 8 o'clock last night. Li Xiaoyin, brothers, come out for a meal. At everyone. Su Lingyun, as a qualified social fringe, I refuse to participate in all activities that spend money. Li Xiaoyin, don't worry, this time I will treat you as a guest, and then I will announce a big event. Su Lingyun, if you want to say that, then I can have a good meal at the venue. Listen. Zhang Xiao, what's the big deal? Someone is willing to marry you? Su Lingyun, who is the victim? Is he currently emotionally stable? Li Xiaoyin, humph, it will be nonsense. Let me tell you, this time I really changed my life against the sky. Wahahaha. Su Lingyun, got it, I caught Kaizi. Li Xiaoyin, do you want to loosen the skin? Yes or no? The corners of Zhou Jing's mouth twitched unconsciously, and the whole person relaxed. Best friends? This group chat includes him. There are a total of 4 people in it, all of whom are hardcore friends who grew up together. We played together when we were young, and we were also together when we were in school. The relationship was quite good. It wasn't until graduation, when everyone was busy with their own business, that they met less often, but they still often chatted and farted in the group, and made dinner appointments. When he was in school, Zhou Jing was well liked and had many friends, but only those 3 who could be called best friends were the only ones who were young. He continued to scroll down the message record. Li Xiaoyin, seriously, how about going out for dinner tonight? If I don't tell you the good news today, I can't sleep. Rolling. Zhang Xiao, it's only after 8 o'clock that you have a dinner appointment? Eldest sister, don't think about it, I've already finished my meal. Su Lingyun, anyway, I'm fine. I haven't eaten all day, and I'm still hungry. As long as someone treats a guest, I'll crawl over it too. Zhang Xiao, after all, what is the good news? You can say it now. Li Xiaoyin, no, this is a major event in my life. It is too unceremonious to say in the group, so I have to say it face to face. Zhang Xiao, did you find a job like me? Su Lingyun, what? Look for a job? Why do you want to be conceited and let everyone do noble rice bugs together? What about the wool of interstellar colonialism? At everyone? Zhang Xiao? Who told you? Li Xiaoyin, it, you can pull it down, do you call it looking for a job? You are going to work in your own company. Your family pays you wages, and the money is digested internally, so what do you earn? It is not the same as pocket money. Zhang Xiao, you don't have to think so clearly. Li Xiaoyin, it, Jingjing, why don't you speak? When will you give me a letter of approval? Li Xiaoyin, did you fall asleep? Hey baby, get up. At Zhou Jing. The next few consecutive ones are all news from it. Zhou Jing thought for a while, then picked up the phone and went back. Zhou Jing, I fell asleep before, I didn't check my phone, I have time during the day. The message was sent, he saw that it was a little late, and he planned to put down his mobile phone and go to eat something. However, he did not expect that there would be an immediate reply in the group. Li Xiaoyin, Jingjing is finally bubbling up. Su Lingyun, good guy, what are you doing now? You went to bed at 8 o'clock last night? Zhang Xiao, Jing, are you delusional? Zhou Jing's mouth twitched. What the hell, all of you are awake at this point, don't you all need to sleep? Li Xiaoyin, oh, everyone is awake, why don't we just make an appointment for a late night snack, just to tell my good news, then I can sleep well tonight, and start walking. Zhang Xiao, it feels okay, I just happened to be hungry after playing games. Su Lingyun, I'm ready to eat another day when I'm hungry, but I'm eating now, TSK, no challenge. Zhou Jing, this is too sudden, I didn't even brush my teeth. Li Xiaoyin, it, let's go, anyway, you just woke up, you should have breakfast. Zhou Jing scratched his head. Decided to go out for supper in the middle of the night? It really looks like something a bunch of buddies can do. In this era, the nightlife is already rich, and many shops are open around the clock. The main reason is that the mechanical workers do not need to rest, and can be squeezed unlimitedly, not to mention 996, all of them are 007. Zhou Jing thought about it, and it was not impossible. Anyway, he had just returned, and there were still more than 10 hours to cool down, so there was nothing urgent. People are iron, rice and steel. If you don't eat a meal, you will feel hungry. It's the same wherever you go to cook. It saves money when someone treats guests. After all, I don't have enough money at the moment. In addition, Zhou Jing is also a little curious. What is the good news that Li Xiaoying said? Although this woman is always like this, shouting every day that she has found an opportunity to change her life against the sky, and she has since reached the pinnacle of her life, but with her financial situation, it is rare to be excited to treat guests. Then go get a rub. Thinking of this, Zhou Jing did not refuse. After setting the place and time for the supper in the group, he put on his sweater and went out to make an appointment. Even in the middle of the night, the sky is rendered colorful by the flashing neon, like a city that never sleeps. Zhou Jing took the public speed car and came to the dinner place. As soon as he got out of the car, he noticed a man squatting on the curb, wearing a long-sleeved coat with 2 hands in his sleeves, like an old farmer. This man also noticed Zhou Jing. His eyes lit up. He hurriedly raised his hands in his sleeves above his head, waved repeatedly, and shouted, "Brother, I am here." Zhou Jing took a look and saw that this man was a handsome man with sword eyebrows and star eyes, but his chin was full of sparse stubble that he was too lazy to shave, and his whole body showed a decadent and lazy temperament. Is his own hair Su Lingyun? Zhou Jing walked over. What about the other two? Those 2 goods didn't arrive. I was the first to come. Su Lingyun still squatted on the ground and answered with his head raised. Zhou Jing saw this and squatted down, saying strangely, "When are you usually not late? Why are you the earliest today?" Su Lingyun hummed, "I've been hungry all day, so I'm just waiting for a meal. Of course I have to come earlier." "It's just a meal, you shouldn't." "No, but my deposit has its own ideas." Su Lingyun shrugged. Zhou Jing's mouth twitched. He almost forgot that Su Lingyun lived a fairly stable life, very stable poor. This young man had a bumpy life. His parents were originally from a ricebug family, but due to the physical defect of one of them, he was unable to make up the 3 quotas for the maternity welfare fund, and finally could not bear to divorce. The mother formed a new family with others, and the father was eyeing the immigration welfare allowance, joined the first few batches of interstellar immigrants, abandoned him, and was left to live alone. Su Lingyun didn't choose to go to a nursing home, so he grew up just like that, and no one cared about it. He has also made efforts to change the status quo, but it has never been a situation where he can immediately turn around the reality with determination, and many times he doesn't even know how to start. A life of poverty and suffering is sometimes like seaweed, trying to break free but falling deeper and deeper into a vicious circle. Afterwards, Su Lingyun had to live by it. He said more than once that his life plan was to live on welfare. Anyway, in this day and age, he basically wouldn't starve to death. Zhou Jing shook his head and shook off these thoughts. He patted Su Lingyun on the shoulder and joked, "It's okay, just rely on your appearance, pick up a little bit, and casually hang out with a rich woman, good days will come. Pull it down." Su Lingyun rolled his eyes and pouted, "I have no interest in doing manual work." After a pause, Su Lingyun suddenly pushed Zhou Jing with his elbow and laughed wickedly. "Then how have you been lately? I know that there are many big sisters who like your tender and gentle little meat, so please tell me honestly, have you been in love recently? Have you been corrupted by the beauty of the world? How could I have such thoughts?" Zhou Jing shook his head and laughed. "That's right, I almost forgot. When I was in school, those female classmates confessed, half to you and half to me. I promised at least 2 or 3 times, but you didn't promise once." Su Lingyun said, hesitated for a while, and asked in a low voice, "You don't like girls, do you? I think you're an eagle burping, the chickens have eaten too much, so they're talking shit." Zhou Jing was not in a good mood. I just concentrate on my studies. Su Lingyun shook his head inside in a pretentious manner. There's something wrong with your designation, it's so hard to cleanse yourself with looks like the two of us. Zhou Jing rolled his eyes. Just pretend, when I don't know? You will blush when you hold a girl's little hand. Why are you pretending to be a lover with me? What blush is not? I have a lot of blood vessels in my face, and I accidentally congested. Su Lingyun was embarrassed. Zhou Jing didn't even bother to break him, stood up, kicked Su Lingyun's with his foot, and said, "Stop chatting with you, don't squat here, go to the restaurant and wait, I'm a little cold." After he finished speaking, he was about to take a step, but found that Su Lingyun was still squatting on the spot, looking up at himself. "What are you doing squatting? Go." Zhou Jing wondered. "Pull, brother, I don't have the strength to stand up." Su Lingyun reached out for a hug. "Nonsense, I have been hungry all day, and it is strange that I have the strength." Zhou Jing was helpless and was about to reach out and grab Su Lingyun when he suddenly made a sudden movement. "By the way, you didn't go to the restaurant before, but you squatted here all the time. Wouldn't you just be waiting for someone to come and help you up? You're smart, so hurry up." Zhou Jing's face twitched, grabbed Su Lingyun's hand, and pulled him up from the ground. Su Lingyun had a rescued expression on his face, his legs were numb after squatting for too long, and he helped Zhou Jing to move slowly. Not long after, the two finally reached the agreed restaurant, found a booth in the corner, ordered drinks, and waited. About 5 minutes later, a man and a woman entered the restaurant, and it was the other two who were small. The man's name is Zhang Xiao. He is a chubby little guy, wearing a woolen trench coat, a beige scarf around his neck, and a well-made mechanical watch on his hand. He looks from a good family. The other woman is Li Xiaoying, who is dressed simply, with wide white and green striped short sleeves, blue casual trousers, black and white flat canvas shoes, and no other accessories. The skin is fair, the gooseneck is slender, and the facial features are not stunning, but they are clean and smart, with a capable ponytail, and they sway as they walk. Li Xiaoying looked around the restaurant, saw Zhou Jing and Su Lingyun, his eyes lit up, and he said hello directly. "Yo, brothers." The voice was really loud, and other diners in the restaurant couldn't help but turn their heads and cast strange eyes. Li Xiaoying was not embarrassed at all, smiled heartily, raised her hand calmly and made an apologetic gesture to the other diners, then ignored other people's eyes, trotted all the way to the seats of Zhou Jing and the two, and sat down. Zhang Xiao was a little embarrassed, pretended not to notice the gazes of other diners, held his expression so that he would not look away, and sat down with Li Xiaoying. "You two came together?" Zhou Jing was a little curious. Doesn't this guy have a car? My house is far away, I asked him to drive me here." Li Xiaoying laughed and patted Zhang Xiao's back carelessly, making a muffled thud. Zhang Xiao grinned, moved his aching back, and said angrily, "Let's order first." "Order. Order whatever you want. I'll treat you to me today." Li Xiaoying waved his hand with a bold tone. Su Lingyun grinned, "No wonder you were so beautiful today, you caught everyone's eyes when you came in. Is there any necessary connection?" Zhang Xiao couldn't help but question. People who treat guests are always the best looking. Su Lingyun gave a thumbs up. Zhang Xiao suddenly became angry. "I have treated guests a lot, and I don't see you complimenting me. First of all, you have to have the basic conditions, at least look like a person, otherwise boasting is like a mockery, so do you have this condition? Obviously you don't. Hey, I won't accept it, you." Zhang Xiao rolls up his sleeves, and he has to tear it apart. Zhou Jing rolled his eyes, ignoring the bickering between the two, and looked at Li Xiaoying curiously. "Have you found a job? Are you so happy today?" Li Xiaoying waved his hand and said, "That's not true. I haven't been looking for a job for a few months after graduation." "What are you doing? What is the good news in your group?" Zhou Jing was surprised. "Humph, don't be scared." Li Xiaoying smiled proudly, put her thumb on her chest, and said loudly, "Sister, I am now a power user." The air was silent. Chapter 23 Superpower. Chapter 23 Powers. Su Lingyun and Zhang Xiao stopped bickering and looked at Li Xiaoying in surprise. Don't you believe it? Li Xiaoying raised her eyebrows. Su Lingyun pondered for a few seconds, then raised his hand to probe Li Xiaoying's forehead. Burn? Go play with eggs. Li Xiaoying slapped his hand away angrily. Zhang Xiao looked shocked. It's too sudden, I'm not mentally prepared at all. Zhou Jing scratched his forehead. It's a bit of an accident, but I believe it. Li Xiaoying immediately smiled happily, slammed the table, and said boldly, It has to be my Jingjing, who trusts me so much. Don't always call me that, it's weird. Zhou Jing was helpless. The news really surprised him, but he didn't believe it. After all, something more wonderful happened to him, such as the shuttle between the stars. So Zhou Jing's ability to accept is now unprecedentedly strong. Even if the Interstellar Coalition government announces the disintegration tomorrow, he feels like a dead fish's eye. But you have to ask carefully, what exactly is going on? Just before the three of them could ask questions, Li Xiaoying said it generously. I can't remember what date it came a few days ago. I woke up early in the morning and had superpowers for no reason. I almost blew up the house I rented, attracting people from the Super Energy Bureau. They said that I woke up and lost control of Barabaras, and then took me to do the test, asked me to register as a power user, and I didn't get the official documents until yesterday. Let me show you. Li Xiaoying took out a tattered small wallet covered with cute stickers from his pocket, and inside it was a group photo of 4 children. In the photo, they looked like the 4 children present. She took out a card with silver characters on a black background from her purse and slapped it on the table. Su Lingyun and Zhang Xiao curiously looked at it. Zhou Jing also glanced at it and compared it with the style of the power user's certificate found on the internet. A very serious certificate format, name, date of birth, registration time, and a big head sticker with the stamp of the Super Energy Bureau in the background, not a fake certificate. Super Energy Bureau, the official name is Super Energy Management and Control Bureau, an agency directly under the Interstellar Union community, whose responsibility is to coordinate the management of superpower users of all civilizations and solve all kinds of superpower out of control problems. No matter whether it is awakened or mutated, any power user will only be officially certified as a power user and receive due treatment, rights, subsidies, etc. only if he is registered with this institution. In each member state, there are branches of the Super Energy Bureau to facilitate the management of super users of various nationalities. In the current era, superpowers are not uncommon. Ordinary people can see them show their prowess in superpower leagues, or track and follow the social media where they share their lives online, but there are few opportunities for personal contact in life. Power users are a relatively closed ecological circle to outsiders. For civilians, the world of the power user is separated by a layer of gauze, which can be vaguely seen, but difficult to touch. During the period when superpowers are not in the public eye, it is difficult for ordinary people to know what they are doing. The information about the power user that I have learned so far is all collected from the internet. Some deep things can't be found. Maybe you can ask Xiaoying. Zhou Jing moved in his heart. The social ecology of the power user group can only be fully understood by those who have experienced it personally. He has never had a way to inquire, and now there is a person who knows how to do it. Although it is only a newbie at present. Speaking of which, he is still working hard to become a power user, and Li Xiaoying naturally awakened and became directly. Zhou Jing has no other emotions and has a peaceful mind. Already has the potential to travel across the astral world that is difficult to assess, so why not a bicycle? Besides, he was also happy to be small. Among the 4 of them, Zhang Zhao's family is the best, and his family runs a company. Although he is not very popular with his family, he is relatively marginalized, but he is not lacking in material things. And although Su Lingyun had a rough life, but if it is more miserable, this Li Xiaoying is the real heavyweight. Li Xiaoying is a true orphan without father and mother. She grew up in a nursing home. When she was at the age of school, she entered the school ignorantly, but she was always bullied by ignorant little kids. Laughed at her for not having a father or mother, and would hide her school bag between classes, throw it in the men's toilet, and even tear up her textbook full of study notes. But even though he had a miserable life and faced various difficulties, Li Xiaoyin was not affected. He faced everything with a smile and developed a forthright and cheerful temperament. After all, after beating up all the people who bullied him, there is nothing to be depressed about. Especially the boy who tore up her textbook. Li Xiaoyin kicked the door and broke into the classroom during class, dragged him from his seat all the way into the women's bathroom, and spoke very kindly amid the boy's piercing cries. The reasoning made him deeply reflect on his mistakes, and he was so ashamed that he didn't go back to school for half a month. Li Xiaoyin grew up with bumps and bumps. She has always lived alone, and her financial situation is not well off. Now that she has become a power user, she will no longer have to worry about her livelihood in the future. The allowance from the Superpower Bureau alone can make her food and clothing worry-free, which is much better than now. Happy. At this moment, Su Lingyun suddenly pointed to a certain column of the certificate and said curiously, "Hey, what do you write on it is the preparation of superpowers?" "Yeah, I haven't taken the exam yet, of course I'm preparing." Li Xiaoyin's tone was natural and explained. There are various superpower systems in the world, each with its own way of cultivation. Each set has its own standard for dividing the realm, and even some superpowers, which cannot even be practiced and developed. Therefore, in order to facilitate statistics and management, the interstellar united community does not divide the strength of power users according to the realm of any system, but allows power users to test their own grades. The Super Energy Bureau stipulates the strength level of power users at all levels, regardless of what ability a person has, as long as the strength reaches the corresponding level indicators, and through relevant assessments, they can be assigned to different levels. The higher the level, the better the various benefits. The current power user level system is divided into 7 levels, each with different badges and names, but most people call them by numbers for convenience. Level 1 and Level 2 belong to the grassroots level, Level 3 and Level 4 belong to the backbone, the actual strength is already amazing, and Level 5 and above belong to the category of high-level power users. As for the peak 7th level power user, even in today's civilization's total population of trillions, there are only a few dozen people. The power users who have just registered, because they didn't have time to take the exam, they are all preparatory grades, and only have the most basic treatment. This is the case with Li Xiaoyin. It turns out that Zhang Xiao was stunned, shook his double chin, and was curious, "Then what ability do you have? What level do you think you can achieve?" Su Lingyun rubbed his stubble with a serious analysis. "Xiaoyin. Oh no, sisterine. You are usually so violent, I mean you can fight, so you shouldn't have awakened with superpowers like infinite power?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiao nodded fiercely and agreed. Maybe like a Super League player, he can directly transform into a gorilla beast. Yes, this ability is tailor-made for Sisterine. Su Lingyun gave a thumbs up. "Do you too want to loosen the skin?" Li Xiaoyin's eyes twitched, her fists clenched, and her knuckles crackled. Zhou Jing smiled and interjected, "So I'm curious about your abilities." "Yes, I'm not kidding anymore." Su Lingyun waved his hand, his unshaven face was full of interest. "Sisterine, show your hands and open your eyes to the brothers." "Well, the Super Energy Bureau asked me to sign a lot of agreements, one of which is that in non-essential circumstances, the use of abilities in daily life is not recommended, and allowances must be deducted." Li Xiaoyin blinked. Zhang Xiao hurriedly said, "Then don't use it here, you can't be implicated in deducting money." Hearing this, Li Xiaoyin raised her eyebrows, showing a smile that didn't mind, and waved her hand. "Hey, no matter what agreement he made, since the brothers want to see it, I'll use it for a little bit, just a little money, I can deduct it if I like it." After, she didn't wait for the three of them to continue asking questions, she just raised a finger and tapped it carefully on the table. Poof! Centered on the contact point between the fingertip and the desktop, a faint white airwave suddenly burst out. The force was very light, and the dishes and cups on the table jumped at the same time and were pushed outwards. 2 dishes still fell, but fortunately Zhou Jing responded quickly and caught them quickly. Li Xiaoyin raised his eyebrows proudly. "I'm not skilled yet, and I can't control my power very well, but fortunately I didn't break anything." "How is it? Do you understand?" Su Lingyun blinked, hesitated for a while, nodded and said, "I see, your ability is to fart with your fingers. Go away." Li Xiaoyin laughed and scolded, "It's releasing a shock wave, you stupid." "That's right, farts aren't that strong, unless they're a little thin." Su Lingyun agreed. Zhou Jing couldn't help but interrupt, "You can't get along with shit, right? I suspect that you are deliberately affecting our appetite, so that you can grab it later. Hey, are you so smart today?" Su Lingyun was surprised. Zhou Jing held his forehead, not wanting to continue to stray on this dirty topic. Having said that, the ability to release shock waves, as long as the intensity increases, it seems to be quite fierce. With his eyesight from watching the Super League for many years, this is probably a style of great power? He turned his head to look at Li Xiaoyin, and said thoughtfully, "Your ability should be quite powerful. As long as you develop it well and increase the strength, the destructive power will be amazing." Yes, I think so too." Li Xiaoyin nodded excitedly. "Furthermore, you are obviously a destructive ability of the energy release type. It is more than enough to get involved in the Super League, and maybe you will become a star player at that time." "That's right. If you don't want to play in the Super League, it's a good choice to join the Super League directly. If you get a half officer, then you can start a career." "Yeah." Zhou Jing looked at Li Xiaoyin, who nodded in agreement, and was a little speechless. "You haven't thought about it at all. What will you do after you have superpowers?" Li Xiaoyin scratched her head embarrassedly, her eyes narrowed, and she showed a bright smile like a silly dog. "I've been here to share the good news with you, and I haven't thought about it carefully." Still so carefree. Zhou Jing was helpless and couldn't help but smile again. Nowadays, countries are developing interstellar space. Although there are some frictions, they are all small problems. Power users have no use. If they want to play their abilities in battle, they can only go to the Super League. It is a legal arena, and it is also the most popular program. Once you become famous, you can also become a star player. There are various bonuses such as advertising endorsements and acting invitations. It is a popular choice for power users to find employment. While the rest of the employment directions are rich in choices, they are generally similar to ordinary people, except that the pay is better, the form of work is somewhat different, and it is more sought after. As far as Zhou Jing's information is concerned, today is a peaceful era, and materially it can barely be called a peaceful and prosperous world. Except for dealing with some terrorists and illegal superpower organizations, the combat power of superpower users is not very necessary, even interstellar. Development and interstellar exploration also rarely use superpowers, so management is greater than utilization. Most of the time, even the superpowers are just ordinary members of the society. Although they are not rushing for life, they are not doing whatever they want. The legal system is still more than everything. Li Xiaoyin can release shock waves. In terms of function, it seems to be much more powerful than the alien blood warrior system in the alien beast world. After all, the physical enhancement class is still a bit monotonous. But Zhou Jing is not discouraged. The alien blood warrior system is the only extraordinary power that is currently available, enough to make himself a power user and meet the needs of the plan. He is not serious about comparisons, and he never dislikes what he can use just because others have better ones, not to mention that Li Xiaoyin is his best friend. Besides, in the long run, there are infinite possibilities to travel through the astral world. As long as you explore by yourself, you will have the opportunity to discover more extraordinary powers. At this moment, Zhang Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and said something that made everyone stunned. It is said that every self-awakened power user will get an assistant quota after registration, and has the right to purchase a genetic medicine for the selected assistant to use. Xiaoyin, why don't you sell this quota to me? Chapter 24 Righteousness. Chapter 24 Righteousness. Assistant quota? I still have this thing? Li Xiaoyin looked surprised. You shouldn't have read the Super Energy Bureau's precautions at all, right? Besides, you can check this kind of thing online. Zhang Xiao looked helpless, and really didn't know what to say to Li Xiaoyin's informal appearance. This place is so precious that I don't even care about it. Zhang Xiao had no choice but to explain it to the ignorant Li Xiaoyin. There are many kinds of abilities of power users in the main world, but in a certain definition, they can actually be divided into two types of people. One is a natural power user who is self-awakening, self-cultivation, or has successfully mutated through luck and generated abilities by himself. The other is the artificial power user that is mass-produced using genetic medicine, mechanical breeding and other methods. Governments all over the world have genetic medicine industries that can strengthen the bodies of ordinary people to extraordinary levels. However, genetic medicines are strictly controlled, and the whereabouts of each dose are supervised. They are not circulated to the public, and are generally digested internally, such as for use by law enforcement agencies such as the army and the police, to strengthen super soldiers. Ordinary people have no way to buy genetic medicine. However, every newly awakened natural power user will receive a special treatment after registration, that is, he is qualified to choose one person to be his assistant. If the selected assistant is an ordinary person, the Super Energy Bureau will open the channel of genetic medicine, so that the super user is eligible to buy one, and strengthen the assistant to the level of superhuman beings, and will become a superhuman recognized by the Super Energy Bureau in the future. Able and enjoy various benefits. Generally speaking, each natural power user has only one assistant, but the selection of assistants is almost arbitrary. Means that as long as the power user agrees, all ordinary people without criminal records are eligible to be selected by him as assistants. This is also the way that ordinary people can access and most likely obtain genetic medicine. Therefore, the assistants of every power user are hard to find treasures. Countless rich people wave money just to get extraordinary opportunities. This can be a benefit for the power user to use for family or friends. Or do not choose ordinary people, but choose a super soldier king who has been strengthened early and practiced a lot of military skills from the official list of candidates as his assistant. And the power user let others spend money to buy this place and make a fortune. Although it is not recommended in principle, it is also feasible by default. Anyway, there is only one place, and it is handed over to the power user. After listening to the explanation, Li Xiaoyin finally understood and blinked. So, you want to be my assistant, get a genetic medicine, and become a power user? Zhang Xiao nodded again and again. Yes, I want to buy this spot. Li Xiaoyin snorted. Hey, what's the relationship between us, what to buy or not to buy? That's not good. Zhang Xiao shook his head flatly. Since we are friends, we can't let you suffer. Has become a power user, and he will hardly be short of money in the future, but Li Xiaoyin has been struggling in the past, and Zhang Xiao does not want to rely on friendship to take advantage of friends. In fact, Zhang Xiao has limited money and is ready to borrow money. Although the family runs a company, it is a big family, and he is a marginal person in it. The family has arranged for him to work with other marginal brothers and sisters in the future to help the real family successor maintain and grow the family business. Although it depends on the person's face, the life is prosperous, and most of the brothers and sisters have accepted this arrangement. It's just that Zhang Xiao is reluctant, and still has some ambitions. Compared with the life arrangement that can be seen at a glance, he wants to find a way out on his own, but he has never found any opportunity. At this time, he discovered the opportunity to become a power user, and he was naturally tempted. That's it. Li Xiaoyin's eyes rolled when she suddenly thought of something and hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao thought that Li Xiaoyin was worried about the money issue, and immediately stated, The money is at the market price, give me a little time to get it together, Li Xiaoyin suddenly interrupted Zhang Xiao and shook his head. It's not about the money, it's just… I don't think you need this quota that much. Zhang Xiao was stunned, not knowing what it meant. Li Xiaoyin thought about it, and decided to say something straight. We've been friends for many years, and I don't want to prevaricate you, let's be honest. Your family is quite rich, and if you are not a superpower, life is just as good for you. I think someone needs this more than you. Quota. Zhang Xiao was stunned. At this moment, Li Xiaoyin turned to look at Su Lingyun and snapped her fingers. Dude, can you be my assistant? Su Lingyun has been silently watching the two communicate, and doesn't think it has anything to do with him at all, and was taken aback at this moment. Hey, Sisterine, don't make trouble, why did you suddenly get involved with me, and I didn't say I wanted this quota. Then you really don't want it? Li Xiaoyin raised her eyebrows. Su Lingyun pursed his lips and was suddenly silent. To ask him if he wants it, it must be wanting, and it is longing. Who doesn't want extraordinary opportunities? As long as you become a superpower, you can get rid of the current situation of poverty and lack of rush, and there is hope in life. However, after listening to Zhang Xiao explain the preciousness of the assistant quota, Su Lingyun restrained his desire, knowing that he couldn't afford it and he didn't deserve it. Su Lingyun also didn't want to take advantage of his friends, so he couldn't speak as confidently as Zhang Xiao. He just silently watched the two discuss, but he didn't expect Li Xiaoyin to suddenly want to throw this quota to him. What the hell, isn't this just one idea? Didn't ask me in advance. This kind of behavior is very in line with Li Xiaoyin's temperament. But don't you care what Zhang Xiao thinks? That's what people came up with first. After thinking for a while, Su Lingyun sighed. Sisterine, I don't want to lie. Who doesn't want this quota? But it's too precious, I can't afford it at all, and I don't want to take advantage of you. And Zhang Xiao first said this. If it weren't for him, I don't even know about this, how can I grab his chance? Hearing this, Zhang Xiao's expression was complicated. He wanted to buy an assistant quota from Li Xiaoyin, but in the end it still depends on whether Li Xiaoyin is willing and how to deal with it. He doesn't think that everyone is friends anymore, and the benefits must fall on him. But Li Xiaoyin didn't want money, but generously gave the place to another Fashio who needed more help. Such actions and reasons made him not know what to say. To be honest, I felt a little uncomfortable in my heart, and I couldn't help feeling that I was being treated differently, but thinking of Li Xiaoyin's usual temperament, he knew that people didn't mean this, but he was simply slow to interpersonal relationships, and he was never the kind of person who was well-rounded. Seeing Su Lingyun's evasive appearance again, Zhang Xiao felt even more mixed. He and Su Lingyun had the same good relationship. In my heart, heaven and man are at war. On the one hand, I am not willing to give up this opportunity, and on the other hand, I am struggling with the current situation. After a while, Zhang Xiaokai gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, and said solemnly to Su Lingyun. Xiaoyin is right, you need this place more than I do, you're welcome. Without this place, I'm still a child of a rich family, but you, Sai. Although I proposed this matter, the place belongs to Xiaoyin after all. Yes, I just reminded me, it doesn't mean this is my chance, she is qualified to do anything with the assistant quota, you don't mind me. Zhang Xiao was entangled in his heart. He wanted to be an assistant and become a superpower to start a career, but compared with Su Lingyun's desolate situation, he felt that there was no need to insist on fighting for it. His own troubles cannot rise to the level of survival, and there are still many options, and this is not the only way. He feels that there is no need to the opportunity of his best friend to change his destiny. Besides, Li Xiaoyin is the one who decides. With Li Xiaoyin's temperament, even if he brought it up privately, most people would not sell it to him unless he saw that his situation was really needed. Reluctant to give up, Zhang Xiao still decided that as long as Su Lingyun needed it, he would not fight and not embarrass his friends. Righteousness. Li Xiaoyin patted Zhang Xiao on the shoulder. You offend people so much, that's me. If it was someone else, I wouldn't hate you anymore. Zhang Xiao's tone was helpless. Is that so? I'm sorry, but you know I don't know much about this. I think we brothers can't open up what we have to say. Li Xiaoyin was a little surprised, and then scratched his head embarrassedly. I don't need to apologize. I'm not so ignorant. If I don't get one thing, I feel sorry for me. Besides, you're right, Ling Yun really needs more than me. Zhang Xiao shook his head inside. Speaking of which, you are more loyal than me. Such a precious place, I don't want the opportunity to sell it, but give it away for free, to help my brothers in poverty. I don't forget wealth and honor, he thinks this is true loyalty. Li Xiaoyin didn't bother either. She turned her head to look at Su Lingyun, and said straightforwardly, you know me, I don't like to be polite back and forth. Anyway, this is the situation, so I'll ask you if you want it. Sisterine. Su Lingyun hesitated, but finally summoned up the courage to say, don't you like me? I declare in advance that we are familiar with each other, but I just treat you as a brother, and I don't have any worldly interest in you. I prefer it. Be gentle. Go away. Just like you, I'm even less interested in you. Li Xiaoyin laughed and cursed. Su Lingyun scratched his head, put away his joking look, glanced at the three of them, hesitated for a while, then took a deep breath and said seriously. Sisterine, since it's all for the sake, I want this place and I'm willing to be your assistant. That's right, if you want to say it, what are you doing, the most annoying kind of fake politeness. Li Xiaoyin laughed and joked, but to be my assistant, you must at least give with a clean stubble, I don't want to run around with such a sloppy assistant. No problem. Su Lingyun patted his thigh and immediately said, don't talk about stubbornness, it's okay if you want me to shave all the hairs on my body. That's not necessary. Li Xiaoyin's mouth twitched. Zhou Jing has been watching silently, and after seeing them talking, he smiled and said, congratulations. The three turned their heads and looked at Zhou Jing together, only to realize later that Zhou Jing never spoke. Why didn't you speak just now? Li Xiaoyin poked Zhou Jing's arm with her finger. Zhou Jing smiled, I don't need this quota, it's inconvenient to interject. This assistant position is indeed a way to a power user, and it can directly exempt immigration, which is also useful to him. But he already has an astral shuttle panel, and he only needs to make his own plan to become a power user, so Zhou Jing has no idea at all, and he himself does not intend to compete for the opportunity of his friends to change his fate. People must be selfish, but they only have interests in their eyes, and they blindly think that all good things should belong to themselves, so it is easy to have no friends. So Zhou Jing didn't speak at all and was a quiet and beautiful man. But then again, these three best friends are really interesting. Even if it wasn't him who benefited this time, it didn't prevent him from feeling relieved. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao gave a thumbs up. Su Lingyun also arched Zhou Jing's shoulders with gratitude in his eyes. The opportunity to superpower, who doesn't want it? Zhou Jing said he didn't want it, is this possible? Is definitely installed. The two of them felt that Zhou Jing definitely wanted it in his heart, but for the sake of his friends, if he could hold back his longing, he just kept his mouth shut. Is equally righteous in their eyes. As expected of Jingjing. Li Xiaoyin he. Everyone has been best friends for many years, and the relationship is the same. Zhang Xiao is very rich, and in her opinion, there is no need to help. Although Zhou Jing is not that rich, at least he has a family and his life is relatively stable. She feels that there is no need to help. In the end, I felt that Su Lingyun needed to be pulled the most. Her idea is very simple, there is only one place, for the friend who needs it most. As for this assistant's place is very valuable. It's not a problem, even if life is tight, she always feels that money can be earned anytime. Seeing the three misunderstandings, Zhou Jing shook his head without explaining. He didn't intend to talk about his current situation, and he said it for nothing. And now, in this situation, it is not suitable to speak. Only immediate family members have the right to be exempted from forced immigration. Even if Li Xiaoyin becomes a superpower, it cannot directly help his current situation. You still have to use your own plan to solve your own situation, and tell these friends later, so as not to worry about it and explain it too hard. At this time, Li Xiaoying put away the certificate of the power user and said proudly, "Today is a special trip to invite everyone to celebrate. Everyone knows about my becoming a power user. If you have anything in the future, just find me. Don't be polite to me." "Definitely." Zhou Jing nodded. Li Xiaoying changed the subject, "Just talking about me, how are you guys doing recently?" "Jingjing, how are you?" "I'm having a good time lately." Zhou Jing shook his head and smiled, without saying much. He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Xiao, seeing that Zhang Xiao was still a little lost, thought about it, patted his arm, and said, "Don't think too much, it's not the first day we met Xiaoying. She's a bit stupid, but she doesn't mean anything else. Don't worry, don't comfort me, it's not the first day you know me." Zhang Xiao calmed down, put down his grudges, and laughed. If he only cared about interests, he would not have played with the three of them because of his family background. Chapter 25 3 months. Chapter 25 3 months. The atmosphere of this supper was in full swing, until it was almost dawn, and a few people left to go home. Although Zhou Jing wanted to ask Li Xiaoying for some internal information about the power user circle, but at present, they are also new, and they are so indiscriminate, maybe they don't know as much as him, so Zhou Jing temporarily suppressed this idea. Back in the rental house, Zhou Jing rested for a while, sobered up, and started studying according to the training plan. On and off until the afternoon, the shuttle cooling is finally over. Now is the time to see the results of serious placement. Zhou Jing rubbed his sore eyes and turned off the computer he was checking for information. Lie back on the bed and close your eyes. Enter. OM. Consciousness returned to the shuttle preparation space, still starry. Zhou Jing looked at the huge fluorescent panel, and the results of this placement have shown. Jason Wood placement ends. You can view this placement income report. Automatically expand. Placement time, 18 days, astral time. This income, astral point plus 210. Cumulative income, astral point 210/2000. Ability growth, Hunter's Breath Forging, LV1 LV2, Weapon Mastery Hunting Knife, LV1 LV2, Weapon Mastery Heavy Knife, LV0 LV1. Trigger achievement, none. Rating for this placement, normal. Whether to view the placement experience log. Okay, still alive. Zhou Jing's hanging heart relaxed. Not only that, but the skills have also been upgraded. It seems that the plan is feasible, and the development in Frostwood Village is indeed stable. The benefits of placement are really not bad. As long as the foundation is laid during the personal arrival, and there is a stable environment, placement can play a huge role. Open the log, all the experiences during the placement of Jason Wood are completely recorded in the form of first-person images. And there are additional node tips at the nodes of encountering events, skill improvement, and interaction with people. The experience during placement can be viewed slowly, or it can be directly absorbed and turned into memory, which is more efficient. Zhou Jing checked it and found that there were no special events during the placement of Jason Wood. According to the set placement plan of concentrate on cultivation, he spent most of his time exercising. Occasionally communicated with Baron, Griff, etc., and they all seemed reticent, basically did not take the initiative to bring up the topic, behaved quite low-key, and focused on exercising. It is also possible that Jason Wood's perseverance and martial characteristics are at play. Well, it looks quite normal, and there is nothing strange about the placement performance. At most, it is much more silent than when I personally controlled it. It seems that the synchronization rate is higher, and the more complicated the response that the astral apostles can make. Okay, let's not spend any money. Zhou Jing thought to himself. Astral apostles are more stable if they have a good personality. In general, the effect of the placement mode was confirmed this time, and it has met his expectations. The next step is to maintain the status quo and let this astral apostle develop. Zhou Jing is certain. The passage of time does not depend on human will. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the seasons alternate. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Frost Kimura Training Ground, a strong figure is holding a dark heavy sword, practicing basic swordsmanship movements. Sweeping, slashing, stabbing, smashing, picking. Each style is full of power, rolling up a low and whistling wind. Whoo! The figure finally slashed a knife, and the blade suddenly stopped in the air a few centimeters above the ground, blowing away the dust with energy, and the force control was very skilled and precise. Call! Zhou Jing stood up with his sword closed, spit out a breath of turbid air, and the muscles with clear lines all over his body vibrated with high frequency. The breathing technique has finally been upgraded again. Opened the panel and took a look. Hunter's Breath Forge finally reached LV4. This is the 4th time he has descended on Jason Wood, and the time spent in shuttle and placement adds up, and he has survived in the alien world for more than 3 months. He grew up in Frostwood Village most of the time, and occasionally followed the hunter team into the forest, hunting some common prey to provide meat for the village, because he did not go too deep into the forest and did not encounter the skeleton people. Shuang Kimura was inaccessible, and nothing happened in the days when he concentrated on his practice, and he was calm. In the village, he looked down but not looked up to see him. In the past 3 months, he has become acquainted with most of the villagers. The main achievement of training is hunter's breathing. As the skill level increases, even if there is a training acceleration function, the time it takes to reach the next mastery level also increases. In the first month, Hunter's Breath Forge was upgraded to LV2 2 levels in a row, and in the next 2 months or so, it was as high as LV4, and it was getting longer and longer. Zhou Jing also understands why the training acceleration fee is only a guarantee, and in fact, it is possible to invest in astral points to further accelerate the learning speed without limit. If this is very advanced, even if the guaranteed training acceleration is activated, it may take a few years. Time to level up the skill. Like ordinary people, the more proficient in a skill, the more difficult it is to make progress. In addition to the improvement of the hunter's breathing technique, he also mastered the skills of hunting knives, heavy knives, war knives, and other knives. Weapon mastery, knife technique. These 2 abilities can be compared to the achievements of others in 10 years and 3 months. Zhou Jing muttered secretly, and glanced at the current effects of the 2 skills. Hunter's Breath and Forging. Current level, LV4-, Proficient. Effect, Physical +3, Resistance +2. Weapon Mastery Sword Technique. Current level, LV4-, Proficient. Effect, Possess superb swordsmanship skills, Physical Strength +1. Most of the training time is spent on these 2 skills, and the rewards are quite good. Zhou Jing opened the ability file of Jason Wood. The attributes of this astral apostle have become: Attribute, Physical 14, Resistance 11, Perception 5, Spirit 6, Energy 0. Compared with 3 months ago, his physical fitness has improved significantly, and before the enhancement of the abnormal blood, it is already a bit extraordinary, which is actually somewhat unexpected to Zhou Jing. Mainly due to the hunter's breath. Zhou Jing pondered that it was probably a bit of a coincidence that this skill had this effect on him. Hunter's Breath Forging has a training threshold. Even if you know that this skill is somewhat extraordinary, ordinary people can't practice it, but if you want to reach the training threshold, it is extremely difficult to achieve normal training, which becomes an infinite loop. Only the apostles that I pinched, with an initial physical strength that surpassed ordinary people, directly reached the threshold of practice, and solved this problem, which is difficult for others to copy. After 3 months, most of the astral points he saved were thrown into these 2 skills. Among them, Hunter's Breath and Forging is the most expensive. It has risen to the current LV4, and 700 points have been thrown into it. If a single return and placement is regarded as a shuttle cycle, then the current daily income brought by Jason Wood in each cycle is about 300 astral points, except for a few simple triggers of the first shuttle. Achievement, the next few times did not trigger again. After deducting the expenses for accelerated practice these days, I still have 460 points left on hand. If you have exercised to this level, you should be able to take the medicine of different blood. If you continue to develop like this, it will not be very cost-effective. While Zhou Jing was thinking silently, Baron, who was supervising on the side, came over. "Are you progressing again?" Baron came to Zhou Jing with a calm tone. "Well, it seems so. I feel my strength has increased again." Zhou Jing nodded, holding a knife flower in his hand. The heavy knife was as light as a wooden stick in his hand. Watching this scene calmly, Baron was expressionless. Over the past 3 months, he has been witnessing Zhou Jing's incredible growth rate, and has gradually changed from shock to surprise. People are already numb. He had absolutely no idea what was going on with this Jason Wood. There is no abnormal blood enhancement, so when you practice, your physical strength is about to catch up with yourself? This is actually an alien beast in human skin. The worldview has been broken time and time again. Baron has given up thinking about this kind of confusing problem with limited brain cells, and attributed everything to the extraordinary talent of Jason Wood. He grasped the core contradiction and identified a truth: as long as this Jason Wood is an alien hunter, the better he is, the better. Zhou Jing saw that Baron didn't answer, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you think I can use the alien blood potion now?" "Yes, of course, not to mention the use of alien blood medicine, you can go directly to the alien blood warrior." Baron resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said directly, "Pack up your things, we will set off for Baiyuan City at dawn tomorrow, and I will take you to get the alien blood potion." "Good." Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. "After 3 months of training, I finally met Baron's requirements, and this time I finally got to touch the real extraordinary power." Early in the morning the next day, Zhou Jing took Ross to meet Balong at the entrance of the village, and each brought their luggage and equipment. Balong was still dressed as he was hunting. Because the two-handed battle axe was thrown in the forest, it was estimated that it was picked up by the skeleton people, so he asked the blacksmith in the village to hit a new axe, which was rougher and simpler than the original weapon. A lot. Zhou Jing was wearing a suit of hunters, with a dagger in his waist and a dark heavy sword hanging on his back. This heavy sword was made by a blacksmith in the east of the village with stubborn iron for making farm tools. It has no special features except that it is heavy. It is usually used for exercise, and of course it can also be used to cut people. To be precise, it is to swing people. Ross is carrying pots and pans on his back and looks like a cook. After following Zhou Jing in the past few months, he actually learned to cook. Although it is currently limited to cooking the food, it is already a leap forward. Zhou Jing is not very happy about this. He finally doesn't have to be a nanny, and he can finally enjoy the service of his valet. It is a little far from Shuangmu village to Baiyuan City. There are no means of transportation in the village except for ox carts. Generally, they enter the city on foot. But even though it was on foot, with the endurance of the two, running all the way was faster. Even if you bring a Ross, it will not take many days. But, in addition to the three of them, there was an uninvited guest at the entrance of the village at this time. "Uncle Jason, Uncle Baron, can you take me to the city?" Reiner hugged Zhou Jing's thigh, raised her head and blinked her big eyes in a cute way, with a look of flattery and prayer. "I'm on business, I don't have time to take you." Zhou Jing shook his legs helplessly and wanted to throw Reiner off. After all, he is Griff's son, and he still doesn't flatter the child, which makes the child stick to him more and more. "Don't, I'm very good. I listen to you all the way. If you want me to eat, I will eat, and if you want me to sleep, I will sleep," Reiner said hurriedly. "Good." Baron snorted, "Did your father allow you to go out?" He agreed." Reiner replied with a stubborn neck. Zhou Jing suddenly raised his head and looked behind Reiner. "Hey, Griff, you got up early too. Are you here to arrest your son?" "Oops, Dad." Reiner was startled, quickly let go of his hand, and turned his head to look behind him. "Who?" A cold wind blew, and there was no Griff's figure, not a single hair. "You lied to me." Reiner turned his head angrily, but saw that Zhou Jing and the three had already run away. From Shuangmu village to Baiyuan City, the road is a piece of unprocessed natural scenery. The terrain is mostly plains and hills, occasionally dotted with small forests. The dirt road is sometimes absent, and sometimes there are roadside signs after a long distance. If you are not familiar with the direction, it is easy to go astray. Baron is an old driver, and naturally there is no possibility of getting lost. There was no delay in the middle. Zhou Jing and Baron ran all the way with endurance, and occasionally carried Ross on their shoulders. It didn't take long for the three to reach their destination. Walking out of a small forest, the vision in the distance suddenly became clear, and I saw a town sitting on a hill. Surrounded by gray city walls, with clear stone and bricks, some houses in the city are higher than the city walls, and the roofs emerge from the back walls, which are scattered. This is Baiyuan City. Zhou Jing looked out. He is used to seeing buildings in the interstellar era. Of course, this town has nothing to do with grandeur. In his opinion, it is a small town at the village level, with simple ancient city wall fortifications, at most 4 or 5 meters high. But for the inhabitants of the alien world of this era, it is already a sizable medium-sized city. "Come on, let's go into the city." Baron patted Zhou Jing on the shoulder. The three of them came to the city gate, where a lot of people were queuing to enter the city, including farmers, traders, and alien hunters with weapons. A full-loaded bullock cart was crowded, and the merchants chatted with people in the northern dialect, which was very noisy. There are 4 guards in front of the city gate, wearing studded leather armor, with a simple round helmet slanted on their heads, and the short spears in their hands are beating against the goods of the ox cart, and they will check the people who enter the city. There are 4 fortress cities in the northern part of the Terra Empire, and there are dozens of towns like Baiyuan City. Baiyuan City is relatively remote, but it is still a town. It is still much busier than the remote Shuangmu village. The surrounding villages' farmers, passing traders, travelers, mercenaries, and alien hunters will all transit here. Soon, it was Zhou Jing's turn. The guards saw Balan dressed as a hunter of alien beasts and came up to question him with respect. After Baron said that he was a hunter stationed in Frostwood Village, the guards immediately let go, and the three entered the town together. As Baron said, the alien hunter is a glorious profession, fighting against alien beasts all year round to solve the existential threat of human beings. It is indeed very prestigious among the people, and almost no town will refuse alien hunters to enter. Walking on the noisy and lively streets, Baron told Zhou Jing about the city situation. Including me, there are about 30 alien beast hunters who have been active for a long time around Baiyuan City. Most of the alien beast threats around here are solved by us. Most of the time we are scattered in different areas, and some they are station hunters, and some of them are free-roaming hunters. Generally, it is only in Baiyuan City that it is easy to meet others. This time, I brought you to strengthen the alien blood, and by the way, I will also bring you to know other people, so that you know that after you become an alien hunter what to do. Zhou Jing nodded, observed the medieval-style buildings on the street, and asked casually, if you don't count the hunters, how many troops are there in Baiyuan City? There should be 300 or 400 soldiers in the standings, all of them from Lord Root Crow. Humph, there should be a few alien blood warriors among them. Speaking of the last sentence, Baron couldn't help showing a look of contempt. Zhou Jing glanced at him curiously. You seem to hate this lord? That's not true. Lord Root is actually okay. He is a blood relative of the tribe. He has been protecting Baiyuan City all these years. The town is not only a settlement, but also responsible for clearing the surrounding alien threats. He never stingy bounties to call hunters. Many times I asked my own troops to help in the hunting. Although it is the Lord's responsibility, at least it is considered competent. Explained a little, then Baron paused and snorted coldly. What I hate is the group of alien blood warriors who are recruited by the Lord and serve as guards for the Lord. How do you say this? They have a conflict with you? Zhou Jing was interested. It's not a contradiction with me. Baron said, dissatisfied. These people have survived the alien blood strengthening, but they don't use this power to deal with alien beasts. Instead, they gather around the Lord for power or wealth. When we hunt alien beasts, they but hiding behind, what is this called? We hunters have never looked down on such cowards. Zhou Jing suddenly understood. Everyone has accepted the enhancement of alien blood. Alien hunters go to fight alien beasts, but these people who have the same power hide behind, serve as guards for lords, and do not need to go to the battlefield. Under the glorious professional tradition, alien hunters must look down on this group of alien blood warriors who dare not be hunters. This should be a long-standing chain of contempt. In the tribal era, the pressure of survival was huge, and the warriors who successfully strengthened their alien blood were basically all in order to be alien hunters and protect the tribe. In today's era of empires, people with extraordinary power have a different mind. Compared with the hunters of alien beasts who wander the line of life and death, it seems safer and more comfortable to gain wealth and power with this power. Anyway, there are other people who are hunters of alien beasts. Why should they take risks and finally get power? Of course they should think about their own interests. Maybe this is the way of thinking? This should be the difference between the superpowers in this world. After people gain extraordinary power, the idea is not as simple as before. Zhou Jing shook his head and couldn't help but think of Baron's occasional remarks that hunters are now not pure. He doesn't think there is anything, it's human nature, and with the reduction of external pressure, people's hearts will become complicated. It's just that as this concept slowly spreads to the whole society, there may be fewer and fewer orthodox monster hunters who can uphold the tradition of honoring alien hunters and take on the responsibility of fighting alien beasts. That's why Balan often talks about the glory of the alien beast hunter in the past 3 months and instills it in me. Just worried that I am not a monster hunter? Zhou Jing thought to himself. He understands Baron's concerns, but the life goals of this astral apostle are basically related to alien hunters. In order to collect the number of information state particles required for customs clearance as soon as possible, I not only have to be a hunter, but also have to do some achievements in this industry. Chapter 26 Ross, I'd love to try a drug, really. Chapter 26 Ross, I really want to try the medicine, really. Talking about the problem that alien hunters are not as pure as in the past, Baron sighed, and obviously hated this situation. Zhou Jing suddenly rolled his eyes. Speaking of which, is it necessary for the Lord to recruit alien blood warriors? If you want them to be your guards, who are you guarding against? Who knows? Balan scratched his head, and then his face turned pale. Don't think about being recruited by the Lord. If you are bought for a little money, I will look down on you as well. That won't happen. Zhou Jing waved his hand and secretly analyzed it in his heart. The Lord recruits extraordinary people as guards, and it is definitely not money to collect stamps. It seems that there are only a few reasons: fearing alien hunters, fearing other lords, guarding against someone taking risks to assassinate, strengthening their own armed forces, etc. He was quite suspicious. First, a lord recruited the alien blood warriors, and the other lords looked at them. Yo, it's a good way to recruit a superhuman. What do you mean? Do you want to mess with us? So various lords followed suit, recruiting alien blood warriors, starting an arms race, and it was rolled up like this. Well, although the world environment is united, but the 40 years since the founding of Terra, the signs of infighting should also appear. Zhou Jing secretly speculated. He has inquired about it. The lords of the Terra Empire generally only govern one town and surrounding villages, but the sources of the lords are divided into 2 types. If the towns were rebuilt from tribal settlements, then the lords are mostly one of the tribes. Blood relatives of the clan. If the town was built after the establishment of the empire, the lord is likely to be an appointed imperial official. Has both the shadow of the enfeoffment and the shadow of the county. When he first learned about it, he thought it was a bit strange, but now that he thinks about it, it seems that there is some game involved. When the Terra Empire was first established, it was a form of alliance of various tribes, not a unified one. Therefore, the power of the tribe still remained in the territory of the empire, and it became an area with a certain degree of autonomy, just obeying the orders of the royal family. The Lord of White Plains City, Rootclaw, was a blood relative of a tribe, and the predecessor of White Plains City was also a tribal settlement to a certain extent. This city and surrounding villages first belonged to the tribe where Root belonged to, and then the cities of the empire. And the meaning of tribal blood relatives, Zhou Jing has also figured out these days. In the past, human beings reproduced in the form of tribes. During the long development, some tribes spread branches and scattered leaves, forming huge families within the tribe, so they took surnames and passed them down to facilitate mutual identification. This is the origin of the blood relatives of the tribe. Each surname represents a big family in a certain tribe, with a large number of people, and generally has a higher status in the tribe, which is equivalent to the faction branch in the tribe. But in the barbaric era, because of the difficulty of survival, everyone focused on holding together to keep warm, and there was little difference between tribal blood relatives and other tribal members. After the founding of Terra, the major tribes allied and merged into the country, and the living environment gradually stabilized. Some tribe blood relatives began to be active in politics, business, military, and other fields. Relying on the advantages of numerous family members, support from contacts, and mastery of tribal resources, he gradually accumulated power and wealth, and gradually differentiated himself from ordinary people. In Zhou Jing's view, this was the early stage of origin of this world aristocracy. Balan doesn't care much about politics, and only knows a little bit of fur, but Zhou Jing, based on the known situation analysis, feels that these clan blood relatives who are gradually forming aristocratic interest groups will most likely be one of the ruling problems faced by the Terra Empire. So this kind of mixed lord system with both subdivisions and counties, I am afraid that the rulers of the Terra Empire deliberately made some countermeasures. Zhou Jing pondered in his heart. Although alien beasts are the main threat to human beings in this world, the general environment is consistent with the outside world. But he does not believe that after multiple tribes establish a country, there will be no infighting, which is not in line with historical laws. Don't think about it for now. Zhou Jing shook his head. He was just habitually analyzing it, and he felt that these were a little far away from him, and now he just wanted to gain extraordinary power. The town was quite lively. The three turned a few streets and soon came to a building. There was a wooden sign with a beast's head hanging on the gate, and there were two guards beside the gate. This is the Hunter Workshop of White Plains City. Compared with other lively streets, it is much deserted here, and ordinary residents in the city generally do not come here. At this moment, a trolley was parked in front of the Hunter Workshop. The corpse of a silver-gray giant wolf was tied to the trolley. A monster hunter with a spear on his back was negotiating with a workshop employee. Seeing the three of Zhou Jing coming, the alien hunter subconsciously turned his head to take a look, suddenly smiled, and raised his hand to say hello. "Hey, Baron, we meet again." "Ah, it's you, Wes." Baron laughed. The two apparently knew each other. Walking to the side of the scooter, Baron glanced at the corpse of the giant wolf and said, "Have another harvest? Crescent wolf, a good prey." The alien hunter known as Wes laughed when he heard the words, "Good luck, this monster wanted to kill me, but I ducked over and shot back and blasted its eggs, so I took it down easily." Said, Weiss glanced at Zhou Jing again and asked curiously, "Who is this? Is this the new alien hunter from Baiyuan City?" Baron shook his head. "His name is Jason Wood. He is a genius I met. He has been exercising with me for the past few months. When I entered the city this time, I was going to bring him to strengthen the alien blood." "Genius?" Weiss was very interested and looked at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing opened his mouth to say hello. But suddenly, Wes in front of him was short and disappeared from sight. In the next instant, Zhou Jing realized that a pair of muscular and knotted arms were wrapping around his waist and abdomen from behind, and a burst of force wanted to uproot him and throw him out. "Want to give me a back throw? Is this how hunters greet each other?" Zhou Jing almost subconsciously, immediately pressed his arms around his waist with both hands, then split his legs and took a stance, one of which was pinned to Wes's feet behind him, preventing himself from being lifted. The two suddenly fell into a wrestling position. Weiss couldn't help laughing. "Oh boy, do you have the guts to compare your strength with a serious alien hunter like me, you?" Halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly realized that with his strength, Zhou Jing could not be moved. Although he is not a strength-type strengthening direction, his strength is also an extraordinary level. How can it be impossible for even an ordinary person to suppress it? Zhou Jing tightly held Wiss's arm and slowly but steadily opened it from his waist. As soon as the entanglement broke free, he suddenly let go, his body exploded back, and his shoulders slammed into Wes's chest. Thick muscles collided, making a muffled sound. Weiss stepped back for several steps before standing up, grinning, and looking at Zhou Jing in surprise. Baron has been on the sidelines without stopping, and only now does he laugh at the misfortune. "How about Weiss, let's eat it, don't look at Jason's lack of blood enhancement, your strength may not be stronger than his." "What's the matter with this guy?" Weiss rubbed his chest in surprise. He originally wanted to try the physical fitness of genius in Balan's mouth. It's better to throw someone on a horse, and then shake his head to teach him some encouragement such as, "The future is yours," but he didn't expect it to be like this result. An ordinary person who is almost stronger than him is outrageous. This kind of talented person, if he is strengthened by different blood, wouldn't that be the combat power of catching up with the second strengthening? Weiss' scalp was a little numb, and only then did he understand what Baron meant by genius. At this moment, Zhou Jing shook his hand and stared at Weiss. "The way you greet is very unique." He doesn't mind that much. Most of the alien hunters are martial. Although he tried it as soon as they met, it seemed a bit strange to him as an interstellar citizen, but in the relatively primitive hunter culture of this world, it may be a common situation. In the past few months, Zhou Jing has learned to do as the locals do, and try not to use the concept of the interstellar era to evaluate their behavior. Weiss rubbed his chest muscles and grinned. Don't mind, I just want to see how strong you are, and whether you can withstand the strengthening of abnormal blood. It seems that you are definitely fine, you almost flattened my chest muscles. Already." After he finished speaking, he paused, pressed his thumb against his chest, and said cheerfully, "I'm Wes, an old friend of Baron, and I've been active around White Plains City for a long time. Maybe we'll hunt side by side in the future." "Maybe." Zhou Jing nodded. Balan raised his chin. "We will stay in the city these days, see you at the Hunter Tavern." "Okay, then you guys do your business, I'll continue selling my prey." Weiss nodded and turned back to continue bargaining with the workshop staff. "Come on, let's go in." Balong patted Zhou Jing and walked towards the hunter workshop. The two entered the workshop, and the door was a hall with specimens of exotic beasts hanging on the wall, and pieces of equipment made of different exotic beast materials were placed on the shelves. The hunter workshop is responsible for processing the prey submitted by the alien hunters, making alien blood potions, making various equipment, and then providing them to the alien hunters. According to the laws of the Terra Empire, every town must have a hunter workshop, which will be funded by the central government of the empire, but the Lord is also responsible for maintenance and needs to be responsible for part of the funding. The empire's most important support for the workshop is actually to provide technicians. Because not every town can recruit qualified alien blood pharmacists and craftsmen, the important technicians of each workshop are trained by the empire or recruited by large clan craftsmen, and they are assigned by airborne. In other words, the level is guaranteed to a certain extent. Seeing someone coming to the door, the workshop staff behind the counter immediately came up and greeted them with a smile. "Two hunters, do you need anything?" Baron nodded. "I am Baron from Frostwood Village. I have submitted my prey here many times. Here is my record. I plan to change the blood potion." Hearing this, the workshop staff asked the two of them to wait for a while and went to the back room to report. After a while, a thin man walked out, wearing a fine robe, and seemed to be of extraordinary status. "Baron, I saw you again. I almost can't remember when you last visited." As soon as the thin man saw Baron, he opened his arms and made a welcoming gesture with a smile. "I was injured some time ago and I'm recuperating," Balong explained, and then introduced to Zhou Jing in a low voice, saying that the person in front of him was the person in charge of the Baiyuan City workshop. "So it is." The person in charge of the workshop nodded, and then changed the conversation. "You said you want a new alien blood potion, are you finally ready to try a second boost?" "It's not me, it's strengthening him." Baron pointed to Zhou Jing. The head of the workshop looked at Zhou Jing and said curiously, "Who is this?" "Jason Wood." Zhou Jing had to introduce himself again. The person in charge of the workshop looked at Zhou Jing with a little curiosity, but didn't say anything. After a brief self-introduction, he agreed to Baron's request. "Baron, you have recorded 7 times in the workshop. You can get a potion whenever you want. Come with me. I will show you the inventory and see which potion you want to choose." After finishing speaking, the person in charge of the workshop made a gesture of invitation and led the group to the warehouse of the workshop. All the way through the winding corridor, a few people came to a warehouse full of boxes. The person in charge of the workshop picked up a thick notepad from the shelf at the entrance, turned to one of the pages, and handed it to Baron and Zhou Jing. "Now we have 11 different blood potions in our inventory. The materials used and the possible enhancement directions are all written on it. See which one you want." The exchanged blood potion mainly depends on what inventory the Hunter workshop has. Of course, if you don't like it, you can make an appointment and come to pick it up when the workshop is in stock. Or, to be more direct, go hunt down your favorite beasts and bring them over to be processed in the workshop. Zhou Jing glanced at the list. Iron Armored Beast Potion, Back-Turn Dragon Potion, Kiwi Potion. In addition to physical training these days, he also learned some knowledge of exotic beasts from Baron. At this time, most of the names of the exotic beasts are recognizable. "How is the quality of this batch?" Baron asked casually while flipping through it. The person in charge of the workshop, 3 are new works, 7 are works by skilled pharmacists, and 1 is a pharmacist who has performed exceptionally well and is of good quality. "Then we are lucky." Balan laughed and turned to look at Zhou Jing. "Look, that high-quality alien blood potion is the direction you want to strengthen. If there is no problem, just choose it." These days, Zhou Jing had already heard Balong talk about the mechanism of strengthening the abnormal blood. It is very important to choose the first medicine of abnormal blood, which almost determines the strengthening route in the future. The first potion used by Baron, the main strengthening direction is strength and defense. He is good at head-on head-to-head, and is a material for MT. In addition, the better the quality of the potion, the less likely it is to inherit the weaknesses of alien beasts. Zhou Jing glanced at the ingredients of this high-quality potion. Lightning Panther Potion. This is an alien beast known for its speed and explosiveness. It also has the special ability to discharge. It belongs to the ranks of high-risk alien beasts. The strengthening direction is agility, reaction, explosive power, and certain electric shock resistance. The route of Gaomin and Gao's explosion. It seems to be good. Zhou Jing was a little moved. Compared to pure strength, it may be more useful to be agile and fast in battle. But Zhou Jing pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly said, "Balan, this request may be a bit sudden, but can I get 2 potions? Just think I borrowed it from you." Baron was stunned for a moment. "You want 2 different blood potions? What are you using them for?" "It's useless to take too much of this stuff, you can only use 1. Do you want to strengthen it twice in a row? Isn't that killing it? Even if you are talented, you can't do it." Seeing Balan's expression of "I'm afraid you're not kidding me," Zhou Jing knew that the other party would be wrong, and immediately waved his hand to explain. "I don't plan to continuously strengthen, I just want one more option." You are willing to help me change a potion. I already owe you a favor. The second one, I definitely can't use yours in vain, as I borrowed it. Lightning leopard potion, he really liked it, but he didn't plan to use it directly. The danger of the alien blood potion is not yet clear. He still decided to take another alien blood potion to meet Ross's wishes, so that this loyal follower can get the coveted opportunity to test the medicine and contribute to the organization. Besides, I will see how the effect is and how it will behave after taking the medicine, so that I have an idea. Although Jason Wood dies, his abilities can still be inherited, but it takes a lot of energy to use the new vest to reconnect with Baron and mix up to the point where the other party is willing to exchange potions for him. So Zhou Jing felt that it was better to be careful when facing the alien blood enhancement for the first time. Balong touched his bald head, but still didn't quite understand Zhou Jing's reason. What's the point of having one more choice, anyway? Isn't the best potion used in the end? But he didn't delve into it since the worldview was subverted by Zhou Jing. This has been his habit of Zhou Jing. Okay, just treat it as borrowed. Although I still don't quite understand what you mean, as long as you don't use potions continuously, it's fine. Baron agreed. He doesn't really care, on the contrary, he has accumulated a lot of records, and he does not plan to strengthen it twice, so it is no problem to replace Zhou Jing with another. Besides, it was said that it was borrowed and that it would be returned in the future, so Nabalin has no objection. Zhou Jing was not sure whether Baron would agree, but he was relieved when he saw that he did not refuse. He glanced at the list again, and then said, "Then give me this Lightning Strike Panther potion, and the Black Hand Fox potion." The strengthening direction of most of the alien blood potions is strength, endurance, agility and other qualities, and the Black Hand Fox is an alien beast that is good at hiding in stealth, and the strengthening direction is special. The head of the workshop quickly pulled out 2 wooden boxes from the warehouse and opened them for display. In each box there is a bottle of bright red medicine, and the name of the medicine is marked on the bottle. These are the 2 bottles of alien blood potions you want. The workshop leader handed over the box to Zhou Jing and asked, "Are you going to strengthen it now? We can provide a room." "No, I'll go back and prepare." Zhou Jing shook his head. "You only need to drink the medicine with different blood, there is no other process, so there is not much difference between using it privately and using it here. They all belong to no problem and do not need to be rescued, and there is no cure for problems. Go back to find Ross's test medicine, so you don't need to let Baron know for the time being." The person in charge of the workshop smiled and said, "Okay, then I look forward to seeing you again. Of course, you have become a hunter of alien beasts." "Thank you." Zhou Jing nodded. Looked down at the alien blood potion in the box, his heart pounding. The key is already in his hands. Next is to try to use this key to open the door to the extraordinary world. It was already afternoon after changing the potion. The 2 left the workshop and found a hotel in the city. Balong paid the rent for 3 days and looked back at Zhou Jing. "You should rest first. I'm going out to meet some friends. You'd better wait until I get back before using the potion, so that I can help you watch it, so that no one will disturb you." "Okay, I also need some time to think about it and adjust my state." Zhou Jing nodded and said something serious. Watching Baron leave, Zhou Jing took Rose back to his room, refused the special service suggested by the hotel maid, and closed the door. For a while, there were only 2 people left in the room. Zhou Jing confirmed that the doors and windows were closed, and then he took out the Black Hand Fox medicine and handed it to Ross. He spoke earnestly. "Brother, now is your time to contribute to the organization." Ross glanced at Zhou Jing, then looked down at the potion in his hand, but did not move. "No objection, that is, I agree." Zhou Jing firmly pressed Ross' shoulders and said solemnly, "My dear, I'm bored." Ross nodded silently, removed the cork, raised his head, and drank the Black Hand Fox potion in one gulp. Zhou Jing kept his eyes on the side, waiting for the next reaction. However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Ross was still standing upright, and nothing happened. Zhou Jing, _ Ross, confused face. The two stared wide-eyed, and Rose's eyes were quite innocent. No response? Is the medicine expired, or is the follower's physique special? Zhou Jing scratched his head. Just as he was about to check to see if something was wrong. Kara kara. A dense sound of bones came from Ross. Black blood vessels bulged rapidly on his face, twisting like a small snake, and his body twitched from time to time, like an unconscious nerve reflex. However, Ross was expressionless, and his eyes were always on Zhou Jing. If he didn't know the details, Zhou Jing almost thought that this was a cold-blooded killer without pain or emotion. It seems that it takes a certain amount of metabolic time for the medicine to take effect. The big one is coming. Zhou Jing suddenly came to the spirit. He hurriedly took a research mentality and carefully observed Rose's physical changes. In the past 3 months, he has grown rapidly, but Ku Ross's attributes have not increased at all. Just like the beginning, he is completely at the level of ordinary people. The stronger the body, the higher the success rate of using the medicine with different blood. For ordinary people to strengthen the alien blood, although it is not completely impossible, the success rate is very slim. However, with such aptitude as Ross, when he grows up naturally, it will go to the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? Therefore, the extraordinary item such as alien blood potion is unnecessary. Zhou Jing asked Ross to be the first to strengthen the alien blood. In addition to the purpose of testing drugs, he also asked Ross to gamble. Anyway, every astral apostle has a chance to revive a follower for free. If Ross burps because of this, he can also pull it back once. And if it does, wouldn't it be a profit? If you win, you will get a powerful follower. If you fail, you will still have the original stupid ratio. There is such an opportunity for trial and error, so don't bet on it now. Time passed by, and the dim sky outside the window was gradually replaced by night. The bulging blood vessels on Ross's face gradually calmed down, and his body stopped twitching. During this process, the muscles on his body were slightly larger, but they were not too swollen. If you didn't look carefully, it would not be easy to notice. Zhou Jing poked Ross's chest muscles, which were different from the shriveled hands before, but now they are full of elasticity. This is a success? Ross still followed Zhou Jing's gaze, and nodded with an imperceptible range. Zhou Jing was pleasantly surprised, opened the attribute panel of the follower and took a look. Ross, elementary, obtained the extraordinary power system Alien Blood Warrior. Different Blood Warrior, 1 enhancement, Black Hand Fox. Effect, Physical +9, Resistance +7, Perception +5. Current attributes, Physical 14, Resistance 12, Perception 10, Spirit 5, Energy 0. Incidental features, Night Vision, Light Action, Night Camouflage. Chapter 27 Alien Blood Enhancement. Chapter 27 Enhancement of Different Blood. Hey, this stupid is lucky. The low success rate of ordinary people has hit him. Zhou Jing TSK. He heard Baron say that among the 50 ordinary people who have not been trained, maybe only 2 or 3 people have been successfully strengthened with abnormal blood. Ross's lucky value is indeed a bit consecrated. Could it be that God favors idiots? When a door closes, a window opens? Zhou Jing shook his head and ordered, "Take off your clothes and give me Kong." Ross took off his shirt expressionlessly. I saw his normal body, but now he has streamlined muscle lines, a muscular but lean body. Nice figure, put it on. Zhou Jing nodded and took note of the apparent changes in Ross's body. The change is not big, it's okay to wear clothes, and it's not so easy to be discovered. After watching the whole process, he already knew the general process of strengthening the alien blood. After the medicine begins to metabolize, the body will begin to transform. There is a certain amount of pain in the process, but the ability to move is still retained. The strength will continue to increase in this state until the effect of the medicine is fully exerted. The whole process takes about 3 or 4 hours. This wave made Ross winning the drug test bet, and Zhou Jing was quite excited. Ross got extraordinary power, and this follower was finally useful. Although the enhancement range is limited, and it is a whiteboard with no other combat skills, but it can be regarded as a combat power, at least it is no problem to bully ordinary people. Night vision, light action, night camouflage, suitable for stealth, reconnaissance and concealment, it really is the direction of reinforcement. Zhou Jing looked at the introduction of the panel. The superpower system of Alien Blood Warrior, each enhancement will bring some characteristics, depending on the alien blood potion used and the effect of this enhancement. Ross's 3 characteristics are suitable for sneaking, and with his popular face, the whole person's sense of presence drops significantly. He chose this alien blood potion for Ross because he wanted Ross to take the stealth route. In some situations where it is inconvenient to dispatch himself, Ross must want to do it for him. He has a good heart and doesn't want Ross to lose the opportunity to make contributions, such as monitoring and tracking, as well as exciting monsters, etc. He knew that Ross likes to do this kind of work the most, and his face is full of willingness. Such abilities are not suitable for frontal combat, and at most can play a role of containment, Zhou Jing also guessed. He didn't expect the follower to be able to carry the alien beast once it was strengthened. After all, the follower is the initial attribute of ordinary people, and there is no attribute foundation of the astral apostle. Even if the strengthening is successful, the frontal combat power is still limited. And with Ross' inflexibility, Zhou Jing didn't dare to let him alone, so he'd better be an assistant. Ross is suitable for night operations. Although he has the foundation of extraordinary strength now, he has no skills at present, and he has to practice more before he can be put into actual combat. It's up to me to strengthen it, wait for Balon to come back. Zhou Jing calmed down and remembered Baron's instructions. He asked Ross to face the wall in a low-key way, while he silently adjusted his physical state. When the guards rang the bell and began a routine curfew, Baron returned to his hotel room. Zhou Jing opened his eyes, shook his head and said, "Why did you come back? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Baron touched the back of his head and smiled rudely. I'm sorry, I met a few friends and chatted for a while. Are you ready here? I'm fine, I can use the different blood potion. Then I'll be watching. If something goes wrong, there's nothing I can do if there's a problem. I can only help you guard the door. Or collect the corpse. Baron didn't say the second half of the sentence, which is not very lucky. He moved a chair and sat by the door with his arms folded, his eyes staring like copper bells, like a door god. Zhou Jing retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, picked up the lightning strike leopard potion, and drank it in one gulp. Boom! As if he had swallowed a bolt of lightning, his body shook like an electric shock. After a while, the medicine slowly took effect, and the blue veins on his face burst out. He felt his flesh and bones twisted into a twist like a towel was twisted, and waves of pain rushed out like a flood. Hiss. Zhou Jing took a breath, gritted his teeth and endured it. A force after another was born with the pain. He could feel that his body was slowly getting stronger in the pain, and his physical fitness seemed to break some boundaries and climb steadily. But it clearly feels a lot of pain, but it doesn't seem to be that hard. I'm afraid this body's tenacity, talent is taking effect? Baron watched with concern. Although he felt that with Zhou Jing's exaggerated physique, it was impossible to strengthen failure, but before it became a reality, he still had to be apprehensive and worried. After all, it was the first time he saw that the basic body strengthening was not weaker than that of ordinary people of the alien blood warriors, and he did not know what would happen. Time passed by, Zhou Jing trembled slightly, sweating like buckets, and wet the floor. After about 3 hours, the pain gradually subsided, turning into a tingling like ironing. Zhou Jing only felt a sense of rebirth, and his whole body was filled with a strong sense of power. He couldn't help clenching his fists, having the illusion that he could smash anything he saw. There are no symptoms. Strengthening is a success. He took a breath, glanced at the panel, and saw that the message had already been refreshed. Obtain the extraordinary power system, Different Blood Warrior. Different Blood Warrior, 1 enhancement, Lightning Leopard. Effect, Physical plus 12, Resistance plus 9, Perception plus 6. Current attributes, Physical 26, Tier 1, Resistance 20, Tier 1, Perception 11, Tier 1, Spirit 6, Tier 1, Energy 0. Incidental features, Quick Stance, Quick Response, Low-level Electric Shock Resistance, Lightning Strike, Special. Quick Stance. Effect, your movements are more agile, and your attack, parry, and movement speed are improved in all directions. Quick Response. Effect, your nerves conduct faster and your reflexes increase. Low-level Electric Shock Resistance. Effect, you are slightly resistant to electric shock. Thunder Strike, Special. Effect, your instant explosiveness is greatly increased. When you hold your breath, you can enter the thunder attack state, consume a lot of physical strength, and gain further enhanced explosive power in a short period of time. For characteristics, the strengthening effect should be outstanding. Zhou Jing was overjoyed. The characteristics conferred by the alien blood enhancement depend on the alien beast from which the medicine comes from. As many abilities as an alien beast have, there are as many types of additional characteristics. However, if two people use the same different blood potion, the actual characteristics obtained may not be exactly the same. It depends on the quality of the potion, the basic physical quality of the enhancer, and other factors. The stronger it is, the more chance it will inherit more powerful characteristics. And his basic physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people. The result of this strengthening is quite impressive, much better than Ross. 26 points of stamina, 20 points of resistance. My current level is far higher than that of Baron. It should be the alien blood warrior who crushed the reinforcement once. I don't know if it has reached the standard of the second reinforcement. Zhou Jing's thoughts turned slightly. After the enhancement, the attributes have increased significantly, but the suffix is still first order, and I don't know what the dividing line is for the time being. He took a closer look at the changes brought about by the strengthening. The reaction speed was extremely fast, and there was always a feeling of being overcharged. The body is very light and the strength is quite full, especially the momentary movements can produce huge explosive power. He casually punched out an afterimage in the air, and with a snap, the sound of the sleeves rubbing was like a popping sound. Seeing this, Baron finally felt relieved, smiled with joy, and his beard shook. I just said that you will be able to successfully strengthen. How do you feel now? I feel like I can hit 10 now. Zhou Jing moved his shoulders. Ha, it's normal. I felt the same way when I first strengthened. The body that suddenly strengthens will become uncontrollable. Only after getting used to it for a certain period of time, understanding what can be done after strengthening, and understanding the new limits of the body, can it recover again. Control. Baron speaks of experience. Zhou Jing blinked. Is it hard to control? Why doesn't it seem like this? I have to find a time to try it out. But he didn't refute either, nodding and listening to Balan's teaching. With your physique, I'm afraid you're catching up to the level of the second reinforcement now. You still need to practice control. Balan was envious and congratulated. From now on, you are a blood warrior, no longer an ordinary person. Tomorrow I'll take you to replace a piece of equipment, and then buy some medicine or something. I'll lend you the money first, and I'll pay it back later. Okay. Zhou Jing did not reject Baron's kindness, he really needed some help. You have a good rest tonight, take it easy. Baron nodded and said nothing. He has also experienced reinforcement, knowing that Zhou Jing must be excited to study his own changes at this time, so he stopped staying in the room and returned to the next room, leaving Zhou Jing's private space. Although he was curious about Zhou Jing's enhanced level, he restrained his curiosity after thinking about it. The person who has just been strengthened is neither serious nor serious. He feels that it is too late and does not want to disturb the neighbors. It's impossible to be a coward. I just think it's unnecessary at night. It's not necessary. sent Balong away and closed the door. Zhou Jing did not continue to have a sullen expression, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He took off his shirt and looked down at the changes in his body. The original body was strong and the muscles were huge, but now the muscles of the whole body are streamlined, the lines are clear, the 8-pack abs are well defined, the mermaid line is deep, and the whole is more coordinated. You can clearly feel that a strong body is more explosive. On the panel, an achievement is also displayed simultaneously. Trigger achievement, into the extraordinary, unique. Get 1000 astral points. Qualification improvement comprehensive, small, x1. Obtain the first extraordinary system, you can trigger this achievement, and there is an achievement reward with a small increase in all qualifications. The ability to strengthen the body is also an extraordinary power. The first time I experienced it, the feeling was really different, and it was extremely energetic. Although more than 3 months have passed since the world of alien beasts, most of the time was spent in placement according to its own plan, and it was only about 4 days after the main world. The difficulty of obtaining this power is not as difficult as he expected. Zhou Jing was excited and dragged Ross to test his current physical limit. Ross is the best tool person. Once the level of reinforcement, he is the perfect test subject. No matter how you treat it, there will be no complaints. Zhou Jing tested it several times, gained a clearer understanding of his own physical limit and the level of reinforcement represented by Ross, and made an accurate comparison. I have a good foundation, and my strength will be higher after strengthening, and my physical fitness will crush Ross in all directions, which is almost as simple as a father beating his son. If you replace it with another one-time enhanced alien blood warrior, you will probably be able to deal with multiple levels of enemies. It's hard to say how many you can play, after all, I haven't tried it. The destructive power was also measured. Zhou Jing went to the hotel and asked for some materials. The solid wood in his hand could be broken easily, and it could be crushed into pieces with force. Stone bricks were equally fragile in front of his fists. It should be very easy to flatten the buildings of this era with such physical fitness. Zhou Jing had a vague concept. When fighting against alien beasts, hunters may fight hard, but if they make trouble in the city, they may be like bulldozers. However, the alien world does not have various instruments in the main world, so it is impossible to test the specific physical parameters, so we can only estimate as much as possible. Zhou Jing dragged Ross to and fro to study it all night, discovering the current changes in his body, and he was never tired of it. Early the next morning, Zhou Jing and Balong walked around Baiyuan City briefly and bought some things. There are 3 most important items for an alien hunter: armor, weapons, and potions. Generally speaking, weapons and armors made of exotic animal materials are of better quality, but they are quite expensive. Alien beast equipment is not exchangeable for free like alien blood potion, but it all requires money. Even hunters who bring back their prey have to pay processing fees. Zhou Jing was shy and had no plans to buy exotic beast equipment for the time being. Instead, he borrowed some money from Baron and bought a standard leather armor for an exotic beast hunter. Black and green, with shoulder pads, in addition to being cut and stab-proof, it also has good portability. Then I went to the blacksmith shop. After picking and choosing, I bought a 100-forged long knife with a slight curved arc. Because he practiced swordsmanship and took the high sensitivity and high explosive reinforcement route, Zhou Jing felt that to give full play to his own advantages, it was a good choice to equip a weapon with a high attack speed. However, although the leopard potion mainly strengthens agility, the strength brought by 26 points of physical energy is still much higher than that of an alien blood warrior who has been strengthened once. Zhou Jing also does not intend to give up heavy weapons and use them when hunting some huge alien beasts. Get it? After walking out of the blacksmith shop, Zhou Jing was already dressed up. Brand new black and green hunter leather armor with 2 knives on his body, the long knives on his waist, and the original heavy knives still on his back. There is no assembly line craftsmanship in the world of alien beasts, and the handmade equipment is really not cheap. It cost Baron nearly 20 Terra silver coins to replace it, which is the common currency of Terra Empire. This money is a huge sum for ordinary farmers, and hunters sell an ordinary alien beast to the workshop, and the price is generally around 80 Terra silver coins. The alien hunter is a high-income group. Balan looked up and down and nodded with satisfaction. It looks a bit like, then we have to go to the pharmacy and buy some hunting potions. Don't go to the hunter workshop? Zhou Jing was curious. The workshop only processes exotic animal materials. The hunter potion we use when hunting is made from medicinal herbs. You can't buy it in the workshop. You need to go to a serious pharmacy. Baron explained. When hunting, alien hunters will use some potions to temporarily enhance themselves, called hunter potions. There are different properties, some are to reduce pain and increase excitement, and some are to treat injuries and restore physical fitness. Because the physique of alien hunters is different from that of ordinary people, the effects of hunter potions are generally quite violent, and it is difficult for ordinary people to use them. Therefore, making hunter potions is a major category in the world's pharmacy. How to configure herbs can ensure that hunter potions work without causing too many side effects. It is a knowledge. Therefore, the pharmacists in this world are roughly divided into 3 research directions. One is to study the technology of alien blood medicine, the second is to study the recipe of hunter potion, and the third is to make ordinary potions used by ordinary people. The two chatted and walked, and soon came to the pharmacy in the central area of the town. The pharmacy occupies a large area, and people come and go, and the business is quite prosperous, and there are 2 teams of 8 guards patrolling at the gate. There are really a lot of people. Zhou Jing looked around, TSK. Baron shrugged, there is only one pharmacy in the city. You can only buy medicines here. Of course, there are many people. Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows, why don't you open a few more? There will always be pharmacists who want to open their own shops, right? Lord Root has an order that pharmacists are not allowed to open shops without permission. If you want to sell medicines, you can only cooperate with this pharmacy, either sell them to them, or become their cooperative pharmacists. It is said that this law is to protect the residents of the city. The quality of the medicines bought prevents some pharmacists who are not skilled enough to sell medicines of poor quality at will, and run away when they are sold out. Hearing this, Zhou Jing's eyes moved slightly. The reason is quite good, but this is still a monopoly, right? Let me guess, this pharmacy is the Lord's business? Who knows, but it must provide tax to the Lord. Balan stroked his beard. In this era of the alien world, most of the anti-monopoly laws do not exist. The Lord is the largest local monopoly and has a series of tax collection rights. Zhou Jing didn't have any ideas either, so he did as the locals do. Seeing that the two were armed, the guards at the pharmacy immediately came to interrogate them. This time, they were much stricter than the guards at the city gate. After finally coping with the interrogation, the two walked into the pharmacy. As soon as he entered the door, he happened to encounter a person who bowed his head and walked out in a hurry. He didn't seem to see the road ahead, so he was about to bump into Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing reacted quickly, swiped sideways to get out of the way, and ducked. This person found out that he almost hit someone, and was startled. Suddenly he lost his foot and rolled down the steps with an ouch. Watching this scene, Zhou Jing couldn't help but elbow Ross next to him, and said in surprise, "Look, I found someone older than you. Ross, _" This man stood up with his teeth bared and grinned, and Zhou Jing could see his appearance clearly. He was thin and withered, with a goatee and a rough uniform of a drugstore. He seemed to be an employee of the store. "Why don't you watch the road?" The goatee man rubbed his knees and complained subconsciously. However, when he looked up and saw Zhou Jing's appearance, his expression changed suddenly. The man with the goatee immediately shut his mouth, turned his head and hurried away without saying anything. Is he afraid of me? Zhou Jing touched his chin and wondered if he was that scary. Balan is not surprised, it's normal, we alien beast hunters are respected and powerful, you are dressed like this, of course he doesn't dare to conflict with you. I understand this. Zhou Jing nodded. The power user in the main world occasionally receives similar treatment in his life, which is not surprising to him. Zhou Jing didn't take this matter to heart, and followed Baron into the pharmacy to the shelf of Hunter Potion. The price of Hunter Potion is generally 3 Terra silver coins, and some potions marked as potent can even go for more than 10 Terra silver coins. Isn't it a bit ridiculously expensive? Zhou Jing grins secretly. Hunter Potion, ordinary people will definitely not buy it, and hunters are not very cheap, so the price is relatively high. This is because of accurate customer positioning? He wasn't quite sure about the cost of the Hunter Potion, but he always thought it was a hugely profitable industry. No wonder the Lord is in his hands. While he was thinking about it, Baron had already bought 4 bottles of Hunter Potion and gave half of it to Zhou Jing. One bottle is continuous excitement, and the other bottle has the effect of temporarily suppressing injuries. These are the 2 most commonly used in our hunting. Take it. Thanks, I'll pay you back when I earn money from hunting. Zhou Jing collected the potion and silently calculated the debt he owed to Baron, which was about 25 Terra silver coins. The money is not much, you can pay it back after a single hunt, and there is not much pressure. Zhou Jing calmed down, nodded and said, "Everything is ready, where shall we go next? Can we find a place to test our physical fitness?" "No, let's go to a nice place," said. Baron grabbed Zhou Jing's shoulder, he said. "That's the most important thing to our hunters." Hunter Tavern. Chapter 28 Hunter Level, King of Beasts. Chapter 28 Hunter Level, King of Beasts. In most towns, there is at least one tavern specializing in the business of alien hunters. This is the main meeting place for hunters in the local area. In addition to the basic function of drinking, it also takes into account information exchange, reward posting, teammate recruitment and other purposes. When a hunter arrives in a new town and wants to quickly integrate into the local hunter circle, a hunter tavern is a must-go place. The tavern will record the list of local hunters who have been active for a long time. Write down the names here. When the Lord and hunters come to check, they will know that there is a new number 1 person in the local area. Baiyuan City Hunter Tavern is located on the edge of the town, which is not very conspicuous and is a place that ordinary residents rarely pass by. When Zhou Jing and Balong came to the Hunter Tavern, it was quite deserted, with only 4 or 5 hunters drinking quietly. Notice that the 3 of Zhou Jing came in, the hunters in the tavern all cast their gazes. "Hey, isn't this Balong? Where's your axe? It's been a long time since you appeared. I thought you had become the feces of alien beasts." 2 new faces, new hunters? Many people greeted Baron. The hunters in the tavern have basically been around Baiyuan City for a long time, and everyone knows more or less. Weiss was also in the tavern and greeted the 2 of them. Baron responded casually, brought Zhou Jing to the bar, knocked on the solid wooden table, and made a double da. The boss behind the bar was looking down at the ledger, and when he heard the sound, he raised his head and looked at the 3 of them. "Baron, how long has it been since I saw you? If you don't come again, I plan to cross out your name. I'm recovering from injuries during this time, and by the way, cultivate a good seedling." Baron laughed, pointed at Zhou Jing, and said, "Take out the roster and let him write his name on it." "New hunter?" The boss looked at Zhou Jing, took out a black booklet from under the bar, opened one page. Dozens of names were written in various handwriting, some of them were crossed out. Zhou Jing glanced down and found the names of Baron and Weiss. Baron explained on the side, "This is the roster of local hunters. If they have been around Baiyuan City for a long time, they will write their names here. Hunters who have died in battle or have been missing for a long time will have their names crossed out. I didn't tell you before. Well, there are more than 30 hunters still active around Baiyuan City, which is from here. Zhou Jing, the workshop should have the same record." "There are indeed, but they mainly count the number of hunts, that is, the number of times the prey was submitted to them. There is no specific here," Baron explained. Zhou Jing nodded, and found that behind each name, there were small black dots, some were 1, some were 2. What is this little black dot? The voice of fell, and before Baron could speak, someone interrupted. This is the number of enhancements per hunter. Zhou Jing turned his head to look and found that the hunters in the tavern were all around him with wine glasses. These hunters heard a few people chatting, and they came over to look at Zhou Jing's new face curiously, and it was Wes who interjected. Baron added, yes, a few black dots represent a few times of strengthening, so that when the Lord gathers people, or other hunters seek teammates, they will not misestimate the strength of the team. I feel that with the simple concept of this world, there should be few hidden appearances of true strength in this regard. Zhou Jing pondered secretly, and read the list from the beginning, and found that the hunters around Baiyuan City had been strengthened twice at the most, and there were only 3 people. It seems that the secondary enhancement is quite rare. I wonder if it is because of the remoteness of Baiyuan City. Zhou Jing thought about it and pretended to speak casually. Speaking of which, is the number of enhancements enough to reflect the level of a hunter? How can you be considered a senior hunter? He didn't forget that one of the life goals of this astral apostle was to become a senior alien hunter. What needs to be clear is how this senior is certified. Weiss has a cheerful temperament and is a bit rude. Hearing this, he explained with a smile. After the establishment of the Empire, an evaluation system was formulated for alien beasts and hunters, which is convenient for viewing the level of the two. Although our free hunters are not as particular as Imperial hunters, this set is really useful. Zhou Jing looked over. What exactly is it? Weiss took a sip of wine and said casually, you should know the 4 danger levels of alien beasts, right? According to the threat to hunters, they are low risk, medium risk, high risk, and fatal. I know that. Zhou Jing nodded, but Baron had explained this. Another life goal of the astral apostle is to hunt down a high-risk alien beast. Weiss talked eloquently, like the danger of alien beasts. The Terra Empire divides hunters into 4 corresponding levels: official hunters, senior hunters, elite hunters, and legendary hunters. The standard of is also very clear, which just corresponds to the danger level of alien beasts. The official hunter is an enhancement and has completed a successful hunt. Senior hunters are secondary enhancements and have killed medium-risk alien beasts. Elite hunters need to be strengthened 3 times, and they have killed high-risk alien beasts. As for legendary hunters, they need to be strengthened 4 times, and they have killed deadly alien beasts. Zhou Jing moved in his heart. Hey, from this perspective, this apostle's life goal doesn't seem to be very difficult. The 3 goals are become a senior alien hunter, complete the 2nd alien blood enhancement, and hunt high-risk alien beasts. As long as the last 2 are completed, the first one will be solved logically, saving energy. It's quite comfortable. Zhou Jing came to the spirit. He couldn't help thinking that when he used to play games, he always liked to take on a lot of tasks with overlapping requirements, which would save time and energy, and get twice the result with half the effort. When one task was completed, the requirements of several other tasks could be fulfilled by the way. This time, the life goal of the astral apostle seems to have the same effect. The route became clear all of a sudden, and Zhou Jing just felt enlightened. At this time, Baron couldn't help interrupting Whis and said, "It's enough to know this kind of thing in your heart. A small number of reinforcements does not mean that you can't kill stronger alien beasts. Everyone is a hunter, fighting against alien beasts together. There is no difference." Well, I know. Zhou Jing recovered and nodded. He remembered that at the level of Baron, he had also killed medium-risk alien beasts. This grading has no official agency certification. Most of the time, it is just an honor system, which is more respected by others. Unlike the main world, which pays money according to the grading of power users. Zhou Jing then said curiously, "In that case, is there a maximum of 4 enhancements for the alien blood?" Weiss seemed to be in good spirits, and continued, "That's not it. No one knows how many times the upper limit is strengthened, but the more times the strengthening is, the lower the success rate. After a certain degree of strength, there is no need to take risks to accept a new one. It's a round of strengthening, but to study how to make good use of the existing ability to fight against alien beasts, which is the choice of most hunters. Zhou Jing nodded, quite understanding. Hunters can accept death in battle, but they cannot accept worthless sudden deaths. The stronger the hunter, the heavier this idea should be. Hearing the words, the other hunters also talked casually, a little sigh. Oh, so I don't dare to do the second reinforcement. Instead of taking this risk, I might as well practice breathing more. The 2 hunters I know died from the second enhancement. It's not even a little bit more dangerous than the first enhancement. The death is too tragic, and I'm a little scared when I think about it now. By the way, what is the current level of the chief hunter conferred by the Empire? It seems to have been strengthened 5 times? Everyone has a lot of talk. Zhou Jing secretly wrote it down, and suddenly asked curiously, the person who has been strengthened the most in history, how many times has he strengthened? As soon as S voice fell, everyone's face became solemn, and they all became serious. Weiss stopped smiling, took a deep breath, and said slowly with an undisguised reverence. It was a distant tribal era, when a legendary hunter appeared. His name was Raven Tarn, the strongest hunter ever, and a hero in human history. Historical records show that Raven Tarn carried out 8 alien blood enhancements, and hunted more than 2,000 alien beasts in his life. He united the scattered tribes and led them to live and multiply in the green fields full of dangers, guarding them for decades. The threat from alien beasts has been greatly reduced. It is precisely because of Raven Tarn that human beings have come out of the long darkness and have truly risen in this land. Now the tribes that established the Terra Empire can trace back, most of them have been sheltered by him. The current ruler of the Terra Empire is a tribal blood relative of the Tarn lineage, and Raven Tarn is their ancestor. Weiss's tone was serious, no other hunters interrupted his story, and there was a pilgrimage-like atmosphere. Obviously, this hero Raven has a very high status in the hearts of hunters. Zhou Jing blinked. He probably understood how the Terra Empire established by the alliance of multiple tribes persuaded each other to choose a royal family that everyone recognized. Fight for ancestors. As for whether this hero Raven was beautified by the ruler, then he doesn't know and has reservations. After all, he is not a real resident of the alien world, so he can't feel it at once, but he won't directly question it either. But the record of 8 different blood enhancements, if it is true, how far will it reach? 8 different blood enhancements. How did he die? Zhou Jing continued to ask. Hearing this, everyone sighed. Weiss said with regret, Raven Tarn went to challenge the king of alien beasts, and he almost succeeded, but unfortunately he died in the end. The king of alien beasts? Zhou Jing heard this term for the first time and turned his head to look at Baron, which he hadn't mentioned before. Baron shook his head and said helplessly, I told you that alien beasts are divided into 4 levels of danger, and the king of alien beasts is a more dangerous monster. A special existence that is not included in this set of evaluations is the level of impossible to hunt, and there are no hunters can kill them. So far, we have only found 3 kings of beasts in our history, and fortunately, 2 of them did not threaten the survival of the tribe. And the only one that threatens human beings is the one that Raven Tarn fought against. Raven used his life as the price to seriously injure the king of alien beasts, which made it retreat and let the tribe escape. A catastrophe of extinction. And Raven Tarn is also the only hunter in history who almost killed the king of alien beasts. Hearing this explanation, Zhou Jing couldn't help frowning. The king of alien beasts who can't be strengthened 8 times, what kind of monster is this? Seemingly seeing Zhou Jing's doubts, Weiss said solemnly. The king of alien beasts that Raven Tarn fought against, known in history as the Blue Wings, is a dragon species alien beast soaring in the sky. It is said that the wingspan exceeds 200 meters, and it can breathe frost and lightning. The scale armor is harder than any known metal. Even the fortress city established by the Empire is probably vulnerable to it. That is indeed a terrible monster. Zhou Jing was slightly surprised. With the level of development of the alien world, such monsters are indeed unsolvable existences. If you throw it to any colonial star in the main world, it can also cause a little trouble. At least before the army is dispatched, this monster can also cause some damage to ordinary cities. As long as there is no unfortunate encounter with a power user on vacation. Although Zhou Jing remembered to follow the customs of the countryside, but after all, he had the knowledge of the main world. He was used to seeing all kinds of superpowers who destroyed the sky and destroyed the earth. I was afraid that it was impossible to be afraid. The Blood Warrior, a pure physical enhancement type, can fight such monsters and inflict heavy damage on them. The known enhancement limit seems to be quite good. According to the evaluation standard of the main world, it should be able to be rated as a third-level power user. Where are these kings of alien beasts now? No one knows. Weiss shook his head. Beyond the Terra Empire, there are too many unexplored lands. Understood. You need a great geographical discovery. Zhou Jing secretly slandered. The boss interrupted everyone at this time, and said helplessly, "Everyone, if you wanna chat, you can chat while drinking. Now let this new hunter write his name into the roster first." Ha, I had so much fun chatting that I almost forgot. Weiss was happy, giving the newcomer the feeling of popular science as a kind of happiness for him. Zhou Jing took the pen, wrote his name on the blank of the roster, and put a small black dot at the back to represent the number of times he strengthened himself. He had told Balan before that after he became a hunter of alien beasts, he would also be active near Baiyuan City, so Balan directly pulled him over, and he had no objection. The boss took back the roster, glanced at it, and nodded. "Jason Wood. You are welcome to be stationed in White Plains City." Baron knocked on the table, and laughed. "Don't forget the practice, every new hunter stays, you have to invite a round of fire from the north, hurry up." "How can I forget?" The boss was angry. He put the roster back in the cabinet, then took out a few wooden wine glasses, lined them up on the bar, then opened the wine barrel behind him, scooped out the wine from it, and filled all the wine glasses. The liquor is cloudy, pale white, and seems to have some sediment. Zhou Jing picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The rough but wild taste burst open, as if a line of fire went down his throat, extremely strong. Smacking his lips, astringent is a bit astringent, but a bit energetic. On the other side, Baron couldn't wait to pick up the wine glass and gulped it down. The spilled wine spilled on his beard and dripped onto the leather armor on his chest. He breathed a sigh of relief and took the disgusted boss to refill. The hunters present laughed and clinked their glasses one after another. Zhou Jing met them briefly and wrote down their names. Everyone got familiar with the newcomers, and then they spread out and returned to their seats, and Zhou Jing also sat at a table with Balong and Weiss. After took his seat, Baron stroked his beard and wiped off the wine stained on it, saying, "You have successfully strengthened the alien blood, but you haven't completed the hunt. You are not a serious alien hunter. I have two plans here, and I want to ask your opinion." "Which two?" Zhou Jing took a sip of wine and asked casually. "I'll go back and teach you the rest of the breathing technique. When you are familiar with the strengthened body, are you going to hunt alien beasts first, or deal with the den of the skeletons?" Hearing this, Zhou Jing's eyes moved. The image he has currently established for Balan is partly for revenge to stay in Frostwood Village, which is what Balan agrees with very much. Balong continued in a loud voice, "No matter which one you choose, I will act with you. Whether it is an earth skeleton man or hunting an alien beast, it is my duty." Zhou Jing nodded, knowing clearly that although his physical fitness surprised Baron, but hunting also depends on experience, Baron still felt that he needed to take care of himself as a novice. "I have to think about this." Zhou Jing pondered. Weiss interrupted with a smile, "If you're going to hunt alien beasts, bring me one too. My spear is fast and accurate, and it's very useful." That's true, Eggy, you don't let it go at all. Baron agrees. While the three were drinking and chatting, the door of the tavern was suddenly slammed open. Boom! All hunters stopped drinking and looked over. I saw a guard hurried in, full of panic. There is a situation. The sentry found two high-risk alien beasts, which are heading towards Bayuan City. The Lord has issued a bounty and called all hunters to join the Crusade. Whoa! The next moment, all the hunters in the tavern stood up. Chapter 29 Burst. Chapter 29 Burst. This is coming to live? Is it a coincidence that I came here, or is life in Bayuan City so exciting? Zhou Jing was secretly shocked. Balan's face tightened, he put down his glass, and quickly explained. Although the Terra Empire was founded 40 years ago, the alien beasts in the human habitation area were expelled and partially cleaned up, but alien beasts still break in from time to time. Small events like this happen occasionally, and the range of activities of many alien beasts is not fixed. Occasionally, alien beasts run into areas where humans live, either for food or by mistake. The fortifications of towns exist to a large extent to deal with alien beasts. The sentries set up around the town are responsible for detecting this situation. Once the traces of alien beasts are found, an early warning will be issued, and a bounty and information will be issued to the tavern for hunters to choose. If the alien beasts pose a direct threat to the town, such as approaching the town, the Lord will immediately recruit hunters in the city to fight together and stifle the threat. Several people did not care to continue chatting, and surrounded the guards with the hunters in the tavern to ask about the situation. What kind of beast? Where are they? How long? Zhou Jing arrived for the first time and did not speak. When other hunters asked again, he also learned the specific situation from the flustered guards. Not long ago, the sentry sent an emergency report saying that two high-risk alien beasts had appeared around the town. They had attacked and killed a caravan and were heading towards Bayuan City. Pedestrians on the road were in danger and became a huge threat. And these two high-risk alien beasts are both bear species with outstanding strength and defense, called split-claw bears. There are many kinds of high-risk alien beasts. It is recognized that the most troublesome are three types of creatures. One is extremely fast, the second is able to control certain elements, breathe fire and spit ice, and the last is extremely rough skin and thick flesh, cracked claws. Bears are the third category. Both are split-claw bears. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with this time. How many people can we use? Weiss didn't smile anymore and looked serious. A hunter said, "There are only 7 of us here, there should be a few hunters in the city, and I saw Weber the other day." Weber too? That's great. Weiss exhaled quickly. Zhou Jing moved in his heart. When he was looking at the roster just now, he deliberately remembered the names of 3 secondary enhancement hunters, and this Weber was one of them. At this moment, the guard hurriedly urged. The Lord is gathering troops at the gate of the city. Hunters, please hurry up and meet up. Other hunters in the city have also been notified. Okay, then let's go first. Numerous hunters had no objection, poured out of the tavern, and headed towards the city gate. Zhou Jing also followed the team, poked the serious-looking Balan, and asked in a low voice. Is the Lord's call to hunters mandatory? Of course not. Baron shook his head with a solemn tone, but in the face of the threat of alien beasts, we never back down. This is our duty. If we don't even fight, who else can fight against alien beasts? Understood. Zhou Jing nodded lightly, gaining a better understanding of the hunter's concept. Alien hunter, this profession is ancient and glorious, pays attention to dedication, risking his life to gain strength, and risking his life to hunt, all to protect the peaceful life of more people. Is quite reliable. At this time, Baron sighed and instructed, I didn't expect such an emergency. I originally thought that when you get used to the strength and body, I would find a low-risk alien beast to practice, but now I look at it. No time to come. Although the result of your strengthening should be good, but you haven't practiced body control, it is enough to follow our pace when hunting. Hit the hunter. In his opinion, even if Zhou Jing has an extraordinary talent and strengthens his different blood to gain stronger power, he still needs a process of adaptation. Baron was not afraid that Zhou Jing would not be able to play, but worried that he was bewildered by the sudden surge of power and miscalculated the strength gap between himself and the alien beast, which often happened to novice hunters. And these veterans are very aware of how capable they are, know the strength of various beasts' attacks, and know how many times they can withstand it. It seems like an adventure, but they all know it. However, although Baron felt that Zhou Jing was not ready, he would not advise him not to participate in this hunt just because he took care of Zhou Jing. In his opinion, no matter whether it is a novice or a veteran, as long as it is an alien hunter, unless it really loses its combat effectiveness, there is no privilege to not participate in the battle. I will see the situation. Zhou Jing nodded. Although I have only obtained extraordinary power, I feel very fresh, but I also know that the strength of this power is limited, so I adjusted my mentality last night. However, hunting high-risk alien beasts is one of the goals of the Astral Apostle, and he does not refuse this crusade. And Zhou Jing thinks this is a good opportunity. It is better to go hunting with a group of people than to go hunting alone. Although he has no hunting experience, based on his past experience of playing games, he can also draw a simple truth. Fighting monsters is definitely better than grabbing heads. The crowd hurried all the way to the city gate, and it was already quite lively here. A large number of soldiers have assembled here. At a cursory glance, there have been more than 50 people. They are carrying various traps and tools, and they are very busy. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was surrounded by several guards, anxiously patrolling the troops. Seeing the hunters coming, the middle-aged man immediately turned his head to greet the hunters, and said loudly, "Hunters, you are finally here. Baiyuan City needs your help. Lord, this is our duty." All the hunters nodded in greeting, neither humble nor arrogant. "This person is the Lord of White Plains City that Balan said, Rude Claw?" Zhou Jing's heart moved, and he quietly looked at the Lord in the crowd. He is tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and good facial features. He looks quite decent, and he seems more like a warrior than a lord. Both sides are clear about each other's responsibilities. Lord Root did not say anything, and said directly, "It's still the same this time. You are responsible for blocking the two alien beasts in the middle. Even if you can't kill them, try your best to injure them. My troops will use the fortifications of the post to set up some traps and ambush. You need to delay enough time, don't let them approach Baiyuan City so quickly. If possible, when we have set up the trap, you can drive them to the location of the trap." Root quickly explained the tactics. To fight against alien beasts, you still have to rely on hunters, and ordinary soldiers generally do not enter the battlefield directly, just do some fortifications or assistance. Because ordinary people basically give nothing in front of high-risk alien beasts, maybe they will be a disservice. And on the battlefield, once the hunters did not restrain the beasts and were rushed into the crowd by them, it was a massacre, which could cause tragic casualties to the army. It is very expensive to train a well-trained and equipped soldier. If it is not desperate, it will rarely use unnecessary casualties in exchange for victory. It is still very delicious to rely on hunters. This is especially true of the split claw bear. It has rough skin and thick flesh, and it is difficult for ordinary soldiers to break the defense, and it has no meaning to participate in the frontal battlefield. For such a situation, many hunters are used to it and have no objection. When the threat is resolved this time, as always, there will be no shortage of your rewards. Root promised the reward without further talking, and then hurriedly turned back and continued to gather his army. He is only talking about a general strategy, while hunting tactics are specifically formulated by the hunter, and he will not point fingers. Zhou Jing did not speak, but just observed silently. The alien hunters present were not very respectful towards the Lord, but they were still polite. However, many hunters were cold-browsed towards the taciturn guards beside the Lord, and they made no secret of their contempt. Zhou Jing moved in his heart, thinking of what Baron said when he entered the city, and immediately poked Baron beside him. How many people around the Lord are the alien blood warriors who were drawn over? Yes, it's these and cowards. See, they are with the Lord, so they don't have to fight the crack claw bear as hard as we did. Balan spat on the ground. Hearing this, Zhou Jing re-evaluated the guards of the alien blood warriors. They are preparing to fight here, and the guards are following the Lord step by step. They don't have to work hard, they can stay behind and wait for them to solve the crisis. Thinking about it this way, it really makes people annoyed. Zhou Jing understands the unhappiness of this group of hunters even more. Suddenly, he sensed a movement, vaguely aware of the gaze of others. Zhou Jing turned his head to look around, and finally found a figure in the wall of the city wall, which seemed to be looking down. He looked up and found an expressionless man standing on the city wall, with a rigid appearance, an indifferent face, a short head, and an inexplicable military temperament. This inch-headed man had his hands behind his back, and he had a feeling of being in a deep state. He looked down at the city gate where he was busy assembling and fighting against alien beasts, but he seemed to be out of the way. At this moment, the short-headed man also noticed Zhou Jing's gaze, and glanced at Zhou Jing with cold eyes, then turned his head and left, disappearing into the city wall. This person. Zhou Jing blinked, a strange feeling arose in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that the painting style of this one-inch-headed man was a little different, as if he was out of tune with other people. And this person does not participate in the army assembly, and can overlook the city wall. He probably has some status in the town. I don't know who he is. Zhou Jing felt strange, but he didn't have time to ask more. Everyone had already started to discuss tactics, and other hunters in the city were coming one after another. Soon, the number of alien beast hunters present reached 12, and this was all the people who participated in this crusade. Among them, there is only one senior hunter who has been strengthened twice, and that is Weber. As soon as he arrived, the other hunters handed over the command to him to determine the tactics. Weber is a tall and strong man with the highest altitude in the field. At first glance, he is at least 2 meters high. His muscles can't wait to grow up to his cheeks, and the whole person seems to be a muscle. He was wearing a set of gray-black animal bone armor, carrying a huge door-like blade. The texture was like some kind of animal bone mixed with steel. The 2 split claw bears broke through the several traps set up by the sentry without leaving any injuries. They are very fast. When we arrive, they are not far from Baiyuan City. They probably don't have time to set up ambush traps. They can only fight a head-to-head encounter. Weber took out the dagger, drew a pattern on the ground, used it as a simple sand table, and said solemnly, "The crack claw bear has a long stamina and amazing strength. Its fur is extremely tough and extremely difficult to deal with. A pair of sharp claws can easily tear through steel armor, and if one is not careful, it will be severely injured. I once killed one with 6 other hunters, and we sacrificed it took 2 people to kill it. And this time, the 2 claw bears come together. It is very dangerous. It is best to separate them, contain one of them, and then attack the other, kill one first, otherwise we can't stop it." Many hunters nodded. Although the Lord said to delay as much as possible, the ideal result is to kill the alien beast and remove the threat. They will only withdraw when they cannot do anything. Weber put the dagger back into the sheath, looked around at everyone, and said calmly, "So we have to divide into 2 teams, one with more people and one with less people. One is responsible for containment, and the other is responsible for the main attack. The pressure on the team to contain will be very high, and they must try their best to ensure that the cracked clawbear they contain will affect the battlefield of the main attack team. So I have to know your respective strengthening directions before you can equip the team." The hunters on the scene basically knew each other and knew each other well, but they said it again. Soon it was the new face of Zhou Jing, and everyone looked over. Some hunters who are not in the tavern are seeing Zhou Jing for the first time, and they have been curious since just now. Baron introduced directly from the side, his name is Jason Wood. The person I unearthed was just strengthened yesterday, and the medicine he took was lightning strike leopard. The newcomer who just strengthened yesterday? Weber frowned, then let go, and said to Zhou Jing in a deep voice, then you join the main attack team, and pay attention to observe after the fight. You don't need to worry about other things, you just need to walk alone and don't affect other hunters. It is enough to find an opportunity to cause damage. After, he ignored Zhou Jing and continued to talk about tactics with everyone. Because Zhou Jing is a newly strengthened rookie, Weber is worried about his instability, so he does not dare to give too many responsibilities and tasks to marginalize his position and prevent mistakes from affecting more people. This is human nature. Zhou Jing has no objection to this, and he himself intends to follow the arrangement and participate in serious hunting. In addition, Ross also reinforces the success. He hasn't told anyone yet, and he didn't let Ross participate at this time. Although this follower has certain attributes, the combat skills are a blank slate. Now participating in the 8th achievement of hunting is to be a snack for the alien beast. He would rather let Rose stay near the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity. Speaking of which, the level of secondary reinforcement is just right to take a look. Zhou Jing's eyes moved, because he had a conversation with Weber just now, and he could spend 10 astral points to check the other party's attributes. He manipulated it, and Weber's properties popped up on the panel. Attribute, Physical 32, Resistance 29, Perception 15, Spirit 7, Energy 0. The attributes of secondary reinforcement are still higher. Zhou Jing nodded secretly, having a position on his own level. His current attributes are just stuck between the first enhancement and the second enhancement, surpassing the former, but not yet reaching the latter, but the gap is not very big. In the actual fight, the attributes should not be crushed, it mainly depends on the operation. Soon, the hunters were divided into teams. The main attack team was 8 people, and the containment team was 4. Weber took over the most stressful containment task, while Zhou Jing, Balon, and Weiss were all in the main attack team. On the other side, Lord Root also assembled his army, bowed his head towards everyone, and said solemnly, "White Plains City is up to you." Weber nodded, beckoned to the hunters, and shouted in a deep voice, "Set off!" Not long after, the 12 hunters left, and the army of the town was dispatched under the leadership of officers. At the gate of the city at this time, only Lord Root and some guards around him were left, and they did not go to the battlefield. Root watched the 2 troops go away, and then walked back to the town. When passing through the city gate, a figure walked down the stairs of the city wall next to it, and it was the man with a short head who was watching on the city wall before. Seeing this, Root waved his hand and told the guards of the alien blood warriors to walk away, so as not to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. The inch-headed man greeted him, speaking in a stiff and weird northern dialect, and said lightly, "You are really unlucky, 2-clawed bears. It is estimated that half of the hunters will be damaged." Root looked around and saw that the guards were far away, so he frowned and said, "The hunter may not be able to solve it this time, you need to do it." The inch-headed man shook his head with an indifferent expression, "This is not within my responsibilities." Lord Root rolled his eyes and said solemnly, "But if the town's protective power suffers a huge loss, it's not in your interests, right? That has nothing to do with me, I only listen to the orders of my superiors. My task is to be responsible for handing over to you and protecting your safety. Besides, as long as your town is not really attacked, everything else is up to me." "It doesn't matter." The inch-headed man was expressionless. "How much do you take away from me every year? Now I'm in trouble, but I don't want to help? With your skills, it's easy to deal with the 2 split claw bears?" Lord Root was dissatisfied. The inch-headed man's tone was calm, and he said slowly, "Don't be too aggressive. Let's wait until your town is really attacked. The terms of cooperation we agreed with the person you are loyal to do not include solving such small troubles." I said, "I only follow orders." After saying that, the man with the inch head decisively turned around and left. Root looked at the back of his departure, his face uncertain. Chapter 30 Hunting and Thunderstrike. Chapter 30 Hunting and Lightning Strike. The hunter team left Bayuan City and headed to the attack location under the guidance of the guide. In the evening, they arrived at the target location, next to a sentry. This place is a rolling plain and hills with no shelter. According to the Sentinel's prediction of the movement trajectory, the 2 split claw bears will arrive soon. Under Weber's order, many hunters began to check their equipment and prepare for battle. Everyone knew it was a tough battle, and the atmosphere was chilling and tense. Zhou Jing was wiping the long knife silently while thinking about how to grab a head later. At this moment, Baron suddenly came to him and asked again. "Jason, you are inexperienced, you will pay attention to our actions for a while, and you will be able to support us next to you." "I know." Zhou Jing nodded and glanced at the teammates at this time. In the main attacking team he is in, 3 people, including Baron, are responsible for the frontal pull, and the other 5 are the output team. He and Weiss are both roaming and doing damage. On the other side of the containment team, Weber stretched his facial muscles, looked as serious as an enemy, and silently sharpened his knife. As the tallest person present, he took the initiative to take over the most difficult task and fully implemented the responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Great spirit. The last time we fought the white spider monster, Baron led a group of ordinary hunters to ambush with traps, but this time his teammates were all extraordinary alien hunters, but they had to fight head-on. I don't know what the situation would be. Zhou Jing thought to himself. Suddenly, there was a roar in the distance. Roar dash. Everyone's faces tightened, and they looked at the sound at the same time. On the top of the hill in the distance, 2 dark-clawed bears were pulled out, and they were rushing towards the side with great strides, and the ground was shaking slightly. The cracked claw bear is 5 meters tall and covered with thick black fur. The 2 bear paws are disproportionately large, and the claws are extremely long, shining like steel. There are still some burns and scars on his body. This is the injury left when he broke through the trap defense line arranged by the town sentry. They are all extremely minor. Inflict a little skin trauma to the thick-skinned crackpaw bear. Although as the saying goes, the hair is weaker than the fire, but with the tonnage of the split claw bear, as long as it rolls on the ground a few times, the flame will be extinguished. Drink the medicine. Weber gave the order in a deep voice, took out 2 bottles of hunter potion, and drank it with his head up. All hunters moved almost in sync, drinking potions one after another, and empty bottles fell on the meadow. Zhou Jing also drank a bottle of hunter potion, feeling a little faint, but it seemed a little bit. But he couldn't think about it. Weber had already taken off the giant blade behind his back, held it in both hands, and shouted furiously. "Superior!" The voice of fell, and Weber rushed out, followed by the 3 teammates behind him. "The one on the left belongs to us." Baron also took off his battle axe, roared, and charged forward. Zhou Jing exhaled, grabbed the heavy sword on his back, and ran with the team. The next moment, a dozen hunters collided with 2 claw bears. Bang bang bang. In an instant, silhouettes danced in the sky. The few people who were fighting head-on were hit by the split claw bear and landed on the meadow. They quickly turned over and climbed up, not thinking about it and continuing to attack. The huge force of the collision also stopped the momentum of the 2 split claw bears. Roar! The split claw bears each roared, slamming their claws out, smashing them down with strong wind pressure, and blowing the weeds to their knees. Weber's giant blade and Balan's battle axe crossed out, each catching the claws of a different split claw bear. Clang! Clang! The sparks exploded, and the claws of the 2 split claw bears were bounced. The terrifying anti-shock force knocked the 2 of them out, and Baron rolled over, shoveling a ditch on the ground. Although Weber was not so embarrassed, the giant blade was also raised high by the bullet, causing him to retreat a dozen paces, and the weapon almost dropped. Not caring about relieving the soreness and numbness in his arm, Weber shouted loudly. "Separate them!" He led the containment team and drew the attention of one of the crack claw bears to open the battlefield. The main attack team pulled in the other direction, attracting the hatred of the other crack claw bear. After trying several times, everyone finally separated the two and turned them into two battlefields. Although the split claw bear has a tyrannical body, it is a beast after all, and its habits are mastered by many hunters, and everyone can find a way to hold back their hatred. Hoo. The claw of the split claw bear is powerful and heavy, sweeping the roaring wind, and its movements are agile, and it also rolls agilely from time to time, far more powerful than the white spider monster. But in Zhou Jing's field of vision, the insight brought by the intuition of the battle came into play again, and every movement of the crack claw bear was predicted and observed. The extraordinary body that has been strengthened by different blood allows his movements to completely keep up with the combat insight. Although the attack of the crack claw bear is fierce, he can dodge with ease. Although the split claw bear is more dangerous, for Zhou Jing now, it is far easier than when he faced the white spider monster. However, the hunters were in a very dangerous situation. The huge claws of the crack claw bear swept in series, drawing ravines into the ground, making a loud bang bang bang. Many hunters can only be turned into tumbling masters, and only have time to output 1 or 2 hits in the gap of dodging. The pinning team on the other side was even more tragic. Weber held the crack claw bear, and was beaten all over the place. He was disheartened and had no output space at all. He could only delay and hope that the main attacking team would open up the situation. Zhou Jing followed the main attack team to besiege one of the crack claw bears. From time to time, he smashed the crack claw bear with a heavy knife, causing the thick fur to fluctuate, but the damage was limited. He observed the actions of his teammates. Most of them had a tacit understanding, and the advance and retreat were well-founded. He kept pulling and cooperating, leaving more wounds on the crack claw bear. Weiss, under the cover of his teammates, kept going around and poking at the back door of the claw bear. It was true that he had mastered the essence of the weak and weak Jew, and carried forward the personal tactical style of Bakugan. The spear pointed to only the egg. Zhou Jing had no one to cooperate, so he could only walk around alone to find opportunities. The first time he fought, he spent 10 astral points to check the attributes of the crack claw bear. Attribute: Physical 38, Resistance 40, First Order Max, Perception 7, Spirit 8, Energy 0. 38 points of physical fitness must be inclined towards strength. Resistance is higher than physical fitness. It turns out that 40 points is the limit of the First Order attribute. Zhou Jing observed the battle situation and quickly analyzed in his mind. The attributes of the split claw bear are stronger than that of the second strengthened Weber. Only by working together can the three of Baron be able to restrain them head-on. It is already bleeding from the nose and mouth. It is difficult to compete with such a behemoth in terms of strength. The internal injury gradually intensified. Zhou Jing also discovered that perhaps because he was a newcomer, other hunters did not cooperate with him, which made him a marginal person. But it also indirectly caused a situation, that is, other teammates withstood more pressure, but he had plenty of output space. Although this is not necessarily the original intention of the hunters, it may be caused indirectly, but Zhou Jing is also refreshed. Since there are such conditions, it can't be wasted. Zhou Jing's eyes moved, but his mentality became more and more calm. He did not jump up immediately, but maintained the current speed, roaming with the pace of the team to output, silently observing and recording the fighting habits of the split claw bear. As if he was self-taught without a teacher, he quickly estimated his agility and the attack response of the split claw bear, and assessed what his physical fitness could accomplish. While he was watching intently, many hunters were shouting, "Don't stand on its left, it's used to attacking that spot. Hit his paws and hind leg joints to slow him down." The hunter in charge of the output kept attacking, but the weapon could hardly cut through the tough fur, leaving only some shallow cuts, which at most could only destroy the balance of the split claw bear, sharing the pressure for Balon and the others. The crack claw bear is covered with tough fur. If you want to cause effective damage, you still have to hit the key points, but its key points are not as obvious as the white spider monster, and it is very difficult to deal with. Many hunters consciously attack the vitals of the crackclaw bear, but as long as the crackclaw bear leans slightly, it can avoid the attack that hits the vital point and reduce the damage. Eyes, ear holes, crotch. Zhou Jingma counted the vital parts, his eyes wandered around the cracked claw bear, and finally locked the eyes of the cracked claw bear. 5 meters tall. If I jumped up with all my strength, I should be able to stick to its eyes, but people will become targets in midair, and I can't avoid its next counterattack. So it's better to climb on the bear's body. Needs very agile skills. The Thunder Strike Panther's potion mainly strengthens my agility and explosiveness. It can be operated. Zhou Jing took a deep breath, and the excitement of the battle rekindled. The next moment, his mind became ethereal, his distracting thoughts dissipated, and he was extremely focused. In the sight of the cracked claw bear, the flesh and fur on the outside seemed to be gone, as if only the skeleton shown by the lines is left, showing the most fundamental movement trajectory of the cracked claw bear. Saw. Zhou Jing's eyes narrowed, he threw away the heavy sword, took out the long sword from his waist, and handed it to his left hand to hold it, then stepped on both feet, and the whole person suddenly accelerated. Saw. Like a green lightning, it suddenly got out of the pace of the team, and quickly bullied Crackclaw Bear from the side. Roar! Crackclaw Bear noticed, roared and waved his huge palm, covering it with a slap. Zhou Jing made an emergency spin while sprinting, rubbing the edge of the sharp claws to avoid it. The bear's paw makes a deep paw print on the ground. Just as his body brushed past the bear's paw, Zhou Jing's right hand suddenly stuck out, grabbed the thick fur on the bear's arm, and pulled the whole body with force. The explosive force contained in his body exploded, his body rose up, and the whole person jumped on the arm of the cracked claw bear. His right hand kept pulling the thick fur and let himself jump up along the section of the cracked claw bear's arm, like a nimble gecko. You don't want to die. Come down. The faces of many hunters changed suddenly. Unexpectedly, this newcomer suddenly rushed up and hurriedly shouted to stop. They knew they could climb on the cracked claw bear, but no one did it, which required more agility and no mistakes. Otherwise, once there is no room to dodge, as long as Crackclaw Bear pats it with its other hand, or rolls on the spot, it can solve the hunter who climbed up. Balan's face changed, and the secret passage was bad. I didn't expect that after he asked him several times, Jason was still mad. In his opinion, this is no different from courting death. Crackclaw Bear noticed that something was crawling on his body, and another bear paw slapped Zhou Jing on his arm, just like hitting a fly. The bear's paw with strong wind pressure magnified in the field of vision, while he was still hanging in the air. Zhou Jing suddenly held his breath, as if he had locked his power in his body. There was a flash of lightning in his eyes. Thunder strike! A surge of electricity-like stimulation roamed the whole body in an instant, and the strong body suddenly gave birth to a stronger explosive force. Bear's paw hit his arm, but it was empty. Zhou Jing stepped on the cracked claw bear's arm with all his strength at the critical moment. The man is in the air, his line of sight is level with the cleft paw bear. One person and one beast, the moment when eyes meet. A cold glow appeared. Poof! The long knife stabbed into the left eye of the claw bear, and the blood gushed like a spring. Roar! The cracked claw bear let out an earth-shattering howl, ignoring the other hunters who were seizing the opportunity to give him a pedicure, and a pair of bear paws attacked Zhou Jing in midair. The long knife was still inserted into the cracked claw bear's eyes. Zhou Jing was hanging in the air, holding the handle of the knife in both hands, and swayed violently. The bear's paws slammed together in midair. The air was shaking, but it was a lonely shot. Zhou Jing escaped in a thrilling way, and his extraordinary body with strong explosive power and amazing agility made him roll over and land on the head of the split claw bear. At this moment, his posture has changed to holding the knife in his backhand, and he pulls it hard. Poof! The long knife was pulled out, and the pierced eyeball of the split claw bear turned into a hole, and blood was gushing out. Zhou Jing's face did not change, and he stabbed another knife into the intact right eye of the cracked claw bear with his backhand. Then he quickly drew the knife, kicked his feet on the back of the cracked clawbear's neck, and the whole person flew backwards. The moment he jumped down, the split clawbear had already hit his own bare head, which was where Zhou Jing was standing. The violent wind swept Zhou Jing's eyelids into pain. Fell from midair, Zhou Jing stepped on the ground with his feet, and with a light roll, he quickly stood up and looked up at the split clawbear. I saw the physically blinded cracked clawbear roaring in pain, and then slapped by his own slap made him dizzy. He rolled around like a spinning top with his head in his arms, and a pair of bare paws swept frantically against the open space, forcing all the hunters to retreat. Successful! Zhou Jing exhaled the air in his lungs at this time, the closed pores opened, and the sweat dripped out quickly, and his clothes and armor were wet all at once. Exiting the thunder attack state, a burst of soreness and softness swept through the whole body, and the physical strength was huge. A series of dangerous operations only took a few seconds to complete. Zhou Jing squeezed the stamina strengthened by the different blood, and cooperated with his own fighting instinct, and then stabbed the cracked clawbear in the eye. Many hunters looked at the painful and furious cracked clawbear, and couldn't help turning their heads to look at Zhou Jing, surprised and excited. Good boy! You are amazing! Nice job! Zhou Jing's series of operations went smoothly and directly hit the cracked bear, making many hunters wet. Many hunters might be able to do this themselves if they thought they would die, but the success rate is extremely low, and they cannot make every judgment and action so accurate, and anyone who makes a mistake will be gone. This novice hunter can do it, he is a reliable teammate. Besides the shock, everyone was overjoyed and instantly cheered up. The split clawbear who lost his sight is much easier to deal with than before. This Jason Wood wave of adventurous operations directly opened a deadlock for them, and their main attack team's duty is to kill one of them as quickly as possible. The crowd couldn't care less to marvel at, and seized this opportunity to attack again, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Baron gasped, his heart surging in astonishment. He guessed that Zhou Jing's strengthening effect was very good, but it still exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect Jason to play in actual combat for the first time, so sharp. Like Will at the time, this fighting talent is also very rare. Could it be the Wood family's talent? Without thinking about it, Balon hurried back to his post and followed the crowd to besiege the blinded cracked clawbear. This cracked clawbear was blinded by Zhou Jing, the pressure of everyone was greatly reduced, and they cooperated with each other, leaving more wounds for the cracked clawbear, and soon there were bloodstains on the ground. Weber, who was struggling to contain the other cracked clawbear in the distance, also discovered the victory of the main attacking team, and he was suddenly refreshed, and he was even more involved in the energy of the other cracked clawbear to prevent the two alien beasts from converging. It didn't take long for the blinding cracked clawbear to be covered in scars. Without his vision, he couldn't precisely avoid the attack of the vitals, and all vital parts were also injured. Wes got what he wanted, the spear was stained with blood, and the happiness of the lower body of the split paw bear was never hoped. As the injury aggravates, the movement of the blind claw bear gradually slows down, and there are more flaws. Zhou Jing seized an opportunity and recruited 2 hunters to help. With the previous record, his teammates are quite willing to cooperate with Zhou Jing this time. He stepped on the weapons of the 2 teammates, and with the power of the swing, he jumped up suddenly, and threw himself directly on the head of the cracked clawbear, and the swift knife penetrated deeply into the cracked clawbear's broken eye socket. Puff! The blade penetrates the brain. Zhou Jing twisted his wrist, as if he could feel the tactile sensation of the brain tissue being smashed through the blade. He drew his knife sharply, bringing out a sliver of blood and brains. The split claw bear froze instantly, and the huge body finally fell down. Boom! The ground shook. This split claw bear is dead. Zhou Jing rolled on the ground, climbed up lightly, and looked at the corpse of the split claw bear. A little person in his heart secretly clenched his fist with excitement. Good job, K-Head is successful. Good job. Kill this monster. All hunters were refreshed and excited. However, before they could cheer, Webb, who was restraining the team in the distance, spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, Don't stand still, kill the other end too. According to the original plan, one side held the other side in the main attack, and after killing one of them, he estimated that the hunters were also disabled and should retreat. The cracked claw bear's skin is thick and thick. Weber thought it would take a long time for the main attack team to have results, but he did not expect that the novice hunter named Jason was so fierce. He suddenly opened the situation and helped the main attack team kill quickly. A split claw bear. Zhou Jing is a novice hunter. Weber didn't expect much from him, but he didn't expect a surprise. Because of Zhou Jing, most of the hunters' physical fitness is still well preserved, and their injuries are not serious. Great results. Weber immediately found that the situation was quite favorable, and secretly marveled at Zhou Jing's ability, without saying anything about adjusting his tactics. No need to withdraw, just kill the other crack claw bear here, and solve this threat completely. P.S. Recommend after the Immortal World quiet, mysterious farming stream. This is a world of the end of the law, where the world is dark, time is chaotic, all methods are dead, and all saints are retired. Chapter 31 Win Over. Chapter 31 Winning. Hearing Weber's instructions, the main attack team immediately turned to help the four of Weber deal with the other split claw bear. Solve the pressure of the first one. There was no suspense in the process of the 12 hunters besieging the second split claw bear. They cooperated skillfully and used their rich experience to consume it to death. Zhou Jing did not take risks this time, and instead cooperated with other hunters and fought steadily. In the end, everyone just paid the price for the serious injuries of the two. Boom! The scarred second crack claw bear fell, and the ground shook. The hills as a battlefield are full of ravines shoveled out by the crack claw bears, and the hunters are also covered in dust and dirt, stained with blood to some extent. Seeing that the prey was dead, many hunters stopped moving, their tense nerves relaxed, exhaustion surged like a tide, and they lay on the ground in an instant. Finally kill these two stupid bears, my hands are almost worn out. Go-Ri's strength is so great that it almost broke my old waist. Everyone gasped. The most tiring ones have always been the power players who compete head-on, and everyone is injured. Baron sat on the ground, his hands and feet trembling, and the blood that had spewed out before condensed on his beard, forming dark red knots. It was still too much for him to carry high-risk alien beasts. Zhou Jing only needs to roam an output, and does not need to be an MT. He only has minor injuries caused by scratches on his body. In contrast, he is a group of people who maintain the best condition. He walked to Baron's side, couldn't help but raised his hand and scratched Baron's shiny bald head, and asked with a smile, "How is it, are you alright?" "Don't touch my head, I won't die anyway." Balon patted Zhou Jing's hand. Immediately, he looked up at Zhou Jing, his eyes flashed with relief and admiration, and his tone was emotional. "Your performance exceeded my expectations. Thanks to you, we didn't have any dead. Two split claw bears, if you hadn't quickly injured one of them, maybe we would have sacrificed 3 or 4 people. It's my business." Zhou Jing waved his hand. "It seems that I told you not to take risks before. I underestimated you, and your strength has far surpassed me. I felt like I could do it, so I did it." Zhou Jing replied in a deep voice without explaining too much. Baron smiled, and then said earnestly, "But I still want to remind you, if you don't have enough confidence in the future, don't take risks like today, or you will form this habit, and you will be finished if you miss one day." "I will remember." Zhou Jing nodded. Baron is his guide, and the relationship between the two is naturally closer. Although neither of them mentioned the title of teacher or apprentice, they actually have a similar relationship. Compared with others, Baron is really for his sake. For Balon's orders, although he may not follow them, he never ignores them. In this hunting in Crusade, Zhou Jing had probably figured out the limit of what his strengthened body could reach, understood his own combat power, and recalibrated the actual effect of the current attribute values in his cognition. At this time, many hunters got up and surrounded the two prey, as if thinking about what to do. Baron saw this scene, pouted in the direction of the hunters, and said to Zhou Jing, You have made a lot of credit this time. You should have the right to give priority to the loot. Let's discuss with them in the past. By the way, I also get to know your new comrades in arms. You will be an official alien hunter in the future, and you will inevitably fight side by side with them. Okay, then I'll go. Zhou Jing nodded and turned to the hunters gathered not far away. Looking at Zhou Jing's back, Baron suddenly stopped Zhou Jing. Jason. Ha? Zhou Jing stopped and looked back in confusion. Baron gave a thumbs up and grinned proudly. Ha, you will definitely become an excellent hunter in the future. Hearing this, Zhou Jing smiled, nodded in greeting, and continued to walk forward. Behind him, Baron laughed silently, and a sense of satisfaction filled his heart welled up. This person, he did not bring wrong. Jason would, maybe this will be the best hunter he has ever taught. Zhou Jing walked to the prey. The hunters gathered here saw him coming, and immediately pulled him to his side. His attitude was much more enthusiastic than before. He was only a novice hunter before, and everyone didn't pay much attention to him, but seeing Zhou Jing's combat power in this hunt, everyone realized that this man was not a simple novice. He seemed to be very powerful, and they immediately paid attention to him. Stand up. For alien hunters, only those who have proved their strength, courage and hunting achievements can be respected. Weber was also in the crowd, and immediately greeted Zhou Jing, nodded and said solemnly, Jason, you have contributed a lot this time. Without your performance, our situation would be very troublesome. You can choose the spoils this time. Hearing the energetic voice, Zhou Jing couldn't help but glance at Weber. This person led the containment team and endured more pressure, but the injury on his body was much lighter than that of Baron and others. The body brought by the second strengthening made Weber's endurance and resilience higher than others. Zhou Jing didn't refuse either. He looked at the corpses of the two prey and asked curiously, how are the spoils generally divided? Wes immediately regained his spirits, jumped out immediately, and said excitedly, Oh, by the way, Jason is a newcomer and doesn't know the rules yet. Let me explain to him. In this group hunting operation, we generally discuss the disposal plan according to the contribution and credit. After all, such a big prey has too much material to use on the body. There are too many, and it is impossible to give all of them to one person. Generally, everyone decides the parts they want, first determines the needs, and then sends them to the workshop and then divides them. Then I understand. Zhou Jing understood. At this time, Weber interjected, the claws of the crack claw bear are a good material for making weapons, and his fur is also suitable for making better leather armor. These two values are the highest. Of course, if you choose a bear paw to take home to eat, we have no problem. Weiss teased. Zhou Jing couldn't help but glance at him. I always feel that if Weiss chooses the trophy, this person may choose a bear whip and take it home to repair his body. After all, if you don't have a little love, how can you practice such a well-trained crotch removal technique? Zhou Jing shook his head, thinking about Weber's suggestion. The claws of the split claw bear are really tough, and they have been fighting against everyone for so long, but they have only broken a few small gaps, and the thick hair and skin have strong impact resistance properties, and they are both very good materials. The normal equipment on my body is much better. Well then, I want to use its sharp claws to hit two knives, and by the way, use its fur to make a pair of armor. Zhou Jing stated his needs. As for the alien blood potion, this is a quota given by the workshop, and there is no need to allocate it. The main reason is to see how many alien blood potions the workshop can make with two split claw bears. He has just finished strengthening himself, and he does not plan to strengthen it twice for the time being. Although this is one of the life goals for customs clearance, he feels that he needs to stabilize his hand. And he still owes Baron a debt. He thought it would be better to pay it off first. Hearing the words, everyone nodded. Such a request is very reasonable. The material of the two split claw bears is completely sufficient. Everyone immediately looked at Weber. According to the contribution, Weber's trophy selection must be ahead of others. I don't need the materials, Just give me an extra copy when you sell them." Weber waved his hand, unsmiling. Immediately, he turned to look at Zhou Jing and said solemnly, "Jason Wood, your strength is very good. It is hard to believe that you are just a rookie who has just finished strengthening. In short, if there is any hunting opportunity in the future, I will consider calling on him. Yours." After a talented battle, Weber found that Zhou Jing was a bit more powerful than a normal single-strength hunter, and was not going to treat him as a rookie. In the entire White Plains city, there are only 3 hunters who have been strengthened twice. Each additional reliable character is a good thing for Weber. He does not hesitate to make an invitation. Seeking reliable teammates is also very important to the hunters. Hearing the words, others also responded, saying that in the future, if there is an opportunity, they will also call Zhou Jing to hunt together. Zhou Jing responded one by one without refusing. Knowing that he was recognized by the hunters who were active in Baiyuan City, he merged into the hunters' circle and made everyone remember his character. Not long after, everyone discussed the distribution of the spoils, arranged for Whis to go to run errands, and informed the soldiers in the rear that they did not need to continue to lay traps, and by the way called someone to help transport the prey back to the city. Zhou Jing also came to rest. Only then did he have the time to open the panel and glance at the flashing information. Trigger the achievement, kill an alien beast for the first time, high risk. Get 1000 astral points, quality enhancement physical energy, small, x1, quality enhancement resistance, small, x1, attribute enhancement physical energy, micro, x1. Life goal, hunting high-risk alien beasts, completed. Get 30 information state particles. Current apostle constant standard progress, 30 of 110. When the last apostle killed the white spider monster, he triggered the achievement of the first kill of a medium-risk alien beast, and the first kill of a high-risk alien beast. Naturally, there was an achievement, and the reward was increased on the basis of the former. Zhou Jing glanced at it, and continued to save the rewards for improving aptitude and attributes in the achievement warehouse. There is no need to use it at present. In order not to cause waste, he thought about it, and felt that it was better to be completely sure that an apostle could pass the level, or that an apostle template was extremely valuable, and it would be better to use this achievement reward. Accumulated achievements reward Brother Tai. He feels more able to play a role. Speaking of customs clearance, this time K had completed one of the life goals, and the harvested 30 points of information state particles advanced the progress of customs clearance. Speaking of which, every time you complete a life goal, you can get information state particles, but the rewards of all life goals just meet the customs clearance standards, or not necessarily? Zhou Jing felt a little puzzled. According to the definition, the information state particles are the resources that are obtained when the astral apostles have different effects on the current plane. He is not currently getting it from his daily activities and achievements, not quite sure how much it would take to generate this resource. The most important acquisition channel at present is to complete the life goal. Not long after, the army of Baiyuan City rushed over with tools, and with the help of the hunters, they slowly dragged away the 2 extremely heavy corpses. Many hunters attacked the 2 alien beasts in the evening and transported the prey back to Baiyuan City. It was already night. Lord Root greeted him at the city gate, and when he saw everyone returning, he immediately greeted him. "Thank you for your hard work, on behalf of Baiyuan City, thank you for your hard work." Weber shook his head, needless to say politely, "Let the people in the workshop handle the prey first. I'm afraid such a big corpse won't fit into the city gate." "Of course, I have already ordered." Lord Root waved his hand and let the hunter workshop staff who had been waiting on the side begin to work, disposing of the corpse of the split claw bear on the spot. After doing this, Root turned his head and looked at the state of the hunters secretly, and found that no one was damaged, and his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Nobody died? Did the hunt go so well? Root was a little puzzled, but it was more of a surprise. In any case, it was a good thing that the hunter was not damaged. He saw that many hunters were in good condition, rolled his eyes, and said, "Everyone has solved the threat for the town, it's worth celebrating. It just happened to be night. You haven't eaten for hunting. I want to host a banquet for you. By the way, I will discuss the payment. I wonder if you have the time." Hearing this, many hunters looked as usual. Every time he urgently slays alien beasts for the town, the Lord will always host a banquet to entertain them and have a good relationship with them. Everyone is used to it. I plan to go back to recuperate, so I won't attend the dinner. I'm hungry, so let's have a meal. The Lord invited me, it's not appropriate not to go, huh? Everyone had their own ideas, and finally 6 hunters accepted Root's invitation. Zhou Jing was not familiar with the situation in Baiyuan City, so naturally he did not refuse. And Weber and Weiss also accepted the invitation, but Baron didn't go, saying that he wanted to go back to heal his injuries. The group followed Lord Root and soon came to the Lord's longhouse in the center of the city. The longhouse of the Lord of Baiyuan City is a small 4-story castle. Everyone came to the banquet hall on the first floor and took their seats at the long table. While waiting for the food to be served, Rutra chatted with everyone and got a general understanding of the hunting process and the contribution of the newcomer Zhou Jing. Root picked up the wine glass and greeted with a smile. "It turns out that there is a new alien hunter in our town, Jason. Thank you for fighting for Baiyuan City." Zhou Jing was not very suitable for this kind of occasion, and casually said, "This is my duty." Lord Root took a sip of wine and said curiously, "Speaking of which, I have never heard of your surname Wood. I don't know which tribe you are blood relatives of?" Zhou Jing's expression was calm. Sure enough, he knew that he was a genuine tribal blood relative, so he would definitely ask this question, but this time he met someone who knew how to do it. According to the environment of the origin of the nobility in the early days of this world, this is to play his way, to see if he is a real noble. Zhou Jing was very calm. "The first day I knew that when I became a hunter of alien beasts, my background would also be interrogated." Did the hunter of alien beasts also see his identity? For this kind of real tribal blood relative who knows how to do it, the more explanations, the easier it is to make mistakes, and it is difficult to win people's trust, so he made up his mind not to explain. As long as there is an endorsement of the hunter's identity and credit, he doesn't want to say it, and others will not do anything. Sample. Lord Root was taken aback for a moment, and then he slapped the topic with a ha. "No, I was just curious to ask." He saw that Zhou Jing didn't want to say anything, and although he was curious, it was impossible to force a hunter who had just solved the threat of alien beasts for Baiyuan City to speak, so he stopped asking. Soon, the attendants brought food, and many hunters were so hungry that they devoured them. Lord Root ate slowly while discussing the remuneration with Weber and set the amount. In addition to the remuneration for submitting prey in the workshop, as a lord, he will also provide an additional remuneration of 100 Terra silver per hunter. After all, the Lord gave 1,200 silver coins, which is a huge sum of money. Just Zhou Jing pouted secretly. The wool comes from the sheep, the Lord who holds the right to collect taxes. The hunters took the money to spend in the city, and the money still has to flow back to the Lord, so he has the confidence to be generous. But at least people are willing to give money, not too demanding. After getting along for a short time, Zhou Jing's impression of Lord Root is not bad. This world is not yet rich in nightlife. Towns have a curfew at night, a dinner party is very simple, and the hunters are more pragmatic, so they leave after eating. Zhou Jing was also about to leave, but Lord Root specially stopped him. "Jason, I have something I want to talk to you about." "What's the matter?" Zhou Jing turned back curiously. Lord Root said slowly, "I heard from them just now that you are a free hunter trained by Baron. Are you going to be stationed in Baiyuan City or Frostwood Village for a long time in the future?" "It depends on the situation." In short, it is about activities in the surrounding area. Zhou Jing's answer was ambiguous. "I hope you can stay in Baiyuan City. With your skills, there are not many opportunities to play in Frostwood Village." "Really?" Zhou Jing raised his brows. "Shuangmu Village is also a village under your control, you don't seem to care much?" "It's not that I don't care. As a lord, I have the duty to protect Frostwood Village. But Baiyuan City has a larger population and is more important. I can only allocate a limited number of people to the town first. Lord Root explained it again, paused, and finally showed his true intentions. Actually, I want to hire you as my personal escort. P.S. Tweet the book Playing Martial Arts Globally. I can log into the world of gods and creatures. The world has undergone great changes, and civilizations have crossed over. The little man Shin Yiping brings attribute abilities to log into the world of demons, communicate with the heavens, complement resources, and rise in the micro-moment. Step into the big time. Chapter 32 New Breathing Technique. Chapter 32 The New Breathing Technique. Hire me as an escort? Zhou Jing's heart moved, and he knew why Root left himself alone. The Lord must have asked other hunters before, but they didn't answer. Now he found himself a newcomer, so he came to ask. Not necessarily how special he is. It is estimated that all the new hunters and lords of Baiyuan City have invited them. Zhou Jing rolled his eyes, did not refuse immediately, and instead asked, "When you are your bodyguard, you don't have to hunt alien beasts?" "The main duty of the guard is to protect my personal safety." Root nodded and smiled, without saying it directly, but the meaning was almost implied. Zhou Jing was curious. "I saw before that you already have some guards by your side. You don't seem to encounter any danger in Baiyuan City. What do you need more guards for?" "The threat of alien beasts is aimed at people in the whole city, but some threats are only aimed at me personally, because I am the Lord. Some people who oppose me may plot my life. And now the world has changed, some alien blood warriors have power, but wants to do something wrong, and the Lord is not safe." Root shook his head. "Is that so?" Zhou Jing thought thoughtfully, "Then what kind of remuneration can you give me to hire me?" Root suddenly came to the spirit. As usual, he invited new hunters, but he just had the mentality of giving it a try. In the past, many hunters refused him out of the hunter's sense of honor without waiting for him to talk about the reward. At this time, seeing Zhou Jing asking about the commission, Root felt that there was a drama and said, 80 Terra silver coins every 10 days, all kinds of medicines are supplied at the cost price. That's it? Zhou Jing shook his head secretly. 80 times every 10 days, only 204 a month. The income of alien hunters is not necessarily lower than this. As long as there are many hunting times in a month, they can exceed it. But after thinking about it, and this commission is almost risk-free, it's basically free, you don't have to risk your life to hunt. Some alien blood warriors who don't dare to be hunters are more willing to earn this stable money. But Zhou Jing is not very interested in money from the world of beasts. The property here is poor, and even if you have money, you can only buy limited things. A lord in a remote area doesn't seem to be able to come up with any rare resources. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to use it as a commission. Forget it, I'd rather be a hunter. Zhou Jing shook his head. He just asked about the market. The apostle's goal in life was to be a hunter of alien beasts, and naturally he would not change careers easily. Okay. Root took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. My invitation is always valid. One day you change your mind, you can come to me. I'm afraid there won't be such a day. Zhou Jing didn't say anything. After saying goodbye to Root, he left the Lord's longhouse. All the hunters left, and Root waved away all the attendants and paced the banquet hall where he was the only one left. At this time, a figure turned from behind another door. It was a man with an inch head. Root looked over. Did you hear what you just said? The inch-headed man calmly hummed. He hid behind this door the whole time. Root was used to the magical performance of the one-inch man, and he didn't ask him how he concealed the perception of a group of hunters, and how he could clearly understand their conversation from such a distance. He laughed. Looks like you guessed wrong. The hunters didn't break a single one. I heard the situation. It was the adventure of the new hunter named Jason, who quickly solved one of them. Good luck. The inch-headed man had a calm tone. Lut rubbed his chin and suddenly said, What do you think of this Jason? I heard from other hunters that he seems to be a genius. He has just become a hunter, and his strength can be compared to a second enhancement. It's a bit of a skill, but that's it, it's no different from other hunters. The inch-headed man doesn't care. Zhou Jing returned to the hotel to rest for the night, and the next morning, the reward was delivered. One is the selling price of the exotic beast submitted to the workshop, and the other is the bounty promised by the Lord, with a total of 220 Terra silver coins. The workshop recycles the corpses of alien beasts, and the total price is fixed. If there is no more person, you will give an extra amount of money. 12 hunters were distributed, and each of them had a limited amount of money, but it was still a fairly generous reward. Zhou Jing suddenly had a lot of money, and immediately repaid the money owed to Baron, and dragged him to the workshop, where he exchanged the alien blood potion he had just received and handed it over to Baron to make up for the debt. This time, the 2 claw bears were killed. The workshop gave each participating hunter 2 different blood potion exchange opportunities. Zhou Jing returned at once, and there was still 1 exchange opportunity left in his hand. But at present, there is no stock of alien blood medicine in the workshop, so he did not use it. On the contrary, Baron seems to have some ideas. You want to make an appointment for a split claw bear potion? Don't you plan to strengthen it a second time? The head of the workshop looked at Baron in front of him with a surprised tone. Balan scratched his head and laughed. The strengthening direction of the split claw bear is very suitable for me. Even if I don't want to strengthen it twice, it is good to prepare a different blood medicine that suits me in advance. I've been looking for medicine everywhere. That's right. The head of the workshop nodded. Zhou Jing stood beside him and asked curiously, by the way, how many different blood potions can these 2 split claw bears make? It depends on the situation. The person in charge of the workshop analyzed with his fingers. I have read your needs, and planned the materials used to make the equipment you want. The remaining materials should be able to make 5 to 8 different parts. Blood medicine. The output is decent. Zhou Jing nodded. 12 hunters participated in the Crusade, but the hunters always took what they needed, and they would not exchange them for the crack claw bear potion, and the remaining potions that no one wanted would become the inventory of the workshop. By the way, congratulations on becoming an official hunter yet. The head of the workshop smiled. Thanks. Zhou Jing nodded, and then asked, how long will it take for this batch of equipment to be produced? The 2 long knives you want are relatively simple and can be made in 20 days, but the leather armor is more troublesome. You need to do special treatment to the fur of the split claw bear. It may take a little longer. It is estimated that it will look like 2 or 3 months. Come and get it. That's quite a long time. Zhou Jing scratched his brows. He was accustomed to the productivity of fast shipping in the interstellar era, and was a little uncomfortable with such a long manual production cycle. Balan patted him on the shoulder. Exactly, you have dealt with a high-risk alien beast, and you are already an official hunter. Next, I don't think you need to hunt, you need a new round of practice. Go back to the village and I will teach you another breath. At your learning speed, you can practice it in about 3 months. He was used to the abnormal learning speed of Jason Wood, and found that once he accepted such a setting, it was quite interesting. All right. Zhou Jing nodded. Has already embarked on the road of strengthening the different blood, he feels that he needs to supplement his skills, and then go to the second strengthening, and find a way to improve the success rate of the second strengthening. At this time, Baron suddenly smiled and said, by the way, I told Wes yesterday that he plans to visit Frostwood Village and teach you the breathing techniques he has mastered, so you have to learn 2 kinds of breathing at the same time. Technique. Zhou Jing was startled, but only then did he know. Didn't you say that breathing techniques are too much useless? I said so, but you're different. Baron laughed. Because of Zhou Jing's strange learning speed, Baron was no longer ready to hold his own common sense, and felt that it might not be bad for Zhou Jing to learn more breathing techniques. He only knows 2 kinds of breathing techniques, so he privately invited Weiss to teach new breathing techniques. Weiss' breathing technique is different from mine. His breathing technique can increase speed and agility, which is just right for your strengthening direction. Thanks. Seeing that Balong planned for himself like this and secretly found a new teacher for himself, Zhou Jing was a little touched. Is really a good and dedicated teacher. He calculated silently, because of the rewards of Into the Transcendent and first kill of an alien beast, high risk. The astral point in his hand had reached more than 2,400 points, which was much more comfortable. If one breathing technique reaches LV4 proficiency, it costs 700 points and 1,400 points, then your own astral points are absolutely enough, and there are daily benefits for each shuttle and placement. It takes about 3 months to train to this level, which is like 3 or 4 days in the main world. The first step of strengthening the abnormal blood has been completed, and now you only need to achieve the second strengthening of the abnormal blood. You can complete the remaining 2 life goals. The route is clear, and the time for this development can be invested. After received the payment and set a pickup time with the workshop, Zhou Jing and Balong did not continue to stay in Baiyuan City, went to the tavern to find Wes, and several people left the town and went to Frostwood Village. Weiss didn't mind spending some time living in the village and teaching Zhou Jing breathing techniques. On the one hand, he is not a station hunter himself, and he usually moves around freely and stays wherever he goes. Another reason for is that he also feels that Zhou Jing has a promising future and wants to make friends, and he is not stingy with the breathing technique he has mastered. By the way, Wes also wanted to know. Baron said last night that Zhou Jing could master a set of breathing techniques in a few months. Is he fooling him? If this is fake, he can win Baron 200 silver coins. Anyway, Weiss felt that he was going to win. Someone gave him charity. A few people trekked all the way back to Frostwood Village. The village is full of smoke. Without the noise of the town, it is quite peaceful and calm. Several people came to the entrance of the village and found a little boy squatting on the side of the road in a sullen mood, holding a branch and poking the big shit. It was Rainer. Rainer turned around and saw Zhou Jing and the others, and suddenly said angrily, "You guys are finally back. It's too much, even children lied." Zhou Jing couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. It's all happened a few days ago, and now you're still worried. Do you hold grudges so much? But Rainer was surprised when he saw Wes in the crowd. Uncle Weiss. Ha ha ha, it's little Rainer. Come over and let Uncle hug him. Weiss smiled, bent down and hugged Rainer, who was rushing towards him, and threw it into the sky a few times. He has a good relationship with Baron. He has been to Shuangmu village several times before, and he knows some villagers. Especially Rainer, he always pestered him to ask questions, and Weiss never refused to talk to him, and every time he talked nonsense to the child. I can't say that Rainer's yearning for the outside world was fooled by Wes to a certain extent. With Wes, Rainer ignored Zhou Jing and was amused by Wes and giggled. Seeing this, Zhou Jing secretly sighed at Baron's wisdom. Should have invited Weiss over earlier, so that he would not be entangled by Rainer. After teasing Rainer for a while, everyone went to the village chief. The village chief also welcomed the arrival of Weiss, and Griff and other members of the hunter team also came to meet Weiss. We all know each other. After chatting a few words, we helped Weiss solve the housing problem. After all the problems in life were settled, Baron immediately pulled Zhou Jing and Weiss to the training ground and cut to the chase. The hunter's breath and forge that you learned is only used to exercise your physical fitness, and the breathing technique that Weiss and I will teach you is specially used for combat, which can make you burst into stronger abilities when facing the enemy. In the training ground, Baron faced Zhou Jing and demonstrated another hunter breathing technique he mastered. I saw a sudden shock in his breath. The muscles all over his body seemed to swell in a circle, and the muscles twisted like a live snake. Hunter's breath power. Baron jumped forward, the whole person jumped into the air, and then fell with a punch. Earth and rocks splashed, and a small hole was smashed into the ground by fists. Balan slowly exhaled this breath, the swollen muscles returned to their original state, and explained. My breathing technique can temporarily increase strength, whether it is wrestling with alien beasts or increasing destructive power at critical moments, it can be used. I understand, this is a raging buff. Zhou Jing nodded. Weiss saw this and moved his body, eager to try. His breathing technique is generally used to confront alien beasts head-on, while my breathing technique is to increase speed and agility. As long as you are flexible enough, alien beasts can't hit you, and you can find opportunities to hit the critical point of alien beasts. When the voice fell, Weiss took a long, sharp breath, causing a whistling sound. Hunter's breath and swiftness. He took a step and ran wildly, with an amazing speed, and in the process of running, he made a series of skillful dodging movements, which was quite flexible and easy to handle. Weiss suddenly moved his eyes and started to make fun of him. He turned his head and ran around Baron, poking Baron's bald head with his fingers from time to time. Show as you show, don't touch my head. Balan's eyelids twitched and he wanted to raise his hand to grab Weiss. Weiss flexibly avoided time and time again, turned around with Balan like a phantom, and kept teasing his bald head from behind. At this moment, Weiss suddenly turned his direction and ran towards Zhou Jing, wanting to repeat the old trick and let Zhou Jing experience his flexibility after using breathing. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, Zhou Jing had already caught his movement, and his reaction was as sharp as an electric shock. Zhou Jing lightly sideways dodged Weiss's hand, and by the way, with a short body, slipped under Weiss's armpit, turned around and hugged Weiss's waist. Ha! Weiss was startled, he let out his breath and wanted to break free. Let's go! Zhou Jing smiled, and without hesitation, he fell back and returned the operation of Weiss to him when we first met. Plop! Weiss slumped on his horse and was disgraced. Baron laughed aside, schadenfreude. Weiss spit out a mouthful of sand, turned over and sat up, secretly making a mistake. I knew that Zhou Jing's strength was amazing after strengthening, so I stopped teasing him. Weiss coughed to hide his embarrassment. Anyway, this is the effect of my breathing technique, which makes you move faster. Although you are caught, the breathing technique itself is fine. The more agile you are, the better the breathing technique will be. I see. Zhou Jing suppressed his smile and nodded. Weiss' speed is indeed faster than his usual speed. This breathing technique is indeed quite suitable for him who has strengthened his high sensitivity and high explosive route. No wonder Baron specially pulls Weiss on and teaches himself this breathing technique. The two of them showed it, and without interfering, they began to guide the key points of these two breathing techniques. Zhou Jing quickly remembered that relevant information popped up on the panel. Learning Hunter's breath and force. One of the Hunter's breathing techniques temporarily enhances strength. Skill level LV0, not entry. Minimum cost of learning acceleration 100 astral points. Learning Hunter's breath and disease. One of the Hunter's breathing techniques temporarily enhances agility. Skill level LV0, not entry. Minimum cost of learning acceleration 100 astral points. Two breathing techniques, the cost of learning acceleration is the same as Hunter's breath and forging. Zhou Jing did not hesitate, immediately started the practice acceleration, and decided to follow the two of them to practice two breathing techniques for the next period of time. Chapter 33 Appointments and Bottlenecks. Chapter 33 Reservations and Bottlenecks. This campaign has ended. The actual length of stay, 12 days. This resource collection situation, 514 astral points. The experience log has been archived, and the relevant exploration results have been entered in the illustrated book. Cooldown time of next shuttle, 16 hours. The launch time has ended. Zhou Jing returned to the shuttle preparation space, and the panel information was swiped. Yo, there are quite a lot of star realms this time. Zhou Jing glanced at the statistics and found that it was the benefit of killing high-risk alien beasts. In addition, the synchronization rate of his astral apostle has reached 64% when it exceeds the 50% limit. The synchronization rate bonus for regression settlement will be generated. The part with the synchronization rate exceeding 50% will become an additional bonus. At present, the efficiency of the astral apostle Jason Wood in collecting resources is 114%, which is equivalent to 14% more total income than before. This launch has been fruitful, allowing the apostles to gain extraordinary power and enter the circle of hunters, taking a solid step. He planned to use a few days to let Jason Wood develop, as before, to practice the two newly learned hunters' breathing techniques, and then he could start preparing for the second abnormal blood enhancement. Things are going great. Zhou Jing was secretly happy. Close the settlement panel and enter the placement setting interface. Place object, Jason Wood. The highest synchronization rate, 64%, the third stage. Place income upper limit, astral point 940/4000, information state income 0/40. He was already familiar with the road. He quickly set up a placement plan, continued the conservative route of focusing on cultivation, and then left the shuttle preparation space. OM. Consciousness was shocked, and he has returned to his body. Zhou Jing opened his eyes, and it was already bright outside the window. He sat up, opened the panel and looked at his body attribute, and found that his spiritual attribute had risen by 1 point, and it has now reached 8 points. In the past few days, he has confirmed that the constant shuttle will temper the spiritual power of the body. Every time he returns, he feels that his mind is clear and he seems to be more energetic, but it is not until today that he has accumulated enough to make his attributes officially increase. If it can continue to grow, will my spiritual attributes be directly accumulated to extraordinary levels? Or is it because my basic spiritual power is not high, so it can increase significantly? Zhou Jing thought thoughtfully. In this way, I seem to be more suitable for some superpower systems with spiritual attributes. But I don't have to choose at the moment. Zhou Jing has traveled several times, and has become proficient. He sorted out the gains this time, then got up to wash, ate a simple breakfast, and then exercised according to his own plan and studied relevant materials. Every time he returns these days, he puts time into exercise and study, which is very urgent. On the contrary, most of the time in the alien world, it is more casual for him. From early morning to noon, Zhou Jing made lunch at random, and after a meal, he was about to continue to hurry up to study when his phone suddenly rang. An unknown number called. Zhou Jing turned his head to look at the phone, and after it rang 3 times, he picked it up quickly, connected the phone, and asked, "Hello, who is it?" "Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Jing?" A soft female voice came from the phone. An unheard voice. Zhou Jing rolled his eyes. "It's me, may I ask you?" "My name is Changli. I am a staff member of the Shihai City branch of the Interstellar Immigration Bureau. We have already received your immigration information declaration. Now I will make a phone call to confirm and make an appointment for a visit. Do you have a convenient video now?" "Okay." Zhou Jing remembered this, and when he came out from home, he filled out the personal information declaration for forced immigration and confirmed the quota. According to the regulations, the Immigration Bureau naturally wants to visit. He switched to the video call mode, and a virtual screen popped up from the phone, showing the appearance of a woman. It was Changli who was talking to him. Looks about 30 years old, quite charming, with a polite smile on his face, wearing a work uniform of the Immigration Bureau, sitting at the desk. Changli looked at Zhou Jing carefully across the screen, and seemed to be confirming whether she was herself. After 2 seconds, she said, "Mr. Zhou Jing, it's a pleasure to meet you. Before you board the immigration spacecraft, I will be in charge of all contact with you. I will now tell you about the to-do process of immigration procedures, and I hope you will keep a record." "Well, tell me." Zhou Jing replied casually. Changli nodded, smiled softly and said, "First of all, we need to confirm by phone and video. We need to confirm whether it is the immigration information declared by me." Zhou Jing raised his eyebrows. "If I didn't declare it myself, wouldn't it count?" "Of course, not to mention, we have to ensure that the applicants are familiar with the meaning of immigration and have not been deceived, coerced, bewitched, instigated, etc., to ensure that the applicants will not have any objections. We have always adhered to the principle of voluntariness, and the immigrants themselves must be voluntary. Declare it, confirm it yourself, and we'll record it. Zhou Jing smiled. It's all forced to emigrate, but are you still voluntary? Chang Li's smile did not change. Yes, this is the regulation of the rules and regulations, and forced immigration must be voluntary. Okay, I'm not forced, and I know the meaning of immigration. You can continue. Zhou Jing shook his head and laughed, feeling ironic. Okay. Chang Li nodded and smiled. After completing the video confirmation, we need to make an appointment for a face-to-face family visit. The goal of the visit is to understand your specific situation. I will ask you some questions about in terms of family, studies, childhood, etc. It also includes your views on your hometown, immigration, and society, so as to make a comprehensive assessment of you, and I hope you will take it seriously. Zhou Jing hummed casually. He has seen the workflow of the Immigration Bureau published on the internet and knows that this link is necessary, mainly because the Immigration Bureau evaluates immigrants in two aspects. One is to perform psychological analysis on the immigrant object, check whether there is a mental illness or antisocial personality, etc., and evaluate the potential risk. Because every time forced immigration occurs, a large number of mentally ill will always emerge, trying to escape by pretending to be crazy. In fact, the assessment result has nothing to do with immigration, but only affects the strictness of supervision and management. The Immigration Bureau has a set of response plans for this. Pretending to be crazy? We checked it out, but after boarding the ship, we have to close the small dark room. Really crazy? Come on, take a nap in the life-saving capsule and you can live in a mental hospital on a new planet. Antisocial personality? That's great, a restraint suit or a life capsule. Choose a way to spend your time on the immigrant spacecraft, and you can receive further correctional education after landing. So thoughtful. In short, on a subject. Cause? I'm going to immigrate too. Of course, occasionally there will be people who can't think about it and commit suicide. As long as it is confirmed that he is really dead, then the compulsory immigration quota will be re-elected and handed over to others. Anyway, for the Immigration Bureau, it is a matter of changing individuals. There is no shortage of choices if there is a population. In fact, a long time ago, recruiting interstellar immigrants was very easy, and there were no such things at all. The public was almost scrambling for one, and the opportunity to go to other planets might not be grabbed. But the interstellar development era has been going on for so many years, and many things are changing. The interstellar immigration again and again makes this matter no longer new, and the mentality of many people is also changing. Compared with traveling to an unfamiliar planet, most people prefer to stay in the colonized stars that have been developed, resulting in fewer people who are willing to actively immigrate to the stars on each planet year by year. To select immigrants from a colonial star, often the first few batches are active applicants, which can be easily filled, and vacancies will gradually appear later, and compulsory immigration needs to be implemented. There are many records of such news events on the internet. Another thing to evaluate is the value and ability of the immigrant object, which is divided into several grades, which is related to the treatment after immigration, which is basically equivalent to an interview. Zhou Jing had read the information and knew the process well, nodded and said, "Okay, let's make an appointment." "Okay, are you free in 5 days?" "I'll take the staff to visit." 5 days later. "Okay. It's better in the morning." Zhou Jing glanced at the date and agreed. "Okay, for the further process, we'll talk face-to-face at that time, and there will be some documents for you. See you then." Cheng Li hung up the phone with a polite smile. Zhou Jing pouted and threw the phone aside. He could feel that this immigration officer named Cheng Li had a gentle voice, but his attitude was businesslike and he was just going through the process. But this is also normal. People are just working. It is estimated that one person has to deal with dozens of forced immigrants, and one cannot expect others to be more attentive. Zhou Jing recorded the visit time in 5 days on the calendar, then left this matter behind and continued to do his own thing. Alien world. In the forest, a group of hunters are quietly marching, crouching down from time to time to check the traces around, looking for the traces of the target. "Did you find anything?" Baron pouted towards Griffin, who was squatting on the ground. Griff shook his head. "I haven't found the whereabouts of the group of earth skeletons." Weiss leaned on his spear and complained, "We've been wandering in the forest for 2 days and haven't found anything." "Don't you even know the location of the skeleton man's lair?" Said, he turned to look at Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing was standing beside him, wearing a gray-black bearskin armor, with 2 long knives slung around his waist, and a stubborn iron-heavy knife on his back. Seeing Weiss looking at him, Zhou Jing waved his hand. "Don't look at me, I've been in Schwanky village for half a year, and I haven't seen the shadow of the earth skeleton. This group of people is the hunter team of Frostwood village. There are also 10 soldiers of Baiyuan city. They are looking for the whereabouts of the earth skeleton in the Blackshirt forest." After Zhou Jing became an alien hunter, another 3 months had passed, and this astral apostle had also lived in Shuangmu village for half a year. During this period, Zhou Jing also practiced Hunter's Breath, Strength, and Hunter's Breath, Swiftness, to the level of LV4 proficiency with the help of the acceleration function. Seeing Zhou Jing growing up, Baron gradually felt that the time was ripe, so he finally gathered his people and decided to crusade the earth skeletons and complete his revenge. Not only ordinary people like Zhou Jing, Baron and Griff included in the team, but Weiss was also specially brought in. Weiss lived in Frostwood village for 3 months, teaching Zhou Jing breathing techniques, and finally realized that Baron didn't fool himself. He was also shattered by Zhou Jing's rapid learning, and he was confused for several days. The 200 Terra silver coins were also lost, and it was very painful to lose to Balan. Originally, Weiss didn't want to participate in the operation of destroying the den of the skeletons, but Balan said that as long as he participated in the crusade, the 200 Terra silver coins would be returned to him. Weiss scoffed at this. "Take my money and hire me to do errands." "Humph, do you really think I agreed for this money? I and the earth skeletons never share the sky." Except for Weiss, who was tough-mouthed and soft-legged, this time Frostaki village finally got some echoes from his petition to the Lord. Perhaps it was because of Zhou Jing's face that he had dealt with the threat of alien beasts last time. Root finally sent 10 soldiers over to assist Baron and the others in destroying the den of skeletons, and they were also in the team at the moment. Hearing Weiss's complaint, Baron shook his head and said, "We only know that their lair is nearby, but the exact location is not clear. The group of earth skeleton looters are wandering around, so it's hard to follow." Okay. Weiss was helpless. Everyone gathered to discuss how to locate the earth skeleton, but Zhou Jing did not participate. In terms of tracking, he is not particularly good at it. He mainly trains in direct combat power, and he has no further training in this area. Zhou Jing quietly opened the panel and looked at it. In addition to the 2 new breathing techniques, the original, Hunter's Breath and Forging, had also been upgraded by 1 level in the past 3 months, but the Weapon Mastery Knife technique remained silent. LV4. And he felt that even if the practice acceleration was turned on, the efficiency of practicing swordsmanship was not as good as before. It seemed that he had touched the limit of aptitude and was stuck at a bottleneck. When the skill reaches a certain level and the aptitude cannot keep up, the speed of practice will slow down significantly and a bottleneck will be encountered. His knife skill, aptitude is green, and he has been slow to practice since LV4. This skill-based aptitude has a significant impact on the efficiency of skill upgrades, and even determines the upper limit of the level that can be upgraded. Zhou Jing had a vague feeling that with this apostle's sword skill aptitude, it seems that at most, weapon mastery, sword skill, can be raised to LV5 or LV6, and I'm afraid it won't be able to improve after that. Like many ordinary people who have learned a skill, they start to make rapid progress, but when they reach a certain height, they may not make any qualitative progress for decades, and they will spin around in place. People have limits, so there are so few geniuses or masters who can leave their names. If you want to solve this, you can use the achievement reward to improve the qualification of the apostle. But it is not necessary now. The current level 4 swordsmanship is enough for the time being. It is not worthwhile to use the achievement reward just to improve this skill. Zhou Jing secretly calculated and took a closer look at the current attributes. Hunter's Breath and Forging. Current level, LV5- Instinct. Effect, Physical +4, Resistance +3. Hunter's Breath Power. Current level, LV4- Proficient. Effect, Stamina +1. Hunter's Breath and Disease. Current level, LV4- Proficient. Effect, Stamina +1. Current attributes, Physical 29, Resistance 21, Perception 11, Spirit 6, Energy 0. The two new Hunter's breathing techniques are mainly used for combat, and the increase in attributes is not much. The upgrade is to significantly enhance the effective use, and can better display the combat power of extraordinary physical fitness. As he was thinking about it, Ross's position suddenly flashed in his mind. He was originally sent to secretly search for the location of the Earth skeleton, but now he returned to the vicinity. Zhou Jing's eyes moved and said, "You guys search here, I'll take a look around." Chapter 34 Revenge Mechanism. Chapter 34 Vengeance Mechanism. Hearing that, everyone had no objection, but told Zhou Jing not to go too far, but no one was worried about what would happen to Zhou Jing's actions alone. Zhou Jing left the team, walked in the forest for a while, stopped in a seemingly uninhabited forest, glanced around, and said, "Come out." As soon as the voice fell, a figure quietly turned out from behind the tree. It was Ross, walking without a sound. Zhou Jing stepped up and held his shoulder, read the follower's experience log, and soon received a lot of images. Over the past 3 months, Ross has finally developed some fighting skills, mastered the skills of several weapons such as daggers and short knives, and also learned the craftsmanship of blacksmithing. Although they are all at the beginner level, but with the strength and physical fitness, they can already come in handy, and it can be regarded as a combat effectiveness. However, Zhou Jing has not told others about Ross getting the enhancement of the different blood, and it is usually not revealed. In the eyes of others, Ross is still the original little transparent. Because Ross's strengthening direction is good at stealth and moves silently in the forest, Zhou Jing let Ross be around the Crusade team and secretly search for the target without telling everyone. The video of the follower showed that Ross found the Earth skeleton marauder wandering in the forest, but the other party didn't notice him, so he quietly retreated and came back to report. Zhou Jing looked at Ross speechlessly. "You've already found their raiding team, why didn't you follow them to find the location of the lair? You should report back now. When we find it, their raiding team has left that location, okay?" Ross, confused face. "Well, blame me, I didn't tell you clearly." Zhou Jing supported his forehead. Although he has some combat power, this follower is still stupid. If the order is a little more complicated, it will be impossible to handle it, and it will not adapt to changes and highlight a rigidity. Zhou Jing shook his head and gave new instructions. "Now go and squat where you found the Earth skeleton, try not to be seen, and wait for me to find it." With the positioning in his mind, Ross is very suitable to be a marker eye position for pathfinding. It is because of this ability that he thinks that Ross can be used as a scout or guide, and he can take him to crusade the Earth skeletons. Hearing that, Ross didn't say a word, turned his head and left, quickly disappearing into the forest. Zhou Jing turned around before returning to the team. "What did you find?" Balon looked over. "Not yet." Zhou Jing shook his head. The crowd didn't take it seriously, and after checking the neighborhood for a while, they continued on their way. Zhou Jing didn't say it directly, but he led the way secretly, and repeatedly suggested that the team change the direction of advance and secretly move towards Ross's location. Everyone has no opinion on Zhou Jing's proposal. Anyway, there is no clue at the moment, and they will go wherever they go. It didn't take long for everyone to reach the vicinity of Ross's location, and finally found the traces left by the Earth skeleton looting team in the forest, and they were all overjoyed. There is a mess of footprints in front of you, and a lot of people can be seen, extending into the deep forest. Balon squatted down, twisted a handful of dirt on the footprints with his fingers, and said in surprise, "The footprints are still relatively new. It seems that the Earth skeleton raiding team passed by here not long ago." Weiss was refreshed. "How do we say, are we following behind, or are we going up to catch a few live openings and use it to lead the way?" Balong pondered for a while, then turned to look at Zhou Jing. "What do you think?" "Go straight up to catch someone." Zhou Jing did not hesitate. "They are a lot of people, and they are not strengthened by Ross, and they are easy to be found when they follow them. And you have a limited time to put in, so save some if you can." Hearing the words, Baron had no objection, waved his hand and led the team to chase after him. The crowd ran all the way forward, and the footprints left by the skeleton people in front of them became more and more new. Soon, the figure of the Earth skeleton man appeared in the forest in front of him, about a dozen people. The Earth skeleton marauder also heard the movement behind him at this time, and issued an urgent whistle. He looked back, and when he saw the Crusade team, he screamed and shot without saying a word. A rain of arrows came flying. "Kill!" The enemy was extremely jealous when they met. Baron roared, raised his battle axe to block in front of him, and rushed out like a bull. The arrow slammed into the face of the axe, and the impact was scattered. Zhou Jing stomped his legs and rushed out like a cheetah. He suddenly pulled out the double knives from his waist. His eyes moved quickly to lock on arrows that threatened him. Today's physical fitness and swordsmanship are enough to match his fighting instinct and block all arrows. Dang dang dang. The light of the sword danced out like a barrier, and the arrows and rainwater couldn't get in. He sprinted forward, and the distance quickly narrowed, the Earth skeleton's terrified expression magnified in his sight. Zhou Jing dragged his two knives and plunged into the pile of skeletons. Brush, brush, brush. The light of the knife shone like a tornado. Instantly rolled up the stumps and broken arms in the sky. Zhou Jing's movements were swift and he shuttled through the crowd like a phantom. The hasty attacks of the Earth skeletons had no threat to him. In his eyes, he was as slow as a snail. The dual knives are precise and stern, almost without blocking, directly grabbing the shot in front of the Earth skeleton, cutting the opponent's neck, arm or waist when the opponent just takes an attacking stance. Brush, brush, brush. Where the light of the knife passed, the Earth gulls fell like mowing grass. Occasionally, the weapons collided, and Zhou Jing's powerful double knives directly smashed the Earth skeleton's weapons together. 3 months later, the Hunter workshop finally finished making the equipment. The double knives that Zhou Jing used at this time were made of fused metal after special treatment of the claws of the split claw bear. They were stronger and stronger than ordinary standard weapons. Not to mention the shoddy equipment of the skeletons. The bearskin armor with fur collar inherits the characteristics of the split claw bear. It is difficult for ordinary slashes to penetrate, providing superior defensive performance. Zhou Jing rolled up a storm in the pile of skeletons, and killed it so smoothly that it shattered the opponent's formation. He cut off the throat of one of the Earth skeletons with a knife, and at this moment, the panel suddenly flashed. Will Wood, Apostle number 001, the culprit of death has been executed. Complete revenge. This time, the career evaluation of the Astral Apostle has been slightly improved. A certain ability of Woolwood can be inherited for free. Test result: no uninherited ability yet. Trigger the achievement: vengeance must be repaid. Milestone: Avengers, progress, 1/5. Ha! Zhou Jing was slightly startled. An eye for an eye? I can't find this item in the achievement list. It seems to be a hidden achievement, and it is the first time I trigger it. Having said that, the Earth skeleton who was killed just now was the direct murderer of Will Wood. It seems that there is a special reward for revenge for the last Astral Apostle. Who? At this moment, a bone spear stabbed in the face. Zhou Jing quickly returned to his senses, stabbed his left knife, cut off the arm of the enemy holding the spear, and then stabbed his right knife forward, penetrating the enemy's eye socket and going straight through the back of his head. He picked up the enemy's body and threw it to the side with all his might, knocking over an Earth skeleton man who came up next to him, and the flying celestial cover and the red and white brain shower splattered all over the ground. Zhou Jing calmed down, did not continue to be distracted to check the panel, and focused on solving the enemy in front of him, and Baron and others also came in at this time. Zhou Jing alone could not stop the Earth skeleton raiding team. At this time, Balong, Weiss and the others joined the battlefield, and instantly crushed the Earth skeleton raiding team to the ground. 10 soldiers from Baiyuan City formed a simple battle formation, and they had a solid basis for advancing and retreating. Although they were not as crushed as the 3 alien beast hunters, they still fought steadily, killing all the approaching Earth skeletons like a meat grinder. After only a few minutes, the battle was over, and dozens of Earth skeleton raiders lay on the ground. Only a few Earth skeletons were left intact. They were tied together by the crowd, their faces full of terror, and they were screaming. Balan looked at the corpses all over the ground, and felt a sigh of anger. He turned his head to Griff and said, "Go and interrogate these survivors, and let them take us to the lair." Griff nodded and complied. Although they didn't understand the language, they had dealt with the Earth skeletons, and sign language was enough to communicate, and they spoke with a knife, so they didn't worry that the Earth skeletons couldn't understand what they meant. The hunters of Frostwood Village will not be soft-hearted to the bones of the earth, so how can they be worthy of their dead companions? Zhou Jing did not participate in the interrogation, but wiped the long knife aside and shook his head secretly. I used to think that the Earth skeleton was very difficult, but now it is easy to solve. Maybe I can just play it alone. It is a complete crush. Although the abuse of vegetables is quite hearty, but Zhou Jing has no turbulence in his heart. Although he is getting used to killing now, he doesn't have much interest in it. What he likes is the back-and-forth battles, the intense and exciting fights with powerful enemies, that will make him excited. It doesn't make sense to abuse vegetables. It seems that I have some berserker genes. Zhou Jing smacked his lips, opened the panel and carefully pondered what was triggered just now. After fumbling for a while, he confirmed that there is a revenge mechanism for the astral apostles. When an astral apostle dies artificially, and you use the follow-up astral apostle to avenge it and kill the murderer, you will trigger this mechanism and get special rewards. First, it can improve the career settlement evaluation of the current astral apostle, regardless of death settlement and customs clearance settlement. The second is that you can get a new free inheritance slot like a death settlement, and get a certain ability of the Death Star Apostle. Because of the ability of Will Wood, the current Jason Wood has inherited, so it did not take effect this time. The third is to trigger a special achievement. Vengeance Must Be Repaid is a repetitive achievement. It can be triggered once every time you complete revenge for an astral apostle. The rewards are variable, depending on the strength of the Death Star Realm Apostle and the strength of the murderer. Different amounts of rewards will be given. And the Vengeful Retribution, that was triggered this time, only gave 500 astral points, which is not much. It is estimated that Will Wood is not extraordinary, and the enemy is just an ordinary Earth skeleton. In addition, every time you complete Vengeance Must Be Repaid, the progress of the milestone, Avengers, will be accumulated, and this milestone can be triggered by completing 5 times in total. Zhou Jing is also the first time to trigger a milestone. This thing is a special type of achievement. It takes several completions of related behaviors to truly trigger it. The rewards are generally richer than the usual achievements. In this way, if every astral apostle dies, this achievement can be triggered very quickly. Zhou Jing thought for a while, then shook his head and laughed. After thinking about it, he had no intention of dying, and felt that the time cost was not worth it. He is not humble either. He always feels that there are still plenty of opportunities for him to burp in the future. You don't have to force it, just accumulate it slowly. Zhou Jing shook his head. At this time, the interrogation of the Earth skeletons was over, and 2 more survivors were killed. Finally, the remaining Earth skeletons who were afraid of death learned to cooperate. "Let's go." Baron greeted Zhou Jing. Hearing this, Zhou Jing put away his long sword and followed. Following the Earth skeleton who led the way, the group carefully groped forward. People won't completely believe the enemy, they keep an eye out for fear of being led into any trap. Until the red clouds filled the sky, the Crusade team finally arrived at the entrance of the skeleton man's lair. This is a hole in the ground hidden behind the vines, which is very confusing. If you don't look carefully, it is easy to ignore the past. The crowd hid in the woods not far away, hiding their figures, and looking at the hole in the distance with their probes. They have searched around the area, and quietly settled the several Earth skeleton outposts near the entrance of this lair. Baron shrank back, felt his beard and pondered, I don't know how many people and how many traps are in the den of the skeletons. We rush in and we may encounter danger. It makes sense. Weiss nodded, then you can take the lead. Everyone turned to look at him silently. What are you looking at? I'm just here to help, you shouldn't let me rush in first, right? On the other side, Griff thought for a while, and suggested, how about we set fire to force the Earth skeletons out? That's fine. Baron nodded. The crowd soon prepared a large pile of dry wood and began to burn the hole in the ground. Zhou Jing also has no opinion, and does not intend to give everyone the awareness of protecting the environment and preventing wildfires. A fire lit up in the hole, and there was a commotion inside. Soon, Wu Yangyang's Earth skeletons poured out. At a glance, there were no less than 100 people, tall, short, fat and thin, all of them holding weapons. The people hiding around are preparing to start. Roar! At this moment, a roar of a strange beast suddenly came from the cave. Chapter 35 National Emblem. Chapter 35 National Emblem. There are alien beasts in the den of the skeletons? Everyone was stunned, and quickly stopped to watch the situation. The roar became louder and louder, and soon 3 different beasts of the same species crawled out of the nest. These 3 alien beasts look like giant lizards, they have fine brown scales, their necks are like snakes, and they crawl on the ground with 4 claws. 2 of their forelimbs have wings, but they are quite atrophied and don't look like they can fly. The most prominent feature of is that the head resembles a dragon species, and the upper jaw also has 2 extremely long canine teeth. This is Tyrannosaurus? Zhou Jing's eyes moved, thinking of the alien beasts that Baron had introduced. One of them was just right. Alien beasts are divided into many types: wolf, bear, bird and beast, etc. Among them, the dragon species is the strongest on average, and under the dragon species there is a blood branch called the subdragon species, which is often more powerful. But Tyrannosaurus is an exception. Although it is a subdragon species, its combat power belongs to the ranks of the shame of the dragon species, and it is only a low-risk exotic beast. It looks ferocious on the outside, but in fact, it is just like a commodity. Its body is more than 2 meters long, and it is only when it is lying on the ground that it reaches the position of an ordinary person's chest. And Tyrannosaurus is one of the few exotic beasts that can be tamed. At this time, the 3-headed Tyrannosaurus had a bone chain wrapped around its neck, and was dragged by several Earth skeletons, while a simple saddle was tied on its back, which was obviously domesticated. Baron's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that this group of Earth skeletons would actually raise alien beasts. Although they were only low risk, they were still alien beasts anyway, so he had to give them a face. 3-headed Tyrannosaurus and hundreds of Earth skeletons with weapons. Balan turned his head to look at everyone, his eyes filled with questioning. The meaning was obvious. In this case, should we go up or not? Zhou Jing returned a look. Are just 3 low-risk alien beasts, and we are divided into 3, just get rid of them quickly. If you 2 can't do it, I can do it all by myself. Come here, him. Seeing this, Baron took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, grabbed the big axe and rushed out. Superior. The group immediately rushed out of the grass and killed a group of skeleton people who had just climbed out of the nest like headless flies. Was attacked in a hurry, and many Earth skeletons had no time to organize a large-scale counterattack, so they could only fight on their own. Someone shot an arrow with a bow, and the sparse arrows flew towards Zhou Jing and his party. Someone held a bone spear and greeted them with a scream. Zhou Jing took the lead, opened the arrows, dragged the knife light and brushed past the several people who rushed up, without turning his head. Behind him, the movement of several earth skeletons holding up their weapons froze, and a bloodline quickly split open in their necks. Seeing this scene, 3 earth skeletons immediately turned over and mounted the Tyrannosaurus, driving their crotch mounts to fight. The equipment of these 3 people is more sophisticated than other earth skeletons, and the others are wearing tattered clothes. These 3 people have at least a pair of simple armors, and they hold shields and swords in their hands. They are the riders who tamed the Tyrannosaurus. One of the skeleton riders locked Zhou Jing and charged forward. The dragon carriage collided head-on, creating a fierce momentum. Zhou Jing did not evade either, with 2 knives in front of him, facing the leading Tyrannosaurus head-on. There was a sudden shock in his breath, the muscles all over his body swelled up, and a powerful force erupted violently. Hunter's breath power. Clang! The figure collided with the Tyrannosaurus, shaking up a circle of dust. The huge impact force directly forced the crawling sprint of Tyrannosaurus to stop, only to see the 2 broken fangs flipped and flew into the sky. The skeleton rider was almost thrown off by inertia. Before he could stabilize his body, Zhou Jing rolled over and landed on the back of Tyrannosaurus, kicking straight. The skeleton rider only had time to raise his shield. Crack! The shield exploded instantly. The earth skeleton rider flew more than 10 meters across, and fell to the ground, not human-like, and was kicked to death in one fell swoop. Alien blood warriors are just like humanoid beasts, their strength is far beyond what ordinary people can bear. Even without weapons, they are just as deadly with their bare hands. The Tyrannosaurus struggled violently, trying to throw Zhou Jing down. However, Zhou Jing was walking on the ground, adjusting his center of gravity with the shaking of the Tyrannosaurus, raised his 2 knives, and slammed into the neck of the Tyrannosaurus under him, and then slashed in a staggered manner. Puff! I saw Tyrannosaurus's head attached to its long neck and fell heavily to the ground, leaving only a huge flesh wound on its body, the center of which was the cross-section of the cervical vertebrae. S head flew off, obviously hopeless. Tyrannosaurus slammed to the ground, blood gushing like a spring. It takes only a few seconds to deal with a Tyrannosaurus. Now this low-risk alien beast with low defense and average speed is hardly challenging for Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing turned his head to look, and saw that the other Tyrannosaurus, who had just passed by, was adjusting its direction, and wanted to turn his head and continue rushing towards him. He put away his 2 knives, took off the stubborn iron-heavy knife on his back, held it with both hands, and then held his breath. The next moment, the feeling of being overcharged exploded in the body. Thunder strike! Lightning flashed in Zhou Jing's eyes, he swung his arm violently, and threw the heavy knife in his hand. The moment shot, the explosive force burst out. Woo-woo! The sound of the breaking wind whistled, and I saw the heavy sword spinning and flying with a powerful force, slamming the body of Tyrannosaurus Fong. The part where the heavy knife hit, dented in an instant, and I don't know how many bones were broken, and even a front paw was broken, and it was twisted out of shape. The Tyrannosaurus threw itself to the ground, struggling with severe pain, but could not stand up. The earth skeleton rider on his back also rolled to the ground, and before he got up, he was smashed half of his head by a sprinting knee from Zhou Jing, who came with a few strides, and he was completely dead. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus was still struggling, Zhou Jing picked up the heavy knife and flattened its head like a walnut, completing the repair. Kill 2, and 1 more. He turned his head to look, and saw that the last Tyrannosaurus wanted to ram the soldier team, but was intercepted by Balan and Wes halfway. Baron used an axe to pick up the dragon cart, and he stepped back several steps, but he also forced the Tyrannosaurus to stop. And Wes took the opportunity to make a surprise attack, stabbed the rider on his back to death with a spear, and picked up the baby of the Tyrannosaurus with a backhand. The movements are quite skilled. The 2 of them cooperated, and the same face-to-face meeting destroyed the fighting power of a Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus like a low-risk alien beast that needs strength but no strength, speed but no speed, and even the defense power is average. It is not difficult for them to deal with these old hunters. There was no suspense in the next battle. Zhou Jing and the three dealt with hundreds of earth skeletons, just like a bulldozer, cutting melons and vegetables to quickly solve them. The superhuman strength of the physical enhancement type often has a long physical strength and a considerable endurance in battle. If there are no masters of the same level, if you just want to kill them with the number of people, you will have to pay heavy casualties. Zhou Jing silently estimated during the battle that at his own level, it would not be a problem for the Earthbone man to fight one enemy with 100. If he gave him a little time, he could kill all the enemies by himself, and just swipe it alone. And this time, there are helpers, as well as Balan and Weiss, as well as a dozen men in the Crusade team. In order to cause trouble for them, the number of Earth skeletons must be doubled. In this battle, only one soldier was very bad, and was shot in the head by the Earth skeleton, and the others were only slightly injured. The crowd filled the field to make up their swords, stabbing the Earth skeletons one by one who could still breathe. Then organized manpower to search in the lair, and moved out a bunch of materials stocked by the Earth skeletons. Although the goal of this trip is to Crusade, the loot can still be earned by the way and cannot be wasted. Emptied the contents of the nest, and everyone threw the corpses into the nest before setting the entire nest on fire. The beating firelight reflected on the faces of everyone, and the group silently watched the nest burn. These Earth skeletons have been threatening the surroundings of Frostwood Village for too long. Today we finally solved it. Brothers, we have avenged you. Griff exhaled and mourned in a low voice for the hunter who had died at the hands of the Earth skeletons. Balong patted Zhou Jing on the shoulder and sighed, "We also avenged your brother." "Right." Zhou Jing came back to his senses and nodded. This group of skeletal men attacked and killed his last apostle. The account was settled, and he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a lot more comfortable. Just now, he was mainly looking at the statistics on the panel, and 2 achievements were triggered during the battle, namely, Earth Skeleton Killer, and First Kill of an Alien Beast, Low Risk. Earth Skeleton Killer. The trigger condition is to kill 50 Earth Skeletons and give 1000 astral points. Killing alien beasts for the first time, Low Risk, is more difficult, only 200 astral points are given, and there are no other achievement rewards. However, a new milestone has been obtained. Milestone, True Alien Hunter, Progress, 3/5. Completion condition, successfully triggered the first kill achievement of alien beasts at all levels. Reward, 8000 astral points, 50 information state particles, quality improvement comprehensive, medium, X1, auxiliary function upgrade, X2. When the astral apostle is an alien race, a certain attribute bonus can be obtained. There are 5 first kill achievements for all levels of alien beasts. You can unlock this milestone by completing the low risk, medium risk, and high risk first kill achievements. But, to fight the king of alien beasts? Good guy, is this milestone an alien hunter, or an alien hunter person? Even the 8-time enhanced raven was killed by the king of alien beasts. When will I be able to achieve this milestone? Zhou Jing wanted to scratch his head. Although the reward was good, the conditions were quite harsh. Compared with the astral point reward, he is more interested in auxiliary function upgrade, which is very useful. The effects of auxiliary functions are mostly limited, but they can be upgraded and enhanced. For example, the follower function, currently used by the Jason Wood Astral Apostle, currently has only 1 empty slot for a primary follower. After the upgrade, 80% of the new empty slots will be added, or the level of the follower will be increased. The same is true for other auxiliary functions. And the last effect of this milestone is more special. The race and appearance of the Astral Apostle can be customized. Although he has not tried it, he estimates that it is possible to shape it into an alien beast. And the Astral Apostles of the alien race can get bonuses. This milestone effect is quite strange. Zhou Jing was speechless. It seems that there is no need to squeeze the Astral Apostle into the form of a beast. And doesn't this mean that he has to live the life of a beast? It's not good to be a person. Anyway, he felt that he should not have such a hobby. Seeing that Zhou Jing was a little distracted, Baron thought that Zhou Jing was emotional after completing his revenge and was saddened by his younger brother, so he didn't bother much. At this time, Wish rummaged through the spoils and found a battle axe from the inventory of the earth skeletons, and shouted, "Hey Balan, is this the axe you dropped?" "Hey, yes, it's mine." Balong was overjoyed and hurriedly took it over. This was the weapon that was lost when it was attacked by the earth skeletons half a year ago, and it was only recovered at this time. The crowd suddenly became interested and joined in to count the spoils together. I just took out the things and hurriedly lit the fire without checking all the items carefully. Earth Skeleton's inventory, many of which were looted, looked rather fragmented, like a pile of junk. And it has been left for too long, and there is not much hygiene in the nest, and some things are not recognized carefully, and it is impossible to see what they are. Yo, there's a lot of money in this box. It is estimated that it is the harvest of looting which caravan, and the people of the earth can't spend the money. There are still some books here. Is it useful for them to grab this? Can you understand our text? Everyone counted the spoils with great interest. At this moment, Griff took out a dusty metal badge from a large pile of scraps, wiped it a little, and then snorted. "What emblem is this?" Everyone followed the sound, looked at the pattern on the badge, and shook their heads. "I haven't seen it either. Strangely beautiful. Which small clan's coat of arms should it be?" It may be that there are people from this clan in the caravan looted by the earth skeletons. By the way, this thing is very delicate, and it can be so delicately engraved on metal. I don't know which craftsman's handicraft is. Hearing everyone's conversation, Zhou Jing glanced subconsciously. However, at this moment, his eyes could not be moved. Zhou Jing's pupils shrank, and a shockwave suddenly broke out in his heart. The pattern of this badge. He recognized it. It is the national emblem of one of the countries in the main world. A book about offering sacrifices to the heavens, handbook for conquering another world, a national flow of almost 8,000 average, the theme of national development. If you are interested, you can go and read it. Chapter 36 Storm and Plan. Chapter 36 The Storm and the Plan. Zhou Jing was in shock. He wouldn't be surprised to see this thing anywhere in the overworld, but this is another plane, right? How can things from the main world appear here? The first thing that can be determined is that this thing is not brought in by himself. This pattern is Hein's national emblem. Hein is another member of the Seven Summits in the interstellar community, and his nationality is the Red Republic, not the same country. Hein's national emblem appeared in the alien world, and the people representing the main world should have been there long ago. The question is, in what way did it come? Has anyone crossed over in history? Or some other way? And does the overworld know about this? If so, at what level do people know? Anyway, Zhou Jing can be sure that for so many years of surfing the internet, he has never read any relevant words. This is how the same thing? Zhou Jing's heart was up and down. An astral shuttle panel is positioned to this world. What kind of mechanism is it? Is it random? Or was it located because of some kind of entanglement between the alien world and the main world? What is the connection between the main world and this plane? A lot of questions came to mind. Zhou Jing thought that this plane was only an outsider who had come to this plane, but now he suddenly discovered that the star world traveled through this pool of water, which seemed to be deeper than he imagined. Originally, he was thinking about whether to transfer the knowledge of the main world and carry out some technological reforms, but now it seems that this idea must be put on hold. You can't make a fool of yourself until you understand the situation. Thinking of this, Zhou Jing suddenly felt a little fortunate. I got the astral shuttle panel by myself. It was not too long. Fortunately, I was used to it. is still in control of his own desires, and he did not act recklessly in an unfamiliar world just because he got this opportunity. If you are unscrupulous, unpredictable things may happen. At this moment, Griff noticed that Zhou Jing had been staring at the badge and asked curiously, "Jason, do you know this badge?" Zhou Jing reacted immediately, his thoughts flew away, he looked away and shook his head. "I can't recognize it either. I don't know what the situation is." He doesn't plan to reveal his knowledge of the main world. Although he is not using the body now, but the body of the astral apostle, wearing a vest that cannot be seen through, he still intends to be careful. Since no one knows it, let's leave it alone. Griff shrugged and threw the hind coat of arms back into the loot. Zhou Jing turned his eyes to the pile of scattered spoils, his eyes flickered slightly. Let's not talk about how this national emblem came to the world of alien beasts. The question is, how did this thing appear in the den of the Earth skeletons? Is this group of Earth skeletons who once killed visitors from the main world? Or did someone in a looted caravan collect the badge? Or was it simply picked up? Zhou Jing's thoughts flew around, and then he looked at the burning lair, feeling a little helpless. All the Earth skeletons were thrown in and cremated, and there was no room for questioning. TSK, everyone's hands are too fast. The only corpses left in the field are 2 Tyrannosaurus corpses. These things are alien beasts after all. They can be sent to the hunter workshop of Baiyuan City and can be sold for a sum of money. But the Tyrannosaurus that Baron and Whis dealt with was not killed. It lost its treasure and also lost its fighting spirit. It was lying on the ground during the whole battle, and it was lying on the side whimpering at the moment. A living Tyrannosaurus can sell for more money. Seeing that it lost its glory, Whis did not kill the killer, and planned to ride it back to Baiyuan City and sell it. Moreover, the alien beasts are easier to tame. Whis's fighting style is not only a personal preference, but also economical, the result of his careful consideration. Anyway, Weiss thinks his style of play is quite smart. When the lair was almost burned, everyone had sorted out the spoils, took the unfortunate soldier whose head was shot, and then pulled the corpses of the 2 tyrannosaurs on their way back. Zhou Jing went back with everyone. He was taciturn on the way, with a preoccupied look. Everyone thought that he was still indulging in the emotion of revenge for his younger brother, so they did not talk to him. 2 days later, when everyone walked out of the Blackshirt Forest, Schwanky Village by the river came into view. Seeing the familiar scene, everyone relaxed. It's finally done. Baron was in high spirits. Not only solved the Earth skeleton's revenge for his companions, but also retrieved the battle axe he had used for many years. He was in a good mood at the moment. At this moment, Weiss leaned in front of him and rubbed his fingers, meaning it was self-evident. Are you in such a hurry? Balan laughed, took out the purse from his arms and threw it to Weiss. Weiss didn't need to open the bag, just waited a little, and knew the weight of 200 Terra silver coins, and immediately smiled. Hey, what I like most about you is that you give money easily, even though it was originally my money. Anyway, thank you very much this time. Baron nodded in thanks. Although it was a money hire, Weiss agreed to a certain degree of affection. After all, hunters are not really short of money, and Baron would not feel that they spent money. People should help themselves. The simple concept of this world is not so money above all. Small things, in fact, it's enough to have Jason around. He's already strong to that point. I'm just here to help. Weiss waved his hand indifferently, then turned over and mounted the Tyrannosaurus, to be exact, Tyrannosaurus Mother. When things are done, I'll just leave. Don't go back to the village to rest? Griff asked. Don't go, these 2 Tyrannosaurus corpses are not very fresh anymore, you have to bring them back to Baiyuan City, or the selling price will drop again. Weiss said, and then smacked his lips, and your village has nothing to do with it. You can play, I kind of miss the soft of the hotel maid. Okay, then get out of here. Balan scolded with a laugh. I'm too lazy to care about you, remember to come to the tavern to find me some money. Those guards, take the 2 tyrannosaurs back to the city with me, and I'll invite you to the tavern for a drink. Weiss pouted and drove the Tyrannosaurus, mother, away. The 9 soldiers of Bayuan City hurriedly followed with the 2 Tyrannosaurus corpses and walked away together. Only Zhou Jing, Baron, and Griff and other Frostwood village hunters were left in the field. A few people crossed the small bridge and returned to Frostwood village. They brought back the news of the destruction of the Earth Skeleton's lair, which quickly spread throughout the village. Groups of villagers were very excited. They put down their farm work and rushed over. They surrounded the hunter team, curious to find out the details, and they were overjoyed to hear that the Earth Skeletons were no longer a threat. This den of skeletons has always been a hidden danger in Shuangmu village, but it has always been difficult to solve. Many petitions to the Lord have been unsuccessful. Originally, the villagers of Shuangmu village felt that they would live in the den of skeletons for a long time, but now this danger has been solved once and for all. They were very happy and complimented several people. Oops, thanks to Captain Baron, this problem is solved. Fortunately, we have you stationed in our village. Many villagers praised it. At this moment, Baron raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then grabbed Zhou Jing's shoulder and said loudly, "Everyone, if it wasn't for Jason, we wouldn't have solved the Earth Skeleton so quickly. His credit is just as great." Baron didn't want to take credit, and he thought so too. Even though he had instructed Zhou Jing, he was able to learn so quickly, and that was his ability. In just half a year, he had surpassed his own combat power, and only then could he take revenge on the Earth Skeletons in such a short period of time. Otherwise, this problem will bother them for a longer time. After hearing this, many villagers nodded, looked at Zhou Jing, and praised him enthusiastically. Jason would stayed in Frostwood village for half a year, and the villagers became familiar with him. The folk customs here are simple and they have long regarded him as their own. Needless to say, I'm just avenging my brother. Zhou Jing once again used this excuse. At this moment, Reiner squeezed out from the crowd and looked left and right. Where's Uncle Weiss? He's back in the city. A hunter spoke up. Ah, he didn't even say goodbye to me. Reiner was lost. Stinky boy, you patronize your Uncle Weiss, don't you even care about your father? Balon said angrily. I've seen that father is all right. Reiner scratched his head. Children. Griff didn't care, and smiled, and hugged Reiner. Reiner turned his head to look at Zhou Jing, and suddenly asked curiously, Uncle Jason, why haven't I seen Uncle Ross recently? Did he get lost? Zhou Jing. Wipe, I have been thinking about the national emblem for the past 2 days, and I said that I seem to have forgotten something. Forgot to call Ross back on the way. Zhou Jing's eyes twitched slightly, and he quickly checked the location, but found that Ross did not stay in the Black Shirt Forest, but returned to the vicinity of Shuangmu village. He may be playing around, I'll go look for him. Zhou Jing was vague, took the opportunity to escape from the crowd, and slipped away alone. The crowd did not stop him. Griff watched Zhou Jing leave in a hurry, shook his head with a smile, suddenly remembered something, took out the national emblem of Hein from his arms, handed it to Reiner, and said with a loving smile, By the way, I brought you a present. Wow! So beautiful. Reiner's eyes were immediately attracted by the beauty of Hein's national emblem. The other side. Zhou Jing followed the positioning for a while, and found Ross by the river some distance away from Shuangmu village. This is where he originally summoned Ross. I saw Ross squatting on the bank of the river. I don't know how long this position has been maintained, and a layer of floating dust has accumulated on his head and shoulders. Found someone approaching, so he silently turned his head, hugged his knees and looked up at Zhou Jing. Ross, confused face. I don't know if it's an illusion, Zhou Jing seems to see a little grievance from the pair of big and small eyes.